A vast primordial Dao sound erupted from the deepest depths of time, shaking the eternal currents of ages. In the once tranquil heart of chaos, endless currents of chi suddenly surged, and the long-sealed epics of antiquity were violently undone. One desolate, ferocious, and tragic roar after another burst forth from demon gods, piercing through the boundless barriers of time and space. They were the final cries before the fall of 3,000 chaotic demon gods, the most primordial battle shouts of the chaos era, saturated with an ultimate will of destruction, conquest, and tyrannical dominance. Immediately thereafter, a dazzling arc of axe light, spanning billions of chaotic light years, suddenly flared. That pristine radiance of the axe cleaved the hazy chaos, tore apart boundless void, and an overwhelming, domineering, unstoppable power of world creation erupted forth. The dim, deathly chaos was forcibly sundered, clear and turbid where divided motion and stillness were born. Within the endless silence of the void, the first embryonic form of heaven and earth emerged. Thus was the primeval wilderness opened. Chaos shattered, heaven and earth first took shape. The violent primordial powers of earth, water, fire, and wind rampaged, unchecked, surging, and running wild. Rules had yet to bind this newly opened heaven and earth. Raging flames burned the skies, floods towered to the heavens, cutting winds split the world, earth quaked, and mountains shuddered. The embryonic forms of all things were repeatedly tempered between destruction and rebirth, and the newborn cosmos of the primeval wilderness was engulfed in endless upheaval and chaos. Ja! A single shout that shook all ages and oppressed the myriad heavens resounded through the primordial mist. It was the world-splitting cry of the great god Pangu. His Dao resonance rang like tempered metal, cutting through time and space, and carrying the supreme vow to cleave chaos and forge heaven and earth. Hum! An ancient, boundless sound of shattering reverberated through the chaotic cosmos. The Pangu axe that had accompanied Pangu in cleaving heaven and earth could no longer withstand the layer upon layer of accumulating world-splitting force. The divine patterns along its haft shattered inch by inch, and the foundational roots of the chaotic Dao crumbled completely into fragments. It transformed into 3 supreme innate treasures destined to suppress the primeval wilderness for all age. The axe, half gentle and rich in origin, condensed the Dao of balance among all things, and became the Taiji diagram, rising and falling within the void, fixing yin and yang of heaven and earth, stabilizing the clarity and turbidity of the cosmos. The axe blade, running vertical with Dao rhythm and bearing the might of opening the heavens and dispelling illusion, became the Pangu banner, swaying above the myriad heavens, able to tear chaos, shatter all phenomena, and suppress every abomination. The axe face, rooted in primordial mist and encompassing vast realms and chaotic worlds, became the chaos bell, hanging high in the void, suppressing the primeval wilderness for eternity, fixing the sequence of heaven and earth, and stabilizing the foundations of all worlds. The 3 innate treasures stood apart in 3 directions, slowly rising and falling, carrying timeless Dao resonance, as they quietly witnessed the birth of heaven and earth. At the same time, the chaotic green lotus beneath Pangu's feet, which bore myriad strands of creation, also reached its end under violent tremors. The ferocious primordial force of heaven and earth washed through every inch of chaotic space, and the roots, stem, leaves, and petals of the chaotic green lotus could no longer maintain their perfect form, exploding apart all at once. Azure lotus light filled the sky, scattering in all directions. Innumerable flawless white and vibrant green petals and pure fragments of origin drifted apart, falling across the newborn heaven and earth of the primeval wilderness. Each fragment contained a trace of supreme, creative life force. Wherever it fell, it transformed into spirit or sank into soil to gestate treasure, beginning to nurture new spiritual artifacts for the barren, newly born primeval wilderness. The creation jade disc, which governs the order of creation among the heavens, the first artifact of chaos, inscribed with myriad Dao and encompassing primordial laws, was likewise touched by the aftermath of the world splitting. Its flawless, complete body suddenly cracked, myriad Dao lines breaking and dissolving. Endless fine shards flew across the sky, scattering throughout the primeval wilderness. Only a single core remnant shard, of the finest quality and richest origin, remained most intact. Wrapped in vast Dao resonance, it soared upward, rushing straight toward the newborn firmament of the 9th heaven, hiding itself deep within the laws of heaven and earth, silently maintaining the operation of the grand Dao of the primeval wilderness. At the very critical juncture when the act of world creation concluded, treasures collapsed, and heaven and earth, first separated the river of time, suddenly surged and trembled. Light and shadow from endless ages churned and shattered, and a ripple of time and space that transcended this epoch and did not belong to this chaotic wilderness abruptly tore its way through. A chaotic pearl, long dormant within the crevice of time and space, wrapped in immeasurable temporal might, forcibly pierced the walls of countless ages. From an unknown chaotic dimension, it crossed time and suddenly manifested in the world. This chaos pearl, integrating the very essence of chaos and encompassing the Dao of time and space of all heavens, was the highest chaotic supreme treasure. In the instant this precious pearl appeared, chaotic chi gathered madly, and the void of the myriad heavens fell still. The newly born laws of heaven and earth were thrown into complete disarray. A transcendent aura that did not belong to this epoch of the primeval wilderness instantly alarmed Pangu, who had not yet fallen. Pangu's colossal body, which had been slowly descending and was about to transform into all things suddenly, his supreme eyes, which had gazed down upon primordial mist pierced through eternity and witnessed the beginning and end of chaos, abruptly lowered their gaze, locking with perfect precision onto the chaos pearl that had just manifested in the void. Pangu's gaze was calm and without ripple, yet it bore the supreme majesty of the foremost god of world creation. Without joy or anger, it nevertheless pressed the newly born laws of the myriad heavens into trembling submission. This object had transcended the Dao of world creation. It did not belong to this newborn heaven and earth, but was an anomaly wandering outside the heavenly Dao system of the primeval wilderness. When an aberration descends into the world, heaven's punishment must follow. Almost in the very instant Pangu's gaze locked onto the chaos pearl, the grand Dao in the unseen depths erupted in fury. Booming thunder rolled. An unprecedented thunder of the Dao was born from the depths of the void. Not the first thunder of heaven and earth, not the divine lightning of the ninth heaven, but the primordial heaven's punishment, divine thunder. A pillar of purple gold lightning pierced through the chaotic void, condensing the entire punitive force of the heavenly Dao. Without the slightest forewarning, it crashed down upon the very body of the chaos pearl. Crack! The eternally flawless body of the chaos pearl instantly erupted with countless deep fissures, its treasure origin shattering layer upon layer. The savage power of heavenly punishment rampaged through the pearl's core, brutally battering this supreme, chaotic treasure into ruin, crippling its foundational Dao. Fragments of the pearl, large and small, wrapped in clear chaotic chi and remnants of time and space, broke free and scattered. They fell in all directions, dropping into every corner of the newborn primeval wilderness and hiding within mountain veins, river arteries, and secret realms of the void. Only a single core shard, which retained the most origin and was largest in form, at the very instant the heavenly thunder exploded, exhausted its final trace of temporal might to cling tightly to a feeble remnant soul wrapped within. That strand of soul was exceedingly ethereal and weak, like a dying candle flame in the wind, nearly ready to dissipate into heaven and earth at any moment. Its spiritual origin was gravely damaged, its divine sense sealed, its presence entirely silent. Utterly in a state of near death and extinction, utterly different from the robust, tyrannical souls of the innate gods of the primeval wilderness. Were someone able to pierce the chaotic mist veiling the remnant soul's surface and focus their gaze carefully, they would discern that in the deepest core of this weak remnant soul, a strange imprint the size of a copper coin lay quietly branded. The imprint was ancient and austere, its lines obscure and hard to fathom, unlike any Dao sigil of the primeval wilderness. It carried an aura from a realm foreign to this heaven and earth, flickering faintly within the dim glow of the soul, ineffably mysterious. The surviving core shard of the chaos pearl carrying this imprinted remnant soul broke through the sea of thunder and the dissipating shockwaves of the supreme treasure. Dragging a faint stream of chaotic radiance, it tore free of the shackles of heavenly punishment and wobbled downward toward the southeastern reaches of the primeval wilderness. Before the dust of world creation had fully settled, change had already taken root in the primeval wilderness. The primeval wilderness knew no years, but its time had neither beginning nor end. With one strike of world creation, heaven and earth were fixed clear and turbid divided, and the cosmos first stood upright. The silent, boundless primeval wilderness gradually freed itself from the lingering stillness of world creation, and strands of vibrant chi began to arise between heaven and earth. Mountains inhaled and exhaled spiritual energy, rivers and marshes nurtured nascent life. The once barren and lifeless land first sprouted specks of moss and spiritual grass, then was covered in rare blossoms and towering ancient trees. Spirit springs burst forth from rocky hills, strange beasts prowled through hidden valleys. The vast primeval wilderness cast off the initial deathly stillness of world creation, and exuberant life unfurled across the four extremities of the realm. The remnant souls of demon gods left behind by world creation, and the scattered origins of ferocious balefulness nourished by spiritual energy between heaven and earth broke free from shackles and reformed their bodies. The reincarnated demon gods were reborn one after another. Their bodies were incomparably strong, and their ferocity hard to tame. Born from innate malice, they acted guided only by a primal instinct to kill. From them arose vast legions of ferocious beasts of the primeval wilderness. Such beings took on grotesque shapes and possessed boundless strength. Ignorant of etiquette and devoid of intellect, they delighted only in devouring living creatures and ravaging mountains and rivers, rampaging across the wilds and laying waste to all directions. At that time, the living creatures of the primeval wilderness had only just begun to emerge. Plant spirits, strange sprites of grass and wood, birds of the sky, beasts of the land, and rudimentary spiritual entities were born one after another. Their clans were weak, their cultivation shallow, facing demon gods and ferocious beasts whose baleful aura blazed to the heavens. They could only cling together to survive. Day after day, heaven and earth witnessed pursuits, battles, and desperate flights. The sounds of bloodshed echoed endlessly across the wilderness. Amid ceaseless slaughter, time flowed on. In a flash, innumerable great cycles of ages had passed. Generation after generation of living beings advanced and fell in succession. Some perished in battle, others tempered their cultivation amidst the flames of war. Among them, innate spiritual entities awakened their divine intelligence and slowly gathered enough strength to stand against the savage forces. After an age-long campaign of conquest, the clans of ferocious beasts rampaging across the primeval wilderness were successively annihilated. In the perpetually embattled north of the primeval wilderness, the accumulated essence blood of billions of living beings and the malice of fallen demon gods and beasts condensed layer upon layer into unscattered baleful chi. Perpetual black fog enshrouded the land, chilling winds howled year-round. It became the most intensely cursed and ferocious region of the entire primeval wilderness, where ordinary beings did not dare to tread lightly. As time continued to pass and countless cycles of ages turned, the pattern of the primeval wilderness shifted once more. Three great innate divine beast clans rose: Dragon Phoenix and Shielan. The Dragon clan ruled over the creatures of the four seas, with scales riding clouds and mists commanding waters and waves coiling through rivers and vast oceans. The Phoenix clan led the feathered races of birds born of flame and possessing unfathomable divine powers, roosting upon the spiritual peaks of the ninth heaven. The Shielan clan governed all manner of land beasts, embodying auspiciousness and gentle fortune, seated upon famed mountains in the central lands. These three clans, blessed with extraordinary talent and flourishing in numbers, commanded innumerable vassal races and swiftly partitioned the territories of the primeval wilderness, becoming corolars of heaven and earth. Beneath the glorious age of three clans standing in triad, ambition and suspicion quietly took root. Border disputes, struggles over resources, and layer upon layer of interclan grudges accumulated. Former harmony faded, and war engulfed the entire primeval wilderness. Years of unending war left corpses strewn across the wilds and rivers flowing crimson. Innumerable races were utterly erased in the great calamity. The fresh blood of billions of living beings flowed along the veins of the earth westward, gathering around the towering Mount Sumeru in the west. Blood pooled at its foot, soaking soil and stone, a resentment and bloodkey intertwined, and heavenly anomalies manifested that were horrific beyond imagination. Thus were the four swords of immortal slaughter forged. Dragon Phoenix and Shielan declined and passed. Before the fires of war had cooled, conflict between Dao and Demon burst forth again in the west. Two utterly opposing forces clashed in ultimate collision upon the western lands. Divine powers thundered, shattering mountains, laws collided, tearing the earth apart. Under relentless assaults of ferocious strength, the once somewhat spiritual western continent collapsed and fractured completely. Spiritual veins were severed, vegetation withered, the earth's vitality decayed. Thousands upon thousands of miles turned into scorched, barren wastelands, sinking forever into desolation, never again to regain its former grace. After the calamity, the vital chi of heaven and earth began once more to be rearranged and smoothed. The celestial principles grew ever more consummate, the Daoist laws unfolding in full. One after another, innate divine beings came into existence. They were born in places where spiritual veins converged. From birth, they comprehended fragments of the Great Daoist laws with transcendent enlightenment and swift cultivation progress, far surpassing past races, becoming the new backbone of Hongwang. Years flowed endlessly, the Great Dao ceaselessly turning. At last, the Hongwang world welcomed a milestone moment. The first sage emerged in response to fate. The sage thoroughly comprehended the ultimate principles of heaven and earth, transcended mortal tribulations, his words becoming law as his might dominated all realms. To transmit the true meaning of the Great Dao and enlighten the beings of Hongwang, this sage opened a preaching altar and delivered the Dao in 3 consecutive sessions. Countless innate divine beings materialized amidst the myriad laws within the preaching sounds. All beings underwent transformation in vision, cultivation, and mind. After the 3 sermons, the structure of Hongwang's races was reshaped once more. The demon race, dwelling among the stars of the 9 heavens, absorbing the essence of sun and moon and the power of stars, unified the myriad birds and stellar beings, establishing a complete racial system. They founded the demon court in the heavens, their power rising steadily. Meanwhile, the Wu tribe, entrenched in the mountains and rivers of the earth, commanding the forces of earth, water, wind, and fire with incomparably mighty physical bodies, multiplied and grew by relying on the origin of the thick earth. They held dominion over the land, dominating the depths of the Hongwang earth and commanding all races. Heaven and earth were split in 2. The sky belonged to the demon race, the land to the Wu clan. The 2 pinnacle races expanded rapidly, their territories bordering and interests interweaving, conflicts intensifying day by day. The great curtain of the Wu-demon war for supremacy was abruptly drawn open. A new cataclysmic upheaval sweeping across Hongwang was already brewing. Yet in the southeastern part of Honghuang, where the flames of war had not fully reached, stood a divine mountain of extraordinary spiritual energy and spectacular peaks, rising amidst the interweaving spiritual veins and endless mountain ranges. This mountain embodied the finest essence of heaven and earth and held innate spiritual mechanisms. It was utterly unlike Buzhou Divine Mountain with its overwhelming primordial dominance and heaven-rending majesty, nor like the celestial mountains of the nine heavens suspended in the upper void, their peaks locked in clouds, exuding bitter cold and solitary aloofness. Here 1,000 peaks vied in beauty and 10,000 valleys hid tranquil secrets. The scattered grotesque peaks and strange rocks were exquisite, and elegant clouds rose from cliff faces, and streams wound around the ridges. Every inch of mountain and earth was saturated with dense spiritual energy. Spiritual herbs covered the mountain, immortal flowers thrived everywhere, and millennium-old spirit springs dotted the land like stars. The tinkling sound of springs threaded through the forests, clear spring eyes breathed out dense, white vapor, nourishing the entire region. The spiritual energy here was not violent and restless like that of famous mountains and great rivers. Instead it was mellow, enduring, warm, and gentle, wisp by wisp lingering around the ridges, plants, cave dwellings, and stone platforms, washing away all mortal turbidity. It was a completely different world from the mortal lands filled with slaughter, clamor, and surging filth. This nameless divine mountain formed a self-contained realm of creation. Since the opening of heaven, few had set foot here. It was untouched by the great tribulations of Honghuang, with all the wonders of creation gathered here, concealing boundless innate mysteries. Deep within the mountain's core, another universe lay hidden, cut off from the secrets of the outside world. Wisps of ancient, vast, residual chaos drifted lazily, flowing through the layered ridges. Those wisps of chaos, unopened remnants from before the heaven-earth separation, formed an independent realm. Within this realm there were no sun, moon, or stars, no four seasons, or heat and cold. Pure essences of earth, water, wind, and fire surged in disorder, cycling endlessly. The rolling, churning primordial forces kept interacting with the rules of this world, colliding and grinding against them. Day after day, year after year, under the repeated refinement of this nascent world's origin and the nurturing of world force, the chaotic chi interwove into patterns, and primordial forces outlined the array base. There naturally formed a primordial chaotic grand array that encompassed mountains and rivers and locked down the universe. Without any artificial carving, it fully captured the exquisite wonder of the Dao. Both offensive and defensive, it formed a barrier of its own, protecting the supreme treasure at the core of the secret realm. At the very center of the grand array's interior lay the core of the entire divine mountain, where creation was most concentrated and Dao rhythm most profound. This place was perpetually suffused with layered, profound yellow creation rhythms mixed with the ancient aura of yin and yang, not yet divided, and chaos just separating. As the Dao rhythm flowed, it reenacted the supreme mystery of Pangu, splitting heaven and earth, and the initial separation of heaven and earth. Around it, pure, innate, vital energy poured ceaselessly into the grand array, following the mysterious trajectory of the Dao. Day after day it nourished the array base and moistened the secret realm, making the innate foundation of this land increasingly profound, endless, unbroken for eternity. Piercing through the vast, ethereal, primordial aura and golden spirit mist, the innermost scene of the secret realm was suddenly revealed. A golden divine tree reaching through heaven and earth, 10,000 zhang tall, stood silently in the midst. The divine tree was a towering giant. Its trunk was so thick and majestic that dozens of people could hardly encircle it, and it stood straight, rooted deep in the innate gold essence spiritual vein. The massive trunk was covered in ancient patterns interwoven with dark red and gilded gold. Every line was an innate Dao mark left from the opening of heaven. The tree body naturally bore dense, crisscrossing, innate money Dao patterns. Each golden line sparkled with flowing radiance, ceaseless and alive. Though no mountain wind arrived, and the secret realm was calm, without waves, the divine tree trembled gently on its own. The billions of golden leaves on its branches lightly collided, producing crisp, ear-pleasing fairy sounds that pierced the clouds, like heavenly music ringing on its own, cleansing the mind and spirit. This tree was born with unusual features. It bore no ordinary green branches, leaves, blossoms, or fruits. Instead, all its countless branches grew round, thick, innate golden leaves shaped like copper coins. Every 10,000 years the divine tree completed a full cycle of creation. At each maturity the branches would precisely condense 9,999 golden leaves, neither more nor less, mystically matching the supreme number of the Dao. The golden leaves were comparable to legendary, innate, ancient coins handed down from Honghuang. Their shape was neat, and their aura ancient. The surfaces were densely engraved with intricate, profound, innate wealth Dao runes. The runes flowed with brilliant golden light, weaving a canopy of wealth Dao law across the sky. Such innate golden leaves possessed extraordinary aptitudes. Falling on mountains and rocks, they never rotted or decayed, remaining indestructible through myriad tribulations. Sinking into the clear springs of the four seas, they neither sank nor floated, pure and flawless. They were supreme innate spiritual materials nurtured by heaven and earth capable of comprehending wealth Dao, laws tempering a Deluo foundation and refining peerless spirit treasures. The divine tree's enormous roots were entangled and deeply buried underground, constantly breathing in and out the innate metal essence and the world's wealth chi. Naturally, it spread forth a Thessanly golden spiritual vein that connected the mountains and rivers of the entire secret realm. The entire Thessanly domain was transformed into a unique, innate, wealth-accumulating, blessed land perpetually shrouded in golden spiritual mist, with fortune and luck ceaselessly circulating. All disasters, evil energies, ferocious turbidity, tribulation, karma, and killing forces were isolated outside by a barrier of fortune, unable to invade this place in the slightest. This land endlessly nurtured celestial blessings and gave birth to boundless auspicious luck. At this moment, the entire divine mountain-blessed land suddenly trembled, and startling heavenly phenomena. In the dark vault of heaven, the vast and boundless fortune dew of heaven and earth suddenly surged and rolled. Like ocean tides falling from the 9 heavens, layers of golden auspicious light covered the clouds. Myriad threads of fortune descended to the mortal world, all converging upon the core of the divine mountain. The pure wealth Dao Qi that had lain silent throughout heaven and earth then madly surged, sweeping across the 8 wildernesses. The originally warm and mellow spiritual energy instantly became blazing and majestic. Golden Qi galloped across the sky, filling every inch of void. Vast and pure innate clear Qi slowly descended from the 9 heavens, thread by thread, merging into the body of the divine money tree, washing its Dao marks and nourishing its primordial intelligence. Blessed by the triple creation of heavenly fortune, boundless wealth Qi, and 9 heavens clear Qi, the golden divine tree that had stood for eons suddenly shook violently. The tree's spiritual energy exploded outward, its vast innate spiritual pressure sweeping through the entire primordial array, churning the essences of earth, water, fire, and wind into turbulence. Dazzling, gilded divine light burst from the tree, piercing through layers of primordial Dao rhythm. Tinthasanshang golden light shot into the sky, connecting heaven and earth. Along with the extreme surge of spiritual energy and violent churning of origins, the towering Tinthasanshang divine tree began to contract and condense rapidly. The 1,000-zhang trunk, 10,000 branches, and sky full of golden leaves visibly melted, gathered, and merged. The massive spiritual root essence was continually compressed, purified, and refined, shedding its plant form and condensing into a sentient Dao body. In the void, spiritual energy raged and churned, waves of Qi sweeping in all directions. The primordial grand array flickered unsteadily, its spiritual light trembling. The entire secret realm experienced shifting winds and changing clouds, Dao rhythm surging as the power of heaven and earth madly converged here. Suddenly, a thunderclap exploded from the 9 heavens, its deafening roar echoing through the Honghuang cloud seas, spreading 10,000 li and shaking the mountains and rivers. The blinding golden divine light suddenly withdrew and merged into one. The towering money tree that had stood for eons vanished in an instant, completely shedding its spiritual root form. The spot was now empty, with no trace of the divine tree remaining. When the sky full of golden light faded, the violent spiritual energy calmed, and the roaring echoes vanished. A tall, slender young figure stood quietly in the core secret realm where the divine tree had been rooted. The youth had a handsome, elegant face with gentle, clear eyes. He possessed an innate, auspicious, noble aura and primordial Dao rhythm. His skin was lustrous like jade. A formless golden patterned Dao robe took shape on his body. Around him swirled faint gilded mist of fortune, and wealth Qi clung to him. His bearing was transcendent and otherworldly, like a born deity of the Great Dao. After eons of gestation, baptism by the Dao of heaven, and transformation through primordial essence, the money tree at last attained perfect intelligence, shed its vegetative shackles, and achieved peerless human form. The youth raised his eyes and lifted his palms, his posture carefree, and gently beckoned with both hands. In an instant, spiritual light flickered in 2 places in the void as their Qi was drawn forth. From the spiritual light in the void, an ancient, massive, glittering, gilded golden basin condensed and flew out, its surface covered with innate wealth-condensing Dao patterns, breathing out endless treasure light. Following closely was a delicate, transparent coin with spread wings. Its golden wings lightly fluttered, carrying the supreme power to fell treasures and suppress fortune, radiating primordial numinous light. The 2 innate accompanying spirit treasures born together with the money tree followed their primordial bond, flying gracefully into the youth's hands, settling steadily. Holding the golden basin in his left hand and the winged coin in his right, the treasures merged and Dao rhythms resonated. Endless wealth Dao laws and sky full of fortune Qi slowly revolved around the youth. The entire fortune-bestowing creation energy of the innate blessed land all returned to his body. A gentle breeze swept across the 1,000 mountains of the secret realm, gilded Dao rhythm lingering around him. The youth stood at the center of the blessed land, holding the 2 innate treasures, his gaze slowly sweeping over the vast divine mountain. His lips parted slightly. First he silently recited his old name, then decisively changed it. His voice was clear and resonant, carrying the Dao brand bestowed by heaven, Yangxian. No. From this day forth by the name bestowed by heaven, I am Wan Bao. The moment his words fell, the wealth Dao spiritual light around him trembled. In the unseen, a thread of name fate from the Hongwang heavenly Dao settled completely, washing away the imprint of his past mortal name. From then on, the mortal Taoist Yangxian existed no more. There was only the innate spiritual root transformed the Hongwang being who governs worldly fortune and wealth, Taoist Wan Bao. Wan Bao slowly raised his head, gazing at the vast sky woven with remnants of chaos, his eyes reflecting the weight of ancient time and the clarity of a new beginning. He looked at the swirling innate Dao patterns filling the sky, at this innate blessed land that had nurtured him for countless years, softly murmuring, his voice tinged with nostalgia and emotion. After years of silence, after enduring eons of decline, trapped at the source of my spiritual roots, nurtured by the Dao and favored by heaven and earth, I have finally broken free from the shackles of grass and would regained my spiritual intelligence and manifested form. The way of the primordial Dao is long and arduous indeed. No one knew that this golden immortal, exuding an extraordinary aura and abundant fortune, was once a wandering Taoist from a small temple of wealth in the mortal realm. In his past life, Yangxian lived an unremarkable life free of danger, desires, or ambitions. Residing in a small Taoist temple, his daily routine consisted of cleaning the temple and offering incense, leading a leisurely life, most fond of idly passing the time collecting antiques, and seeking no more than 3 meals a day and peace from year to year, devoid of ambitions to ascend to the heavens or dominate a realm. On that day, as usual, he was idly passing time, playing with an old coin he had just acquired at a bargain from the mundane antique market. The ancient coin was modeled and antique, unearthed from the Han Dynasty. Just as he was enjoying the feel of the coin between his fingers, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened, ominous clouds gathering, wind and thunder stirring as the heavens and earth erupted in strange phenomena. Before Yangxian could react, a strange pearl suddenly fell from the sky, falling like a flash of light, directly striking his crown. The intense pain was fleeting. Yangxian's mortal body disintegrated in an instant, his fragmented soul powerless to resist, entirely absorbed by the pearl's pull, completely engulfed in the chaotic void within. From that moment on, he fell into an endless abyss of darkness. His consciousness was sealed, his spirit imprisoned, his intelligence utterly silenced, unaware of the passage of time or the changes in the world, like a rootless floating weed drifting in the still void, lost and muddled, unaware of the seasons, enduring a long period of dark despair. Countless eons passed, and the great battle of the Dao and demons that swept across the primordial realm finally came to an end. The colossal aftermath of the heavenly battle shook the 4 directions. The long silent intelligence gradually awakened in the remnants of the great battle. Upon awakening, Yangxian discovered that his spirit was anchored within the primordial spiritual root of the money tree. From that moment on, he relied on the innate source of the money tree taking root in this cave paradise of Wui Mountain, silently cultivating, nourishing his spirit, and refining his Dao foundation day after day, accumulating strength, all for the day he would break free from his plant form and truly manifest in the world. The cave realm, isolated from the heavenly mysteries, had no measure of time nor the cycle of day and night. Even as he regained his intelligence and devoted himself to cultivation, he remained completely unaware of the changes in the world outside, unable to grasp the specific years of his slumber and cultivation. Only the resonance of his spiritual root with the Dao of heaven and earth allowed him to faintly glimpse the trends of the outside world. At this moment of complete manifestation, with a clear Dao heart, the information of countless eons in the primordial realm flooded into his sea of consciousness, and he instantly comprehended the current state of affairs. The conflict between Dao and demons had long ended, the war of the witches and the demons had thoroughly begun, and the initial tribulations of the dragons and phoenixes, as well as the struggle between Dao and demons, were now past. The primordial realm had entered a new round of tribulations. Moreover, he understood that the saints had long since taken their seats in the purple cloud palace, completing the 3rd sermon. The ultimate opportunities and primordial Dao rhythms of the primordial top-tier Dao had all been seized by the innate divine beings. Thinking of this, a genuine regret flickered in Wan Bao's eyes, and he sighed softly. It seems I have arrived a bit late. He felt none of the usual anxiety and fear of ordinary transmigrators entering a strange world. After enduring eons of soul decline, he had already tempered his restless heart, maintaining a calm and serene disposition. Only a deep sense of regret remained, lamenting that he had arrived too late to the world. The primordial realm. This is the universally recognized supreme source world of all realms, the ultimate divine domain where all paths and laws originate, the original source of all myths and legends of deities and Dao. Countless small worlds in the heavens derive from the primordial Dao lineage. To soul travel through eons and arrive in this supreme realm is an immense fortune, the greatest luck of his life. Moreover, the root of his rebirth and manifestation is exceptionally favorable and noble. The superior innate spiritual root of the money tree manifests Looking across the vast primordial realm where talents abound and countless divine beings exist except for the top-tier innate divine beings transformed from the blood of Pangu, such as the three pure ones, the 12 ancestors of sorcery, Emperor June, and Tai, his origin as a superior innate spiritual root endowed with fortune and luck is enough to overshadow over 90% of the innate beings in the primordial realm, making him a top-tier Dao foundation, uniquely noble. With this thought, Wan Bao raised his hand to conjure Dao light, and a clear and transparent water mirror appeared out of thin air, suspended before him. The mirror reflected the figure of a youth, tall and straight with gentle and handsome features, his contours exquisite and transcendent, shedding the mundane aura of his past life, adding to him an extraordinary Dao rhythm of the innate divine. His brows and eyes carried a hint of Yang Xian's appearance from his past life, yet he was even more stunning and ethereal, with a celestial physique and jade-like bones, golden Dao patterns hidden among his garments, surrounded by fortune and exuding nobility, truly an unparalleled elegance. Gazing at the reflection, a spark of self-satisfaction flashed in Wan Bao's eyes, the corners of his mouth subtly lifting in a self-satisfied smile. No one knew that to achieve this perfect Dao body, he had deliberately restrained his source breakthrough and delayed the timing of his manifestation during the last 100 years of his transformation. For 100 years he had meticulously deduced countless times, repeatedly selecting and refining from numerous templates and myriad appearances, merging his past life's features with the sacred aura of the money tree, finally choosing this exquisite appearance that perfectly combined the warmth of the mundane world with innate nobility. Not bad, not bad. Wan Bao looked at himself in the water mirror, his heart filled with joy, chuckling lightly. Retaining 3 parts of my past appearance while gaining the enhancement of an innate Dao body, so striking, so unique. With this extraordinary visage I can traverse the primordial realm, conversing with fairies and goddesses, traveling through myriad domains. How delightful that would be. These light-hearted chuckles broke the solemn and revered aura of his recent manifestation and the divine presence of the Dao, revealing the natural, easygoing, and slightly whimsical essence of his past self as a wandering Taoist. After a moment of playful banter, Wan Bao quickly collected his thoughts, concealing the playfulness in his eyes, his expression returning to calm solemnity, his Dao heart clear, and began to calmly contemplate his path and the grand trends of the primordial realm. He carefully examined his Dao foundation, clearly sensing the ceaseless flow of innate spiritual power within him and the stability of his Dao fruit, realizing the superior, innate spiritual root of the money tree has manifested, and upon entering the world, I possess the golden immortal Dao fruit, sharing longevity with the heavens, with a solid foundation and pure origin exceptionally favorable. Moreover, I bear the wealth and fortune of heaven and earth, making me a golden immortal of fortune in the prime. A Dao body of fortune is most adept at turning misfortunes into blessings, avoiding calamities, and increasing luck, untouched by calamities and lightly stained by karmic fire. In the primordial realm, where tribulations run rampant and slaughter is incessant, it is the most secure foundation for survival. In his past life, he was merely a small Taoist in the mundane world, living aimlessly, lacking great aspirations, not seeking ascension to the Dao or dominance over the heavens, only wishing for a stable life, free from worries about food and clothing, and to live long in peace. Now returning to the primordial realm, his exceptional origin allows him to live without worries, his spiritual energy inexhaustible, with cultivation resources abundantly available, requiring no competition or struggle. For him, the greatest pursuit in this life remains stability and freedom in the primordial realm. With a solid foundation, a Dao fruit of fortune, and the cultivation of a golden immortal, he is more than capable of preserving his life in the primordial realm, far removed from the threat of downfall. Yet after a moment of contemplation on the grand trends of the primordial realm, Wan Bao remained acutely aware. He had ultimately emerged too late, missing the supreme opportunities of the Dao and demon conflict, and the 3 sermons in the Purple Cloud Palace, missing the best time to divide the top-tier spiritual treasures and innate spiritual veins of the primordial realm. Now with the momentum of the witches and demons established, powerful beings dominate their territories, and tribulations arise one after another, standing alone would ultimately prove difficult. After a brief contemplation, he had already determined his future cultivation path, looking ahead with a clear mind. The dangers of the primordial tribulations are great, solitary practitioners struggle to survive. Although my foundation is extraordinary and my cultivation profound, compared to top-tier powers my depth remains insufficient. It's better to seek a saint as a mentor under the shade of a great tree, relying on the protection of a saint's Dao lineage for stable cultivation and a carefree life. That is the safest path. He withdrew his thoughts from contemplating the grand trends of the primordial realm, his gaze slowly lowering, landing on the 2 innate spiritual treasures he held aloft in his hands, a surge of extreme joy flooding his eyes. Companion treasures. A murmur escaped his heart, carrying boundless emotion and ecstasy. These 2 innate wonders, which had accompanied him since the creation of heaven and earth, sharing the same source as his spirit and never separating, now lay steadily in his palm, their spiritual light warm, enriched, their Dao rhythm long and profound. Gazing at the two treasures in his palm, Wan Bao could no longer contain the turmoil, within his hearty laughter echoing throughout the divine mountain, his mirth piercing through layers of innate great formations, shaking the fortunes and spiritual veins for miles, startling the celestial light around, causing a rush of fortune to surge. Top tier, innate spiritual treasure, the gathering treasure basin. The primordial innate wonder, the money of treasure falls. Great fortune has befallen me. After the ecstatic outburst, Wan Bao's mind settled, and he carefully examined and contemplated the supreme mysteries of the two innate treasures, every aspect, every line of innate Dao rhythm and extraordinary power vividly reflected in his sea of consciousness. Top-tier innate spiritual treasure, gathering treasure basin. The basin in his palm is ancient and smooth, radiating gentle light, with auspicious energy concealed within, truly a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, containing 48 innate restrictions perfected to the utmost with profound depth. It was transformed from fragments of the chaotic pearl at the dawn of creation, nourished by a thread of the primal yellow essence of heaven and earth, rooted in the core of the innate gung gold spiritual vein, having absorbed the fortunes of heaven and earth, and gathered worldly wealth for countless eons, self-repairing its damaged origin, eventually solidifying into the supreme spiritual treasure. With 48 innate restrictions perfected without flaw, it lacked only the final source lock to break through, just one step away from the highest innate treasure. The gathering treasure basin encompasses the Dao rhythms of gung gold, wealth, fortune, storage, and creation, forming a complete system of creation. It is the unparalleled treasure of fortune and creation in the primordial realm. Looking at its form, the basin is entirely forged from innate gilded gold and ancient dark gold, naturally shaped, without scars of chiseling. It has a standard 6-foot diameter, 3 feet in depth, with a round and upright shape, ancient and majestic, devoid of any aggressive sharpness. A layer of warm and rich, auspicious golden light constantly swirls around it, pure and clear, without a trace of sinister energy. It is a rare treasure of pure fortune and pure creation in the primordial realm. The outer wall of the basin is engraved with a complete set of innate wealth Dao runes, layered and flowing endlessly, with intricately carved primordial patterns of the primordial mountains, and sees the cycles of sun and moon, the worship of wealth, the celebration of 5 blessings, and the coexistence of yin and yang golden carps. Each line is an innate trace of the Dao from the dawn of creation, concealing the mysteries of heaven and earth. At the bottom of the basin lies a naturally formed innate wealth gathering array, with the core imprint of a profound and ancient primal yellow creation seal, the fundamental core and source of power of the entire basin. Surrounding the rim of the basin are 9 revolving innate golden rings, spinning of their own accord day and night, continuously showering down streams of golden light of fortune, nourishing the basin and nurturing auspiciousness. Moreover, the interior of the basin is an independent small world, boundlessly vast, with an endless sea of golden spiritual energy, the innate gung gold source, ceaselessly flourishing and never exhausting, capable of containing mountains, rooting spiritual roots and accumulating treasures, with limitless space and no constraints. The basin can expand or contract at will, changing according to his heart, with divine powers at his command. When enlarged, it can become a golden pool thousands of feet deep, capable of containing an entire mountain's spiritual vein and planting innate spiritual roots. When shrunk, it can condense into his palm, thin and transparent, almost weightless, making it extremely portable. Its innate divine powers are utterly remarkable. First, it gathers all treasures and accumulates wealth from all directions. The gathering treasure basin possesses an all-weather self-absorption ability, constantly attracting the gung gold spiritual energy, drifting wealth, ethereal treasure light, and the spiritual essence of heavenly materials and earthly treasures scattered throughout the primordial realm. Within a radius of millions of miles, all spiritual materials, ores, innate spiritual leaves, broken spiritual treasures, and scattered traces of the Dao will be drawn by its source, spontaneously rushing into the basin. If the innate golden leaves produced by the money tree are thrown into the basin, they can instantly extract 100% pure innate gung gold essence from the leaves, refining them into liquid innate gold essence, with a conversion rate of 100%, without any loss, perfectly sublime. Second, it stabilizes luck and secures blessings. The gathering treasure basin carries the top-tier source of fortune from heaven and earth. If placed at the core of a cave dwelling, it can stabilize the luck of that realm, securing the Dao lineage automatically, resolving surrounding calamities, and diluting the hostile energy of heaven and earth, protecting the peace of the Dao dwelling. The holder who continuously gathers wealth, fortune, and luck with the basin will gradually transform their physical body and spirit into a pure Dao body of fortune, immune to disasters, devoid of inner demons, and untouched by karmic flames. Together with the innate source of his money tree, the dual fortunes stack upon each other. Even the curses and malevolent energies of the top-tier powers in the primordial realm find it difficult to approach. Third, it consumes and refines all laws, transforming calamities into wealth. This treasure encompasses all purifying all impurities. It can actively devour discarded spiritual treasures, malevolent artifacts, veins of extreme energy, polluted karmic forces, and the tainted energies of heaven and earth, transforming all negative and malevolent powers into the purest gold wealth and heavenly fortunes. It completely eliminates the risks of ordinary storage treasures accumulating malevolent energy or corroding the foundational Dao of the soul, remaining clean and transparent, untouched by any negative forces. In times of conflict, it can suddenly open the basin's mouth, unleashing a torrent of golden energy to pull in the enemy's treasures and disarm them. Paired with the money of treasure falls, it can first seal the spirit of the fallen treasure, then consume and imprison it, permanently severing the connection between the enemy's treasures and their owner's soul, completely sealing the spiritual treasures and even directly dismantling and refining them into his own cultivation resources, achieving both combat support and resource transformation. Fourth, it deduces the path of wealth, discerning all things. Within the basin, myriad wealth Dao patterns form a celestial deduction capable of uncovering the origins of all things, instantly discerning the true grades, hidden wonders, subtle flaws, and karmic ties of all spiritual materials, treasures, pills, and techniques. It excels at weighing transactions between heaven and earth, calculating the gains and losses of karma, allowing one to navigate the primordial realm, exchanging innate resources while standing in an invincible position, never suffering losses. Moreover, there is the unique enhancement of Wanbao. Wanbao is the embodiment of the money tree, and since the creation of the gathering treasure basin, it has been thoroughly bound to his spirit and essence, sharing the same source, resonating with his intentions. There is no need for blood to recognize the master, or to spend time refining. With a thought, he can activate all the powers of the basin, enhancing all abilities by 30%, far surpassing the foundations of ordinary top-tier spiritual treasures. Additionally, the small world within the gathering treasure basin is specifically used to cultivate the detached roots of the money tree, storing vast amounts of innate gold essence and rare spiritual materials, tirelessly nurturing them day and night. Wealth, aura, and fortune nourish the divine tree's origin, feeding back into the money tree's roots, greatly accelerating the maturation of golden leaves, thereby forging an inexhaustible, self-sufficient, closed loop of cultivation resources. This allows Wanbao to cultivate in peace without needing to traverse the primordial wilderness or fight over treasures, sitting upon boundless resources with enduring fortune and absolute security. A flicker of his gaze, Wanbao looked toward the exquisite ancient coin in his palm, his heart surging with ecstasy. Unlike the conventional graded spiritual treasures of the primordial wilderness, the fallen money coin was one of the rarest and most precious innate exotic treasures. The myriad spiritual treasures of the primordial wilderness were categorized into grades: supreme, top, upper, and lower innate treasures, all with defined rankings. Only innate exotic treasures transcended the conventional grading system, possessing no rank or grade. Unique Dao rhymes, heaven-defying rules, and absolute uniqueness. Such exotic treasures were exceedingly rare. Throughout the entire history of the primordial wilderness, only a handful were clearly recorded, such as Yuanshi Tianzhen's Qin Yuan of all heavens and Tongtian Shengren's six-soul banner. And the fallen money coin in his hand was an innate exotic treasure of the same rank and origin as those two. The greatest trait of innate exotic treasures was that they required no refinement, no spirit nurturing, and no acknowledgement. They were instantly comprehensible, responsive to thought, and perfectly controlled, being complete and flawless since birth with no defects or shortcomings. The treasure's origin was extremely ancient, derived from the primal chaos wealth pattern source at the dawn of creation. It condensed an innate extreme rule, absorbed eons of boundless profound yellow fortune, and pure innate metal chi, ultimately evolving into the form of the primordial sky ancient coin. It integrated 5 great rules: Gung metal, wealth path, transaction, karma severance, and treasure suppression, governing the Great Dao of balancing all treasures in the primordial wilderness. In appearance, the fallen money coin was a well-proportioned round square hole ancient coin, forged entirely from the purest chaos gold essence and innate gilded gold, exuding an ancient, sacred, and extraordinary Dao charm. Its size could expand or shrink at will, expanding into a massive coin spanning several zhang to suppress the void, or shrinking to the size of a fingertip, exquisitely delicate. On both sides of the coin grew a pair of translucent, shimmering golden wings. When spread, they scattered countless fine wealth-patterned golden threads, granting flight speed so extreme it surpassed most innate light-speed techniques in the primordial wilderness, allowing unrestricted movement across 10,000 li in an instant. On the front of the coin were engraved the ancient, innate golden characters Qiankuan Dingbao, heaven and earth treasure stabilizer, with patterns interwoven with the primal wealth Dao of heaven and earth, flowing with the eternal profound yellow light of creation. On the back were inscribed the heavenly Dao seal script Nabeo Guan, absorb treasures, return to source, a 4-character true mantra, concealing the supreme heavenly law of balanced transactions and the return of all treasures to equilibrium. The central square hole of the coin formed a miniature independent wealth Dao void, capable of temporarily imprisoning the spiritual light and origin of any struck-down treasure, completely sealing its path of return and preventing the enemy from instantly recalling their artifact. At rest, the wings folded close to the coin's body, appearing warm, restrained, and unassuming, with only a faint, auspicious golden glow. Once activated in battle, the golden wings would suddenly spread, emitting a crisp, resonant, immortal chime that echoed in harmony with the money tree's leaf vein, immortal sound, resounding across heaven and earth. Its core divine power was an unsolvable rule of the primordial wilderness. Except for innate supreme treasures, all treasures shall fall. This was a top-tier causality law transcending ordinary spells, spiritual power, and divine abilities. Under the innate supreme treasures, all postnatal spiritual treasures and innate spiritual treasures of every grade were destined to be struck down. It could instantly sever the profound soul karma connection between an enemy's artifact and its master, causing the released treasure to lose all spiritual light, fall from the sky uncontrolled, and remain utterly unable to be recalled or controlled by its original owner for a short period. Truly the bane of all treasures in the world. Of course, the heavenly Dao maintains its own balance. This treasure only targeted artifacts, storage-type spiritual treasures, and innate spiritual objects released by cultivators. Pure physical weapons, physical divine powers, formation foundations, and the innate supreme treasures accompanying saints in their enlightenment were not within its scope, adhering to the equilibrium of the primordial wilderness. Simultaneously, the fallen money coin governed the complete innate transaction, Dao able to consume its own fortune and aura to forge heavenly Daoist-certified transaction contracts. The more fortune and wealth aura consumed, the higher the grade of heavenly materials, spiritual treasure, Dao fruits, and innate opportunities that could be exchanged. The transactions were fair and just, backed by the heavenly Dao, with no possibility of regret, treachery, or breach of contract. The fallen money coin, the treasure-gathering basin, and the money tree formed the unique, perfectly closed-loop trinity of innate wealth Dao treasures in the primordial wilderness, sharing the same origin, complementing each other, and being indispensable. The money tree endlessly produced myriad innate golden leaves. The leaves were cast into the treasure-gathering basin to extract pure innate gold essence and mass condense innate copper coins, continuously supplying the fallen money coin with the wealth energy it needed, fully self-sufficient without consuming any of Wanbao's own merit or origin fortune. In battle with a thought, Wanbao would release the fallen money coin to strike enemies and forcibly knock down their treasures. In an instant, the treasure-gathering basin would open its boundless, devouring golden light, swallowing the fallen enemy artifact into its internal mini-world, permanently isolating the soul imprint, allowing it to be retained, melted, or refined, at will, ultimately turning it to his own use. If all three treasures were activated simultaneously, countless golden chi threads would intertwine, instantly enveloping 1,000 li of void and forming the supreme innate three-wealth grand formation. Within the formation's domain, all released spiritual treasures would be suppressed, their rules sealed and rendered immobile. Unless a saint personally intervened, no one could forcibly break free or reclaim their artifacts. Most crucially, the vast fortune and aura stored in the treasure-gathering basin could continuously supply the fallen money coin, perfectly offsetting the fortune cost of every treasure-striking act, completely avoiding the heavenly Dao backlash and fortune overdraft that would occur if the coin were used alone. Recall the later conferred God tribulation. Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao, despite wielding the fallen money coin, lacked the treasure-gathering basin to accumulate fortune and replenish losses. They used the heaven-defying rule alone, ultimately exhausting their fortune and suffering heavenly Dao backlash, perishing in an instant. A tragic end of death and Dao dissolution. But Wanbao, with his three treasures united in a perfect closed loop, had completely eliminated this soul. Moreover, as the Dao manifestation of the money tree itself, the fallen money coin had been connected to his origin and soul since the dawn of creation. No adjustment or mastery was needed. It responded instantly to thought, and all its divine powers were elevated far beyond the limits it could achieve alone. Holding two extraordinary treasures with the foundation of an upper-grade innate spiritual root, he attained the fruition of a golden immortal of fortune. Gazing at the treasures, shimmering with spiritual light in his palm, Wanbao's eyes were filled with certainty and composure. The upper-grade innate spiritual root money tree in human form. Indeed, its foundations are deep, and its fortune immense, born with supreme innate spiritual treasures and innate exotic treasures accompanying it. Standing at the center of the cave heaven's spiritual vein, surrounded by layers of dense mist-like innate wealth metal spiritual chi, Wanbao's heart was filled with barely contained joy. In his past life, he was a down-and-out Taoist priest in the mortal world. No background, no resources, perpetually empty pockets, toiling daily for scraps of silver, living a plain life of barely 100 years. Even minor ailments left him helpless, and he never touched a trace of immortal destiny. But in an instant his soul traversed into the primordial wilderness, and all his past poverty and hardship vanished like smoke. His fate was utterly transformed. He obtained a supreme innate Dao body and boundless heavenly earth lifespan. Golden immortal immortality, coexisting with heaven and earth, living alongside sun and moon, Such fortune was a fantasy beyond imagination in his past life. At present this primordial wilderness was still intact, not yet torn apart by countless subsequent culpas. Innate spiritual qi filled the world to near liquefaction with pure origin, Dao qi flowing through mountains, rivers, earth, and the starry heavens. Ordinary beings could transcend their mortal bodies and step onto the immortal path after centuries of breathing and refining. Becoming an immortal here was not particularly difficult. The recognized cultivation levels of the primordial wilderness from low to high were earth, immortal, heaven, immortal, true, immortal, mystic, immortal, golden, immortal, tai, golden, immortal, Daoyuo, golden, immortal, Hunyuan, golden, immortal, quasi-saint, and Hunyuan, Daoyuo, golden, immortal, saint. Golden immortal was the backbone combat level of the primordial wilderness, firmly positioned above mystic immortal and below tai, golden immortal, the lifelong pursuit threshold for countless loose cultivators and tribes. Once one attained the golden immortal Dao, they completely broke free from mortality, their lifespan transcending ordinary cycles of world birth and destruction. Unless they were drawn into a world-destroying tribulation or personally targeted by a heavenly Dao saint, they would not naturally die of old age. Their primordial spirit became solid and stable, and ordinary mountain-shattering cataclysms, floods, or fires could not harm their fundamental being in the slightest. When a cultivator attained golden immortalhood, they would touch a single law and condense a personal golden immortal Dao fruit within their Dantian Dao Si. From then on they no longer relied solely on accumulating spiritual qi to raise their cultivation, but could freely mobilize the corresponding law's origin power, invoking its might with a gesture. Their physical body was further forged into an immortal body difficult to damage at its foundation. Their primordial spirit was anchored within the void's Dao rhyme. As long as the Dao fruit remained unbroken, even if the body was destroyed, and the soul scattered, a remnant wisp could seek an innate spiritual vein, draw upon its origin, and cultivate back to life. Those newly entering the golden immortal realm had only just condensed their Dao fruit, able to only roughly comprehend and mobilize a branch path of a single great Dao. Perfecting it required lengthy ages of sedimentation and polishing their law comprehension. Wanbao was immersed in the ecstasy of his extraordinarily privileged origins when his companion's spiritual treasure, the treasure-gathering basin, suddenly emitted a clear tremor. With a resonant hum of golden chime, the treasure-gathering basin in his right palm violently shook. Golden light surged from its mouth, and a dazzling pure, Jing-metal golden beam shot skyward, circled once, then hovered quietly 3 qi before Wanbao. The golden light slowly dispersed, shedding its blinding halo to reveal a massive ancient golden brick floating steadily in midair, its surface flowing with faint, innate, indestructible spiritual light. Wanbao's mind stirred, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. An innate spiritual treasure has come to me. He extended his divine sense into the golden brick and perceived clearly the indestructible spiritual light, unique to innate objects. Its aura was of the same wealth metal path as his natal companions, the treasure-gathering basin and the fallen money coin, sharing the same origin. Yet a comparison revealed the difference. The innate spiritual light foundation of this golden brick was far inferior to the supreme innate spiritual treasure-gathering basin, and also somewhat lesser than the fallen money coin. Wanbao waved his hand, withdrawing the treasure-gathering basin and the fallen money coin into the depths of his consciousness, sinking them into his primordial spirit's origin for constant nurturing. Then he reached out and firmly grasped the innate golden brick floating in the void. He infused it with his own money tree wealth metal Dao rhyme, attempting to refine this treasure that had come to him out of nowhere. Unexpectedly, the process was incredibly smooth. Their Daos shared the same origin with no rejection or obstruction. In just an instant, he easily refined one layer of innate restrictions. It's actually a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the innate golden brick. Seeing the treasure's grade, Wanbao's eyes lit up, his joy deepening. He had thought his birth brought only the treasure-gathering basin and the fallen money coin, but unexpectedly this mid-grade, innate spiritual treasure had come to him willingly, gained without any effort. This innate golden brick had extraordinary origins. At the moment Pangu split heaven and earth, the purest innate Jing metal origin merged with the boundless wealth Dao golden Shi of heaven and earth, naturally gestating within the endless golden vein, divine minds deep in the 9 heavens. Born in brick form, it drifted with spiritual veins after creation to the blessed land of Mount Wui, where it was drawn by the wealth metal Dao rhyme emanating from the treasure-gathering basin. It hid within the basin, only manifesting when Wanbao took form and emerged. It was by no means a mortal artifact smelted by postnatal fire. Within it were carved 18 innate restrictions, squarely within the standard range of 13 to 24 restrictions for mid-grade innate spiritual treasures. The brick's body was forged from pure innate Jing metal, its surface covered with naturally formed gilded Dao patterns. At standard size, it was 3 qi long, heavy, and substantial in hand, weighing over 10,000 jun. It could shrink or expand at will, shrinking to the size of a pellet to be hidden in a sleeve or consciousness, or expanding to 10,000 zhang, towering like a mountain to suppress an entire realm of heaven and earth. At ordinary times, the brick concealed all its golden light, revealing no hint of sharpness. But once activated with mana Tinthasan's brilliant golden radiance shot straight into the clouds surrounded by auspicious wealth chi. It possessed a natural suppression and same origin resonance against all metal-type magical treasures, mortal gold and silver, and various wealth Dao divine powers. The treasure governed the innate Jing metal path of slaughter and destruction, possessing two core divine abilities. The first was Myriad Brick Shadows. Upon release it split into hundreds of golden brick phantoms that struck simultaneously at speeds imperceptible to the naked eye. It specialized in breaking physical bodies and attacking the primordial spirit-shattering spells and armor without fail. Against cultivators below Tai golden immortal lacking protective treasures, a single strike could gravely wound their Dao foundation. Even an unprepared, ordinary Tai golden immortal struck Heaton would suffer cracked flesh and surging kiblet. The second was world-suppressing gold pressure. Fully channeling its innate Jing metal Dao origin, the brick expanded like a mountain and crashed down with overwhelming force. Its boundless metal chi solidified the surrounding void, locking down the opponent's teleportation and escape techniques. The metal chi invading the soul caused dizziness and mental disorientation, stripping away their ability to resist. As an innate spiritual treasure, its foundation was heaven-blessed. As long as its innate restrictions were not completely shattered, even if the brick cracked or broke in battle, it only needed to find an innate Jing metal spiritual vein to draw origin essence and refine itself back to full form over time. No need for the cultivator to expend vast heavenly materials and earthly treasures on repairs. This is indeed a most handy offensive treasure. Wanbao stroked the cool, heavy surface of the golden brick in his palm, feeling genuine joy with not a trace of disdain for it being merely a mid-grade, innate spiritual treasure. He knew well how scarce innate spiritual treasures were in the primordial wilderness. Remember the 3,000 great beings who attended the Jiejiao Palace lectures? Those were figures at the very top of the primordial wilderness with minimum cultivation at Daoist Golden Immortal and a large number of quasi-saints. Yet most of them did not possess even a single innate spiritual treasure, relying solely on their natal Great Dao divine powers and physical origin in battle. Even Kuanpung, a veteran quasi-saint who roamed the four seas with deep foundations, could not produce a single innate spiritual treasure worthy of the occasion, relying entirely on his own divine powers in combat. Since Dao ancestor Hanjun delivered the 3 Jiejiao Palace lectures and spread the method of severing the 3 corpses to attain enlightenment across the primordial wilderness, innate spiritual treasures became even harder to obtain. To break through to Daoist and attain quasi-sainthood, one had to find innate spiritual treasures, innate spiritual roots, or innate exotic objects to host the good corpse, evil corpse, and self-corpse. Innate objects instantly became a rigid necessity fought over by all top cultivators, growing ever scarcer and more precious. All existing innate spiritual treasures in the primordial wilderness originated mostly from fragments of chaos, supreme treasures shattered when Pangu split heaven and earth, and remnants of natal treasures left by the fallen ancient 3,000 gods. After countless great tribulations, they had long since declined from their prime at the dawn of creation. First came the beast tribulation with its slaughter of living beings, then the Dragon Han calamity with the 3-clan struggle of Dragon Phoenix and Shilin, followed by the Dao Demon war sweeping across the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. Through one world-destroying calamity after another, countless innate spiritual treasures were shattered, dissolved, and returned to the origin of heaven and earth. By the present era, as the witch abomination tribulation began, the intact innate spiritual treasures that remained were few indeed. 9 out of 10 had long since found owners claimed by various divinities and reclusive great powers. Those wandering masterless across heaven and earth were exceedingly rare. Wanbao, without even actively seeking treasures, had this innate golden brick drawn by the wealth Dao to come to his treasure-gathering basin on its own. This was ample proof that as the upper-grade innate money tree in human form, his fortune and aura far surpassed the vast majority of cultivators in the primordial wilderness, truly heaven-blessed, and the envy of all. A wisp of wealth metal Dao rhyme flowed from Wanbao's fingertip into the golden brick, properly storing it in his consciousness to be nurtured alongside the treasure-gathering basin and the fallen money coin. With this, his heart held even more confidence for the road ahead in the primordial wilderness. The treasure bowl was gathered deep into the sea of his divine consciousness for careful nurturing as the surrounding golden and silver light slowly dissipated, leaving only the refreshing and lingering spiritual energy enveloping his entire being. Wanbao retracted the overflowing aura of fortune, feeling an irresistible urge to explore the place of transformation. This place is the foundation he has nurtured for countless years. Since the awakening of a remnant soul from another world and its transformation into reality, he has yet to fully survey the entirety of this cave heaven. With a thought and immense divine sense unfurled from the center of his brow, spreading out like a tide over the vast expanse of the cave heaven. Mountains, rivers, spiritual veins, and secret valleys were all encompassed by the divine sense, with every detail clearly reflected in his mind, providing an unobstructed view of the entire cave heaven. His form transformed into a light of pale azure, swiftly crossing 100 miles of clouds and steadily landing before an ancient jade-like stone tablet, standing at the entrance of the cave heaven. The tablet was not made of ordinary jade, but was forged from the primordial mysterious jade born at the dawn of creation. Its surface flowed with faint golden patterns inscribed with 5 enigmatic symbols of the heavenly Dao, which were not the common language of the primal world, but the original script born from the Dao itself. Wan Bao's gaze lightly swept over, and in an instant he understood the meaning of the symbols in his heart, whispering softly, "True ascension into the mysterious heaven." As the words fell, his fingertips gently caressed the cool and smooth surface of the tablet, a fleeting realization washing over him. True ascension into the mysterious heaven. Isn't this precisely the cave heaven ranked 16th in the Daoist canon of the later generations, the Wui Mountain Cave Heaven? It turns out that my place of transformation roots is indeed in the primordial Wui Mountain. He traced the inscriptions on the tablet with his fingertip, raising his gaze to survey the entire cave heaven. The rich primordial spiritual energy wafted through the air, with clouds and mist floating above, transforming into spiritual rain that slowly fell. The air was also infused with faint yet pure chaotic primal essence, intertwining with the mountains and valleys. In terms of foundational contours, this place is indeed the true ascension into the mysterious cave heaven recorded in ancient texts. The flow of mountains and the direction of the land veins are precisely as described, yet the internal aura and the heaviness of the laws differ greatly from what is recorded, exuding an ineffable and transcendent mystery. It seems all the changes are due to that remnant soul from another world. Wan Bao quietly contemplated the profound laws of the Dao flowing around him, and sensed the vague remnants of chaos in the air. Instantly, he traced back to the source, focusing his gaze deep within his own divine consciousness. With swift hand movements, he executed the intricate primordial seal, and a gentle halo of chaotic light slowly rose from his mud pill palace. A pearl perfectly round and swirling with black and white colors floated before him, the Honyuan pearl that accompanied him through the primordial chaos. The surface of the pearl was layered with restrictive seals, and upon close count, there were exactly 14 primordial restrictions suppressing the primal essence within. Wan Bao gazed at the pearl, his thoughts drifting back to the dawn of creation, speaking softly to himself, revealing past secrets. This item originates from the complete chaotic treasure, the Chaos Pearl, which existed at the time of Panga's creation. However, the laws of the Dao balance the primordial universe. The newly born cosmos cannot accommodate treasures of the chaotic level. The Dao summoned thunder, shattering the pearl into countless fragments. Among them, the largest core fragment protected my remnant soul, on the verge of disintegration, crossing time and space to fall into the Wui mountain range, landing in the heart of the true ascension into the mysterious heaven. Within the cave heaven, primordial essence mingled with the remaining chaotic energy from the fragments, and after countless years of nurturing, it evolved into this pearl concealed with 14 restrictions sufficient to mask all heavenly secrets and transcend the bonds of the 3 realms and 5 elements. The remaining fragments scattered throughout the primordial world, each absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming into various grades of pearls scattered across the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Many fragments also integrated into the depths of the cave heaven's earth veins, transforming the entire foundation of Wui Mountain. As he thought of this, Wan Bao looked around at the continuous celestial peaks, filled with amazement, exclaiming, "What an extraordinary fortune!" This is because the chaotic pearl fragments that integrated into the earth veins transformed the foundation of the cave heaven, combined with the residual Dao rhyme from the lightning that shattered the chaotic pearl. The true ascension into the mysterious heaven, originally ranked among the 36 small cave heavens, has long since undergone a metamorphosis, its foundation vastly increased. Ordinary 36 small cave heavens can only nurture inferior and medium-grade primordial spiritual materials, with shallow Dao rhymes and thin earth vein origins. However, the current Wui Mountain Cave Heaven, in terms of the richness of spiritual energy, completeness of laws, and depth of origin, does not fall short of the top 10 cave heavens of the primordial world. Its foundational depth can indeed match that of Mount Shumi and Mount Wansho, only slightly inferior to the Kunlun Mountains and the Eastern Sea Panlai Immortal Island. Looking across the entire primordial world, there are few cave heavens that can surpass this place, a true top-tier primordial cave heaven. Wan Bao clarified the grading of cave heavens in his heart, increasingly aware of his extraordinary opportunities. Within the primordial world, cave heavens and blessed lands have clear distinctions, unmistakably separated. One category is the acquired cave heavens created by top powers like the Deluo and saints who carve through the void with their supreme abilities, using spiritual treasures and formations to forge their own. The grade depends entirely on the cultivator's cultivation level, and the treasures used ultimately inferior to the primordial ones. The other category consists of the primordial secret realms naturally derived at the beginning of creation, which are graded from low to high, as primordial blessed lands, primordial small cave heavens, primordial large cave heavens, and the ancestral veins of heaven and earth, with a stark difference. Cave heavens and blessed lands are fundamentally different and cannot be confused. A cave heaven forms a separate, closed small world with passages connecting to the mundane earth of the primordial world. Within the secret realm the sun and moon rotate, rivers and mountains exist, and there are complete closed-loop laws of the earth veins akin to a miniature celestial realm embedded in the mortal world. The so-called cave is a passage that connects to the source of the Dao, capable of drawing in the celestial light of the nine heavens and the Dao rhyme of the heavenly Dao. Blessed lands, on the other hand, merely rely on the spiritual blocks attached to the main world of the primordial, lacking independent heavenly and earthly space. They are merely valleys and peaks where the earth veins converge, seamlessly connected both inside and outside, without any spatial barriers. The disparities in what is nurtured by creation are even more pronounced. Primordial cave heavens have continuously cycling high-grade spiritual veins sufficient to nurture superior and top-grade primordial spiritual roots and treasures. The concentration of spiritual energy within is more than 100 times that of the mundane soil outside. Blessed lands have thin spiritual energy, at most giving birth to acquired spiritual herbs, and ordinary primordial ores almost never producing high-grade rare treasures. In terms of self-preservation and capability to withstand tribulations, the two are worlds apart. Cave heavens come with protective formations. External disasters and tribulations find it hard to invade the secret realm. Even if the primordial continent were to break apart in the future, the cave heaven would remain stable as ever. However, blessed lands are entirely dependent on the external main earth veins. Once the nearby veins are severed in battle, the spiritual energy will quickly dissipate, and the blessed land will directly become an ordinary wasteland. Primordial cave heavens are fixed from the moment of creation, possessing exclusive heavenly and earthly origins unaffected by the fluctuations of the external primordial earth veins. Blessed lands rely entirely on external earth veins for spiritual energy, making their foundation extremely unstable. The true ascension into the mysterious heaven which nurtured him was originally a medium-level primordial small cave heaven, but with the falling of the chaotic pearl fragments and the rooting of his remnant soul, the cave heaven's origin was reshaped by the chaotic essence, forcefully completing a leap in level, advancing to a robust primordial large cave heaven. Standing amidst the sea of clouds, Wan Bao gazed down at the mesmerizing true ascension into the mysterious heaven, fully aware of how terrifying his foundation truly was. With a superior primordial spiritual root as his base Dao body, he was born with endless fortune and wealth. Upon emergence, he was accompanied by a top-grade primordial treasure, the treasure bowl, continuously gathering the cherished treasures of heaven and earth. Deep within his divine consciousness lay the Hongyuan pearl, concealing heavenly secrets transcending the 3 realms and 5 elements. Moreover, he uniquely possessed a top-tier primordial large cave heaven comparable to Shimi and Wanshou Mountains as his cultivation foundation. With a complete set of backing treasures, cultivation grounds, luck, and fortune, looking across the billions of beings in the primordial world, it is exceedingly rare for any cultivator to reach such a starting point, even after countless years of arduous cultivation. Wan Bao sat cross-legged before the primordial mysterious jade stone tablet, with the interweaving colors of yellow, azure, blue, red, and black flowing slowly around him as wisps of Dao rhymes streamed from his fingertips into the depths of the tablet. Refining the entire cave heaven and mastering the primordial great formation is no easy task. The stone tablet serves as the central hub of the formation, inscribed with the source Dao seals of all the primordial formations of the true ascension into the mysterious heaven. It also integrates the chaotic pearl fragment and the residual Dao laws from the heavenly thunder punishment. The laws are complex and heavy to fully merge his mind and spirit and manipulate the 6 great formations that he must gradually infuse his own divine consciousness to moisten the Dao marks within the tablet, eliminating the barriers between himself and the cave heaven and establishing a symbiotic Dao pact. Wan Bao lightly closed his eyes, and the Hongyuan pearl floated out from his mud pill palace, radiating layers of chaotic light to protect his divine consciousness. Day and night passed as he continuously refined the formation with his divine consciousness, dissecting the interwoven laws of thunder punishment, yin and yang, the cosmos, fortune, chaos, and veiling the heavens. Each time he penetrated a restriction, a surge of thick cave heaven essence would flow into his body, nourishing his foundational Dao. In the primordial world, where time is elusive and the mountains are ageless, immersed in understanding the formation, Wan Bao completely cast aside the flow of external time. While the outside world underwent countless changes, within the cave heaven only the eternal circulation of Dao patterns remained, and he was utterly unaware of the swift passage of time. After an indeterminate number of cycles of sun and moon transitions, with the chaotic energy tides rising and falling countless times, when the last severing barrier of the formation was completely dissolved by his divine consciousness, every grass, tree, spring, peak, and every strand of circulating restrictive power within the cave heaven was clearly reflected in his sea of consciousness, as if he could control them as easily as his own limbs. Wan Bao slowly lifted his gaze as 2 streams of golden light flashed in his eyes. The long silent divine sense swept across the entire independent small world, and there was no longer any hindrance in his heart. He gently flicked his fingers to perform the primordial calculation method, calculating the passage of time, and sighed softly. It took me thousands of years to refine a primordial large formation of a cave heaven, while the time in the primordial world is indeed as cheap as dust for primordial beings. As the words fell, he lightly raised his right hand, and a strand of fortune Dao silk entwined around the massive, mysterious jade stone tablet before him. Buzz! A deep and heavy Dao sound echoed throughout the mountains as the towering stone tablet at the entrance to the cave heaven retracted its spiritual light. All the complex formations shrank layer upon layer, compressing inward, transforming in an instant into a palm-sized warm and delicate small jade tablet lightly floating into Wan Bao's palm. The surface of the stone tablet was adorned with 6 different colored Dao patterns that slowly moved the purple sky. The interplay of black and white, yin-yang, fish, azure, and golden cosmic patterns, gilded wealth, radiance, misty, chaotic aura, and a shrouding fog veil revolve in harmonious cycles. These constitute the 6 core principles of the Grand Array. Wanba's fingertips gently traced the heavenly Dao runes etched upon the tablet's surface, his gaze fixed upon the small jade tablet in his palm, as he silently recited the full name of the formation, Innate Ascension Yuan, subduing profound Grand Array. Contemplating the endless Dao resonance flowing within the tablet, he sincerely marveled. This is an innate Grand Array born from the creation of heaven itself. Each link interlocks with exquisite subtlety and unparalleled foundation that naturally safeguards the Dao. Originally named the Primordial Chaos Sky-Shrouding Innate Grand Array, the simplified name Innate Ascension Yuan, subduing profound Grand Array, suffices among common folk. It was not forcibly constructed by later cultivators through consuming spirit treasures and effort, but originated the moment fragments of the Chaos Pearl fell onto the Wui mountain range, merging with the cave heaven's ley lines and root foundation, thus coexisting with the entire true ascension profound heaven, a supreme, naturally born protective cave formation. When the Chaos Pearl was shattered by the thunderous wrath of the heavenly Dao, countless fragments scattered across the cave heaven, each bearing primordial chaos essence, transforming the originally 36 minor cave heavens of Wui's foundation. The lingering residual power of the apocalyptic heavenly thunder permeated mountains and ley lines, leaving behind the innate thunder Dao root. Layered upon this was the innate spatial law of true ascension profound heaven itself, forming a self-contained realm. The fusion and collision of multiple origins nurtured by countless years of heaven and earth culminated in this Grand Array, embodying 6 major principles. The Grand Array uses the entire cave heaven, an independent miniature world, as an immense, boundless foundation. It requires no continuous expenditure of Wanbao's own magical power to maintain operation, relying solely on the ceaseless emanation of the ley line's primordial force to sustain itself eternally. The complete array perfectly integrates 6 core Daoist principles: primordial chaos, origin, yin-yang, birth and death, cosmic heavens, and earth, heavenly punishment, thunder power, innate fortune and wealth, aura, and primordial, heavenly secrecy, concealment. The 6 layers of the Grand Array progress inwardly, each level surpassing the last, interlocking seamlessly. It simultaneously embodies 6 functions: confinement, suppression, killing, bewilderment, concealment, and accumulation. Internally, the array restrains murderous energy with chaotic qi, harmonizing yin-yang and cosmic forces, nourishing the mountain's spiritual roots, mineral veins, and innate spirit treasures with wealth aura. Externally, it isolates all prying gazes, any intruder triggers successive prohibitions, ensnaring and annihilating invaders. It transcends the 3 realms and 5 elements, conceals itself, while steadily deploying defenses, accumulating fortune and treasures, and evading countless tribulation calamities along the cultivation path. First layer: profound thunder, annihilating delusion, heavenly punishment domain, thunder attribute, primary killing and defense barrier. The outermost defense line of the array, it occupies the outer cloud seas surrounding the 72 peaks of Wui. Its foundation stems from the residual Dao resonance of the apocalyptic heavenly thunder that shattered the Chaos Pearl, further fused with Wui's innate gung metal thunder veins, producing unceasing thunder power. The thunder domain nurtures 3 types of innate divine thunder: purple cloud judgment, divine thunder, gung metal fragmenting Dao thunder, and chaos oblivion thunder. The boundary tablet at the cave heavens portal serves as the thunder domain's activation hub. Anyone harboring murderous intent or ill will attempting to breach the cave's barrier will instantly trigger the tablet to link with the ley line thunder patterns. Billions of thunderbolts tear through the cloud sea, cascading downward. This thunder carries the heavenly Daoist judgment principle, specifically countering all sinister spirits, demonic Dao arts, and monstrous corporeal divine powers. Ordinary celestial immortals and golden core immortals perish instantly upon contact, their divine soul and body obliterated simultaneously. Even a supreme golden immortal struggling within this thunder domain will suffer erosion and damage to their Dao foundation by the thunder patterns. Root foundations are impaired. Premature, saint-level warriors who recklessly breach will have the ceaseless oblivion divine thunder infiltrate their nascent soul, corroding the 3 corpses and divine soul depleting their primordial cultivation. Second layer, Yin-Yang Birth-Death 2 Polarity Vortex, Yin-Yang Attribute Differentiation and Confinement Probe. Beyond the boundless thunder sea lies the middle circular zone of Yin-Yang Vortex flow sandwiched between the thunder and wealth domains. Its origin derives from the innate Yin-Yang Dao of the Chaos Pearl fragments. The cave heaven's north and south sides hold the Taiyang Cold Spring and the Taiyang Fire Pool respectively. One Yin and one Yang primordial energy flow around the valley, forming an endless Yin-Yang vortex. The Taiyang's extinguishing cold freezes the divine soul, while the Taiyang's primal fire burns the flesh. Yin and Yang energies both generate and annihilate each other, pulling and tearing at intruders. Once stepping into this domain, the vortex forcibly severs a cultivator's body from their nascent soul. The divine soul is uncontrollably dragged into the depths of the Taiyang Cold Spring, frozen in extreme cold for billions of years, thoughts stagnating. Meanwhile, the body is trapped within the Taiyang Fire Pool, constantly scorched by primal flames, burning muscles, bones, and meridians. With body and divine soul separated, only about 10% of a cultivator's full power can be exerted, rendering them nearly incapacitated. The more one struggles, the stronger the yin-yang tearing force becomes, multiplying exponentially. Only those whose Dao foundation maintains yin-yang balance, and who bear profound fortune and fate, can pass through unrestrained traveling safely. Third layer, Innate 3 Wealth Formation, Wealth Fortune Attribute, Bewildering Heart, and Resource Exhaustion Prohibition. Covering all planes, spiritual springs, and medicinal gardens within the cave heaven's center, it centers on the innate origin of wealth and virtue, integrating the numerous innate 5-metal spirit minerals scattered across the mountains, further enhanced by the fortune Dao resonance brought by proximity to the vast sea near Wui, constructing an infinite flowing wealth domain. Within the domain circulate 5 virtue treasure lights and pure innate 5-metal essences. Countless illusions materialize from thin air, innate spirit treasures of myriad varieties, rare spirit roots, endless gold, silver, and jade. Extreme temptations reflecting into the heart and mind, endlessly stirring the greed within living beings, disrupting their Dao heart foundation, causing invaders to lose themselves, unable to distinguish truth from falsehood. Simultaneously, invisible and intangible wealth aura acts like a persistent malignant ulcer, continuously extracting innate essence from cultivators' bodies and continuously eroding the primordial spiritual light of their carried spirit treasures. Enemies' treasures lose control, trembling uncontrollably, involuntarily flying toward the cave heaven's depths, toward the money tree, all absorbed and sealed by the grand array. This layer's prohibition focuses on confinement and attrition rather than slaughter, avoiding heavy karmic consequences, perfectly matching Wanbao's Dao heart, which favors fortune and virtue cultivation and abhors reckless killing calamities. Fourth layer, Cosmic Sealing Prison, Cosmic Attribute Domain Locking and Suppression, Ultimate Prohibition. Encircling the cave heaven's innermost celestial mountains, this is the penultimate defense line of the Grand Array. It evolves based on the complete cosmic Dao contained within the Chaos Pearl fragments. The Heaven Dao represents the sky, exerting oppressive subjugation. The Earth Dao represents the land, performing imprisonment and sealing. Once an invader breaches the first 3 prohibitions and reaches here, the vast azure and golden cosmic formation patterns instantly converge, forming an isolated sealed miniature world, completely severing all spatial displacement, communication, aid, and external summoning divine powers. The Heaven Dao's celestial might suppresses the intruder's cultivation realm from above, directly reducing their power by 30 to 50%. The Earth Dao's heavy ley line force seals the entire body, sealing foundational spells and carried spirit treasures. Even if the opponent has profound cultivation, their power is rendered useless. The cosmic prison can link with the outer profound thunder annihilating delusion, heavenly punishment domain, instantly drawing the boundless heavenly punishment thunder into the prison. The combined forces of thunder, yin-yang, and wealth aura multiply the lethality of the siege. Fifth layer, Chaotic Chi Scouring Chaos Attribute Dissolution and Disintegration Prohibition. Perpetually emanating wild, yet profound chaotic chi. Chaotic chi is the primordial origin of all things, capable of dissolving and disintegrating all postnatal spells, and even ordinary innate Dao principles. Intruders entering this realm find their protective divine light life, marked divine powers, and carried treasures slowly dissolved and erased by chaotic chi. Without top-tier innate spirit treasures for protection, prolonged stay results in the gradual corrosion and dissolution of their Dao body and nascent soul, eventually transforming into the primordial energy of heaven and earth, vanishing without a trace. However, this place is a cultivation treasure land for Wanbao. He possesses the primordial Chaos Pearl, evolved from Chaos Pearl fragments, capable of absorbing chaotic chi to refine his nascent soul and nourish the money tree's essence, strengthening his own foundation. Sixth layer, Primordial Concealment, Dao Unerring Veil, Exclusive Heavenly Secrecy, Domain-Wide Barrier. Unlike the previous 5 layers, which are region-specific prohibitions, this veil covers the entire true ascension, profound heaven, continuously and permanently operating. It is the Grand Array's most pivotal trump card. Its power manifests in four aspects, isolating the heavenly Dao's predictive calculations, blocking boundless divine senses of saints from spying, diluting calamity auras from witches, demons, deities, and the journey to the west, and sealing the cave heaven's profound fortune, as well as Wanbao's own concealed footprints, preventing any leakage of heavenly secrets. From afar, outsiders only see an ordinary 36 minor cave heaven, with mediocre spiritual energy in the Wui Mountains, unable to detect a trace of chaotic aura or the vast innate treasures within. Even saints attempting to divine the primordial situation cannot penetrate the veil to discern the cave's internal reality. The worldly calamity auras sweeping across the heavens are all blocked by the barrier, ensuring the cave heaven's time flows peacefully undisturbed by tribulation waves. Wanbao's boundless fortune, the primordial chaos pearl, and the treasure basin's primordial aura are all concealed, preventing any heavenly Dao counterbalance or saint's covetous attention due to excessive fortune. Wanbao toyed with the small jade tablet in his palm, his heart filled with admiration. Each of the 6 prohibitions performs its duty: killing, confinement, bewilderment, suppression, dissolution, concealment, comprehensively. The 6 originally conflicting principles of thunder, yin-yang, cosmic wealth, aura, and chaos laws are perfectly harmonized by primordial chaos origin, avoiding mutual destruction of the grand array. It can ruthlessly annihilate supreme golden immortal grade foes when advancing, yet conceal itself to avoid disaster when retreating. Internally, it nourishes the cave heaven's spiritual veins, accumulating boundless wealth and fortune. This innate ascension yuan, subduing profound grand array, ranks among the supreme protective Dao formations in the countless cave heavens and blessed lands across the primordial wilderness. With this array guarding Wui Mountain, Wanbao fears no theft or intrusion during his travels through the primordial wilderness. With this thought, Wanbao lightly flicked his fingertips, returning the ascension yuan, subduing profound jade tablet into the primordial chaos pearl for nurturing, allowing the grand array to operate ever more harmoniously and smoothly. Having completed everything, he leapt into the air, walking upon the cloud seas within the cave heaven. Looking up within the cave heaven, the sun and moon hang suspended. The 4 seasons maintain constant temperature. On the north side, the Taiyang cold spring condenses frost and nurtures Yin Ao. On the south side, the Taiyang fire pool burns with light, fostering Yang. Yin and Yang energies circulate in perfect balance. The 72 peaks' spiritual veins interconnect, and the land is covered with scintillating 5-metal spirit minerals and freely growing innate spirit herbs. The world's wealth aura flows with the wind around him, nourishing his wood virtue Dao body. Wanbao slowly descended onto a high platform at the center of the cave heaven, where a towering ancient tree stood. The ancient tree's branches flourished with golden leaves rustling softly. Each leaf shimmered with Dao resonance, its roots deeply embedded in the ley lines, continuously absorbing chaotic qi and feeding back to the entire cave heaven. Now that his Dao body was perfected, spirit treasures complete, grand array in hand, and heavenly secrets fully concealed within the primordial chaos pearl. Outside, the struggle between witches and demons intensified. Celestial powers fought relentlessly, heavenly secrets fluctuated, and calamity auras spread. Yet this true ascension profound heaven stood as an independent pure sanctuary beyond the world. A faint smile graced Wanbao's lips. There was no need to rush into chaotic conflicts, no need to fight for treasures. He only needed to guard Wui, absorb the world's wealth aura, comprehend the grand Dao principles, and patiently await the right opportunity to enter the primordial wilderness with composure. After refining the stone tablet that stabilizes the cave and mastering the innate array, the faint golden patterns of the money tree gradually converged around Wanbao, his golden immortal aura completely merging with the entire true ascension mystic cave. The long winds of the void brushed against his robes as he placed one hand behind his back, raising his gaze to overlook the rolling sea of clouds beneath him, his eyes deep and profound, shimmering with ancient spiritual light originating from the money tree of creation. Having refined the stone tablet and controlled the array, it is time to explore the true ascension mystic cave thoroughly. Wanbao murmured softly, his voice carrying the innate Dao sound echoing across the vast sea of clouds. In my inherited memories, when the chaos pearl shattered, the largest fragment of the primordial source carried a massive amount of chaotic essence and numerous shattered pieces of chaotic treasures, all plunging into this secret realm of the cave. After enduring countless chaotic epochs and the nurturing of the primordial gathering, those scattered treasure fragments should have completely coalesced into form, transforming into innate spiritual treasures or rare innate wonders. Just moments ago, when I refined the main controlling array of the cave and connected to the veins of the entire cave, Wanbao's primordial spirit had already spread out, enveloping the vast territory of the cave, clearly sensing several spatial distortions and chaotic Dao energies within. Those spatial barriers, stained by chaotic essence, concealed a secret boundary that obstructed heavenly truths, hiding opportunities and fortunes that the cave had accumulated over millions of years, incomparable to ordinary innate spiritual items, awaiting his exploration and collection. However, before investigating those spatial anomalies and opportunities, I should first check the source of the pure Dao rhythm that envelopes the area for thousands of miles behind the stone tablet. Wanba's gaze shifted, directly focusing on the mountain range standing behind where the stone tablet had once been. It was a solitary innate celestial mountain piercing the 9 heavens, surrounded by clouds. The soil and stones of the mountain were all transformed from innate spiritual jade, with spiritual springs flowing gently, and the ground teeming with innate Dao flowers. The flora emanated pure Dao spiritual energy, far surpassing the top celestial realms of the outside world. At the summit of the celestial mountain stood a towering ancient tree that pierced the cloud sea of the cave. A clear, warm, and untainted fragrance rolled with the wind flowing in all directions along the sea of clouds. The moment the scent reached Wanbai's nose, all distractions, past tribulations, and the tangled thoughts born from his Dao deductions instantly dissipated, leaving his spiritual platform clear and bright warmth flowing through his primordial spirit, and his comprehension naturally elevated. What a supreme spiritual root that gathers wisdom and condenses Dao. With a flash of golden light beneath his feet, Wanbao activated the money tree's source technique, and the space rippled slightly as his figure crossed the vast sea of clouds in an instant, landing directly beneath the ancient tree's shade. The moment his warm jade-like right hand gently touched the rough bark of the tree, the source inheritance rooted deep within his primordial spirit originating from the money tree roared to life, flooding his consciousness with a massive amount of ancient information and spiritual root source knowledge, clearly revealing the history and essence of the ancient tree before him. A top-tier innate spiritual root, the wisdom tea tree. A deep surprise illuminated Wanba's eyes, unable to suppress his exclamation. The wisdom tea tree, a unique spiritual root of enlightenment in the primordial heavens. It is not listed among the 10 great innate spiritual roots, but in terms of the reverse heavenly effects of enhancing enlightenment, enlightening the primordial spirit, and perfecting the Dao, it surpasses the Fusang divine tree and the Huangzhong Li, and is universally recognized as the #1 spiritual root for enlightenment in the primordial heavens. This tree was born in the primordial era when chaos began to separate and purity first emerged, absorbing a strand of the pure innate wisdom essence that Pangu the Great released during the creation of the world, and merging it with the laws of Dao deduction to take shape. It is the ancestral tea of the primordial world, uniquely specializing in enhancing enlightenment and evolving the 3000 Dao. On the day it took form during the creation of the heavens, it was drawn by the largest fragment of the chaos pearl, rooting itself in the core celestial mountain of the true ascension mystic cave, being the only one of its kind since ancient times. In later generations, all tea trees in the primordial land and celestial realms are descended from the weak postnatal tea seeds scattered by this tree, with incomplete bloodlines and thin Dao rhythms, their efficacy not even reaching 1/10th of the original. In terms of appearance, the original tree stands 9 zhang and 9 feet tall in accordance with the number 9 of the heavens, with its trunk branching into 9 sturdy main stems subtly aligning with the river diagram's 9 palaces and the Dao of the 9 heavens. The bark resembles dragon scales, each inch of texture engraved with naturally formed innate hexagrams and Dao patterns. Usually its own Dao rhythm is exceptionally restrained, hiding wisdom within simplicity, without any overwhelming brilliance leaking out, appearing unremarkable while containing profound mysteries. Its root system is even more mysterious, deeply embedding itself into the cave's veins for 36,000 miles, connecting to the chaotic essence at the heart of the cave and the hidden laws of the 9 underworlds. Countless fine roots intertwine to form a natural network of Dao deduction, autonomously absorbing innate spiritual energy, heavenly Dao rhythms, and the brilliance of the stars day and night, nourishing the original body, perpetually thriving. The branches and leaves are exceptionally gifted every 129,600 years, precisely nurturing 3,000 innate jade, leaves perfectly corresponding to the 3,000 Dao of the primordial world. The leaves are transparent and warm like innate glazed jade, each leaf carrying a complete independent Dao rune. Some inscribe the laws of water and fire transformation, some embed the seals of time and space travel, and some condense the divine powers of slaughter across the heavens, with the essence of all 3,000 Dao encapsulated within the branches and leaves. The ancient tree moves without wind, releasing wisps of faint azure cloud and mist tea fragrance, calming the mind and dispelling illusions. Beneath the tree, the primordial light of wisdom hovers throughout the year. Any living being sitting quietly beneath the tree will automatically shed their distracting thoughts, stabilizing their Dao heart, naturally gaining enlightenment, making their cultivation efforts twice as effective. Sitting under the tree for a day is equivalent to 360 years of quiet cultivation in the outside world. The shade of the tree naturally shields against all soul-confusing illusions, fallen Dao curses, and inner demons. When cultivators comprehend their techniques, deduce formations, or break through bottlenecks, the Dao obstacles are significantly reduced, and their comprehension receives a permanent gentle boost, free from any backlash or damage to their foundation. If one were to pick the innate tea leaves from the tree combined with the divine water of the three lights, and brewed in a teacup refined from the nine heavens, earthly essence the tea produced would be clear and transparent, presenting a glazed flowing light color. The transformative effects are divided into 3 levels suitable for cultivators of all realms in the primordial world. For cultivators below the Great Luo Golden Immortal, they will instantly enter a profound state of enlightenment, comprehending the mysteries and barriers of techniques that would take them 10,000 years to unravel, in an instant solidifying their innate Dao foundation and completely avoiding the risks of falling into madness. For Great Luo Golden Immortals, it will cleanse the flaws of the Dao and complete their own laws, greatly enhancing their control over the primordial Dao, allowing them to deduce their innate divine powers and the laws of heaven and earth without any stagnation. For Quasi, in addition, the wisdom tea tree possesses 3 innate divine powers. The first is innate deduction, where the flow of spiritual energy, the decomposition of array runes, the evolution of divine powers, and the changing of celestial phenomena can all be autonomously analyzed and deduced by the roots and branches of the tree without requiring cultivators to expend their primordial spirit. The second is the wisdom that dispels illusions. Within 100 zhang radius, all illusions, curses, inner demon afflictions, and confounding heavenly secrets will automatically dissolve. The third is the indestructible spiritual body, as an innate spiritual root born of the heavens. As long as the original root system remains intact, and there are no irreversible Dao injuries, even if the trunk is completely severed and the jade leaves fall, it can fully revive within a single yuan meeting, and the leaves will not lose any of their Dao essence. At the same time, this tree can autonomously bear postnatal tea seeds, which can grow into postnatal wisdom tea trees upon landing. Although they cannot nurture the innate jade leaves that carry the Dao, they still possess calming and stabilizing effects, slightly enhancing comprehension, making them coveted spiritual plants by various sects and holy lands. After carefully sensing the extraordinary nature of the wisdom tea tree, the awe in Wanbai's eyes grew even stronger, and he sincerely remarked, "No wonder it is the unparalleled top-tier, innate spiritual root of the primordial heavens. The effects of enlightenment are truly incredibly extraordinary." In his past life, he had also heard the legends of the wisdom tea tree, yet he never knew its whereabouts. Countless mighty beings across the primordial heavens searched for it for millions of years, but found nothing. Now he finally understood the reason. This tree's creation is too extraordinary, specializing in enhancing enlightenment and helping others comprehend the essence of the 3,000 Dao. Its value is second only to the heavenly Daoist treasure, the creation jade dish, touching the limits of the balance of the heavenly Dao. If this were the current primordial world, it would surely face suppression from the heavenly fate and reckoning of tribulation, which is why it has been hidden from ancient times until now, blending into the world without any great power knowing its trace. But now everything is different. This true ascension mystic cave, rooted in the primordial essence fragment of the chaos pearl, forms its own independent, small heavenly Dao, perfectly cloaking the secrets of the heavens and blocking heavenly Dao perception. Moreover, with the innate supreme treasure, the Hanyuan pearl, protecting him, the dual concealment of heavenly secrets makes it impossible for the heavenly Dao to probe into the movements within the cave, thus naturally unaware of this reverse heavenly wisdom tea tree. Without the heavenly Daoist collection and the reckoning of tribulation, it can exist stably for millions of years. Each sip and bite is determined by fate. Had it not been for Wanbao refining the cave's array and mastering this secret realm, the wisdom tea tree would ultimately only be able to hide in the celestial mountain forever, without the day of emergence. It was precisely because the cave fell under Wanbao's control that the tea tree managed to avoid the heavenly Daoist reckoning and survive until now. This tree was destined to belong to Wanbao. With this thought in mind, Wanbai's gaze softened as he raised his hand to condense a pure, gentle, and non-aggressive primordial spirit-marked golden light, flowing at his fingertips, gently infusing it into the trunk of the wisdom tea tree. This established a master-servant contract, declaring that this top-tier innate wisdom tea tree would henceforth belong to Wanbao. The moment the primordial spirit mark entered the tree, the entire wisdom tea tree not only showed no sign of rejection or resistance, but instead its branches gently swayed and the leaves rustled softly, as if the tree itself were bowing respectfully, exuding a feeling of intimacy. In the next moment, the tree suddenly erupted with warm and pure platinum light of wisdom, the radiance soft, yet profound, imbued with the essence of the heavenly Dao. It was dazzling yet not blinding, causing Wanbao to instinctively squint his eyes slightly. A torrent of flowing light descended, and 3,000 innate wisdom jade leaves, which had never fallen since the formation of the heavens, and had been nurtured to perfection through numerous tribulations, all detached from the branches, enveloped in the extremely rich Dao rhythms of the 3,000 Dao, slowly floated and gathered before Wanbao. These were not ordinary tea leaves newly born every yuan meeting, but rather the first batch of innate jade leaves nurtured by the source at the inception of the wisdom tea tree's formation, rich in Dao essence and complete in origin, each leaf containing the entirety of the primordial Dao, far surpassing the value of later tea leaves by 10,000 times unrivaled in the world. Wanbao understood this clearly, and waved his hand summoning his innate treasure, the gathering treasure basin, which emitted brilliant light. As it opened and closed, it inhaled pure chaotic essence, steadily receiving the torrent of wisdom jade leaves and nurturing them within the basin with the innate gathering aura and chaotic spiritual energy day and night. Preserving the essence of the leaf path, Wanbao raised his gaze to the swaying branches of the enlightenment tea tree, sincerely and gently saying thank you for your generous gift. He understood well that these 3,000 pieces of the heaven-opening enlightenment jade leaves were a gift of greeting willingly presented by the enlightenment tea tree, recognizing its master. After expressing his gratitude, the enlightenment tea tree before Wanbao displayed its spiritual nature, its gnarled branches gently swaying gracefully as the 3,000 twigs danced in the wind, rustling their leaves in a melodious and pleasing manner, as if understanding human emotions, leisurely enjoying Wanbao's gratitude, filled with affection and gentleness. Seeing this, Wanbao's brows and eyes relaxed, the corners of his lips lifting into a gentle and calm smile, his gaze losing the depth and sharpness of a golden immortal, leaving only traces of peace and softness. Gazing at the spiritual route before him, the past memories of the mundane world surged uncontrollably. Before traversing the primordial chaos, he was merely a Daoist priest in the mundane world, tending to a temple on the outskirts of the city where an ancient tree thrived in the courtyard of the wealth god's temple, enduring through the years. Day in and day out he held a bamboo broom, sweeping the yellow leaves fallen beneath the tree, burning incense, and brewing tea, safeguarding the tranquility of the temple, living a simple and stable life filled with the smoke of everyday life. But one day his soul traversed the primordial chaos, becoming Wanbao, who transformed from a money tree, the mundane world, the temple's smoke, and the simple years had long since vanished, never to return. With this thought, a faint sense of melancholy rose in Wanbao's heart, but it was soon suppressed deep within. The path ahead in the primordial chaos is long and winding, with calamities rising and falling. The past mundane world is ultimately but a fleeting memory. The current focus should be on mastering the cave heaven, embracing the opportunities of creation, and steadily cultivating, for that is the true path. Wanbao gently reined in his wandering thoughts and lifted his gaze to the other side of the cave heaven, where a slightly gentler red rock mountain of innate immortality stood. As he gazed out amidst the continuous peaks of the immortal mountains, tea forests flourished, clouds entwining the branches, and the mountains were filled with lush tea trees, their fragrance wafting for miles. However, with a sweep of his divine sense, Wanbao clearly discerned that within the entire tea garden, only two main peaks of tea trees blessed by innate Dao rhythm were true innate spiritual roots. The remaining tea trees scattered across the mountains were all products of postnatal evolution, stained with spiritual energy from creation, their Dao rhythm shallow, and their cultivation efficacy far inferior to the two great innate tea trees. At the peak of that red rock mountain, a tea tree with a straight and tall posture stood majestically, surrounded by red aura with a fragrant scent wafting in the air. With just a glance, Wanbao recognized its origin instantly, without the need for divine inheritance or probing the Dao rhythm of the spiritual root. A familiar feeling washed over him. "Da Hong Pao, we meet again," Wanbao murmured softly, his gaze falling upon the red tender shoots of the tea tree, feeling ripples of emotion rise within. In his previous life, during his leisure of cultivating, he especially loved brewing tea to calm his mind, always having a selection of teas on his table, most of which were the renowned Da Hong Pao, from the mortal realm, rich in rock essence, calming the spirit and clearing the heart, accompanying him through countless nights of flickering lanterns and ancient scrolls. Thus, seeing this tree again, without the need for origin inheritance to interpret, he instinctively uttered its name, feeling a sense of warmth from a long-lost reunion in his heart. With a flicker of his figure, Wanbao walked on clouds, swiftly landing beneath the shade of the Da Hong Pao mother tea tree. The pure and gentle, neither fierce nor harsh, innate yang fire aura wrapped around the rich aroma of rock tea, flowing into his spiritual platform. His divine sense stirred slightly, and information about the spiritual root's origin emerged in his consciousness. Wanbao was first taken aback, then joy surged in his eyes, exclaiming, "A high-quality, innate spiritual root. It is actually a high-quality, innate spiritual root." Previously, he only knew that the Da Hong Pao from the mortal realm was a famous tea, and never imagined that this source mother tree, rooted in the primordial Chaos innate rock wall, held such esteemed rank, firmly positioned among the high-quality, innate spiritual roots of the primordial chaos, with a depth of creation far exceeding imagination. The Da Hong Pao mother tea tree. Born at the dawn of the primordial chaos, when the Dao of heaven and earth was shaped, a pure strand of innate yang fire spiritual essence fell from the ninth heaven to this cave heaven's wooing 9 dragon nests, innate sheer cliff merging with the ancient innate red rock marrow, and the 9 curved source spiritual spring at the mountain's base, nurturing a sprouting plant. After enduring 30,000 primordial cycles of chaotic nurturing and the essence of heaven and earth, it finally transformed into shape, becoming the unique mother source among the heavens. This tree possesses the dual capabilities of refining the body through the fire Dao, calming the mind, and enhancing, understanding, nourishing, and harmonizing the three major functions of the five elements in one's chest, specializing in fire element cultivation, compensating for the shortcomings of fire cultivators. The tree stands at a height of 16 feet, conforming to the extreme numbers of the innate fire element, with a stout and erect trunk, the bark presenting a dark red, ancient bronze hue, its texture naturally swirling with red cloud patterns. As the light of the cave heaven falls, the entire tree glimmers with a reddish hue, as if draped in a flowing cloud-like luxurious robe, hence the name Da Hong Pao. The trunk divides into 9 robust branches that stretch outwards, with the branch tips perpetually surrounded by a thin veil of red innate fire mist, self-generating warmth without wind, the fire aura gentle and nurturing, not harming living beings. The leaves are broad and oval with slightly curled edges, their surfaces glossy, deep green, the veins engraved with natural intricate patterns of yang fire. The new tender shoots are a translucent red, and after being picked, their red essence never fades. Its main roots plunge deep into the 10th Sanshang innate red rock core, drawing pure yang fire veins, spiritual energy from the ground day and night, while countless lateral roots spread throughout the canyon's veins, autonomously converging the mountain's spiritual springs and the essence of innate rock marrow, nourishing the tree body, perpetually thriving. Even more intriguingly, beneath the mother tree's roots in the 9 palatial positions naturally grow 9 top-tier postnatal Da Hong Pao tea trees, like 9 guardians encircling and protecting the mother tree, constantly absorbing the fire essence from the mother tree's outflow. Though they lack innate origins, they still retain 30% of the calming fire and hearth-harmonizing effects. The entire tree's tea fragrance is layered and distinct. Initially, it presents a rich and enduring innate rock essence. Once it enters the throat and heart, the gentle yang fire spiritual energy gradually nourishes the limbs and bones, with the fire aura being perfectly balanced, neither violent nor fiery, ideally dissolving the cold and turbid energies accumulated within cultivators from years of practice, harmonizing the inner demons, suitable for the majority of cultivators. It has a fixed growth rhythm, maturing its essence every 5,000 years, with a single harvest yielding 5 tails of pure innate tea leaves, and new shoots only sprout in spring. During other seasons, it merely nurtures the Dao rhythm, without producing new leaves. Forcing a harvest would damage the spiritual root's essence. The tea leaves are divided into 2 categories with distinct effects. The red tender shoots concentrate the entire tree's yang fire essence, primarily refining the physical body and harmonizing the 5 elements within cultivators. The deep green mature leaves contain restrained fire aura, offering superior effects for calming the mind and understanding the Dao, suitable for meditation and comprehending the laws, stabilizing the Dao heart. If the leaves are brewed with the innate rock spring of the cave heaven and the earthly fire marrow spiritual spring, the resulting tea soup appears red and transparent, with fine and eternal innate fire clouds floating on the surface. The effects of creation are divided into 3 levels, suitable for cultivators of all realms. In the Primordial Chaos, those at the golden immortal level and below, drinking it will cleanse the impurities of the physical body, dispel the cold and karmic energies within, stabilize the innate Dao foundation, and significantly suppress the growth of inner demons, allowing for unobstructed meditation and comprehension of the techniques. Mortals consuming a tender shoot will directly extend their lifespan by 10,000 years, cure all ailments, and strengthen their bodies. Those at the Tai golden immortal level drinking it will have their pure yang fire essence enhance their fire element energies, harmonizing the imbalance of their physical body's 5 elements, refining their mixed yuan body, weakening the barriers to breaking through the Tai realm, and enhancing the condensation of their fire-based divine abilities. Long-term consumption will alleviate the resentment, greed, ignorance, and agitation of the divine sense, making the Dao heart increasingly firm and clear. Those at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level drinking it will find the tea soup contains a faint Dao rhythm for deduction. Though far inferior to the Enlightenment tea trees, encompassing of 3,000 Great Dao, it can efficiently dismantle the 2 primary laws of fire and metal, washing away shallow cultivation obstructions and soothing the divine senses exhaustion caused by prolonged comprehension of the Great Dao. At the same time, a natural innate fire Dao calming barrier forms beneath the tree within 100 zhang radius, providing multiple passive enhancements, naturally isolating against fire backlash, significantly reducing the risk of going astray while practicing fire-based techniques or refining foreign fire. Greed, anger, delusions, karmic fire, inner demons, and fierce fire illusions approaching the barrier will dissolve and disperse on their own. Sitting calmly beneath the tree for 3 days is equivalent to 100 years of arduous external cultivation, gently and slightly enhancing one's comprehension. Moreover, treasures surround the spiritual root. Withered branches can be refined into fire-based innate artifacts or calming fire cushions possessing properties that soothe the spirit and dispel illusions, allowing for harmonious cultivation of fire energies. Tea seeds that fall to the ground can thrive, allowing for large-scale planting of postnatal tea gardens. The tree's essence can be refined into innate yang fire spiritual liquid, harmonizing fire-based pills, refining fierce fire seeds, and tempering fire attribute spiritual treasures, neutralizing fierce fire energies. With numerous wondrous uses and abundant creation, although specializing in a single fire path, its limits in understanding the Dao are far less than the premium enlightenment tea tree that encompasses 3,000 great Daos. It still ranks among the top-tier innate spiritual roots in the entire primordial chaos, highly sought after. Understanding the full extent of the Dahong Pao Mother Tree's essence, Wan Bao felt enlightened, raising his hand to gather a gentle stream of magical power, softly brushing over the branches. With a soft rustling sound, the 5 tails of red innate tea leaves perfectly matured over 5,000 years, all separated from the tree, enveloped in rich yang fire rock essence, slowly floated into the air. With a thought, the treasure basin suspended in midair, swirling with chaotic treasure light, securely collected all the innate Dahong Pao tea leaves, nourishing them day and night with the essence of his life treasure, locking in the essence of the origin. After collecting the mother tree's tea leaves, Wan Bao's gaze shifted downward, looking at the 9 guardian tea trees standing in the 9 palatial positions. These 9 tea trees were all born from the mother tree's essence and are the finest among postnatal spiritual roots, transcending ordinary postnatal plants. Unfortunately, they have not condensed innate Dao foundations, thus do not enter the ranks of innate spiritual roots. Their effects are highly targeted, significantly benefiting cultivators below the golden immortal level, while for those at golden immortal level and above, consuming them is like drinking plain water, offering no benefits. Wan Bao did not show favoritism. He raised his hand to pick all the mature tea leaves from the 9 top-tier postnatal tea trees and sent them into the treasure basin, storing them by category, nurturing them with treasure essence. After completing everything, Wan Bao raised his eyes to gaze far into the distance, looking at the vast expanse of the cave heaven tea garden, shrouded in clouds and mist, where the tea trees flourished lushly, layer upon layer, as far as the eye could see. Tracing back to its origin, the entire tea garden's flora was originally just ordinary mountain woods in the cave heaven, rooted around the 2 great, innate tea spiritual roots, year after year absorbing the enlightenment essence of the enlightenment tea tree and the fire energy of the Dahong Pao Mother Tree. After billions of years of accumulation, they gradually shed their mundane qualities, transforming into postnatal tea trees, creating a mystical tea domain. Wan Bao withdrew his magical powers and strolled leisurely through the vast tea garden, a gentle breeze brushing his clothes, surrounded by the fragrance of tea, feeling relaxed and serene. He did not rush to pick all the tea leaves, instead pausing to sit in tranquility on a stone infused with spiritual energy. Casually picking ordinary postnatal tea trees' green leaves and brewing them with the common innate spiritual spring from the mountains, though lacking the supreme creation of the 3,000 great Daos from the enlightenment tea and the yang fire body tempering of the Dahong Pao innate tea, the tea soup still remained refreshing and sweet, calming the mind and spirit, clearly surpassing the top-tier spiritual teas of the primordial chaos. Time flows slowly, and in the blink of an eye, decades have passed. Over these decades, Wan Bao strolled through the mountains, admired the celestial seas, savored the tea in the mountains, and during leisure picked various postnatal tea leaves, storing them carefully in his treasure basin. In busy times, he sat quietly under the trees to contemplate and relax, thoroughly enjoying the unique tranquility of this celestial realm, far removed from the disputes and bloodshed of the outside world. Having harvested the postnatal tea leaves, Wan Bao stood at the peak of the tea mountain, gazing at the vast tea sea, softly murmuring to himself, "With thousands of acres of tea garden and 2 innate spiritual roots, I will manage the complexities in the future. I will select a few boys who are kind-hearted, down-to-earth, and free of desires to bring into the celestial realm, dedicating them to care for the entire tea garden." To manage the spiritual root tea garden, one needs to be kind, calm, devoid of greed and ambition. Only then can they protect the tea trees, safely refraining from plucking spiritual tea or damaging the spiritual roots. It is inevitable to seek boys to guard the tea garden. A gentle breeze brushed through the tea trees of the Zhansheng Huaxian cave, stirring the lingering vapor of spiritual tea on the stone table. Wan Bao looked down at the settled green spiritual leaves in his cup and let out a long sigh, involuntarily recalling the innocent and clever figure of the young Taoist from years ago at the God of Wealth Temple. At the thought of this, a deep loneliness suddenly entwined around Wan Bao's spiritual platform. Hundreds of yuan meetings ago, under the nurturing of the source of the money tree, Wan Bao completely awakened his consciousness. He took root in this innate celestial realm day and night, inhaling the innate pure energy of Wui Mountain and refining the essence of the earth's veins, honing his own Dao foundation only to shed the form of grass and wood and cultivate into an innate Dao body, transforming into human form. Now that his success is complete, having shed his tree form to take on human shape, he calculated with his fingers, realizing that nearly 10,000 years have passed. Over these 10,000 years, he sat alone in the celestial realm, observing the cycles of the sun and moon, watching the rise and fall of spiritual flowers, listening to the long flow of the stream, and since his awakening, he had never engaged in a single conversation with beings from beyond the realm or the cultivators of the wild. In this vast and all-encompassing Zhansheng Huaxian cave, where all flora and fauna have spirits, there was not a single companion with whom he could discuss the Dao or share idle talk. The Dao is inherently lonely, and immortality is an even more solitary journey. Wanbao slowly shook his head, suppressing the surging loneliness within his heart. He raised his hand and waved, gathering all the tea utensils on the stone table into his storage pouch, his gentle brows and eyes regaining a touch of carefree ease. Enough. The mortal heart is difficult to dispel from solitude. Only by seeking treasures and rare items touching the myriad creations of heaven and earth can I feel the true essence of life. He chuckled softly, his brows relaxing. With his hands behind his back, his robes were lifted by the innate celestial winds of the cave, and beneath his feet a faint golden source cloud emerged as he soared into the sky, heading eastward towards the celestial realm. In the obscurity, a force of attraction from heaven and earth clearly settled deep within his soul. There was a supreme innate opportunity hidden in the eastern region, a creation solely belonging to him, Wanbao, a treasured opportunity bestowed by heaven and earth. The Zhensheng Xian cave stretches vast and boundless, with mountains and earth veins crisscrossing for millions of miles. Even though Wanbao had achieved the perfection of body and soul as a golden immortal with unparalleled speed amongst his peers, he needed to spend hundreds of years to barely reach the farthest eastern boundary of the cave. Looking up, the boundary of the celestial realm was not an ordinary landscape of mountains and seas, but layers of swirling chaotic energy, where gray mist and chaotic currents turned and broke the power of creation, sometimes giving rise to innate particles and sometimes crushing fragments of the void in an extreme display of violence. Cultivators of the wild know that chaotic energy is the primal source energy of the formation of the universe, containing the power of destruction and dissolution, posing great danger. Without the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal recklessly entering, it would result in being crushed to pieces by chaotic energy, disintegrating one's soul, leading to death and the loss of the Dao. Even those who have achieved the great Luo fruit position must proceed cautiously without the protection of innate spiritual treasures, for traversing through this chaotic energy requires meticulous care, as they cannot freely mobilize their powers. Moreover, beneath this chaotic energy lies the innate great formation that coexists with the celestial realm, which absorbs the essence of chaotic energy to nurture itself, possessing unfathomable power. Once the formation is fully activated, the formation patterns can lock down the void. Even a quasi-saint powerhouse stationed in the wild would be severely injured upon entering with their Dao foundation damaged, and escaping would be a stroke of luck. A slight mishap could lead to the scattering of their souls and the shattering of their Dao fruit. Yet this extreme danger appeared as a profound sense of security in Wanbao's eyes. Now the situation in the wild was filled with undercurrents, with the demon clan controlling the heavenly court and the witch clan occupying the land. Powerful beings were constantly scheming against each other, with hidden dangers everywhere. Looking across the vast wilderness, except for the saints personally intervening to tear apart the barriers of the celestial realm, or the top quasi-saints unleashing their treasures of slaughter or formations to break the barriers, almost no one in the world could shake the innate great formation of the Zhensheng Xian cave. Furthermore, with the fragments of his chaotic pearl cloaking the secrets of heaven around him, erasing the source aura of his money tree innate spiritual root, and concealing all karma, while being protected by the formation, Wanbao could rest easy, unafraid of any external calamities. Wanbao's gaze was calm as he surveyed the surrounding chaotic boundary. He was now the sole master of the Zhensheng Xian cave, having refined the core Dao imprint of the cave. Every blade of grass, every cloud, every wisp of spiritual energy within the cave was under his control. At this moment, the surrounding space appeared empty, the chaotic energy flowing gently, without any anomalies. Yet he could clearly sense that beneath this space, completely hidden by the innate great formation, lay an independent secret realm where that elusive opportunity was concealed. It seems that I will need to expend mental energy to comprehend the method to break the formation again. Wanbao sighed helplessly, understanding in his heart. Any innate spiritual treasure or rare item accompanying the innate great formation was a top creation of heaven and earth, with foundations reaching the heavens. With his current golden immortal cultivation, his understanding of the Dao and his magical power were limited, making it impossible to rely on brute force to shatter the innate great formation. He could only calm his mind to comprehend the formation patterns and find the innate flaws in the formation, progressing step by step along the threads of the formation to safely break it and seize the opportunity. To glimpse the secret realm opportunity, the first step is to actively trigger the formation, revealing the hidden formation patterns in the void. With his mind set, Wanbao's fingertips swiftly gestured the intricate formation seals, drawing upon the source of his money tree and the power of the Dao of the cave. Golden light and verdant spiritual light intertwined at his fingertips, with countless Dao runes swirling around him. In the next moment, the treasure basin, which had been quietly nurturing his fortune and harmonizing the essence of the 5 virtues deep within his spiritual sense, flew out, hovering steadily 3 feet above Wanbao's head. The treasure basin is an exquisite innate spiritual treasure meant for gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, harmonizing the 5 virtues of heaven and earth, and suppressing his myriad fortunes. It is not a treasure for killing or ultimate defense, yet its material origin is extraordinary. Ordinary Great Luo divine powers or innate killing treasures find it difficult to breach the defenses of the treasure basin more than sufficient to protect his soul and body. After summoning the treasure basin for protection, Wanba's gaze sharpened, shedding his carefree demeanor, revealing a hint of resolute determination in his eyes. With a sudden sweeping motion of his arms within his Danshan's soul, a middle-grade, innate golden brick swirling with heavy golden Dao rhythm shot out, breaking free from the restraints of his soul. It surged wildly in the wind, instantly growing to the size of a towering mountain, its surface engraved with innate sealing Dao runes. An overwhelming force of suppression erupted, instantly freezing the surrounding void, silencing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The immense golden brick, bearing the weight of crushing the heavens, struck fiercely towards the concealed void of the great formation beneath his feet. Just as the golden brick was 100 feet away from the void's surface, about to touch the foundation of the formation, the entire space suddenly spun chaotically. The four directions flipped, the light of the sun and moon distorted, and the surrounding chaotic energy surged violently in reverse. All of Wanba's escape method's magical powers and divine abilities were completely sealed, rendering him unable to mobilize even his soul's powers. A pure and unblemished, overwhelming white light surged up from the depths of the void, instantly enveloping Wanba completely. As the white light entered his body, Wanba's soul trembled violently. An unmatched purifying force that cleansed all things, eradicated all postnatal desires, and dissolved all innate Dao fruits invaded every pore of his physical body and spiritual platform, penetrating all the way into his essence. This purifying force was vast and boundless, originating from the primordial path of purification, surpassing most Dao principles in the world. In the midst of this power, Wanbao clearly perceived that his golden immortal Dao fruit was as insignificant as dust. The essence of his money tree spiritual root was as fragile as a firefly, and all the myriad Dao and his cultivation were utterly powerless against this purifying force. His mind, uncontrollable, sank into a state of thoughtlessness as the memories of his past 10,000 years of cultivation, the obsession with treasure, seeking the initial intent of transformation, and the solitude of his heart were all stripped away by the white light. He forgot about seeking opportunities, forgot that he was Wanbao the transformed money tree, forgot that he was in the wild celestial realm, and even forgot his very essence, leaving his spiritual platform in utter emptiness. The purifying power pressed closer, beginning to dissolve the essence of his chaotic spiritual root, erasing the golden immortal soul he had forged over 10,000 years. As his soul was about to be completely purified by the white light, merging into the essence of heaven and earth, he faced the outcome of death and the dissolution of the Dao. In the critical moment of life and death, the treasure basin, hovering above, suddenly erupted with brilliance. Without needing Wanba's thoughts to drive it, without needing magical power to guide it, the treasure basin sensed the danger to its master's essence, awakening its source power autonomously. A thick, gentle, and all-encompassing treasure light descended, tightly wrapping around Wanba's soul platform that was on the verge of disintegration. In an instant, the dissolving force that wiped out all things and purified his soul was nearly completely isolated by the treasure light, and the once empty spiritual platform swiftly regained clarity, with all past memories, obsessions, and Dao heart returning. Wanba's mind jolted, not daring to delay even for a moment. He exerted all his strength to mobilize the full source power of the treasure basin, its 5 virtues, spiritual light intertwining and layering, forming an unmatched arch treasure light barrier that completely protected his body, soul, and essence within, isolating all external purifying power of the white light. In the midst of his panic, Wanbao felt a chill run down his back, drenched in the sweat of his essence, his eyes filled with fear and trepidation. He murmured softly, "What a terrifying, purifying force, silently nurturing, invading the soul, utterly unpredictable and impossible to defend against." Having reached the undying realm of the golden immortal, his lifespan was intertwined with the heavens and earth of the wild, transcending mundane life and death. The higher his cultivation, the more he comprehended the Dao, the more he cherished life and feared death. He had endured hundreds of yuan meetings, inhaling spiritual energy, and spent endless years in bitter cultivation before shedding his form as grass and would manifesting in the world born with the golden immortal Dao fruit destined for immortality. He had yet to witness the splendor of the vast wilderness or fully experience the emotions and desires of life. He absolutely could not allow himself to be dispersed by a mere force of the formation's purification. Purifying power. The spiritual treasures that govern the essence of purification in the wild seemed to. Standing within the swirling pure white lotus light, Wanba's eyes suddenly brightened as he faintly grasped a hint of a clue. An opportunity that seemed to be alluded to in the depths of his memory surfaced, and the more he thought about it, the more certain he became. He suppressed the surging expectation within, steadied the treasure basin, which was flowing with gentle treasure light above his head, and softly smiled. "What kind of treasure is it that gives rise to such a terrifying, purifying Dao principle? Today let me have a good experience of your power." As his words fell, Wanbao lightly lifted his foot and stepped into the layers of dust-free lotus mist. He privately rejoiced that this innate great formation was naturally generated by heaven and earth operating autonomously, without any beings controlling it. Its power was released according to the source laws with rhythmic fluctuations allowing for moments of reflection and breathing. If a powerful being controlled the formation effortlessly commanding the power of the five-layered barrier, then the moment he triggered the formation, that wave of purifying white light would have been able to wash away most of his golden, immortal Dao foundation. Now that he rashly ventured in even with the treasure basin for protection, he would still have to shed a layer of the Dao skin, resulting in a drastic decline in his cultivation. Suppressing his fears, Wanbao withdrew any excessive magical power, leaving only the treasure basin to protect his soul essence. He stood still within the lotus mist, focusing on analyzing the innate Dao patterns flowing around him. His gaze slowly swept over the vast expanse of white mist, his fingers continuously calculating the patterns of the innate formation, imprinting the flow trajectories of each wisp of purifying white light, the interweaving rules of the lotus patterns, and the opening and closing nodes of the void barrier deep into his soul. In the cave, the sun and moon cycled, clouds rose and fell, and thousands of years flowed by silently. Within the formation, Wanbao was oblivious to the passage of time, fully immersed in the deduction of the formation until a certain moment when myriad Dao patterns converged in his mind. The structure of the five-layered barrier became completely clear, and he blurted out the true name of the formation, his tone filled with the relief of understanding the Dao. Innate, dustless, purifying formation. Wanbao's thoughts surged within, fully comprehending the foundational roots of this formation. The entire formation is divided into 5 layers of dustless barriers, unlike ordinary killing formations, filled with life and death gates. The dustless purifying formation contains only a gentle innate pathway, while all other areas are zones of purification and confinement. If outsiders invade from the outer layer, they would be suppressed by layers of Dao principles, their cultivation gradually stripped away, their spiritual treasure sealed, and their souls continuously washed by white light, until their Dao foundation dissolves into the essence of heaven and earth. Only those who inscribe the white lotus source mark can traverse unharmed, while the vast purifying white light instead nourishes their souls and tempers their Dao heart. The first layer is the unpolluted mist-locking domain, situated at the outermost layer of the formation, where billions of miles of space are enveloped in thin, white, dustless lotus mist naturally inscribed with the laws of spatial repulsion. Anyone entering would find their spatial shifting short-distance escape techniques and soul-probing methods entirely locked. Even a golden immortal stepping into it would instantly have 90% of their magical power sealed. Even the fastest escape techniques of immortals suffer a 90% loss, rendering movement nearly impossible. The lotus mist possesses the ability to discern hearts. When beings harboring thoughts of plunder or malice approach, strands of lotus mist will penetrate the sea of consciousness, emitting a clarion call of warning, promptly notifying the guardians within the formation. For those burdened with blood-sea malevolence, the 12 heavenly divine malice inner demons, or corrupting demonic energies, the mist will persistently erode their physical body and meridians, relentlessly dissolving all impurities on the surface. Without the protection of innate spiritual treasures, their bodies will decay, and their foundations will be damaged within 100 breaths. The second layer is the realm of purification, where passing through the lotus mist barrier reveals an endless expanse of soft, pure white light, the very force that initially erupted when the myriad treasures struck the void with golden bricks, triggering the formation's cataclysmic power. The white light invades without a trace, penetrating through the pores of the cultivator's body, the sea of divine sense, and the gaps in the spiritual treasure's restrictions, forcibly stripping away the bloodline origins and foundational techniques of external cultivators, while simultaneously dulling the spiritual light of their treasures, sealing their internal restrictions layer by layer, utterly eradicating their offensive and defensive capabilities. If a golden immortal remains here for even a moment, their mind will plunge into a state of empty oblivion, forgetting their origins and aspirations in cultivation, as their divine sense is slowly cleansed by the white light, gradually merging with the heavens and earth. Even for a great Luo golden immortal, the fruits of their arduous cultivation will begin to peel away, their cultivation continuously regressing, making it hard to endure. The third layer is the domain of turbid sources, returning to serenity, specifically created to counter all negative origins of the primordial world, manifesting 2 completely opposing streams of pure light, one gentle and one clear, adept at severing myriad chains. The fourth layer is the domain of lotus patterns, restricting the Dao, where countless intricate innate lotus pattern chains intertwine in the depths of the white light, crisscrossing to seal off the 4 directions of time and space, forming a secluded lotus platform world. The fifth layer is the dustless lotus heart domain, located at the very center of the secret realm, also the core of the great formation, where the entire airspace is the purest and cleanest, devoid of any postnatal impurities or mixed spiritual energy. The unique aspect of this formation is its absolute purity and lack of malice, defending through offense. Within this formation, there is no destruction or slaughter. It never actively slaughters living beings, but only uses purification, separation, and confinement to repel external foes, never incurring any karma from killing, nor accumulating calamities that could provoke heavenly retribution. At the same time, the formation possesses the ability to discern mental states, relying on the innate white lotus imprint to distinguish beings. Those with peaceful hearts, intending to protect the lotus platform, may freely traverse the 5 layers of the barrier nourished by the pure white light. However, those who harbor thoughts of plunder, slaughter, or greed will trigger all purification restrictions upon entering the domain, with no chance to evade. Wanbao spent a millennium diligently researching, thoroughly unraveling the origins of the formation, the operational patterns of the 5-layer barrier, and all its powers. Upon realizing that the formation's eye was the white lotus at the center of the secret realm, he no longer hesitated, and slowly penetrated deeper through the cracks of the Dao patterns, seeking the innate life nodes to break the formation. As time flowed once more, another several thousand years passed in the blink of an eye. One day, as Wanbao's Dao patterns resonated, all obstructions around him vanished. Taking a light step, the pure white lotus mist surrounding him, and the layers of barrier light suddenly dissipated the distorted and illusory scene of the formation. Before his eyes instantly faded, revealing an expansive and new independent secret realm. The formation is broken. Wanbao slowly opened his eyes, a faint innate Dao rhythm flowing in his gaze, as the residual pure white light gradually faded. Reflecting on his millennium of comprehension, he couldn't help but sigh. The innate, dustless, purifying great formation, with its omnipresent purifying power, truly is hard to guard against. He turned his focus inward, sensing the essence of his golden immortal origin, and a trace of fear passed through his heart. In nearly 10,000 years of understanding, traversing, and breaking the formation, he had repeatedly found himself in peril, several times being eroded by the white light of the 2nd layer of the purification realm, the most dangerous instance of which saw the Dao fruits accumulated over millennia nearly shatter due to the white light's forceful stripping. Had he not gathered the treasure light to protect his divine sense at the last moment, he would have long since been transformed in the formation. Thinking of this, Wanbao's expression turned slightly grim, a surge of frustration welling up in his chest as he waved his wide sleeves, muttering, "If the treasure at the center of the secret realm is not the innate spiritual treasure, I imagine after sustaining such heavy injuries today, I might truly lose my temper." With that, Wanbao stepped forward, heading directly towards the core of the secret realm. At the center of the secret realm, a clear and transparent pool quietly spread out, with countless tender white lotus leaves and budding lotus flowers floating atop its surface, radiating a faint spiritual light. Strangely, the divine water in the entire pool flowed against the current, with thousands of streams rising into the air, all converging towards a gigantic lotus platform in the center of the pool. That 12th grade white lotus took root in the void, continuously absorbing the flowing divine water, its entire form radiating a sacred divine light, interwoven in 7 colors, the luminous waves swirling magnificent and pure, emanating an aura of pristine Dao that filled the entire secret realm. Upon seeing the pure white lotus platform with 12 layers of petals at the pool's heart, Wanbao took a deep breath of refreshing air, suppressing the excitement surging within him. The next moment, he could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter, his voice echoing throughout the secret realm. "Ha! The Dao favors me, the Dao favors me indeed." As the purest and most serene energy wafted into his body, the Dao energy that had been stripped away by the formation's white light gradually began to restore. Wanbao's gaze locked onto the white lotus, his voice filled with anticipated joy and certainty. "The 12th grade pure world white lotus, it truly is the 12th grade pure world white lotus. It is indeed it." With a heart ablaze with excitement, Wanbao stepped towards the pure lotus at the center of the pool. Yet just as he stepped forward, the 12th grade pure world white lotus in the void trembled slightly, and its heart suddenly surged forth, a profound and pure purifying force directly striking towards Wanbao. Wanbao had long been prepared with the thought. The treasure basin above his head instantly erupted with a dense treasure light firmly blocking in front of him. The overwhelming purifying force crashed heavily against the basin, and the treasure light within dimmed for a moment, though fortunately its foundation was profound, soon recovering to its original state, completely dissipating the force of the impact. "Oh, meeting me with a strike right off the bat, you've got quite the temper." Wanbao chuckled lightly, no longer proceeding slowly. His form soared into the air, flying over the entire pool towards the pure world white lotus in the void. The closer he got to the lotus platform, the more oppressive the purifying pressure became, as layers upon layers of divine light washed over him, all blocked by the treasure light barrier emanating from the treasure basin. While it appeared that the treasure basin was effortlessly resisting each time it received the purifying divine light from the lotus, it consumed a significant amount of the foundational treasure light it had accumulated. The treasure basin inherently possesses energy-storing abilities, normally absorbing the spiritual energy of the 5 virtues from the heavens and earth to accumulate treasure light, requiring an entire cycle to fully charge. Wanbao had nourished the treasure basin for countless cycles, building up ample treasure light, but this kind of continuous consumption was akin to overdrafting his savings, alarming in its speed. Wanbao knew he could not hold out for long. Not daring to waste a moment, He rapidly approached the 12th grade pure world, white lotus floating in the void, sending forth a concentrated pure golden immortal origin power from his fingertip, inscribing a divine sense imprint containing his soul into the root of the white lotus. The lotus platform trembled gently, seemingly resisting. After a moment of stalemate, it slowly detached from the lotus stem, its entire form pure white, radiating spiritual light, spinning gracefully as it gently fell before Wanbao. Wanbao raised his hand gently. The 12th grade pure world white lotus instantly shrank in size, transforming into a palm-sized form that landed steadily in his palm. Ha ha, now that it's in my hands you can't escape my grasp. With that, Wanbao laughed heartily, immediately sitting cross-legged in the void by the pool, cradling the white lotus in his palm, embarking on a lengthy journey of refining. For a full century, Wanbao nourished and refined the lotus platform, using his golden immortal origin, the luck of the treasure tree, and the 5 virtues of the treasure basin, repeatedly dissolving the innate restrictions within the white lotus. After a century, the 12th grade pure world white lotus finally loosened its seals, releasing the first core innate restriction, acknowledging Wanbao as its master, and was refined and controlled by him. Wanbao focused intently on the lotus platform in his palm, clearly recalling its complete origins and heritage. The 12th grade pure world white lotus, ranked as a supreme innate spiritual treasure, contained 48 complete innate restrictions within. This object's origin derives from one of the 5 innate white lotus seeds split from the 36th grade chaotic treasure, the chaotic green lotus. When the heavens and earth were opened, the chaotic green lotus shattered, and the white lotus seed was carried by the largest fragment of the chaos pearl, drifting through the void, eventually sinking into the mystical cave of Wui Mountain in the eastern chaotic secret realm, taking root in this pool, absorbing chaotic origins for several epochs. To mature. Among the 5 great lotus platforms of the primordial world, only this pure world, white lotus, has remained hidden for eons, rarely appearing in the world. Only a few great beings are aware of its existence, until Wanbao sought the opportunity of the cave sky's boundaries, summoning the golden bricks to strike the void, thereby triggering the accompanying innate dustless, purifying great formation, allowing him to glimpse the true form of the lotus platform. The 5 lotus seeds, sharing the same root, evolved into lotus platforms, each with their own merits distinctly contrasting. 1. The golden lotus seed transformed into the 12th grade merit golden lotus, overseen by the Daoist of guidance, embodying merit education and the salvation of beings. 2. The red lotus seed became the 12th grade fiery red lotus, falling into the hands of the ancestor of the underworld river, embodying the burning of karma and bloodshed. 3. The black lotus seed evolved into the 12th grade world-destroying black lotus, a treasure of the demonic ancestor Laho, embodying the devouring of all things and the destruction of life. 4. The green lotus seed evolved into the creation green lotus, later fracturing and splitting into 3 top-tier innate spiritual treasures in the hands of the 3 pure ones. 5. The white lotus seed transformed into the 12th grade pure world white lotus, now belonging to Wanbao, embodying dustless purity and the return to the origin. In stark contrast to the other 4 lotuses, the pure world white lotus is entirely devoid of malice and murderous energy, naturally capable of isolating causality, shielding against calamities, and typically obscuring its own heavenly secrets, not being discernible by the Dao or powerful beings. The lotus platform itself possesses 12 layers of petals with a texture akin to flawless mutton fat, white jade, completely unstained, and the edges of its petals perpetually flowing with gentle, warm, milky white spiritual light. Within the lotus heart is embedded a transparent innate origin lotus seed, inscribed with the complete dustless purification Dao patterns. The roots beneath the lotus platform are soaked in the 3 light divine water, surrounded by a faint, refreshing lotus fragrance, which can calm inner demons and dispel illusions. When the lotus platform fully expands, it can create a pure white lotus light curtain that spans millions of miles without a trace of malevolent pressure, only exuding the essence of the great Daoist purity and sanctity. Any being with evil thoughts, thick malevolence, or karma entangled around them that approaches will feel their Dao heart stir, instinctively filled with trepidation and fear, daring not to approach easily. It commands the pinnacle of purification Dao laws among the 3,000 great Dao, with the core tenets divided into 4 aspects: purification of impurities, severing karma, calming the heart, and returning to the origin. It never relies on destructive power to kill, but instead uses its origin divine light to strip away and dissolve all postnatal impurities, with gentle means, yet effectively countering the vast majority of negative Dao bodies and sinister divine abilities in the primordial world. The first great divine ability is the origin dustless divine light. The lotus heart can spit forth boundless pure white divine light, permeating through the flesh divine sense and personal spiritual treasures of beings. It can dissolve blood, sea, karmic fire, the divine malice of the 12 heavens, inner demons, delusions, various curses, and miasmas, malevolent energies, and impurities. If a golden immortal is continuously washed by the divine light, their mind may become lost, and their divine sense slowly transformed. Without top-tier spiritual treasures for protection, even a great Luo or Quasi-Saint's Dao fruits would continuously peel away and sustain damage. The second great divine ability is the dustless lotus light curtain. The 12 layers of petals overlap, forming an indestructible defensive barrier impervious to all methods. It can completely immunize against all inner demon illusions, divine soul assassinations, and toxic malevolent encroachments. Even if a great Luo Golden Immortal unleashes their utmost power, with a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, it is challenging to tear through the light curtain in an instant, as Quasi-Saint abilities would also be significantly weakened. Sitting atop the Lotus platform, one can isolate themselves from the calamities of heaven and earth, remaining untouched by any fraction of karmic repercussions, ensuring stability through the great calamities of the world. The Lotus platform inherently possesses the ability to discern good and evil, distinguishing between inner and outer qualities, relying on its own origin imprint to automatically identify the hearts of beings. Those who harbor protective thoughts and a peaceful, non-greedy nature can freely traverse the Lotus light curtain, while those with thoughts of plunder, slaughter, or greed will trigger all purification restrictions upon approach, with no chance to retreat. Moreover, the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus has an immensely significant function. It can suppress the in the vast primordial world. Amidst countless Great Dao, various offensive and defensive spiritual treasures abound, but true treasures capable of suppressing fortunes, stabilizing Dao foundations, isolating calamities, and locking their own good fortunes are exceedingly rare. Fortune is formless and intangible, yet it can determine the rise and fall of great beings' paths, decide the survival of cave heavens, and the blessings or calamities of epochs. Ordinary, innate spiritual treasures cannot carry the laws of fortune. Only top-tier innate spiritual treasures and innate supreme treasures can condense a fortune barrier, resisting the tide of heavenly calamities and the plunder of others' fortunes. Such items that suppress fortunes are already extremely rare, yet Wanba's opportunity was extraordinary. He possesses 2 top-tier innate spiritual treasures that stabilize fortunes. One of these is the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus that he just refined. This lotus is untouched by the karma of slaughter, untainted by causal calamities, commanding the dustless, purifying laws, adept at stabilizing one's fortune, soothing turbulent fortunes, and isolating external impure encroachments. Its suppression is gentle and enduring, protecting its master invisibly, making it a preeminent treasure among lotus platforms. The second is the treasure basin, which has been bound to him since awakening, sharing his soul and essence. The treasure basin specializes in the fortune of the 5 virtues of heaven and earth, able to gather the luck of all directions, harmonize conflicting fortunes, and secure the foundational fortune of the cave sky, thus gathering luck and blessings while also suppressing fortunes against foes. Its might is heavy and imposing, complementing the Pure World White Lotus, merging their fortunes to offset each other's shortcomings. 2 supreme innate treasures exuding a vast and profound essence of the primordial Dao rhythm rotated around Wanba's body, entwining him from both sides. Endless strands of pale golden fortune flowed endlessly from the depths of the 2 treasures, circulating through his limbs and meridians, forming a perfect closed loop. The strands of fortune intertwined with each other, transforming into a thick and unparalleled shield of fortune enveloping his entire body, as if casting a layer of eternally unbreakable, innate jade wall, solid as a mountain spanning the heavens and earth. The calamity and malevolent energy drifting from the outside world, the nameless karmic fire, and the tumultuous causality encountered this layer of fortune barrier, and in an instant they were dissolved and crushed by the incessant flow of fortune, unable to leave even a hint of erosion upon Wanbao. The calamity could not invade and causality could not disturb. All kinds of turmoil were kept at bay. Considering the unique foundation of fortune possessed by cultivators in the current primordial world, Wanbao, who was merely at the golden immortal level, had already firmly stepped into the top tier of primordial powers, boasting a depth and might of fortune that was not inferior to the 2 Daoists Jane and Juanti before they achieved sainthood. The Jain Daoist stood in the barren land of the west, relying on the 12-petal merit golden lotus and the 8 treasure merit pool to suppress the sparse Buddhist fortune of the west, stabilizing the sect's fortune and harmonizing the desolate earth veins, always recognized by many Quasi-Saints as a top figure in the realm of fortune. Yet now, in comparison with just the 2 supreme innate treasures, Wanba's foundation of fortune was thick and complete, leaving Jane with no advantage over him. Looking across the entire primordial universe within the stars and the 8 wildernesses, only 3 individuals could firmly suppress Wanbao with their own power of fortune, each wielding a supreme innate treasure: Taishang Laojun, holding the Taiji diagram, mastering the primordial Dao from the beginning, stabilizing the source of heaven and earth's primordial fortune. Yuan Shi Tianzun, controlling the Panga banner, wielding the Dao rhythm of creation and destruction, ruling over the Kunlun. Teachings Yi and Dong Huang Tai, embracing the chaos bell, suppressing the fortunes of the celestial bodies and the myriad gods, solidifying the foundation of the heavenly court. These three treasures are the first-tier treasures of the creation of heaven, surpassing all other innate treasures in the world, inherently endowed with the authority of the primordial fortune of heaven and earth. Only these three great beings can exert a pressure on Wanbao's power of fortune. Aside from these three top existences holding innate treasures, all other renowned powers in the primordial world regarding their own foundation of fortune are far inferior to Wanbao, who is now adorned with dual treasures. Nuwa excels in the path of creation, nurturing all beings, and her fortune of creation is long-lasting. However, her focus lies in the reproduction of living beings and the rebirth of all things. Ultimately, her ability to lock down and stabilize the foundation of fortune is still a step behind Wanbao. Tong Tian, who possesses the formation diagram of the extermination of immortals and the four swords of extermination, wields a complete set of innate killing treasures primarily focused on offense, cutting through barriers and annihilating enemies. His strengths do not lie in maintaining fortune or suppressing the foundation of the Dao. In terms of controlling fortune, he still cannot match Wanbao, who forms a closed loop with his two innate treasures. Of course, this comparison is based on the premise that all these great beings have yet to attain the path to sainthood. If in the future everyone draws upon the power of the heavenly Dao and establishes teachings to attain the status of a saint, it will be a different realm of existence. Saints hold the authority of the heavenly Dao, grasping the fundamental fortune of heaven and earth. At that time, even if Wanbao possesses a few more supreme innate treasures, his foundation of fortune will still be incomparable to that of a saint. The rules of the primordial world are clear. A saint is the highest peak visible in this world, and Wanbao lowered his gaze, his right hand steadily holding the 12-petal pure world white lotus. The warm and pure luminescence of the white lotus flowed gently, brushing over his fingertips and meridians as a heartfelt smile blossomed in his eyes, reminiscent of countless memories sealed deep within his soul, slowly surging forth along the Dao rhythm of the lotus. In the early days of the primordial era, a fragment of his remnant soul clung to the chaos pearl, traversing time and space alongside it, drifting from the depths of chaos just in time for Pangu to open up the heavens. The immense aura of creation startled the Dao, provoking an angry response from the Dao as endless primordial divine thunder descended, striking towards the fleeing chaos pearl. In order to protect his remnant soul, the chaos pearl dashed wildly through the newly opened heavens, evading the heavenly punishment. Although Wanbao's remnant soul sleeping within the pearl was in a dazed state, it could still glimpse breathtaking scenes from the primordial past through the images preserved in the essence of the chaos pearl. As the chaos pearl fled, it shattered countless floating pieces of chaos along the way, including the remnants of the 36-petal chaos green lotus and fragments of the creation jade plate, all of which were swept away by the pearl, scattering and falling into the depths of this true transformation cave, taking root and absorbing the essence of the cave's primordial Dao rhythm, nurturing countless innate spiritual objects. The 12-petal pure world white lotus before him was merely the first treasure he found after entering the cave, a remnant of the chaos green lotus, not the only one. In the depths of the cave, there must be more fragments of chaos treasures evolving into innate spiritual treasures. Wanbao gently caressed the warm petals of the white lotus with his fingertips, slowly looking down towards the boundless clear lake at the center of the secret realm, where gold and silver and purple soft lights continuously rose, intertwining and spiraling around the entire lake. The pure world white lotus has always been a mere ethereal rumor in the primordial legends, with no one throughout history ever having truly witnessed it with their own eyes. People speculate that it is hidden away by some reclusive saint or conclude that it was shattered and obliterated in great battles. Many powerful beings deducing the Dao have even asserted that this lotus seed has never truly formed since the opening of the primordial world. Wanbao murmured softly to himself, recalling the countless primordial texts he had browsed before his transmigration. The 5 lotus seeds of the chaos green lotus are treasures, with the other 4 shining brightly in the primordial world. The 12-petal merit golden lotus belonging to Jiejiao, the 12-petal karmic fire red lotus accompanying the underworld river, the 12-petal destruction red lotus hidden within the azura blood sea, and the 24-petal creation green lotus falling into Kunlun. Only the pure world white lotus, representing the path of purity and cleansing, has not been seen for millions of years, with ancient texts barely mentioning it, lacking any contemporary records. Thus, Wanbao had long suspected that in the previous timeline this pure world white lotus likely never successfully had. But now, due to his remnant soul from the chaos pearl, traveling through time and space by a twist of fate, the cave gathered the rhythms of chaotic fragments, unexpectedly giving birth to this lost treasure. The core secret that created this opportunity must be hidden within the water of this lake. Wanbao focused intently on the surface of the lake as golden, silver, and purple halos continuously rose from the lake bottom. The essence of the sun, moon, and stars flowed into the water without pause, continuously nourishing and giving life to the spiritual liquid within the pond, and he had already formed a certain answer in his heart, softly uttering 3 words: 3 light, sacred water. As his voice fell, the entire vast lake surface stirred. Without wind, rippling waves of three colors surged and trembled, as if resonating with the name of the Dao. The three-light sacred water, known as the first sacred water of the primordial world, surpasses all waters in healing and creation abilities and is exceedingly rare in the world. Texts record that only 3 innate divine objects can continuously give birth to three-light sacred water: the 24-petal creation green lotus, the northern mysterious control water banner, and the 8-treasure glazed bottle of Yuan Shi Tianzun. Wanba's gaze was solemn as he looked at the vast water pond beneath him, then raised his eyes to examine the pure world white lotus blooming in his hand, his thoughts instantly becoming clear. The pure world white lotus is primarily focused on the path of purity and cleansing, possessing the ability to purify turbid qi and soothe malevolent energy, but lacks the ability to spontaneously generate the primordial essence of three-light sacred water. This leaves only one possibility. Beneath the water of this lake must lie a supreme treasure capable of continuously giving birth to three-light sacred water. Upon thinking of this, Wanba's eyes ignited with fervent anticipation. Looking at the boundless three-light lake water filling the entire secret realm, a vision blossomed in his heart. If he were to completely control this place in the future, infinite three-light sacred water would be inexhaustible. Ordinary cultivators would find it nearly impossible to obtain a drop of this sacred liquid, yet he could use it to brew tea and refine spiritual treasures. What a carefree existence. To produce a whole lake's worth of three-light sacred water, the treasures buried at the lake bottom must be of a grade far superior to ordinary innate treasures, at least a high-quality innate treasure with an incalculable value. However, after the ecstasy, Wanbao suppressed the thought of probing forward, not daring to recklessly touch the pond's spiritual liquid with his physical body or primordial spirit. He was well aware of the dual-edged nature of the three-light sacred water. Though it is the #1 healing sacred medicine of the primordial world, once the sunlight, moonlight, and starlight separate, it becomes a lethal innate poison that even the Daoist golden immortals fear. The three-light sacred water ranks first among the 10 great sacred waters formed from the fusion of the primordial essence of the sun, moon, and stars at the beginning of creation, carrying the core laws of creation and destruction, and when the three waters merge, they evolve into the power of creation. However, when they separate, they give rise to devastating toxins embodying 2 extreme attributes coexisting in one. In the pond, the 3 waters are distinct, each presenting its unique color, and any single one of them is an innate poison that even Daoist golden immortals find difficult to eradicate. The sunlight sacred water forms as a scorching golden liquid containing the ultimate yang poison, specifically targeting the essence, blood, and foundational Dao of cultivators. Just a drop on the skin can dissolve the flesh and bones of a Daoist golden immortal, devouring the foundation of their cultivation through their meridians. The moonlight sacred water transforms into a cold silver paste, enveloping the ultimate cold poison of the moon, specifically corroding the primordial spirit and the 3 souls, instantly freezing the essence of the soul upon entering the sea of consciousness, leading to soul dispersion after prolonged exposure. The starlight sacred water is a deep purple liquid concealing a unique poison from the fragments of chaos, specifically dissolving the true spirit and the essence. Only when the golden, silver, and purple spiritual waters are fully blended can the toxic effects neutralize and harmonize, resulting in an unparalleled power of creation, becoming the universally acknowledged unique healing sacred liquid of the primordial world, with countless marvelous uses conquering all. It can resolve all innate and postnatal poisons in the 3 realms, purifying array poisons and soul-eroding poisons from spiritual treasures. It can fully restore shattered bodies, damaged foundations, and injured primordial spirits. As long as the true spirit has not completely dissipated, it can reshape flesh and complete the soul, truly bringing the dead back to life. With just a few drops, it can revive withered innate roots or damaged innate treasures. A long-term bathing in the harmonized three-light sacred water can also stabilize one's foundation and purify the purity of the soul, greatly assisting cultivators in breaking through to the Daoist or Quasi-Saint realm. Such miraculous uses of defiance against heaven are enough to drive any great being in the primordial world to madness and pursuit. However, the lake's water before him showed no trace of warm, transformative energy. The boundaries of the golden, silver, and purple spiritual waters were distinctly clear, remaining separate from each other. The entire pond, filled with the separated toxic essence of the 3 lights, and looking around, toxic mists rose, concealing deadly intentions. Wanbao gazed at this 3-light poison pond, which even Daoist golden immortals would avoid, secretly troubled. He was merely at the initial stage of the golden immortal level. His physical body, primordial spirit, and foundation were far inferior to those of a Daoist golden immortal. If he recklessly stepped into the pond, with even a single drop of sunlight, moonlight, or starlight poison touching him, it would instantly lead to the destruction of his foundation and the freezing of his soul. How then could he delve into the poison pond to find that treasure lying at the bottom of the lake that nurtured the 3-light sacred water? Holding the pure world white lotus in one hand, he gently stroked his chin with the other, furrowing his brow as he contemplated a solution to break the deadlock. The entire pond is composed of the primordial essence of the sun, moon, and stars, and the three waters severed and separated have transformed into a poisonous and perilous pond. Such a treacherous place should logically have no possibility of nurturing innate treasures, yet the pure world White Lotus was born here. Wanbao raised his eyes to the void above the pond, the very place where the pure world White Lotus had previously taken root and floated. He had already noticed when he subdued the White Lotus that it did not root in the water, but rather floated 100 feet above the lake's surface, inherently bearing innate qualities. The purification formation continuously absorbs the three-colored poisonous light, rising from below through the lotus pedestals, Dao rhythm, harmonizing the severed three lights, with its own pure Dao power, transforming the lethal flowing light into gentle and pure complete three-light divine water to nourish its own growth. Clarifying the key within a glimmer suddenly sparkled in Wanbao's eyes as his gaze returned to the pristine lotus pedestal in his palm. He softly spoke, "I see now the key to breaking the situation ultimately relies on you. Only by refining more innate restrictions within the purifying White Lotus can I fully master its innate Dao rhythm of purity and toxin cleansing, thus resisting the rampant three-light toxins in the pool below and safely entering the water for exploration." Having made up his mind, Wanbao no longer hesitated. This secret realm born from the true Ascension Transformation Mystic Cave was named Yuan Lian Blessed Ground, a name he learned when refining the White Lotus and unlocking the Lotus Pedestal's restrictions. Inside the blessed ground, the atmospheric spiritual energy was rich and dense, the laws of the Great Dao were clear and complete, and its foundation was not inferior to the renowned medium-sized spiritual lands in the outside world. In the vast primordial wilderness, it could attract countless cultivators to fight for it, providing ample space for a large sect at the golden immortal level to thrive. However, Wanbao was still unaware that the top-tier spiritual resonance of this Yuan Lian Blessed Ground originated from a small piece of chaotic fragment that had been left behind when the Chaos Pearl fled years ago. The fragment took root underground, combined with the purifying Dao rhythm emitted day and night by the purifying White Lotus, and gradually evolved over millions of years to create this exceptional retreat rich in spiritual energy. Wanbao found a spiritual peak stone platform at the center of the blessed ground where the earth vein converged and the spiritual energy surged the most. He sat cross-legged, placing the 12-petal purifying White Lotus in front of him, officially commencing a lengthy retreat to refine the layers of innate restrictions deep within the lotus pedestal. With his meager cultivation at the early golden immortal stage, the difficulty of completely mastering this top-notch innate spiritual treasure was evident. It was like a frail mortal trying to drag a mountain of immense weight, facing countless obstacles and hardships. After a full 20,000 years, time slowly passed. Within the cave, the sun and moon alternated, and the spiritual herbs withered and thrived numerous times. Wanbao finally managed to refine the 13 innate restrictions within the purifying White Lotus. The further he progressed in the refinement, the more terrifying the resistance from the origins of the restrictions became. Just the 13th restriction alone consumed a full 6,000 years of arduous cultivation to barely break through. Wanbao slowly withdrew his effort, the Dao rhythm surging around him, gradually calming down. A hint of unwillingness arose in his heart, yet he clearly understood his limitations. His cultivation foundation was laid bare before him. His primordial spirit and Dao foundation had already reached their limits. If he forcibly attempted to break through the 14th restriction, not only would he fail, but he would also damage his own Dao foundation, turning the situation upside down and resulting in a loss. 13 restrictions. I wonder if they can withstand the toxins in the pool. I can only hope it's enough. Wanbao slowly stood up, raising his right hand slightly. The lotus pedestal in his palm trembled gently, and the 12-petal purifying White Lotus floated out, suspended in midair. The layers of petals spread and expanded, quickly restoring its original towering size, bathing the surroundings in a clear radiance, purging all impurities. Wanbao stepped forward firmly, placing his feet on the broad and warm lotus pedestal. The pedestal spontaneously rose, enveloped in a layer of pure white shield, lifting him slowly into the air, heading towards the three-light poisonous pool. Below, the golden, silver, and purple poisonous mists surged in the pool, the toxic aura hitting him heated. Even from 100 feet high in the air, the prickling sensation on his golden immortal body was evident. Wanbao steadied his mind, suppressing a trace of anxiety in his heart, and stared intently at the boundless poisonous pool below, secretly pondering the success or failure lies in this moment. With a thought, the spiritual light above his head flickered, and the treasure bowl appeared in response, hovering 3 feet above him, its opening facing downwards. It emitted thick and steady golden light of fortune, resonating with the pure white light of the purifying White Lotus beneath him. The two layers of spiritual treasure's source light fused together, forming a double-layered protection. At this moment, the treasure bowl on Wanbao's head suppressed the surrounding fortune and isolated karmic causes and effects. With his feet standing on the 12-petal purifying White Lotus, which purged the 3 light toxins, the double-layered spiritual treasure supported him as he slowly descended towards the treacherous 3 light poisonous water below. As the pure white lotus light fused with golden fortune touched the surface of the three-colored poisonous water, it instantly emitted an ear-piercing, sizzling, corrosive sound. The golden sunlight poison scorched the silver moonlight poison corroded the soul, and the purple starlight poison shattered the spirit. The three extreme poisons violently pressed and eroded through the gaps in the shield, causing the entire surface of the lake to surge with towering three-colored waves. The laws of the sun, moon, and stars erupted violently, tearing at the dualistic laws of life and death, causing the surrounding space to shatter inch by inch, giving rise to a multitude of dense black spatial cracks. The 12-petal purifying white lotus beneath him trembled slightly, its pure white petals visibly covered by a layer of mottled gray-black toxic stains, while the Dao rhythm flowing from the lotus heart rapidly depleted. Wan Bao's mind tightened, and he immediately activated the 13 white lotus restrictions he had completed refining. Thousands of pure white lotus patterns erupted from the lotus pedestal, transforming into a dense lotus net that firmly isolated the close-range invasion of the three-colored poisonous water. The 13 restrictions represented the limit of what a golden immortal could command from the white lotus power. Now, with his cultivation restricted, the lotus pedestal could only defend passively, and every moment was exhausting the white lotus' innate power. The golden light from the treasure bowl above surged. The closed circuit of fortune operated at full capacity. The heavy suppressive power isolated the external karmic causes and effects, but could not interfere with the toxic erosion at the level of the source matter. It could only protect Wan Bao's spiritual root from being permeated by poison, unable to share the burden of purifying the toxins with the lotus pedestal. Such a tyrannical three-light poison, far beyond what the scriptures described. Wan Bao clenched his jaw, his physical body and meridians tingling. Even with the double-layered shield, a wisp of escaping starlight shattering poison grazed the edge of the shield, penetrating his skin and instantly erasing several of his golden immortal's fundamental runes, causing his flesh to take on a pale purple withered hue. He dared not linger, calming his mind, urging the lotus pedestal to descend at full speed. Below, the water surface was far more dangerous than the surface. Above the water was just the swirling three-colored poisonous water, but below the three light laws were completely severed. The three layers of water, gold, silver, and purple, were distinctly separated, arranged in layers. The uppermost was the golden extreme yang poisonous water, the middle was the silver extreme yin poisonous water, and the lowest was the purple chaotic poisonous water. The three layers of water formed distinct barriers, with the laws mutually repelling and colliding, creating an unending wave of law shock waves. The golden sunlight region blasted with heat waves, temperatures sufficient to melt even the lowest grade innate spiritual treasures. The silver moonlight region was freezing to the soul, freezing all surrounding spiritual senses. The purple starlight region was chaotic and dark, with an omnipresent force of shattering spirits, erasing all spiritual sense exploration. Ordinary great Luo golden immortals stepping into them would dissolve their physical bodies, freeze their divine souls, and shatter their true spirits within moments, leading to death and the dissolution of their Dao. Wan Bao, with his feet standing on the white lotus, traversed through each layer. Upon stepping into the golden sunlight poisonous water layer, the pure white radiance of the lotus pedestal dimmed violently. The glow of the 13 restrictions swayed precariously. The edges of the lotus petals were charred and twisted by the extreme yang poison, consuming 30% of its pure foundational energy, barely breaking through the barrier of the sunlight law. Upon entering the silver moonlight poisonous water layer, the chilling extreme yin aura assaulted his sea of consciousness, causing the golden light of his primordial spirit to shake violently. The treasure bowl immediately poured out golden light to reinforce his spiritual barrier, barely holding against the freezing poison of the extreme yin, until he sank into the deepest layer of purple starlight poisonous water. The surrounding shattering spirit force surged forth, nearly extinguishing the glow of the lotus pedestal's restrictions, with the white lotus foundational energy depleting by over half the shield. Wan Bao's heart was heavy with gravity. At this moment, he found himself in a dilemma. If he turned back, the 20,000 years spent would yield nothing. If he continued down, once the white lotus shield shattered, his golden immortal body and divine soul would have no means to resist the shattering poisonous water. He suppressed the fear in his heart and infused all his golden immortal essence and the power of his fortune into the purifying white lotus beneath him, igniting a strand of his own fortune to enhance the lotus pedestal's purity of the Dao. In an instant, the white lotus radiated brilliant light. The 13 restrictions roared in unison. The power of purifying the chaotic world reached its peak, forcefully dispersing the surging purple starlight poisonous water around, revealing the full picture of the lake's bottom. The lake's bottom was not a muddy rock layer, but a foundation of ancient innate star patterns. In the center of this foundation stood a three-legged glazed jade platform, and atop it a delicate, translucent, and radiant seven-colored, glazed treasure bottle floated quietly. The treasure bottle was completely transparent, inscribed with the innate Dao patterns of the sun, moon, and stars. The bottle radiated golden, silver, and purple source halos, and its mouth actively inhaled and exhaled the essence of the three lights, continuously refining the surrounding severed poisonous waters, transforming the chaotic toxic three lights into orderly source three lights, nourishing the entire poisonous lake endlessly. The 8 Treasures Glazed Bottle. A top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Wan Bao's eyes suddenly brightened, and all his doubts were resolved. No wonder this cave could form an endless three-light poisonous lake. No wonder the purifying white lotus could thrive here. The source was this top-tier innate spiritual treasure, the 8 Treasures Glazed Bottle sleeping at the bottom of the lake. This treasure was far beyond what he had estimated, a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, wielding the ability to harmonize the laws of the sun, moon, and stars. It was not that it could not harmonize the three waters, but rather intentionally imprisoned the three lights, severed the laws, nourishing itself with the poisonous water, using the power of severing the three lights to refine the bottle's Dao patterns, accumulating for millions of years, waiting for a fated person. But just as Wan Bao's divine sense locked onto the glazed bottle, it suddenly awakened. With a rumble, a sound reverberated throughout the entire three-light pool. The 8 Treasures Glazed Bottle unleashed a surge of immense three-light source power, its three-colored brilliance shooting into the sky, controlling the poisonous water at the bottom of the lake, transforming into 3 massive poisonous dragons of the sun, moon, and stars, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, charging towards the white lotus shield. The innate spiritual treasure possessed its own spirit, rebellious and hard to tame, unwilling to submit to a mere golden immortal cultivator. The 3-colored poisonous dragons, embodying the severed three-light laws, struck the white lotus shield with all their might. The already fragile lotus light barrier immediately cracked, and fine poisonous waters slipped through the gaps and invaded the shield, instantly tainting Wan Bao's left shoulder with sunlight poisonous water, causing the armor of his golden immortal body to dissolve in an instant with flesh burning and smoking. Such a powerful spiritual nature. The might of a top-tier innate spiritual treasure is indeed extraordinary. As the excruciating pain struck, Wan Bao's expression remained unchanged, for he had a plan. With his left hand forming the cave seal, he communicated with the source of the entire true ascension transformation mystic cave, borrowing the momentum of the cave to suppress the space at the bottom of the lake. The treasure bowl above him rumbled and spun, pouring out all the closed circuit of fortune, transforming into fortune chains that wrapped around the body of the 8 Treasures Glazed Bottle, sealing its ability to mobilize the essence of the 3 lights of heaven and earth. The suppressive power of fortune could suppress all spiritual natures and imprison the source of spiritual treasures. The merit golden lotus guides the fortune of the Buddhist gate, while his treasure bowl's closed circuit specializes in suppressing all spiritual treasures, spirits, and the source of the Great Dao. As the fortune chains wrapped around it, the 8 Treasures Glazed Bottle's ability to harness the 3 light powers around it suddenly became sluggish, and the might of the 3 poisonous dragons diminished. At the same time, Wan Bao poured all his remaining spiritual power into activating all 13 restrictions of the purifying white lotus, and the lotus heart erupted with an extreme white light, using the pure cleansing power of the world to wash away the violent severing Dao rhythm within the 8 Treasures Glazed Bottle. The purifying white lotus was born here, having absorbed the 3 light essence leaking from the glazed bottle for millions of years. The origins of the two were the same, and their Dao rhythms interacted and countered each other. The purifying power of the white lotus just happened to restrain the violent toxicity that the glazed bottle had intentionally nurtured. A suppression of fortune, a cleansing of the source, the combined forces of 2 top-tier spiritual treasures. The 8 Treasures Glazed Bottle trembled violently, its body glowing dimly and brightly, its rebellious spirit struggling continuously, yet under the triple suppression of the cave's momentum, the closed circuit of fortune, and the shared origin of the white lotus, its source power was continuously sealed, and the violent Dao rhythm, severing the 3 lights, was gradually purified by the lotus. In less than 100 breaths, the bottle's agitation gradually subsided, the 3 poisonous dragons dissipating and returning to the lake water, and the severed violent 3 light laws began to slowly stabilize. Seizing the opportunity, Wan Bao condensed his own destined spiritual mark at his fingertips, enveloping a strand of chaotic pearl fragment source power, sending it through the fortune chains into the source of the glazed bottle's spirit. The chaotic source transcended the 3 light Dao, directly suppressing the spirit's intelligence within the bottle. With a reluctant low whimper from the spirit, the 8 Treasures Glazed Bottle became completely docile. Its 3-colored brilliance softened and retracted voluntarily, flying out of the glazed jade platform and gently landing in Wan Bao's left palm. It felt cool and smooth to the touch, with the innate Dao rhyme of the 3 lights circulating through his body, resonating faintly with the treasure-gathering basin and the pure world white lotus. Wan Bao lowered his gaze to the 8 Treasures glazed vase in his palm, a relieved smile filling his eyes. This treasure was flawless and complete, a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure born of the primordial. It wielded the complete law of 3 lights harmonization, able to split the 3 lights into potent toxins at will, or merge the 3 waters into a miraculous creation fluid, autonomously nurturing an endless supply of three lights divine water. Thus the treasure-gathering basin secured his destiny. The pure world white lotus cleansed all defilement, and the 8 treasures glazed vase commanded the 3 lights. With 3 innate spiritual treasures in his possession, his foundation in this primordial world surged once more. And the entire 3 lights poison marsh as the 8 treasures glazed vase submitted to Wan Bao witnessed the sun, moon, and star waters, separated for countless millennia, finally begin to merge. The boundless toxic marsh was soon to transform into a unique and inexhaustible 3 lights creation divine lake across the entire primordial world. With a splash, the crystalline lake's surface shimmering with tricolor spiritual light burst open. Water splashed and scattered as Wan Bao's figure leisurely emerged from the depths of the lake. This time he dispelled all his innate spiritual energy shields and summoned no protective treasures, allowing the cool, smooth lake water to soak through his robes and dampen his long black hair. His ink-black hair clung to his back and shoulders, strands covered in glistening water droplets. He tilted his head back slightly and shook his hair with a vigorous motion, sending droplets flying. In an instant, countless clear, crystalline droplets of gold, silver, and purple splashed through the air, scattering across the lake's surface, the grassy shores, and upon the rocks. Each droplet was a supremely condensed pure 3 lights divine water. If the top powers and mighty beings of the primordial world witnessed this scene, their hearts would ache, their eyes turn red with envy, and their very souls tremble with regret. It was widely known throughout the primordial world that a single drop of pure 3 lights divine water could instantly heal all physical injuries of a Deluo golden immortal and replenish their depleted origin mana. Except for origin-level Dao wounds that touched the very foundation of the Great Dao, all physical damage and mana loss could be cured. If such divine water were deployed in a primordial tribulation or a sect war, it could single-handedly forge an undefeated fighting force and reverse the entire course of battle, its value rivaling that of a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Yet this lake of 3 lights water beneath Wan Bao, which nurtured boundless spiritual energy, had previously been used to harmonize the origins of the sun, moon, and star, and refine the purity of the divine water. The fusion and clash of the tricolor origins had reduced the lake's volume by a full 9/10, a terrifying loss. Even so, as Wan Bao extended his divine sense, scanning every inch of the spiritual lake, and precisely counting the pure 3 lights divine water remaining at the bottom, a tremendous wave surged within his heart. The untouched pure 3 lights divine water settled at the bottom of the lake amounted to exactly 129,600 drops. And this was the remaining stock after eons of nourishing the 12-grade pure world white lotus, which had absorbed the majority of the 3 lights origin and refined vast quantities of the divine water. Wan Bao's gaze flickered, his heart filled with shock and awe. He could hardly fathom that since Pangu created the heavens and the earth, this 3 lights spiritual lake had absorbed the essence of the sun, moon, and stars day and night. Had it not expended a massive amount of its origin to nurture a supreme merit treasure like the 12-grade pure world white lotus, what terrifying quantity of 3 lights divine water could it have accumulated over the eons? As this thought crossed his mind, a precious vase resting quietly at the lake's center with its inner light concealed automatically rose into the air and floated into his palm, following his will. It was the 8 treasures glazed vase. A top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, it contained a full 36 perfectly formed, flawless innate restrictions. With its restrictions complete, its power far surpassed other top-grade, innate spiritual treasures of the same rank. The origin of this treasure lay in the creation of the world by Pangu. From the chaos, the primordial clear and turbid chi emerged, merging with the core essence of the sun, moon, and star in the heavens. At the intersection of the world's spiritual veins, a primordial, glazed embryo condensed on its own, refined over billions of years by the forces of heaven and earth. The vase's surface was engraved with 8 innate Great Dao runes rooted in its origin, corresponding to the 8 fundamental origins of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, sun, moon, and star. With the 8 treasures united, it was named the 8 treasures glazed vase. With the vase revealed, its full splendor was laid bare. The body was forged from primordial glazed crystal, perfectly transparent and flawless clear as void crystal jade. It perpetually emanated a hazy tricolor glow of gold, silver, and light purple, which coiled around the vase and never dissipated. The vase's walls bore deep engravings of the trajectories of the heavenly stars and the innate Dao patterns of the sun and moon cycles. As the patterns flowed, visions of starlight shifting and yin-yang alternating would manifest. The vase's lid was carved into an 8-petal innate merit lotus platform, with a Hunyuan treasure pearl held aloft at its center, sealing the spiritual energy within. The base was inscribed with a closed-loop Sumeru spatial innate restriction, profound and endless, allowing it to change size at will, from small enough to hide in one's palm or sleeve to large enough to encompass an independent primordial heaven and earth holding mountains, rivers, and seas. The vase possessed an innate origin isolation restriction. All mortal artifacts post-heaven spiritual treasures, and even mid to low-grade innate spiritual treasures in the world were incapable of containing or preserving the three lights divine water. The water would corrode them upon contact, and their origin would scatter. Only the 8 treasures glazed vase could permanently seal, autonomously nourish, and refine the three lights' origin without leaking a sliver of spiritual energy or losing a single drop of divine water. In the next moment, all the innate divine abilities and origin wonders of the 8 treasures glazed vase flooded into Wan Bao's divine sense, clear and distinct. Core innate divine abilities. Sumeru capture imprisonment and slaughter ability for offensive destruction. Within the vase exists an independent closed-loop innate primordial cave heaven. Inside this cave heaven, layer upon layer of innate restrictions for soul-locking, body shattering, and true spirit extinction are densely arrayed. It can draw upon the power of the 3 celestial bodies and capture the soul and body of living beings from 10,000 li away. Any cultivator below the Tai golden immortal realm, without an innate spiritual treasure for protection or a great divine ability for defense, would find their body and soul firmly locked within the vase's absorption field, utterly unable to break free. Any living being drawn into the vase's cave heaven would immediately be enveloped and corroded from all sides by the separated tricolor 3 lights divine water. The 3 waters, now separate, each wield extreme baleful killing power. Sunlight, divine water golden, carries the pure yang incineration Dao power of the great sun, specializing in attacking the Buddhist vital essence, dissolving meridians and flesh, severing the cultivator's physical origin, and bones, crippling their cultivation foundation. Moonlight, divine water silvery white, carries the extreme Yin cold, soul-eroding power of the great Yin, specializing in attacking the primordial spirit, freezing its flow, corroding the Dao heart's origin, and dismantling their great Dao cultivation. Starlight, divine water light purple mist, carries the annihilation power of the Zhou star, Dao, specializing in attacking the true spirit origin, devouring the innate true spirit, grinding away reincarnation consciousness, and severing Tach. Used separately, the 3 waters are the epitome of lethal force. Those struck are directly disintegrated in body, extinguished in soul, and erased in true spirit, completely perishing, with no possibility of reincarnation. It is a supreme water control killing divine ability in the primordial world that destroys both body and soul. 3 lights unity creation, holy power for healing and creation. The 8 treasure origin runes on the vase's wall possess innate harmonizing Dao patterns, allowing for willful manipulation and autonomous fusion of the sun, moon, and star tricolor divine waters. When the 3 lights merge into one, they transform into a supreme creation spiritual fluid, hailed as the number 1 healing and creation holy fluid in all the primordial heavens. First, it can revive the dead and restore flesh and bone. Even if most of the physical body is shattered and the Dao body is incomplete, it can be perfectly restored. Second, it can neutralize all poisons across the 3 realms and all heavens, including primordial innate poisons, the poison of inner demon obsessions, and the karmic Dao poison left by sage battles. Third, it can rapidly replenish depleted Hunyuan mana, stabilize the Dao foundation of one's cultivation realm, and wash away mortal turbidity, karmic hindrances, and demonic malice from the cultivator's body. Fourth, it can nourish all kinds of innate spiritual roots, accelerating the maturation of their flowers and fruits, purifying the roots' origin and Dao grade, and shortening their gestation and growth cycles by entire culpus. Furthermore, the vase comes with versatile supplementary functions. The Sumeru cave heaven within is vast, capable of storing massive quantities of innate spiritual materials, 9-turn immortal pills, and various spiritual treasures and weapons. The cave heaven possesses innate space-time isolation and heavenly fate obscuring restrictions. A cultivator hiding within can shield themselves from heavenly Dao deductions and sage divine sense, prying, allowing them to evade tribulation, slaughter, and mighty pursuers. Storage, concealment, and refuge, all in one. Moreover, this treasure possesses a unique innate creation rhythm, relying on the 8 origin runes to absorb the vital essence of the 3 celestial bodies. It condenses a wisp of pure 3 celestial chi every 1,000 years. After accumulating for 3,000 years, it can autonomously nurture a single drop of complete pure 3 lights divine water, endlessly without cease. What a treasure! A clear, joyful laugh echoed through the surrounding void. Wan Bao gently stroked the smooth, translucent body of the 8 treasures glazed vase, with his fingertip of brilliant light shimmering in his eyes, unable to conceal his immense delight. The vase's surface flowed with an octarine innate spiritual light, emitting wisps of pure innate spiritual energy that scattered, cleansing the surrounding turbid air. A thick, pure innate Dao rhyme coiled around him, fully displaying the supreme foundation of an innate spiritual treasure. This fortuitous encounter, securing 2 innate spiritual treasures, the pure world white lotus and the 8 treasures glazed vase, was a tremendous fortune for Wan Bao, who had just crossed realms into the primordial world and whose foundation was still settling. It was enough to make even quasi-sage powerhouses green with envy. Yet the vast and boundless inherited memories of the Chaos Pearl flowing deep within his soul silently reminded Wan Bao that what he had gained was but the tip of the iceberg. The opportunities and fortunes brought by a Chaos Supreme Treasure were far more than this. Deeper treasure opportunities and secrets of heaven and earth still lay dormant across the primordial land awaiting discovery. With his mind set, a flash of golden light wrapped around Wan Bao. His form transformed into a faint golden streak, instantly traversing 10,000 li of void within the cave, heaven, landing directly before the ancient stone stele at the center of the Yuanlian space. This stele was rooted in the origin of the Yuanlian blessed land, engraved with innate Yuanlian Dao patterns, and connected to the spatial origin of the entire blessed land. To fully control the blessed land, one must first refine the origin of the stone stele. Wan Bao sat cross-legged, spreading his soul power fully. He activated his own money tree origin Dao wrapped in the vast chaotic power of the Chaos Pearl fragment, and slowly infused it into the stele's Dao patterns, beginning the lengthy process of refinement. Time flowed silently. Within the cave, heaven, seasons changed, and in the blink of an eye 1,000 years had passed. 1,000 years of polishing, soul merging, and Dao pattern unification. A deep resonant Dao hum erupted from the depths of the stone stele. A divine light of azure lotus blossomed skyward, declaring the complete success of Wan Bao's refinement. He now fully controlled the spatial authority of the entire Yuanlian blessed land. Wan Bao gently raised his eyes, a faint glimmer of chaos flashing within them, and his thoughts moved at will. The Yuanlian blessed land, previously hidden within the spatial folds of the Jinxing, Huaxian cave heaven, and concealing its aura through the cave heaven's origin, suddenly broke free from spatial constraints. It tore through layers of spatial barriers, radiating 10,000 zhang of lotus light and surging terrestrial qi. It manifested into existence at the eastern extreme of the Jinxing, Huaxian cave heaven, perfectly merging with the cave heaven's origin. The fragrance of lotus spread across 10,000 li of the eastern territory. Gazing out the mountains of the Jinxing, Huaxian cave heaven, in Wui Mountain stood majestic spiritual veins, surged, and rays of light shone in all directions. The newly settled Yuanlian blessed land was surrounded by azure lotuses, its spiritual energy concentration far exceeding the rest of the cave heaven. The innate lotus Dao law formed its own domain. The two domains coexisted and nurtured each other, their destinies interwoven. Looking upon this uniquely favored land pure in Dao rhyme, a slight smile curled at the corner of Wan Bao's mouth. He silently resolved, if fate ever brought him disciples, he would choose those of superior character and exceptional aptitude, and bestow this Yuanlian blessed land upon them as a personal training grotto for his direct disciples. To dedicate an entire complete innate blessed land exclusively for the cultivation of a single golden immortal cultivator was, even in the current primordial world, an act of extreme extravagance rarely seen since ancient times. The Yuanlian blessed land guarded the eastern extreme of the cave heaven, using the innate Yuanlian Dao to suppress the directional destiny of the cave heaven. As the sole master of the Jinxing, Huaxian cave heaven, Wan Bao's mind was connected to the cave heaven's origin. He could clearly perceive the spiritual veins of the entire cave heaven growing more vigorous, the world's destiny converging in rolling profound waves. Even the grade of the cave heaven itself improved slightly, fully demonstrating the amplifying power of the blessed land. The opportunities were not yet exhausted. The search for treasures continued. After settling the cave heaven's destiny and securing the blessed land, Wan Bao did not tarry. He restrained his Dao rhyme and moved with calm, deliberate steps, heading directly towards the southern territories of the primordial world. The inherited memories of the Chaos Pearl clearly indicated that at the convergence point of Yin and Yang, Qian and Kuan in the southern lands, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had transformed, and a great treasure had already taken shape, awaiting its destined owner. Wan Bao condensed a golden, innate, auspicious cloud under his feet, patterned with the Dao marks of the money tree. The cloud carried him through the void without a trace, traversing 10,000 li of primordial territory in an instant. Soon he stepped into the southern borders of the primordial world. The moment he set foot in the southern lands, he felt the celestial and terrestrial qi violently churning and clashing. Clear and turbid qi swirled and intertwined, forming a grayish-white hazy mist that enveloped. The surrounding area was enveloped, and the space of heaven and earth was pulled by the thick earth energy, creating ripples of varying depths and continuity. The void trembled slightly, faintly emanating a heavy pressure from precious treasures slowly rising from the depths of the earth, spreading throughout the realm. Unlike the softer and more transformative aura of the Three Suns Poison Pond, this place exuded an ancient and profound atmosphere. In its opening and closing, it contained the fundamental principles of the creation and rotation of heaven and earth, and every breath resonated with the laws governing the entire south region of the primordial wilderness, exuding an overwhelming majesty. Underneath the feet of Wan Bao, the auspicious clouds suddenly stopped, a flicker of light flowing in his eyes, as his divine soul completely unfolded, transforming into boundless spiritual consciousness, permeating through the countless layers of rock beneath. In the next moment, a torrent of heavenly and earthly information surged into his sea of consciousness, the pathways of the Great Dao surrounding him, perfectly reflecting the entire layout of the secret realm beneath the south. So it is. Another blessed land and cave. The brilliance in Wanba's eyes surged, and his heart sunk. The memory of the Hunyuan Pearl had long recorded that after the opening of the primordial world, apart from the innate spirit treasures and innate spiritual roots scattered across the heavens, the remnants of the original source from Panga's creation would select places where the energies of heaven and earth converged and fortunes flourished, condensing an innate cave. The south before him was the pivotal point of the southernmost realm of the primordial world, the junction where the murky energies of Panga sank, while the pure energies floated. After countless years of conflict and rotation of the universe, it forcibly nurtured a blessed land of great origins. The cave lay dormant beneath millions of miles of rock, hidden from the workings of heavenly secrets by the earth energy of the south, concealed beyond the divine calculations of the Tao, having not appeared for millions of years. Thus the myriad races of the primordial world, along with many powerful beings, remained utterly unaware of this cave. Buzz. Wanbao raised his hand and formed an innate seal. Boom. The ground violently cracked, and towering rock layers collapsed to the sides. Fiery red earth flames and azure-white earth energy surged into the sky as a black portal spanning millions of miles beneath slowly took shape. The portal was engraved with the innate hexagrams of heaven and earth. The left engraved the celestial path of the 9 heavens, while the right inscribed the earthly path of the 9 hells. As the portal opened and closed, the heavens spun, and the sun and moon hung inverted, sweeping across the southern region for thousands of miles, causing the surrounding flora to instantly comprehend the Tao and the beasts to prostrate in worship as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth madly converged into the cave. This was the entrance to the Qianyuan cave. Wanba's robes fluttered with the wind, and the remnants of the 3 suns' divine water dripped away, dissipating with the breeze. He retracted the sharpness emanating from his body, lightly stepped forward, and directly entered the cave's portal. Upon entering the cave, the world transformed dramatically. The external primordial world was round, while this Qianyuan cave was square, with the roundness of heaven and the squareness of earth perfectly fitting the initial shape of the world created by Pangu. The expanse of the cave was boundless, comparable to half of the true ascension cave of Wui Mountain. Above, pure heavenly energy coalesced into innate vital clouds, within which were arranged the innate hexagrams of the Qianyuan, capable of summoning the winds and thunders of the 9 heavens and the power of the stars. Below, the murky earth energy condensed into an ancient layer of soil, nurturing the 3 fundamental spiritual veins of innate metal, earth, and water, which intertwined to nourish all things in the cave. In the center of the cave there stood a towering platform, named the Qianyuan platform, built from the innate mixed primal earth and stones of creation. The surface of the platform naturally evolved to depict the innate 64 hexagrams, their symbols shifting to calculate the changes of heaven and earth, the rise and fall of all things. At the very center of the platform lay an ancient scroll, quietly spread out. The scroll measured thousands of feet in length and width, resting atop the platform, unfurling slowly without wind. The material of the scroll was woven from the essence of Panga's spine, a primal silk of heaven and earth. One side was indigo, like the vast sky, depicting the sun, moon, stars, and the winds and thunders of the 9 heavens, representing the celestial path. The other side was ochre, like the thick earth of the 9 hells, inscribing mountains, rivers, seas, and all living things, representing the earthly path. The corners of the scroll were adorned with 4 chaotic jade clasps, each engraved with the 4 fundamental principles of the innate Dao, Yuan, Heng, Li, and Zhen, suppressing the power of the scroll's heaven and earth from leaking out. Unlike the dazzling radiance of the Baobao Liuli bottle or the purity of the pure world white lotus, this scroll was incredibly reserved, its aura plain as that of a mundane object. Yet under Wanba's divine gaze his heart trembled suddenly, and the fragments of the chaotic pearl within his soul trembled wildly, giving rise to an extreme desire. An exquisite innate spiritual treasure. The Qianyuan diagram. One of the earliest formed exquisite innate spiritual treasures since the opening of the primordial world, it ranked among the foremost of the innate spiritual treasures, a treasure of the Qianyuan Dao governing the opening and closing of heaven and earth, the absorption of yin and yang, and the laws of the boundary of the myriad realms. Wanbao stepped onto the Qianyuan platform, and the 64 hexagrams beneath his feet automatically shifted aside, yielding to the overwhelming power of the Qianyuan without a hint of resistance. Raising his hand to touch the surface of the scroll, he felt a warm and weighty sensation. The energies of heaven and earth flowed into his limbs and bones, causing the 4 spiritual treasures on his body to resonate instantly. The gathering treasure bowl gathered fortune and wealth, embodying the earthly virtue of bearing all. The pure world white lotus purified karma and transformed impurities, harmonizing the adverse energies of heaven and earth. The Baobao Liuli bottle controlled the 3 suns and created transformations, balancing the yin and yang of heaven and earth. And now the Qianyuan diagram would stabilize the heavens and earth encompassing all things and controlling the order of the cosmos. Buzz. The Qianyuan diagram seemed to possess intelligence rising into the air by itself, and the vast scroll rapidly shrank, transforming into a palm-sized object that floated down into Wanba's palm, imprinting itself on his soul and forming a master-servant contract. A torrent of information regarding the laws of the Qianyuan Dao, the restrictions of spiritual treasures, and the original divine powers surged into Wanba's sea of consciousness through the soul contract without reservation. This treasure was born during the opening of Pangu when the fragments of the chaotic azure lotus split, nurtured from the Qianyuan energy that descended from the place of creation. It contained 48 complete innate restrictions seamlessly integrated without flaw with an unfathomable depth. Firstly, the Qianyuan boundary sealing the heavens. It could unfold the scroll delineating an independent realm of heaven and earth, establishing its own order, isolating all external laws of the Dao, temporal forces, and divine calculations. Within the Qianyuan boundary, only the Master's Dao is supreme, allowing for modifications to the local laws of heaven and earth, while sealing all mystical arts and divine powers. Secondly, the Qianyuan absorption encompassing all. The heavenly side could absorb the stars of the 9 heavens, the innate vital winds, the divine thunders of the 9 heavens, and various offensive spiritual treasures, refining and sealing them within the scroll. The earthly side could absorb mountains, caves, living beings, and countless soldiers and materials, sinking them into the earthly soil of the scroll for suppression. Except for the supreme innate treasures and saints, all things could be absorbed and suppressed. Even the same grade exquisite innate spiritual treasures would be forcibly taken in by the Qianyuan diagram if their power was insufficient, sealing their essence. Thirdly, the Qianyuan evolution birthing all things. Relying on the original source of the Qianyuan, it could deduce the evolution of all things, revealing flaws in techniques, weaknesses in spiritual treasures, and defects in the hearts of cultivators. It could also mobilize the earth energy and the essence of the stars, conjuring innate spiritual materials and plants, reshaping landscapes, and reconstructing blessed lands, altering the direction of fortune in a realm. Fourthly, the Qianyuan reversal, inverting offense and defense. By activating the scroll to invert yin and yang, it could reverse the offensive and defensive arts of enemies and allies, reflecting back the attacks of all divine abilities up to the level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, and could also reverse the positions of heaven and earth, shifting mountains, displacing time and space, and changing one's form, allowing for instantaneous escape from the myriad realms, making it difficult for even saints to trace his trajectory. In addition, the Qianyuan diagram shares the same origin as the Qianyuan cave beneath his feet. If the diagram exists, the cave remains undying, and if the cave exists, the power of the scroll is endless. With the support of the Qianyuan cave's earth energy cultivated over millions of years, the power of the Qianyuan diagram is inexhaustible, making it one of the few exquisite innate spiritual treasures that possess both offensive and defensive capabilities. After digesting all the information, Wanbao tightly gripped the small and ancient Qianyuan diagram in his palm, his heart stirred with excitement. Upon entering the primordial world, he had the chaotic pearl by his side, and with the innate spiritual root of the money tree as his foundation, he first subdued the 12th grade pure world white lotus, then obtained the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Baobao Liuli bottle, gathering the fortune of heaven and earth. Now, having acquired the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Qianyuan diagram, he possessed a complete Qianyuan blessed land. On one side was the true ascension cave of Wui Mountain, plus the eastern extreme, Yuan Lotus blessed land boosted by the luck of the Lotus Path. On the other side was the Qianyuan cave beneath the south, protected by the laws of the Qianyuan Dao. With 2 great innate caves belonging solely to him, 3 exquisite innate spiritual treasures, the Dao harmonized, and the fortune surged. Wanbao relaxed his brows and eyes, laughing heartily. His laughter pierced through the portal of the Qianyuan blessed land, echoing across the southern region for thousands of miles, causing the ripples in the void to dissipate entirely, and the tumultuous energies of heaven and earth in the south to settle completely. With a thought, the Qianyuan diagram in his palm fluttered and unfurled, the vast scroll spreading in the air, enveloping the entire Qianyuan cave in the rhythm of the Qianyuan Dao. Wanbao adjusted the source of the scroll, drawing the earth energy of the Qianyuan cave, relocating this hidden innate Qianyuan cave, which had lain concealed for millions of years, into the secret realm of the earthly aspect of the Qianyuan diagram. In the future, with a mere thought, he could summon the Qianyuan cave for seclusion and enlightenment, nurturing spiritual beings and serving as a training ground for his disciples. It would complement the true ascension cave of Wui Mountain, with one in the east and the other in the south, echoing each other and enhancing his Dao. Wanbao followed the source pathway of the blessed land, heading straight toward the core of the Qianyuan blessed land. Compared to the green Dao steel rooted in the lotus path of the Yuan Lotus blessed land, the boundary steel guarding the entire source of the Qianyuan cave was more magnificent and imposing. This steel stood 10,000 feet tall, forged entirely from the primal Qianyuan stone of creation. Its body was square and heavy, reaching up to the heavens, receiving the heavenly energy of the 9 heavens and the power of the earthly soil. The surface was engraved with the ever-flowing innate hexagrams of the Qianyuan and the Dao seals of yin and yang, with patterns intermingling and contrasting, firmly locking down the entire realm. Earth energy and spiritual veins of the Qianyuan cave, serving as the core of the cave's origin and the only key to control it. Having previously refined the steel of the Yuan Lotus blessed land, Wanbao found it easy to refine this stele, requiring no effort to explore the methods of refinement. He gently landed before the boundary stele, sitting cross-legged at the center of the Qianyuan hexagrams. With his eyes closed, the Dao body of his money tree operated at full strength, and chaotic light overflowed from his body, intertwining with the fortune of the gathering treasure bowl and the rhythm of the Qianyuan diagram, seeping into the patterns on the steel surface. Compared to the gradual refinement over a millennium of the Yuan Lotus blessed land, the Qianyuan boundary stele bore innate intelligence, and since the Qianyuan diagram was originally a spiritual treasure of the same origin as the cave, their auras merged seamlessly, resulting in minimal resistance during refinement. However, the original source of heaven and earth, rooted deep within the steel for millions of years, required time to gradually integrate and assimilate. As time passed, the flow of time within the cave remained still, while outside the primordial world continued to flow, and another 1,000 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. After a millennium, Wanbao's divine soul fully merged with the Qianyuan boundary stele, his Dao imprint engraved into the original patterns of the cave. The entire layout, the flow of spiritual veins, the nodes of fortune, and the hidden corners of the Qianyuan cave were all clearly etched in his divine soul, with no distance to hide from. Buzz! A heavy and resonant Dao sound erupted from the Qianyuan boundary stele, and the spiritual light of the Qianyuan surged into the sky, connecting the cave above and below. All the hexagrams on the stele faded and converged, completely falling under Wanbao's control. At this point, this Qianyuan blessed land, which had concealed itself in the true ascension cave of the southern region for millions of years, and the original energies of the Qianyuan, completely belonged to Wanbao, becoming the third innate cave secret realm he controlled after the eastern extreme Yuan Lotus blessed land, the southern polar Qianyuan blessed land. The blessed land changed ownership, and the origin reciprocated. In the next instant, the earth energy of the entire Qianyuan cave surged, and the energies of heaven and earth crazily converged around Wanbao, nourishing his physical Dao body and cleansing his chaotic thoughts. At the same time, in a concealed spot beneath the cave, sealed for millions of years by the origin of the Qianyuan, the sealing power shattered, and a warm and reserved spiritual light, imbued with the essence of infinite Dao, broke through the earth, slowly floating before Wanbao. The spiritual light, pure white, interwoven with deep black, balanced in yin and yang, devoid of hostility and chaotic divine light, emanated a neutral and peaceful aura, forming a closed loop, Dao domain firmly ranking among the exquisite innate spiritual treasures. Wanbao suddenly opened his eyes, the light within dazzling brightly. His consciousness swiftly swept over this spiritual treasure that had appeared out of thin air, perceiving its complete origin, the 36 perfect innate restrictions, and its unique limitless Dao. A genuine surprise suddenly appeared in his brows, and a smile crept across his lips as he exclaimed softly, "There's actually another innate spiritual treasure." He had initially thought that having the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Qianyuan diagram, was already quite remarkable. To his astonishment, while refining the cave, he discovered that deep within the cave's origin still lay another innate spiritual treasure. Wanbao's mind stirred slightly as she raised her hand to gently draw the ethereal spiritual light. The newly emerged spiritual treasure shed its boundless radiance, becoming exceedingly docile, gracefully circling in the air before steadily landing in the palm of her hand. The cool and gentle touch of the treasure allowed the pure primordial divine light to flow through her palm, circulating through her limbs and bones, devoid of the arrogance typical of treasures. Instead, it was soft and inclusive, automatically soothing the fatigue of her soul accumulated over millennia of refining in the cave. Wanbao's fingertips gently stroked the round bracelet, her gaze tranquil as she tapped into the vast legacy memory of the primordial pearl deep within her soul, instantly comprehending the essence, secrets of birth, and restrictions of this treasure. The primordial bracelet. A high-grade innate spiritual treasure containing 36 flawless innate restrictions. This bracelet was forged at the dawn of the Qian Yuan blessed land, a product of the merging and collision of the core pure qi of the blessed land and the heavy turbid qi of the earth, combined with the primordial essence buried deep underground for millions of years. The three elements fused together, giving rise to this treasure, which shares the same root and origin as the supreme innate treasure, the Qian Kuan diagram. Since its birth in the cave, it has been hidden within the primordial spiritual cave beneath the Qian Kuan platform, sealed and protected by the primal source of the Qian Kuan Dao. Only by completely refining the Qian Yuan cave's monument and engraving the Qian Kuan Dao imprint onto one's soul can one break the seal and allow the treasure to choose its master freely. Tracing back to its origins, when Pangu opened the heavens, and the yin and yang first split the heavens and earth had yet to be completely divided. The primordial Dao evolved from the initial Tai Chi, a strand of pure primordial Dao source untouched by yin and yang, free from the five elements, fell to the southern lands of the primordial world, taking root in this innate blessed land. After millions of years absorbing the earthly chi of the cave, it ultimately solidified into a bracelet-shaped, innate spiritual treasure, crafted entirely from pure primordial gold. From its birth, it shed all postnatal turbidities and karmic impurities, making it an exceedingly rare, innate spiritual treasure dedicated to the path of pure primordial Dao. The bracelet is round and flawless, without edges or sharp points, embodying the natural laws, effortlessly changing size at will. In its normal state, it is merely the size of a palm, exquisite and delicate, easily hidden in a sleeve or worn on the wrist. When fully activated, it can transform into a vast golden ring spanning across the heavens, enveloping a territory of miles. It radiates a warm and restrained golden light, neither blinding nor ostentatious. Intricate primordial Dao patterns are engraved inside and outside the bracelet, flowing continuously, forming a closed loop that perfectly illustrates the emergence of Tai Chi from the primordial state, the transformation of Tai Chi into the two forms giving rise to the three talents creating the four symbols evolving into the five elements leading to the six harmonies determining the 7 stars, the 7 stars arranging the 8 trigrams, and the 8 trigrams connecting to the 9 palaces in a cycle of primordial Dao. The bracelet does not engrave the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, or symbols of birds and beasts, but rather discards all superficial manifestations, solely adhering to the most primordial and fundamental essence of the primordial Dao. The interior of the bracelet is hollow, forming a closed, independent micro-primordial secret realm dedicated to sealing all things. The edge of the bracelet is surrounded by a circle of intertwined blue and white primordial light. When standing still, it conceals its divine light, appearing as plain as an ordinary object. However, once activated, it immediately unfolds vast 5-colored primordial brilliance. Wherever the light passes, the filth of heaven and earth automatically dissolves and vanishes, revealing layers of ancient primordial Dao imprints in the void that suppress all anomalies. The entire bracelet feels warm and heavy in hand, and upon contact, the gentle and enduring essence of the primordial Dao flows through her fingertips into her soul, automatically harmonizing the disparate Dao forces within her body, calming her mind, and solidifying her Dao foundation. Moreover, this treasure has layered restrictions that progress gradually with increasing power. Refining 12 innate restrictions unlocks basic sealing, treasure locking, and binding abilities. Refining 24 innate restrictions unlocks full-spectrum defensive abilities that resist all methods and repel all evils. Refining 36 innate restrictions unlocks top-tier abilities for the evolution of primordial phenomena and the collection of heavenly artifacts. Most notably, the primordial bracelet relies on its own primordial source and resonates with the earthly chi of the Qian Yuan cave, activating its powers without consuming the master's vast primordial mana, allowing for endless endurance in prolonged battles. Firstly, it possesses the ability to resist all methods and repel all evil's defensive effect. When the primordial bracelet is summoned and hovers above her head, it instantly unfurls in boundless 5-colored primordial light barrier, creating a domain of the primordial Dao. Any demonic art, inner demon, karmic poison, innate killing energy, or foreign evil spirits that touch the boundary of the light will be completely dissolved and purified by the primordial source. All techniques and attacks from cultivators at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level and below will instantly dissipate their Dao essence and lose their power upon contact. At the same cultivation level, even if a Quasi-Saint powerhouse intervenes, it would be extremely difficult to breach this layer of primordial defense without the backing of innate treasures, securing her position as the strongest among her peers. Secondly, it has the ability to capture and lock treasures, capturing power. This treasure's core divine ability is also the most elite binding power among treasures of the same level in the primordial world. It can lock onto targets with her soul, shooting out golden chains of primordial light from miles away, forcibly capturing and retrieving divine weapons, innate spiritual materials, earthly spiritual objects, middle and lower grade innate treasures, and the cultivator's personal artifacts. As long as the target's cultivation is lower than Wan Bao's, or if they do not possess supreme or high-grade innate treasures for protection, they will be instantly dragged into the primordial secret realm within the bracelet, permanently sealed with no chance of escape. Even against treasures of the same level, or even supreme innate treasures, while unable to forcibly seize them, she can instantly lock onto the treasure's source, restraining its operation and directly nullifying 70% of its power, significantly diminishing its combat strength. The Qian Kuan diagram excels at large-scale collection of the caves, mountains, rivers, and territories controlling the pattern of the world. The primordial bracelet specializes in micro-level capture and confinement of treasures and living beings, managing all heavenly artifacts. Both treasures share the same origin, one determining the macro patterns of the world, while the other controls all things at a micro level. When both are activated together, their capturing and binding power doubles, making them formidable opponents in the primordial realm. Thirdly, it can seal souls and confine bodies, crowd control and destruction. With a thought, the primordial bracelet transforms into a vast golden ring that dives down from the sky, rapidly contracting to lock the cultivator's limbs, spiritual veins, and primordial spirit, directly sealing the flow of their Dao energy and draining their primordial mana, imprisoning their personal treasure, and rendering them a lamb to the slaughter, unable to activate any techniques or weapons in resistance. At the same cultivation level, anyone ensnared by the bracelet, even great Luo golden immortal cultivators, would find it difficult to escape without a protective treasure. The duration of the confinement increases with Wan Bao's soul cultivation. Additionally, she can condense her finger to shoot out tiny golden light fragments in the shape of the bracelet, striking the cultivator's body, planting a primordial sealing imprint in their veins and soul to seal their Dao foundation, temporarily nullifying their cultivation. This ability is incredibly useful for ambushing foes or suppressing captives. Fourthly, it can evolve into myriad manifestations, transformational abilities. The primordial closed-loop patterns on the bracelet operate autonomously, dividing into countless identical primordial bracelet clones. Each clone carries 30% of the original's power and can simultaneously deploy capturing, binding, and defensive techniques, surrounding and locking enemies in a storm of golden rings, making it impossible to defend. Simultaneously, it can effortlessly simulate the appearance of various innate treasures, replicating a portion of their abilities to confuse opponents' spiritual senses. It can also release 5-colored primordial illusions, distorting the surrounding space, and constructing a primordial illusion realm, disrupting the cultivator's consciousness, concealing its own destiny and luck, interfering with the heavenly Daoist calculations and powerful spiritual probes, providing excellent means of concealment and escape. The synergy between the two is exceptional. The Qian Kuan diagram stabilizes the territorial pattern of the world, while the primordial bracelet controls all heavenly artifacts. Both originate from the source of the Qian Yuan cave, fully merging their essences, and when activated together, their sealing, capturing, and defensive powers double, complementing one another perfectly. Gently stroking the warm, flowing primordial bracelet in her palm, Wan Bao's eyes brightened, and her delight was evident, unable to restrain her smile as she exclaimed twice, "What a treasure! What a treasure!" This primordial bracelet seems tailor-made for her current self. The reason is quite simple. Wan Bao already possesses a unique innate treasure, the falling treasure money, which has effects highly similar to the primordial bracelet and even surpasses it in terms of treasure falling capabilities. The falling treasure money is hailed as the ultimate treasure for trading in the primordial world, possessing the ability to defy heaven. It ignores the disparity in cultivation levels except for chaotic treasures and innate treasures, allowing it to forcibly strike down and seize all innate spiritual treasures and postnatal treasures. However, this treasure comes with a tyrannical and harsh cost. Using the falling treasure money in transactions means that for every gain there is a loss. Each use of its power requires the owner's own luck as an equivalent price, which is extremely terrifying. In the current primordial world, Wan Bao possesses 2 caves and multiple treasures with immense and thick luck, far surpassing that of an ordinary quasi saint. Yet even so, if she were to use the falling treasure money to strike down a supreme innate treasure, it would directly siphon off 1/10 of her source of luck. A reduction of 1/10 in luck is enough to dull her fortune, destabilize her Dao foundation, and lead to unforeseen calamities. This cost is something Wan Bao cannot afford, and she rarely dares to use the falling treasure money. In the vast primordial world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong and killings are boundless, the foremost rule for cultivators to safeguard their lives is to have abundant luck. As long as her luck is prosperous and pure, without actively engaging in massive killings or accumulating heavy karmic burdens, and avoiding targeted schemes from saints, she can roam freely in the primordial realm, evade calamities, and cultivate steadily. In Wan Bao's understanding, having traversed 2 lives and comprehended the primordial Dao, the value of luck far surpasses that of merit. Merit is indeed precious, but when faced with a ruthless primordial powerhouse who harbors killing intent capable of erasing causality and leaving no karmic traces, no amount of merit can safeguard one's life. However, luck is entirely different. If one possesses pure and prosperous luck and conducts oneself without unnecessary slaughter or accumulating karma, one can receive protection from the heavenly Dao. Anyone harboring malicious intent who attempts to harm her will find that before they can inflict any damage, they will first suffer backlash from her abundant luck, resulting in their Dao foundation being damaged, cultivation regressing, or in severe cases their luck shattering, facing tribulation, and ultimately perishing. Luck acts as a shield, a blessing from the heavenly Dao, deterring anyone from daring to harm her lightly. Moreover, the two serve significantly different purposes. In cultivation, merit can directly refine the physical body, purify the primordial spirit, and rapidly elevate one's cultivation level, yielding immediate and domineering results. Luck nurtures the personal Dao, accelerates understanding of Dao techniques, stabilizes the foundation of one's realm, and helps avoid inner demons in cultivation, subtly nurturing and providing long-term sustainability. Though their values are similar when it comes to safeguarding life and avoiding risks, luck far surpasses merit. In the past, to seize treasures or control enemies, she either had to expend luck using the falling treasure money, or employ the 8 treasures glazed bottle for destruction, or the Qian Kuan diagram for large-scale suppression, always having shortcomings. Now with the primordial bracelet at her side, there is no need to consume luck, deplete merit, or overdraw mana. She can lock treasures, control enemies, protect herself, and conceal her presence, while perfectly replacing the daily functions of the falling treasure money, while preserving her immense luck for crossing tribulations, evading dangers, or dealing with calamities. With this thought, Wan Bao gently slid the primordial bracelet onto her left wrist. Its golden body adhered to her skin, and the primordial Dao essence flowed around her, as the phantom of her money tree radiated golden light to the heavens, elevating her foundation to new heights. After playing with the warm and flowing primordial bracelet on her wrist for a long time, she felt entirely satisfied. During this trip to the southern lands, she refined the Qian Yuan cave and subdued the supreme innate treasure, the Qian Kuan diagram. And now, with the high-grade innate treasure, the primordial bracelet, both treasures of the same origin, complementing each other, she has filled in the gaps in her ability to control treasures and confine enemies, no longer needing to frequently expend her source luck using the falling treasure money. The bountiful rewards of this journey far exceeded her expectations. She raised her hand, lightly shaking her sleeve, and the Qian Kuan diagram unfolded in the air, a vast scroll spreading out in the half-space of the Qian Yuan cave. The black and white patterns of the Qian Kuan Dao flowed endlessly, encompassing the entire geographical layout of the Qian Yuan cave, including its mountains, rivers, the Qian Kuan platform, and the primordial spiritual cave. Connected to the source of the Qian Yuan cave, the Qian Kuan diagram could relocate the cave without effort. In just a few breaths, this innate, blessed land, which had taken root in the southern lands of the primordial world for millions of years, was completely collected, leaving no trace of earthly chi behind. Having completed the collection, the clouds of her money tree rose beneath her feet. In an instant, she returned to the true Shanghuaxian cave. When she refined the Yuan lotus-blessed land earlier, Wan Bao had already established the entire spatial pattern of the true Shanghuaxian cave. The 4 corners of the extreme points and the direction of the spiritual veins are all imprinted in the divine soul. The eastern extreme has long since established the Yuanlian blessed land to suppress the eastern wood chi, with the innate Yuanlian Dao balancing the fortunes of the cave sky. Now possessing the complete Qianyuan cave sky, which contains the profound Qian Kuan Dao, it is most suitable for guarding the southern extremes, earth fire chi, perfecting the layout of the 4 corners of the cave sky. Wan Bao stands at the peak of the central main peak of the true ascension mystic cave sky, his divine sense spread out, enveloping the entire true ascension mystic cave sky. With a thought, he urged the Qian Kuan map in his arms, causing the scroll to slowly unfold, once more the portal opening as the grand Qian Kuan chi surged forth from the scroll. A vast Qianyuan blessed land slowly emerged from within the scroll, hovering in the southern extremes void of the true ascension mystic cave sky. Boom! The sound of the heavens and earth resonating reverberated throughout Wui Mountain. The southern extremes' earth veins violently trembled. The endless fire spirit essence from beneath the ground surged upwards, merging explosively with the Qian Kuan power overflowing from the Qianyuan cave sky. The Qianyuan cave sky itself carries the complete Qian Kuan laws. Once it descends into the southern extreme, it automatically evolves into a suppressing formation, perfectly aligning the boundaries of the cave sky with the southern extreme of the true ascension mystic cave sky, as the sources of the 2 cave skies intertwine their fortunes, connecting with no more barriers. The Qian Kuan platform of the Qianyuan cave sky directly faces the main peak of Wui Mountain, the nameless Dao rhyme pervading the southern region for miles, harmonizing the restless earth fire malevolence of this place. Originally, the southern extreme's earth fire was in constant turmoil, with the spiritual veins fire poison spreading everywhere. Now with the Qianyuan cave sky stationed, the Qian Kuan Dao harmonizes yin and yang, turning the earth fire completely into gentle and pure fire attribute, innate spiritual energy, nourishing all the mountains and plants of the southern region. Wan Bao's mind is linked with both cave skies, clearly sensing the changes in the fortunes of the cave sky. The eastern extreme's Yuanlian blessed land has a long and pure fortune, while the southern extreme's Qianyuan cave sky boasts a heavy and grand fortune, 1 lotus, and 1 Qian Kuan, 1 yin, and 1 yang, complementing each other. The previously slightly imbalanced fortunes of the 4 corners of the cave sky instantaneously achieve completeness. The entire true ascension mystic cave sky bursts with spiritual light. The fortune canopy in the sky expands several times, and the main body of the life tree projection grows thicker, with golden leaves cascading down, each leaf turning into innate spiritual material upon touching the ground, filling every valley in the cave sky. There is the Yuanlian suppressing wood in the east, the Qianyuan suppressing fire in the south. The 4 extremes have already occupied 2, while the remaining western and northern extremes still have empty gaps, and the fortunes remain unfulfilled. Wan Bao gazes down at the 4 corner domains of the cave sky, his gaze falling upon the western extreme. Determined, he steps onto a golden cloud and flies westward from the main peak. The further west he travels, the colder the surrounding spiritual energy becomes starkly different from the warm lotus energy of the eastern extreme and the heavy Qiankuan earth energy of the southern extreme. In this place, innate golden energy permeates the long sky. The mountains and rocks are all of innate gung gold. The fierce wind howls and layers of spatial folds block the path ahead. Visible layers of semi-transparent spatial membranes appear like thin gauze isolating the inside from the outside. Even if an ordinary cultivator reaches the boundary of the western extreme, they cannot break through the multiple spatial barriers and are unaware of the innate blessed land hidden within. Layer upon layer of spatial barriers crisscross and overlap, with 9 layers of innate spatial shields, each layer sealed by the gung gold Dao patterns of the western extreme, isolating the heavenly secrets and shielding divine sense probing. Even if a great Luo golden immortal were to descend not proficient in the Dao of space, it would be difficult to penetrate the 9 layers of barriers and glimpse the scenery within. The primordial pearl within Wanba's soul slightly vibrates, generating the Dao laws of chaotic space. The Wujizu automatically emanates azure-white Wujin radiance, transforming into a circular shield that envelopes his form. The Wujin Dao transcends all phenomena. The seals and barriers of worldly space can hardly bind the power of Wujin. As the radiance touches the first layer of spatial membrane, the seemingly indestructible barrier parts like thin paper, revealing a passage for travel. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. The 9 layers of spatial shields gradually retreat under the Wujin radiance without causing the slightest spatial turbulence, silently penetrating all the layers. At the moment of passing through the last layer of spatial barrier, the scenery before him changes abruptly, starkly contrasting with the desolate view of the external gung gold gale. An endless, innate Taiji blessed land quietly floats in the center of the 9 layers of spatial membranes, without the chaotic 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Between heaven and earth, only the purest Taiji yin and yang energies circulate throughout. Half of the sky is filled with pure white extreme yin energy, while the other half is covered with pitch black extreme yang energy. The black and white energies spiral around each other in the center of the blessed land, forming a colossal unchanging Taiji, yin-yang fish, slowly rotating, assimilating the primordial essence of the entire blessed land. Wherever the black and white yin-yang energies pass, the void automatically generates innate yin-yang Dao patterns. The ground does not bear ordinary plants. Instead, it is filled with innate spiritual herbs of yin and yang origin. The white spiritual herbs absorb the extreme yin energy, while the black spiritual herbs bathe in the extreme yang energy, intertwining and emitting a faint Taiji Dao rhyme. Wanbao steps into the Taiji blessed land. The soil beneath his feet is not ordinary earth and stone, but rather innate yin-yang soil, warm to the touch, as soft as clouds. When stepped upon, each inch of soil containing a trace of the origin of the Taiji Dao. The giant primordial Taiji fish suspended in the sky at the center of the blessed land is not a spiritual treasure, but the core of the blessed land's origin, equivalent to the lotus heart of the Yuanlian blessed land and the Qiankuan platform of the Qianyuan cave sky, governing all the yin-yang laws of this place and suppressing the foundational space of the blessed land. The yin and yang energies circulating between heaven and earth autonomously converge towards Wanbao, surging into his limbs and bones. The Wujizu on his left wrist specializes in the Wujin, generating Taiji, being the source Dao above Taiji. Upon stepping into the blessed land, it trembles, continuously resonating with the Dao patterns of Wujin and the Taiji fish in the air, their Dao rhymes connecting, mutually nurturing each other. Even the gathering treasure basin in his dantian glows slightly, for only through the balance of yin and yang can wealth be bred. The balanced yin and yang energies of the blessed land continuously nourish the gathering treasure basin, steadily enhancing its power to gather fortune. Wanbao closes his eyes, expanding his boundless divine sense, carefully exploring the overall appearance of the entire Taiji blessed land. This Taiji blessed land has a vast territory, 30% larger than the eastern extreme, Yuanlian blessed land, forming a complete closed-loop system of Taiji laws unaffected by the external influences of the true ascension mystic cave skies, 5 elements, and Qiankuan laws, yet perfectly integrating into the 4 extreme layout of the cave sky. The interior of the blessed land is divided into yin and yang domains, with the yin domain filled with extreme yin spiritual veins, allowing for the cultivation of the yin spirit and stabilization of the primordial spirit. The yang domain is adorned with solar Dao foundations, refining the physical body and polishing the Dao body. The balanced place of yin and yang is suitable for cultivators to comprehend the middle path of Dao and harmonize their mixed powers. Deep beneath the blessed land lies an innate Taiji spiritual vein that runs through the entire area. At the source of the spiritual vein stands a monument made entirely of yin-yang mixed primordial jade. This is the core hub controlling the entire Taiji blessed land, akin to the Qiankuan monument of the Qianyuan cave sky and the Yuanlian stele of the Yuanlian blessed land. Only by thoroughly refining the monument can one completely master this blessed land and mobilize all the yin-yang earth energy and Taiji origin. For billions of years this place has been sealed off by 9 layers of innate spatial barriers isolating it from the heavenly Daoist scrutiny, with no great beings of the primal chaos stepping in. The origin of the blessed land has never acknowledged a master, and the pure Taiji yin and yang essence has continuously accumulated to the point of near liquefaction, with black and white swirling essence clouds floating in midair. A single breath can soothe the inner demons of cultivation, stabilizing one's foundational realm. Wanbao slowly approaches the yin-yang monument at the center of the blessed land. The monument stands 1,000 feet tall, half of it gleaming white with the imprint of the extreme Yin Dao and the other half pitch black with solar markings. In the middle of the monument, the primal Taiji patterns are engraved with black and white patterns linked end-to-end, cycling continuously, firmly locking the entire space of the blessed land. Having experienced refining the Yuanlian and Qianyuan steely, Wanbao is already skilled at refining the monument. He sits cross-legged in front of the monument where yin and yang converge on level ground, the Wujizu emanating Wujin radiance, enveloping the entire yin-yang monument from above. Wujin generates Taiji, the two origins inherit one another. The Dao rhyme of the Wujizu naturally resonates with the Taiji patterns of the monument, resulting in minimal resistance to the refinement. Wanbao gradually imprints his soul into the monument's restrictions, assimilating the origin of the blessed land bit by bit. Time flows slowly within the blessed land, while outside the cave sky, time rapidly passes by, quietly flowing for another 1,000 years. Throughout the millennium, the yin and yang essence continuously pouring forth from the Taiji blessed land envelopes Wanbao, constantly washing his body and nourishing his soul. Until the 1,000 years come to an end, a deep rumble of Dao sound erupts from the yin-yang monument, the black and white energies soaring into the sky, merging with the giant Taiji yin-yang fish above, all the primal Taiji restrictions on the monument bowing down, completely imprinting Wanbao's unique soul Dao imprint. At that moment, the entire Taiji blessed land fell completely under Wanbao's control. Wanbao raises his eyes, the glimmer in his gaze merging with the black and white energies of Taiji. With a thought, the 9 layers of spatial barriers isolating the outside world begin to retract, transforming into a thin yin-yang barrier that can open and close, that will no longer obstructing the interconnection of cave sky fortunes. He raises his hand to activate the Qian Kuan map, drawing upon the powers of fortune from the Qianyuan cave sky and Yuanlian blessed land. The 3 Dao rhymes surge toward the Taiji blessed land, slowly moving this innate blessed land hidden in the spatial layers, settling steadily at the western extreme of the true ascension mystic cave sky. The black and white Taiji Dao rhyme instantly fills the western extreme of the cave sky, resonating with the southern extremes Qianyuan Qian Kuan Dao and the eastern extremes Yuanlian Lotus Dao. The fierce gung gold winds of the west are completely neutralized by the Taiji yin-yang powers, transforming the originally barren and fierce western extreme into a sacred ground for cultivation. Wanbao stands at the center of the western extreme Taiji blessed land, surveying the entire innate secret realm of black and white flow and yin-yang coexistence, silently organizing the 4 extreme layout of the cave sky in his mind. The eastern extreme Yuanlian suppresses the vitality of the green, with the southern extreme Qianyuan suppresses the heavy earth fire, and the western extreme Taiji suppresses the gung gold's killing aura. The 3 blessed lands guard the 3 Daos, their Dao rhymes echoing and fortunes flowing together. Only the northern extreme water level remains vacant. Once filled, the 4 extremes will achieve completeness, forging a unique primordial cave sky guarded by the 4 extremes at its peak. But just as Wanbao's mind stretches, preparing to explore the opportunities of the northern extreme, the entire ground of the Taiji blessed land suddenly trembles. Boom! From the deepest part of the Taiji's spiritual vein beneath the blessed land, an explosion resounds throughout the western extreme's void. The giant Taiji yin-yang fish, which has been rotating for millions of years, suddenly freezes. The black and white fish eyes blaze forth, and the originally gentle and harmonious yin-yang energies instantly split into opposing forces. The pure white extreme yin energy becomes bone-chillingly cold, while the ink-black solar yang energy rages violently. The previously coexisting yin-yang powers of the blessed land suddenly divide into 2 extremes with clear barriers. Centered around the yin-yang monument, countless black and white Dao patterns break through the soil and soar into the sky, intricately interwoven and arranged in latitude and longitude, instantly covering the entire area of the Taiji blessed land. Heaven divides into yin and yang, and earth delineates the boundaries of the 2 instruments. The sun domain hangs high with innate solar true fire refining the void. The yin domain has the cold moon high in the sky with innate extreme yin coldness freezing time and space. The laws of heaven and earth are instantaneously severed, forming a self-contained attack and defense loop. The innate yin-yang 2-instrument Great Formation. This formation, birthed from the very beginning of the Taiji blessed land, was automatically arranged and rooted in the blessed land's veins by the primordial yin-yang source. It has remained dormant for millions of years, and now activates autonomously at this moment. Wanba's gaze sharpens, and the primordial pearl in the depths of his soul rapidly deduces the formation's intricacies, instantaneously uncovering its secrets. This formation, formed by the division of Taiji into two instruments, relies on the entire Taiji spiritual vein of the blessed land, as the eye of the formation, with the Taiji Yin-Yang fish above as the pivot and the 1,000-foot Yin-Yang monument as the foundation, embedded with 72 innate two-instrument formation patterns linking the Yin-Yang energies of the blessed land, creating an inseparable loop of attack and defense. Moreover, the Gung Gold energy enhances the killing power of this formation by a third. The formation separates into Yin and Yang instruments. The Yang extreme wields the burning sun's true fire, capable of refining the physical body and dissolving the essence of spiritual treasures. The Yin extreme commands the soul-eroding extreme, Yin cold mist, capable of freezing the primordial spirit and extinguishing the cultivator's Dao heart. The Yin-Yang combined formation can manifest virtual and real Yin-Yang avatars, replicating 70% of a cultivator's divine abilities. It can also reverse the enemy and ally time and space, shifting all things within the formation. Even a typical quasi-saint trapped within will be worn down by the Yin-Yang powers, leading to the depletion of their soul and divine power, ultimately resulting in death. For billions of years, the formation has remained hidden and peaceful, not revealing its killing might. It is not that the formation has been silent, but rather that it has been waiting for one who masters the Wujin Dao. Wujin generates Taiji, and Taiji divides into two instruments. At the center of this innate two-instrument formation lies a primordial treasure of the Taiji Dao. It turns out that the essence of this blessed land encompasses much more than just a secret realm for cultivation. It also contains innate great formations and top-tier spiritual treasures lying dormant. A glimmer of excitement surged in Wanba's eyes as he felt no fear of the pressure from the great formation, but rather a growing interest. With the Wujizu transcending all the Hunyuan Pearl, deducing myriad laws, and coupled with the Qiankuan map and several spiritual treasures by his side, the innate Taiji formation was just perfect for testing his own Dao foundation. In the next moment, the forces of Yin and Yang in the great formation roared around him, with Yang fire and Yin cold striking from both sides. Two torrents of Yin and Yang surged toward Wanbao, scorching and freezing the void, shattering it into countless fragments of space. Wanba's expression remained calm. He did not summon any offensive spiritual treasures, but merely lifted his wrist lightly. The Wujizu on his left wrist erupted with a brilliant light, expanding into a ring that hovered above his head, radiating boundless multicolored rays. Whenever the true fire of Yin and Yang or the cold mist of the moon touched the Wujizu's light, their Dao rhythms would dissolve instantly, and their power would revert to zero, unable to approach within 3 feet of Wanbao. The impressive attacking power of the innate Taiji formation was completely suppressed before the essence of Wujizu disintegrating layer by layer. Wujizu transcends, Taiji follows, the two instruments bow down. This formation can be broken. Wanbao spoke softly, his voice settling as the chaotic power of the Hunyuan Pearl unfolded, deducing the operational trajectories of the 72 formation patterns, with all the formation nodes and chi flow points reflecting vividly in his mind. He lightly stepped, walking at the boundary between the two realms of Yin and Yang, his feet leaving behind lotus flowers, with every step avoiding the assassination moves of the great formation, heading straight toward the formation's center, the eye of the Taiji fish. Along the way, the Yin and Yang techniques, the illusions of the two instruments, and the Yin-Yang avatars were all dissolved and neutralized by the light of the Wujizu, posing no threat. In just 100 years, Wanbao reached the core of the great formation, the convergence point of the Taiji fish. This place had the densest chi, with the black and white Yin and Yang essence condensed and liquefied layers of seals stacking upon each other, firmly locking the aura of the treasures beneath, blocking any perception of heavenly secrets. Wanbao raised his hand, and the Qiankuan map unfolded halfway, pressing down with the black and white Dao power, while combining with the innate force of the Wujizu, one pushing down the other, transcending, striking simultaneously at the central seal of the formation. Boom, boom, boom. 3 thunderous roars of the Dao echoed as the 72 innate Taiji formation patterns dimmed and shattered one by one, causing the ancient innate Yin-Yang Taiji formation, which had maintained for millions of years, to dissipate from every aspect, patterns, chi, and mechanisms. The raging Yin-Yang essence scattered wildly, but was entirely absorbed and refined by the Wujizu, transforming into pure innate essence that nourished the restrictions on the bracelet. Once the formation was broken and the underground seals shattered, a thick, ancient, and harmonious Taiji divine light surged upward, breaking through the Taiji spiritual veins beneath the earth, slowly rising to hover in front of Wanbao. As the divine light dissipated, a palm-sized square, yet rounded jade seal quietly floated in midair. The Taiji talisman, a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. It contained 48 innate restrictions, with each restriction interlinked, integrating the Taiji 2 instruments, 3 talents, and 4 images into one. This seal was formed from the first wisp of Taiji Hunyuan essence at the time of Panga's creation of the heavens, a supreme treasure of the Taiji Dao, specifically designed to suppress the innate Yin-Yang Taiji formation, guarding the Taiji blessed land since its birth, governing the laws of heaven and earth. The entire seal was crafted from innate Taiji Hunyuan jade, with one half of the seal pure white, and the other half inky black, naturally engraved with the flowing patterns of the Taiji fish, and the base inscribed with ancient script reading Taiji, every stroke resonating with the primal Dao rhythm from Panga's creation. In its normal state, it is warm and gentle with a balanced and harmonious aura of yin and yang, devoid of any hostile or violent energy. When activated, it can expand to a size of tens of thousands, enveloping vast expanses of heaven and earth in black and white divine light, inherently bringing forth a domain of Taiji, forming a balanced Dao domain. Wanbao gently guided the Taiji talisman into his palm, feeling its warm and balanced essence, where the two energies of yin and yang perfectly fused, neither cold nor hot, with a profound and vast Dao rhythm. In an instant, the memories from the Hunyuan pearl surged into a sea of consciousness, revealing all the origins, powers, and marvelous uses of the Taiji talisman fully understood in his heart. Firstly, the Taiji balances and harmonizes all paths, the core of life. It can harmonize all conflicting paths of the heavens, mixed powers, and clashing essences of spiritual treasures. Wanbao was surrounded by an array of spiritual treasures: the gathering treasure basin for wealth, the pure world white lotus for merit, the 8 treasures glazed vase for light, the Qiankuan map for Dao, the Wajizu for the ultimate path, and the falling treasure money for transactions. Each possessing distinct origins, and their prolonged coexistence would inevitably lead to mutual conflict, consuming their foundational powers. The Taiji talisman positioned centrally could unify the 6 major origins of Wajizu Taiji, Qiankuan Lianhua, 3 lights, and fortune, merging them into one entirely, eliminating any conflicting Dao rhythms among all spiritual treasures, amplifying their powers by 30%, allowing them to coordinate without hindrance. Simultaneously, it could harmonize the yin and yang powers within cultivators, dispel inner demons and negative thoughts, and stabilize their foundational Dao, preventing backlash from their realms and the collapse of their Dao hearts. Secondly, the 2 instruments can differentiate, executing yin and yang attacks. Activating the seal can split into the pure yang sun seal and the pure yin moon seal. The sun seal governs the true fire of the sun throughout the heavens, capable of refining spiritual treasures, dissolving evil, and extinguishing the underworld. The moon seal governs the cold mist of the moon across the heavens, capable of freezing time and space, sealing souls, and imprisoning vitality. The differentiation of yin and yang allows for unparalleled attacks that can be executed either separately or in tandem, tearing apart the Dao domains of quasi-saint level cultivators. Thirdly, the Taiji can stabilize the domains, sealing the sky. By fully activating the immense Taiji talisman and executing the Taiji seal technique, one can delineate the Taiji barrier, within which the laws of yin and yang are controlled by oneself, capable of sealing time and space, sealing divine powers, suppressing cave heavens, and restraining mighty beings. Aside from the origins of saints and primal treasures, all beings' spiritual treasures and techniques can be suppressed and imprisoned by the Taiji seal. The suppressive power firmly stabilizes the absorption power of the Qiankuan map. Fourthly, the transformation of yin and yang creates all things. Relying on the transformative Dao of Taiji, one can reverse the yin and yang of life and death, causing withered wood to sprout, restoring fragmented souls, and reshaping the physical body. It can purify innate spiritual roots and enhance the grade of innate spiritual materials, catalyzing spiritual fruits to maturity. It can also convert karma, malevolent energy, and negative emotions into pure Taiji merits, allowing one to amass vast amounts of clean merits without arduous cultivation, with levels far exceeding those obtained from refining the pure world white lotus. Fifthly, the Taiji 2 instruments can break formations. This seal governs the principles of Taiji evolution, deducing the heavenly laws, the flaws of techniques, the weaknesses of formations, and the trajectories of calamities. Moreover, the interaction of spiritual treasures is unparalleled. The Wajizu represents the end of the limitless, while the Taiji talisman represents the beginning of Taiji. The two are interdependent. When activated, the limitless can transform into Taiji, and the Taiji can revert to limitless, constructing a closed-loop Dao domain of limitless Taiji, directly doubling defense, confinement, and deduction capabilities. When combined with the Qiankuan map, the 3 paths of limitless Taiji and Qiankuan unite, reshaping the cosmic structure and altering the laws of a cave heaven. In terms of the source level, the Taiji talisman governs the essence of Taiji, its level surpassing that of the Qiankuan maps, Dao making it the highest grade and most esteemed innate spiritual treasure currently in Wanbao's possession. The Taiji talisman in his palm trembled slightly, imprinting Wanbao's soul, autonomously establishing a life contract as the black and white divine light of Taiji intertwined around him, echoing with the blue and white divine light of the Wajizu, forming a closed-loop halo of Dao. Wanbao tightly gripped the Taiji talisman, his eyes gleaming with joy. The Taiji light slowly retracted, dissipating from Wanba's body, while the 72 innate Taiji formation patterns that had just shattered transformed into delicate black and white fish, leaving behind a wisp of lingering yin-yang energy swirling within the cracks beneath the eye of the Taiji fish, slow to disperse. Wanba's fingertips caressed the warm Taiji talisman in his palm, his gaze slightly narrowing as he looked down at the unfathomable cracks in the earth. The chaotic slight glow of the Hunyuan pearl flowed in his eyes, piercing through layers of earth's spiritual veins and fragmented seals reaching down to the depths of the blessed land. In the core of the underground spiritual veins, a naturally formed jade altar measuring 1,000 feet in diameter lay quietly hidden, its patterns replicating an enlarged version of the innate Taiji patterns nourished by the essence of the blessed lands yin and yang for millions of years, having long since integrated with the spiritual veins of the entire Taiji blessed land. At the very center of the jade altar, an ancient round mirror floated, wrapped in the last layer of pale golden Taiji essence, concealing all its aura. Had it not been for the shattering of the Great Formation and the departure of the Taiji talisman, the seal would never have loosened, and even mighty beings from the heavens would find it nearly impossible to detect its existence. The formation has been broken, yet its essence remains. With the Taiji talisman detached, the foundation of the formation persists. It turns out this innate Taiji formation is not solely guarded by a single spiritual treasure, but rather by a dual treasure of a seal and a mirror jointly maintaining the formation. Wanbao murmured softly, his excitement growing. The Taiji talisman he had just subdued was the primary spiritual treasure governing the Dao, while the round mirror beneath the earth served as the auxiliary formation plate controlling the formation's operations. With a thought, the pure world white lotus beneath Wanbao opened again, the Hunyuan pearl exerting its utmost deducing power, gently shaking, causing the last layer of yin-yang Dao rhythm to shatter in response. Ultimately, this innate Taiji formation was merely a dead formation, shaped by the essence of spiritual treasures and without anyone to command it. Regardless of its myriad mysteries and vast powers, it still followed a traceable pattern and cyclic law. This is the essence of all formations in the primordial world. Within the primordial realm, any individual who comprehends the flaws in the formation's mechanism, understands its operational principles, and is protected by top-tier innate spiritual treasures can still break through the formation with ease, even if they are merely mortals. The only difference lies in the time spent. Typical top-tier innate formations may take anywhere from 10,000 to several tens of thousands of years to methodically break. Buzz. The clear sound of the mirror resonated through the layers of rock beneath the earth, shaking every inch of the yin and yang spiritual veins of the Taiji blessed land. The black and white light of the mirror burst forth, soaring into the sky, flowing with the warm and profound essence of the innate Dao, cascading down to Wanba's left palm, in opposition to the right hand's Taiji talisman, instantly resonating and intertwining the origins of yin and yang, forming a closed loop of Dao rhythms. This object is a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, the yin-yang mirror. It contains 36 innate restrictions formed naturally, created from the primordial essence of yin and yang at the moment of Panga's creation and the initial separation of yin and yang, born together with the Taiji blessed land. Having rooted itself in the core of the blessed land for millions of years, it governs the flow of the formation patterns of the innate Taiji formation, coordinates the yin and yang qi dynamics, and evolves the illusions of reality, serving as the exclusive auxiliary treasure of the Great Formation. The treasure mirror is perfectly round and transparent, with a diameter of 3 feet, and its edges are engraved with ancient patterns of the 4 images and 2 instruments naturally flowing with Dao rhythms. The left edge is crystalline white, containing the pure yang essence of the sun. The right edge is deep black, concealing the turbid essence of the pure yin. The mirror surface is clear and illuminating, capable of reflecting the essence of all things and evolving illusions of reality. The back of the mirror is inscribed with ancient primordial formation scripts, linking each character to the 72 patterns of the 2 instruments governing the entire formation's qi dynamics. The treasure mirror has 2 sides of yin and yang. One side is a fiery red warm sun, while the other side is a pure white cold moon, refining the Dao foundation with the essence of the sun and moon, primarily targeting the soul's yin and yang life energy, not with brute force, but directly impacting the fundamental essence of living beings' souls, controlling life and death. As the saying goes, this mirror is half red and half white. Shake the red side, and it opens the path to life. Oh, shake the white side, and it leads to death. This is the core innate divine ability. The white side of the mirror, the pure yin soul lock, with a shake determines death. Activating the pure white yin side releases the white light of the peaceful yin, and any flesh and blood being illuminated will trigger the soul sealing power 1, binding the soul from the body. The target's 3 souls and 7 spirits are instantly forcibly absorbed and sealed within the mirror, leaving their physical bodies stiff and dazed as if they were dead. Without a top-tier soul-protecting treasure, even a Deluo golden immortal would find it hard to escape the binding power of the soul. 2. Time-limited soul execution. The soul trapped within the mirror only has 3 days of life. Within these 3 days, it can be summoned back by the sun mirror. Once the time passes, the yin energy of the moon will completely obliterate the essence of the soul, causing the physical body to decay and perish with no chance of revival. The red side of the mirror, the pure yang soul crossing with a turn, restores life. Activating the red sunny side, it releases warm pure sunlight specifically for crossing souls and dispelling calamities with 2 miraculous uses. 1. Summoning souls to restore bodies. Anyone whose soul was bound by the white mirror appearing to be physically dead will be covered by the red light, and their souls in the mirror will immediately return to their bodies, waking them up, healing their soul injuries and physical damages. 2. Purging evil. Pure sunlight naturally restrains the corpse energy of the underworld and the wandering evil spirits capable of breaking through. The soul restraining bell, the soul restraining array, the soul curse seal, and all forms of sinister restrictions liberate the soul from its bondage. They give rise to auxiliary battle divine abilities. One of them is the chaotic intertwining of yin and yang. The mirror's light sweeps across the enemy, inverting the yin and yang energy within the cultivator's body, causing their blood and chi to flow in reverse, hindering their divine abilities and spirit treasures, making it difficult for them to operate their techniques and leaving them at the mercy of others. Secondly, the domain locking soul. By exerting full power on the mirror surface, one can unfold a vast yin-yang domain spanning thousands of miles, where the pale light of the yin pervades everywhere, capable of collectively drawing the souls of countless beings, binding and killing them over a large area, making group battles inescapable. Thirdly, the evil guarding barrier. Holding the mirror closed, the yin and yang energies autonomously swirl around the body, forming a protective barrier for the soul, resisting all soul-related spells and poisonous spiritual treasures, safeguarding the root of the primordial spirit. The limitations of the magical treasure. All soul-killing and soul-restraining powers of the yin-yang mirror target living beings with essence and blood-formed flesh. If the body lacks a soul and essence, such as a body born from a lotus flower, the mirror's light will have no effect, rendering it utterly useless. Wanbao raised his gaze, with one hand holding the square Taiji talisman and the other cradling the round yin-yang treasure mirror. One talisman stabilizes the Dao, one mirror makes the formation, one master and one aid, with yin and yang originating from the same source, the black and white Dao energies intertwining around his arms, echoing with the pristine circular jade bracelet, flowing with azure and white around his wrists, intertwining 3 strands of innate top-tier Dao rhythm, constructing a miniature endless Taiji yin-yang closed-loop Dao domain around him. The complete original source of the Taiji blessed land, unshaken for billions of years, now fell into his hands. Wanbao lightly tapped the mirror surface with his fingertips, and a wisp of divine soul entered the yin-yang mirror, gently establishing a contract with his primordial soul. The mirror surface trembled slightly, actively bonding with Wanbao's divine soul, the array patterns on the back of the mirror flowing with light, instantly connecting to all remaining array nodes in the vast Taiji blessed land, bringing the entire Taiji blessed land, spanning thousands of miles, under Wanbao's control. The underground jade stone array platform transformed into a stream of black and white light, shrank and merged into the back of the yin-yang mirror, becoming a personal array base, completely breaking free from the blessed land's constraints. The Taiji seal stabilizes balance. The yin-yang mirror commands the array method. Wanbao looked down at the 2 treasures, a deeper smile forming at the corner of his lips as he softly sighed. This journey to the Taiji blessed land has exceeded all expectations. As his voice fell, a thought flickered in his mind. The Taiji talisman flew into his third eye, settling at the heart of his Dao, harmonizing the 6 diverse sources of the surrounding Great Dao. The yin-yang mirror hung on his left shoulder, shrinking to the size of an inch, concealing beneath his garments, ready to deploy the 2 instruments' great array at any moment. The jade bracelet returned to his wrist, its divine light retracted, waiting for confrontation. The scattered yin-yang essence around was completely absorbed and refined by the yin-yang mirror, a portion nourishing the spiritual vein of the Taiji blessed land, making the spiritual energy here even more abundant, transforming it into a top-tier, secluded enlightenment sanctuary. Another portion remained within the mirror, becoming the source reserved to activate the array. At this point, all hidden dangers in the Taiji blessed land were eliminated. The great array returned to focus, and both treasures were in hand, completely mastering the blessed land. With all matters settled, the yin-yang spiritual energy within the Taiji blessed land flowed steadily. The chaotic sources of yin and yang that had clashed for billions of years were thoroughly harmonized by the Taiji talisman, and there was no longer any danger of mutual annihilation or spatial rifts. Wanbao stood in the void of the Taiji, the Dao rhythm around him retracted, gazing down at the entire territory of the blessed land. This innate Taiji blessed land was originally an independent space layer that wandered outside the main realm of the primordial chaos at the beginning of creation, forming a small world on its own, with a territory of thousands of miles, the spiritual veins extremely pure, the yin and yang sources exceptionally fertile, and it was naturally a defensive secret realm relying on the innate 2 instruments great array. Previously unclaimed and free to wander now returned under his command, it would be a pity to leave it idle here. As his thoughts flowed, Wanbao instantly made a decision. The true Ascension Mystic Cave Heaven is divided into 5 extreme territories: the Central Heaven Source, the Eastern Extreme Pure World, and the Southern Extreme Universe. The Western Extreme and Northern Extreme are void. It is just right to shift this Taiji blessed land into the true Ascension Mystic Cave Heaven, completing the Western Extreme, Taiji Great Dao. This place, a drifting in the void layer, ultimately lacks roots and foundations, so I shall return it to my Primordial Cave Heaven, station it in the Western Extreme, and complete the Taiji Great Dao of the Cave Heaven. Wanbao whispered, the golden light in his third eye flickering slightly. The Taiji talisman that governed his Dao suddenly flew out, and the vast black and white Taiji divine light exploded, enveloping the entire Taiji blessed land. The Taiji talisman possesses the ability to shift the heavens and earth and define space, coupled with the jade bracelet on his wrist that transcends spatial constraints. The two act in concert, making the relocation of an innate blessed land effortless. Buzz. The Taiji divine light enveloped the mountains and rivers of the blessed land for thousands of miles, and the mountains' spiritual veins, array, bases, and flora all came to a halt, transforming the entire blessed land into a black and white flowing Taiji Dao imprint phantom, compressing its volume infinitely, with the barriers of the void layer shattering inch by inch. Wanbao raised his hand to tear apart the void before him. A passage connecting the Primordial Chaos directly to the true Ascension Mystic Cave Heaven suddenly opened wide, and at the end of the passage lay the desolate and vast land of the Western Extreme. The Western Extreme of the true Ascension Mystic Cave Heaven, vast and boundless, the terrain desolate, the rocks appearing a pale gray color, lacking rich spiritual energy and innate spiritual veins, year-round chaos winds howling. The 4 extreme Great Dao circulate, here becoming sluggish and hard to operate, marking the only flawed territory of the Cave Heaven. In the next moment, the compressed Taiji blessed land steadily descended into the heart of the Western Extreme through the chaotic passage. Boom! The innate blessed land took root upon landing the earth, shaking violently the rocky ground of the Western Extreme, undulating the void fissures beneath, closing completely, and the yin-yang spiritual veins carried by the Taiji blessed land instantly connected and merged with the source veins of the true Ascension Mystic Cave Heaven. The previously desolate and barren Western Extreme transformed in an instant. Pure yang sunlight rose from the eastern side of the blessed land, and pure yin moonlight descended from the west, the yin and yang energies sweeping like the wind, washing over the entire territory of the Western Extreme. The barren rocky soil birthed spiritual soil. The dried up veins gave rise to yin-yang springs. The howling chaotic winds were smoothed and dissipated by the yin-yang energy, and the desolate Western Extreme, after countless years, instantly saw a rise in spiritual energy, with vegetation spontaneously sprouting, the rhythms of heaven and earth suddenly becoming complete and profound. From this point on, the Great Dao of the 5 extremes in the Cave Heaven formed a closed loop, returning to unity. The Eastern Extreme nurtures green, with the Southern Extreme refines red fire. The Northern Extreme nourishes black water. The Central Heaven governs the chaos, and the Western Extreme balances yin and yang. The 5 elements nurture one another, and yin and yang maintain equilibrium, further enhancing the tier of the true Ascension Mystic Cave Heaven with the hardness of the Cave Heaven's barriers, the defensive power of its source, and the enlightenment bonuses, all surging dramatically. The blessed land took root, not merely sealing it, but merging with it. Wanbao stood beneath the sky of the Western Extreme, a tiny yin-yang mirror pattern rising into the air, transforming into a 3-foot ancient and simple treasure mirror suspended above the Western Extreme, while the Taiji talisman soared upwards, expanding to tens of thousands of feet, spanning the horizon of the Western Extreme. The talisman and mirror treasures faced each other from afar, the black and white Dao energies connecting heaven and earth, directly recreating the complete version of the innate 2 instruments Taiji Great Array, using the entire geological foundation of the Western Extreme as the array base, and the yin-yang sources of the Cave Heaven as the power, constructing a unique supreme Taiji yin-yang town domain array for the Cave Heaven. Compared to the original native array of the spatial layer, this great array, now aided by the innate source of the Primordial Cave Heaven, surged in power several times over, also possessing 3 layers of sealing effects. Firstly, it locks down the territory of the Western Extreme. The Taiji talisman descended heavily, sealing the spatial nodes in all directions of the Western Extreme, sealing off the void passages from outside. Anyone from beyond, be they great beings, demons, or external enemies wishing to invade the true Ascension Mystic Cave Heaven, must first step through the yin-yang great array of the Western Extreme, facing the soul binding of the yin-yang mirror and the lethal force of the Taiji seal. Anyone beneath the sage level entering the array will certainly perish. Secondly, it harmonizes the energy of the entire Cave Heaven. The yin-yang mirror diverts the chaotic Dao power of the cave heaven, while the Taiji talisman balances the 5 extreme sources, resolving the conflicts between the wood energy of the eastern extreme and the fire energy of the southern extreme, harmonizing the chaos of the central heaven and the circulation of the 4 elements, completely eliminating the mutual exclusion of the Great Daoist within the cave heaven, allowing the power granted by the cave heaven to benefit all beings under Wanbao. Thirdly, it guards the fortune of the cave heaven. The Taiji serves as the foundation, balancing luck with yin and yang, circulating, ensuring that fortune never ceases. The talisman and mirror treasures guard the western extreme, stabilizing the overall fortune of the true ascension mystic cave heaven, avoiding the loss of fortune due to calamities and resisting external enemies that sever fortune, break the cave heaven, or disrupt the foundation of the Dao. After completing all these arrangements, the jade bracelet on Wanbao's wrist radiated azure and white divine light, enveloping the core of the western extreme great array, establishing the array's permissions. The array can only be activated or closed by Wanbao's thought, allowing trusted individuals to enter and comprehend the Dao, while isolating all external enemies from prying, prohibiting any beings from entering the core of the Taiji blessed land without Wanbao's permission. After completing all the layouts, Wanbao looked down at the newly transformed land of the western extreme. At the center of the blessed land at the yin-yang eye, it transformed into a sacred place for comprehension, where yin-yang spiritual energy flows day and night, suitable for understanding, balance the soul, and the 2 instruments type of Great Dao. The outer area of the blessed land was designated as the residences for the disciples of his sect, where the yin-yang essence refines the body and stabilizes the primordial spirit, far surpassing the remaining regions of the cave heaven. From this point on, the layout of the true ascension mystic cave heaven was entirely complete. The central heaven Hunyuan Palace, with Wanbao presiding over the enlightenment governing the source of the cave heaven, the eastern extreme Yuan Lotus with the pure world White Lotus presiding, ensuring long life through green wood, the southern extreme universe with the universe occupying it, refining the universe, and the western extreme Taiji guarded by the Taiji talisman balancing yin and yang. The 3 extremes return to one. The Great Dao remains intact, and the cave heaven forms a self-contained closed loop, small primordial chaos. Wanbao's gaze was calm, and with a thought, the yin-yang mirror and the Taiji talisman both converged and returned to him. The Taiji talisman returned to the center of his third eye, solidifying his golden immortal Dao foundation, harmonizing the sources of the 7 great spiritual treasures around him. The yin-yang mirror transformed back into a faint pattern on his left shoulder, concealing itself, ready to deploy the great array, bind souls, and stabilize territories at any moment. Wanbao stood with his hands behind his back beneath the sky of the western extreme, the evening wind stirring his robes, a calmness in his eyes. Seeking the blessed land in the void, shifting to complement the cave heaven, the talisman and mirror secured the western extreme, and the Great Dao was thus perfected. The Taiji stabilizes yin and yang, this time breaking the array to obtain treasures. The creation is unparalleled. The eastern wood, southern fire, and western metal are all settled, leaving only the northern water-level secret realm to conquer. Once I capture the northern blessed land, the 4 extremes will be complete, and my cave heaven can transcend the initial level tribulation. As his voice fell, the Taiji talisman flew back to his dantian to nurture, resonating with the other spirit. Wanbao stood at the pinnacle of the Taiji blessed land, his gaze resolute as he looked toward the frozen water realm at the extreme north of the true ascension mystic cave heaven, the next opportunity for creation already waiting for its meeting. With his mind made up, Wanbao raised his gaze, his eyes piercing through the vast sea of clouds of the cave heaven, directly looking toward the northernmost territory of the true ascension mystic cave heaven. Within the cave heaven, the pure chi of the central heaven flows in all directions, from the eastern extreme Yuan Lotus and the southern extreme flame domain to the western extreme Taiji. The great Daos of the 3 areas are stable and profound, but only in the extreme north does it form a realm that isolates heaven and earth, a realm of extinguished water, where fire and water are at odds, and yin and yang do not intersect. Looking out, the northernmost expanse of the cave heaven stretches endlessly without a boundary in sight. The sky is perpetually covered with heavy lead gray cold clouds, with no sunlight shining down and no moonlight illuminating the land. The world is shrouded in a dark, murderous atmosphere, with the chilling primordial Xian water winds cutting through the sky, howling and slicing the void. Wherever the winds pass, the air condenses into fine ice particles, falling continuously, never stopping for millennia. Below is the boundless bleak northern sea water realm, where layers of primordial Xian ice, which have not melted for millions of years, are stacked and stretch for miles. The surface ice layer is over 1,000 feet thick, appearing deep blue throughout. The ice body contains the cold chi from the primordial times, as hard as top-tier innate spiritual treasures. The ice surface is riddled with ancient Dao patterns frozen for millions of years without melting a single bit. Beneath the ice layer is not a dead frozen soil, but rather the surging violent vastness of Xian water, endlessly turbulent. The black and murky waves of the sea tower to the heaven's dark currents sweeping through the void, with waves reaching heights of thousands of feet crashing against the thick ice below, producing a dull, thunderous roar that echoes for miles in the north. The seawater is not ordinary water, but the innate gui water of the cave heaven's source, its color as black as ink, extremely cold, heavy, and tough, capable of freezing the powers of great Luo Jinxian, capable of eroding the Dao foundation of cultivators. If an ordinary Jinxian falls into the northern sea, they will instantly be frozen in body and have their Dao rhythm halted. Half is eternally frozen, while the other half is a raging sea. The ice covers the surface of the sea, pressing down on the ice layer with water and fire stalemated, yin and yang isolated, creating the unique phenomenon of extinguishment in the northern extreme. The temperature here is incredibly low. The surrounding space is frozen and distorted by the cold, visible wisps of faint black, primordial cold mist drift in the air. Touching them would cause frost to form, and any non-water entities approaching within 100 feet would spontaneously freeze their flesh and power, and their Dao techniques would become sluggish. Compared to the eastern extremes' gentle vitality, the southern extremes' fiery slaughter, and the western extremes' harmonious yin and yang, the northern extreme is desolate, chilling, ferocious, and proud. The entire northern extreme is devoid of grass or living beings, lacking innate spiritual plants, consisting only of ice, sea, and cold winds repeating endlessly through the ages. In the central region of the northern sea, a towering ice-covered solitary mountain rises, formed entirely from ancient profound ice, surrounded by endless black water. The summit is shrouded in cold clouds, while deep within the mountain's belly the essence of the water system's great Dao faintly emanates, obscured and reserved, severing all spiritual probing. Even the Hunyuan pearl, which can deduce heavenly secrets, can only glimpse beneath the iceberg, where a complete innate water system formation lies hidden, along with the slumbering innate treasures of the water system in a dedicated water-oriented paradise. However, the cold air of the profound water and the icebound Dao are in a state of mutual restraint. The great formation lies dormant. The Earth's energy is self-locked, forming a closed loop far more perilous than the two instruments formation of the Tai Chi paradise. The Tai Chi paradise is an uncontrolled dead formation, which can be sequentially deduced and broken, whereas the water system formation of the northern polar region, born from the innate water source of the cave sky, carries the laws of annihilation, an ice ceiling harboring spiritual intelligence, integrating offense and defense with far greater destructive power than the former. For countless ages, a profound silence has reigned, with black water extending across the sky. The entire true ascension transformation of the northern polar domain is a realm of absolute desolation, completely contrary to the life-giving forces of the eastern polar green, with the cyclical shifts of the southern polar universe and the rotational Tai Chi of the western polar. Here there are no seasonal changes, no cycles of day and night, no life forms perishing or being born. Since the inception of the cave sky, it has been doubly sealed by the innate water system Dao and the ancient ice sealing laws, falling into a state of eternal stillness in a chaotic water abyss. From a distance, the towering solitary mountain of ancient profound ice in the center of the sea stands like an eternal pillar of the Dao, solitary amidst the endless black waves. The mountain is not composed of ordinary ice and snow, but is the primordial ice essence refined from the very first hint of innate water's murky aura, indestructible, immortal, bearing the foundational Dao of the entire northern polar water system. The pitch-black northern underworld water surrounds the mountain in layers, swirling without producing ordinary waves. Every stream of water carries the essence of annihilation, capable of corroding souls, erasing Dao foundations, and sealing spiritual power. Even a typical golden immortal would be instantly dissolved by the black water, their true spirit, encased in ice, transformed into an ancient ice sculpture beneath the northern mountain. Atop the solitary mountain, thick, substantial, extreme cold clouds linger year-round, known as the 9 nether-locking Dao cold clouds. This cloud is neither fog nor smoke, but a materialization of the Daoist essence formed from billions of years of ice sealing. It isolates all heavenly deductions, spiritual probing, and spiritual sense investigations. Even the most skilled golden immortal, gazing down upon this place, can only see a blurred chaos, unable to discern the depth of the formation or perceive its true appearance. The layout here sees the cold air of profound water restraining the laws of ice, sealing with the Earth's spiritual energy, self-locking, and cycling the great formation lying dormant for millennia, without a sound, while the Dao rhythms of heaven and earth form a perfect closed loop. Compared to the static, unconscious, and fixed trajectory of the two instruments formation of the western polar Tai Chi paradise, the water system formation cultivated from the innate source of the northern polar cave sky is of an entirely different level. The two instruments formation of Tai Chi is a fixed innate formation with predictable trajectories and discernible flaws. As long as one understands the path of yin and yang deductions, they can dismantle it step by step without any variables. The true ascension transformation of the northern polar realm is built upon the foundation of the eastern polar primal lotus, the southern polar boundless universe, and the western polar yin-yang of Tai Chi, encompassing the three Great Dao paradises. Now with the northern polar region lacking the innate water paradise, the treasures of the water system, and the ice-sealed formation lie dormant, here, perfectly completing the water system Dao of the cave sky, and achieving the perfection of the four poles. With water arising from the four seas, and the four poles establishing the Dao, the cycles of metal, wood, water, and fire mutually birth the central chaos of Hunyuan governing all directions. The true ascension transformation of the cave sky will be entirely fulfilled, transcending the initial level calamity, leaving no weaknesses. The words the yin-yang of the western polar has been settled, the profound water of the northern polar awaits collection, escaped Wan Bao's lips softly, as his fingertips lightly flicked. The limitless bracelet on his wrist trembled slightly, sensing the shackling power of the ice-sealed space in advance. The path of the two instruments of Tai Chi can harmonize the cold and warm of yin and yang. The path of transcendence beyond the limits can break the shackles of the ice-sealed space. The path of the Hunyuan pearl can unveil the patterns of the water system formation. With treasures at his side and the foundation of the Dao in place, breaking through the northern polar water formation and capturing the treasures of the water system is merely a matter of time. The black waters of the northern sea are churning violently, and the ancient frigid winds sweep across the heavens and earth. As Wan Bao stepped calmly descending from the void the moment he re-entered the true ascension transformation of the northern polar domain, the entire realm of ice-sealed black water suddenly awakened, instantly locking onto the visitor with the essence of slaughter accumulated over countless ages. There is no heavenly light shining here, no pure air flowing. All that can be seen is the heavy dark domain. A piercing gale-force wind swept from the foot of the towering mountain of ancient profound ice, not the usual autumn or winter cold wind, but the innate cold gale of the primordial water that has existed since the creation of the cave sky. The gale cuts through the air like a knife. Every strand of wind carries the laws of ancient ice, sealing, chilling to the bone, capable of freezing the spiritual power of golden immortals, stalling the energy of the Dao, and freezing the flow of their souls. A typical cultivator merely standing in this gale for a moment would find their Dao foundation stiffening, true essence stagnating, ultimately being encased in ice as an ancient ice corpse. As the gale howled, the surrounding fragments of ancient ice floated in the air, being ruthlessly swept and slashed by the storm, sharp and unmatched, all forged from the essence of the primordial ice, capable of slicing through the spiritual light of treasures and severing protective energies. Below, the endless black waters of the northern underworld were also in a frenzy, with massive waves rising and crashing, the water pressure as heavy as an ancient divine mountain, the essence of annihilation sweeping across the realm, devouring the void and washing over heaven and earth. The entire northern polar water and earth veins trembled and resonated, instantly locking onto Wan Bao the intruder. With the gale blades, ice edges, and black water flood, the threefold absolute siege simultaneously erupted, the expelling force of the formation reaching its peak. Facing the overwhelming assault of the desolation, Wan Bao remained calm, lightly tapping his foot, a 12-petal pure white lotus manifesting peacefully, supporting him as he stood. The pure and flawless lotus pedestal floated above the black water, its petals unfolding warm and sacred, the ancient pure light of the lotus slowly spreading, transforming into a perfect and flawless white light shield, securely protecting the space around Wan Bao. The howling extreme northern cold gale crashed into the white light barrier, instantly dissolving under the pure lotus essence, the chilling cold vanishing, entirely unable to approach even slightly. Countless sharp fragments of ancient ice, upon touching the lotus light, immediately lost their edge and melted into fine mist, dissipating into the void. The massive black water flood crashing down, thundering through the northern sea, yet could not shake the lotus pedestal barrier in the slightest, only causing faint momentary ripples on the smooth, flawless surface of the white light, which settled back to calm almost instantly. Regardless of the external winds raging, black waves surging, and icy threats looming within the lotus pedestal, all remained pure and serene, the energy harmonious, as if it were two separate worlds from the silent realm of slaughter outside. At the very moment when the murderous intent of the world erupted completely and the energy of the formation began to operate, countless patterns of formations suddenly became clear in Wan Bao's profound eyes. With his Dao heart being transparent and clear, aided by the deduction ability of the Hunyuan pearl, he penetrated layers of cold clouds and black water, revealing the intricate pathways of the formation, the flow of the Dao, and the structure of the seals throughout the northern polar realm. Countless concealed innate patterns hidden in the void, rooted in the earth veins and entwined around the solitary mountain, lit up sequentially, connecting end to end, cycling around the heavens, using the entire mountain of profound ice as the eye of the formation and the vast black waters of the northern underworld as the foundation, forming an undying supreme innate formation domain. The name of the formation is magnificent, the Daoist essence clear, and it is unmistakably the northern underworld profound water sealing heaven formation. Previously, he only knew this formation was a living formation nurtured by the innate source of the cave sky, far surpassing the dead formations of the Tai Chi paradise, but he had never comprehended its true name and full scope. Now, having personally entered the formation directly facing its might and bearing the Daoist assault, he finally fully grasped the fundamental foundation of this innate formation of the Northern Polar. With a single thought, he understood its true name, realizing the source of the formation. Wan Bao's brow slightly furrowed, and beneath his calm demeanor a hint of solemnity quietly emerged. This formation was far more domineering and enigmatic than he had anticipated. The Tai Chi 2 Instruments formation is an uncontrolled dead formation with fixed trajectories, constant flaws, and rigid adherence. As long as one understands the deductions of yin and yang, they can dismantle it step by step, without any uncertainties, backlash, or autonomous intelligence. But this northern underworld profound water-sealing heaven formation is the result of millions of years of self-nurturing by the innate water source of the cave sky, harboring spiritual intelligence, following the heart's movements with ever-changing formations and boundless calamities. It is completely integrated with the earth veins and water veins of the northern polar. Heaven and earth are the formation, and the formation is heaven and earth, inherently carrying the dual laws of ice, sealing, and annihilation, integrating offense and defense, self-healing, and trapping foes without equal. The wind serves as the formation's blade, ice as its bones, water as its malice, and clouds as its locks, with everything in the northern polar domain. Every blade of grass, every ice and water, every wind and cloud can serve as the formation, can kill, and can imprison. There are no fixed flaws, no constant trajectories, calamities adapt to cultivation levels, and the killing momentum fluctuates with external enemies, making it a true innate absolute formation. With a slight furrow of his brow, Wan Bao's fighting spirit did not diminish, but instead intensified, and became more concentrated. The greater the danger, the more insolvable it seemed, proving the immense depth of the water system's innate essence contained in this formation, and the supreme level of the concealed innate spiritual treasures. Today, breaking this ancient absolute formation, seizing this northern polar paradise, and perfecting the four pole paths, is precisely his destined path, unstoppable. The cold wind continues to howl, the black waters surge endlessly, and the formation's murderous intent layers upon layers closing in step by step. The bone-chilling cold wind is no longer an ordinary gale, but the innate cold gale of the primordial water, howling and tearing through the void, with blade-like force crisscrossing the heavens, carrying the supreme chill that freezes Dao machines and seals spiritual power, pressing down relentlessly. Wherever the wind passes, the space crystallizes, the spiritual energy stagnates, and even the surrounding Dao flows become rigid and stiff. Countless fragments of ancient profound ice swept through the storm, each grain of ice encapsulating the laws of ancient ice, sealing sharp and penetrating, able to slice through spiritual light and break protective barriers densely packed, like celestial ice blades, sealing all angles of approach and retreat. Underfoot, the vast black waters of the northern underworld erupted simultaneously. Heavy black waves surged and crashed, the water pressure as deep as an ancient divine mountain, the essence of annihilation sweeping across the realm, swallowing the void and washing over heaven and earth. The entire northern polar water veins and earth veins trembled and resonated, the murderous intent instantly locking onto Wan Bao the intruder. With the gale blades, ice edges, and black water flood, the threefold absolute siege simultaneously converged, the expelling force of the formation erupting completely. Wan Bao's expression remained unchanged as he lightly tapped his foot, and the 12-petal pure white lotus instantly took form. The sacred white lotus floated in the air, layers of petals unfurling and blooming, the pure and flawless light of the lotus instantly spreading into a complete light shield, securely enveloping the space around him. Purifying the Daoist essence, the lotus swept away all malice, firmly isolating the fierce might of the northern underworld. The booming sounds burst forth continuously. The violent cold gale crashed heavily against the white light barrier, instantly being shattered and dissolved by the pure lotus essence, the bone-chilling cold vanishing entirely upon approach. Countless sharp shards of ice struck, and upon touching the lotus light, they immediately shattered their icy essence, turning to water, no longer posing any threat. The towering black water flood surged and crashed down, the overwhelming force reverberating across the realm, yet it could not shake the lotus pedestal barrier in the slightest, merely causing a few faint momentary ripples on the smooth, flawless surface of the white light. The wild winds persist, the black waves do not cease, and the icy malice is relentless. Yet all the murderous assaults are effortlessly received and resolved by the pure white lotus, unable even to shake its foundation in the slightest. And just as the formation operated at full force and the murderous intent of heaven and earth completely unfolded, in an instant the harmonious Dao heart illuminated brightly, the primordial pearl of harmony penetrating through layers of seals with the heavenly mechanism. The formation's roots are embedded in the entire Gui water vein of the North Pole, supporting vast expanses of extinguished black water, its skeleton solidified in ancient primordial ice, while its spirit is hidden within the heavy cold clouds. The mechanism flows freely, forming a closed loop, self-healing, and changing at will with no rigid trajectory to be found. With a settled thought, Wanba's brow suddenly furrowed slightly. This frown was not one of fear, but of solemnity and acknowledgement after perceiving the full picture. The duality formation of the western extreme Taiji Blessed Land is a dead formation, a solid formation, a game over. With a fixed trajectory and constant flaws, one can deduce and break through step by step. As long as one is deeply versed in the yin-yang deduction, it can be steadily dismantled without any variables. However, this North Ming Xian water ceiling formation before him is a primordial living formation birthed from the origins of the cave heavens. It possesses a spirit with intelligence, integrating offense and defense, adapting to tribulations, and fluctuating in momentum. Ice seals the path, black water extinguishes the divine, cold clouds conceal mechanisms, and the earth vein sustains. 4 layers of Tao principles are nested and cyclic as heaven and earth become formations, and all things become lethal. The wind can be a blade, ice can be a prison, water can be a calamity, and clouds can be a lock. The entire North Pole territory is the formation itself. If the earth vein is not broken and the formation spirit is not destroyed, one can never completely resolve the situation. It is perilous, mysterious, thick, and unsolvable, far surpassing the Taiji duality formation by 100-fold. The heavy thoughts vanished in an instant, replaced by a fierce battle intent gradually igniting in his eyes. The more dangerous the formation, the thicker the Tao, the more perilous the situation, the more precious the treasures. This expedition to the North Pole was originally to complete the 4 poles water system, Tao perfect the foundation of the cave heavens, and collect primordial spiritual treasures. The murderous intent of heaven and earth filled to the utmost, and the entire North Pole void suddenly sank. It was as if the ancient silence was completely shattered. The will of the formation spirit buried deep within the earth and frozen for eons roared awake, with cold, domineering, and unassailable divine thoughts instantly, suppressing the entire black water mysterious domain. Buzz! A deep, vast sound reverberated from the depths of the solitary mountain of ancient ice, resounding through the earth's veins. The North Ming Xian water ceiling formation that had hidden in the void for millions of years was fully activated in all dimensions. Unlike ordinary formations that reveal layer by layer, this formation is a living one from the origins of the cave heavens, awakening with full force the moment it is activated. The first layer of the formation domain, the 10,000 abyss black water extinguishing spirit domain, instantly locks down the vast sea area. The originally rolling black water suddenly stagnated, then surged wildly, the inky black muddy water rising into the sky, transforming into millions of black water arrows densely packed and descending without a blind spot. Each water arrow condensed the primordial Gui water extinguishing Tao rhythm specifically designed to devour spiritual energy, corrode Tao basis, and erode divine souls, dissolving into the void and directly erasing spatial fragments, gradually obliterating the traces of the Tao. Water forces stacked upon one another, killing intense, piled upon killing intense waves of overwhelming black water calamity, stacking layer upon layer with the previous wave not yet fallen and the next already upon them, leaving no room for respite. If it were an ordinary golden immortal, they would be swallowed by the black water calamity tide in an instant, their spiritual body dissolving, Tao rhythm collapsing with no chance to escape. Yet Wanbao stood firm, as steady as the eternal azure sky. The pure white lotus Tao rhythm circulated around him, impervious to the myriad evils, untouched by all impurities. The rain of black water arrows bombarded the white light barrier, creating only a few scattered ripples, which were immediately forcibly purified, dissipated, and returned to the source by the pure lotus light. The black water surged, but could not invade a single inch. Seeing this, the formation spirit's killing intent surged again. Without waiting for the black water calamity's power to diminish, the second layer of the formation domain was instantly activated. The second layer of the formation domain, the ancient ice sealing Tao prison. Boom. The extreme cold power instantly pressed down upon the heavens, causing the temperature of the entire North Pole to plummet to the freezing point. The void froze, air currents solidified, water waves stagnated, and the Tao mechanisms were sealed. The once surging black water instantly solidified into a pitch-black sea of ice, its hardness comparable to primordial divine gold. Countless massive ancient ice chains as thick as mountains rose from the frozen void, interweaving to trap heaven and confine earth, instantly weaving into a vast net of ice, sealing spanning thousands of miles. Ice chains lock space, ice prisons lock spiritual power, cold Tao locks divine abilities. Anyone trapped in this prison will have their physical body sealed, spiritual power locked, escape methods banned, and divine soul condensed. Ultimately, they will be slowly assimilated by the eternal ice, Tao becoming an indestructible ice corpse in the formation, eternally submerged in this place. The ice-sealing Tao principles are exceedingly domineering, forcibly squeezing all living space, tightly constricting, imprisoning, and sealing the white lotus barrier. Wanba's gaze turned slightly cold, no longer passively defending. A mere eye seal dares to restrain me. Before the words fell, the limitless bracelet's blue and white divine light suddenly erupted. the supreme Dao pattern that transcends the heavens and breaks all cages spread across the wilderness. The limitless Dao specializes in breaking all forms of confinement, sealing, shackling, and imprisonment in the world. Crack, crack, crack. The ancient ice chains that were oppressing from the sky collapsed at the moment they were touched by the limitless divine light. The indestructible primordial ice shattered layer by layer. The frozen void was instantly unsealed, and the stagnant Dao mechanisms began to flow anew as the entire sealing prison collapsed in an instant, the ice melting and snow scattering. The second layer of the formation's restrictions was instantly shattered. The formation spirit was thoroughly enraged. The long silent murderous intent exploded entirely. The power of the living formation truly revealed itself. The third layer of the formation domain, the 9 nether cold clouds, conceal the heavenly mechanisms. Heavy cold clouds poured down from the mountain peak, enveloping the 8 directions in a gray mist, instantly sealing off the entire North Pole's heavenly mechanisms. This restriction is extremely insidious. It does not attack the physical body, nor does it assault the protective body, but seals the divine sense, locks the deductions, obscures the 6 senses, and confuses the Dao heart. In an instant, the external scene became blurry, the energies from all directions hidden, the formation patterns erased, and the killing intent concealed in formlessness. Even if one possesses the ability to deduce the harmonious Dao under the power of this cold cloud sealing Dao, the heavenly mechanisms are layered, obscured, and completely disconnected. Blind formations, ambushes, hidden tribulations. This is the most terrifying aspect of the North Ming formation. Unable to see the mechanisms of the formation, discern the murderous intent, or find any flaws, cultivators are equivalent to blindly facing a living formation from ancient times, forced to passively endure endless dark tribulations, slowly wearing down, exhausting, and collapsing. If outsiders enter the formation, they will have already fallen into a desperate situation by this point. Yet Wanbao controls the true ascension transformation of the primordial cave heavens. The heavenly mechanisms can be concealed, but the resonance of one's own cave heavens cannot be obscured. With the external deduction sealed, he sought within, using the heart of the cave heavens to illuminate the full picture of the formation domain. In the midst of obscurity, the flow of the earth vein of the entire formation, the position of the formation spirit, the nodes of the restrictions, and the blind spots of the killing intent became clear once more, revealing every detail. Wanbao waved his hand, and in an instant the heavenly mechanisms became bright, the 6 senses returned to their places, and the mechanisms of the formation were no longer concealed. The third layer of the formation's restrictions broken. Breaking through 3 layers of restrictions, the energy mechanisms of the formation violently fluctuated, and the entire formation went into a wild frenzy. The living formation adapted to the calamities suddenly elevating, the 4th layer of the Xian water myriad calamities shattering Dao restrictions, and the 5th layer of ice calamities tearing souls, the double ultimate killing restrictions, were fiercely activated simultaneously. The black water surged again, this time not as a rain of arrows, but as towering primordial Gui water calamity, waves, each layer overlapping an endless tide, with each wave carrying a calamity of the water system that washes over the physical body, obliterates the Dao basis, and purifies the immortal roots. Within the void, immense and formless ancient ice calamities silently emerged, hiding in the spatial domain, silently breaking the protective measures, and directly piercing the divine soul. Water calamity shatters bodies, ice calamity tears souls. Water and fire refine the Dao, ice and water wash the divine, dual calamities intertwining, and overlapping absolute killing covers the skies. At this moment the North Pole becomes the true eternal killing prison. Wanbao stood upon the 12-grade pure world white lotus with the Dao rhythm fully unleashed, the 4 poles Dao revolving around him. Regardless of the surging calamity waves and the hidden killing intent, he remained as steady as the master of the cave heavens, unyielding, unharmed, and unscathed. The myriad water calamities have all been crossed, and the 1,000 layers of ice calamity have been completely cleared. The 4th and 5th layers of restrictions collapsed successively. Breaking through 5 layers, the foundation of the formation shook violently, and the spatial formation patterns shattered over a large area. But as long as the living formation exists and the formation spirit is not dead, it is infinite and inexhaustible. The formation instantaneously drew upon the entire North Pole's earth vein origins, forcibly activating the last 3 layers of ultimate killing restrictions at the cost of depleting eons of accumulated Dao power. The 6th layer of earth vein, absolute spirit restraining the heavens. The entire Xian ice, solitary mountains, earth vein boiled, endless primordial Gui water, true calamities gushed forth into the sky, instantly severing all earthly spiritual energy within a radius of 10,000 miles. Void, absolute spirit, Dao domain, absolute energy cultivation, absolute source. Within this formation domain, outsiders' spiritual power will only deplete without recovery, true essence will only diminish without increase. In a prolonged battle, they will inevitably be exhausted to death. The 7th layer of ice sealing, reincarnation, extinction restriction. The dual ice-sealing Dao principles of extreme yin and extreme cold revolve and reciprocate, freezing, unsealing, freezing again, and extinguishing again, endlessly cycling. The first freezing grinds the physical body, the second freezing grinds the meridians, the third freezing grinds the divine soul. Reincarnation, extinction, layer upon layer, stripping the Dao, grinding cultivators' Dao foundations over the course of 1,000, 10,000, or even eons. The eighth layer of the formation spirit's true body, slaughtering Dao restriction. The core formation spirit of the formation finally revealed itself completely. A water-light Dao body spanning 10,000 feet rose from the depths of the ice mountain, flowing with primordial black water runes and ancient ice sealing Dao seals, its gaze cold and merciless, wielding the power of slaughter over the entire North Ming sealing formation. The formation spirit's true body raised its hand, condensing the water pressure of the entire North Pole Earth vein, the power of 10,000 years of ice sealing and endless black water calamities. A palm of extinguishing Xian water covered the heavens and thundered down upon Wanbao. The palm force pressed down upon the void, freezing the cloud sea and rolling back the black water. This was the strongest killing strike of the North Ming since ancient times. This is the ultimate might of the formation and also the last defensive counterattack of the primordial water source. Wanbao's gaze became utterly clear, his battle intent soaring to the peak. The groundwork has been laid, the testing has concluded, and it is finally time to completely break the formation. He no longer defended, no longer resolved, no longer buffered. The true ascension transformation of the primordial cave heavens resonated thunderously. The power of the cave heavens was bestowed upon Wanbao. The force of the true ascension transformation of the primordial cave heavens descended into Wanbao's palms. Wanbao's palms formed the governing Dao seal of the true ascension transformation of the primordial cave heavens. I take charge of the four poles, I govern the black water, I seal the ice, I perfect the cave heavens. You are the spirit of the cave heavens formation, guarding the realm for eons. Once your mission is accomplished, you may retreat. Why resist? Today, seal the formation, break the restrictions, reclaim the North Pole. Boom. The complete cave heaven phantom hung high in the 9 heavens, enveloping the entire North Pole mysterious domain. One cave heaven suppresses one corner of the formation domain. No matter how strong the formation spirit is, it is ultimately just a local formation spirit of the North Pole. No matter how fierce the formation is, it is ultimately just an attached Dao formation of the cave heavens. The distinction of primary and secondary, the difference of respect and inferiority was immediately evident. The power of the cave heavens' dominance thunderously suppressed down. The endless cycles of ice sealing came to a sudden halt, and the absolute spirit earth veins were instantaneously locked. The myriad calamities of black water immediately quieted. That colossal palm of extinction which overturned the heavens was gradually disintegrated inch by inch, crumbling and fracturing beneath the cave heaven phantom. The formation spirit's true body let out a mournful wail, its Dao patterns rapidly collapsing, its spiritual light dimming rapidly, the eternal formation power forcibly suppressed, stripped, and returned to its source. The myriad Dao patterns of the primordial pearl were injected into the formation core, instantly dismantling the 8th layer of ultimate formation restrictions, reversing all remaining mechanisms of the entire formation. Boom. The earth-shattering Dao rhythm explosion swept across 10,000 miles of the North Sea. All remaining formation patterns shattered entirely, the endless restrictions were completely cleared, and the ancient cycles collapsed completely. The 9-layer North Ming Xian water sealing formation from the outside in, from the roots to the core, was completely breached. The ancient ice sealing loosened, the black water flowed back, the heavy cold clouds dispersed, and the locked earth veins reopened. The pure water source that had been suppressed for countless years erupted violently, as the vast and pure Dao rhythm of Gui water filled the heavens and earth, transforming the desolate and deadened into a top-tier blessed land of primordial water. As the formation completely collapsed in the depths of the Xian ice solitary mountain, 2 dazzling treasures that had been settled for eons pierced through layers of ice and darkness, soaring into the sky and illuminating the entire North Ming blackwater firmament. Wanbao stood atop the 12-grade pure world White Lotus, gazing at the Arctic realm, now restored to serene clarity with its biting cold greatly diminished, bore upon his countenance an uncommon gravity, his expression subtly darkened, stern, and unsettled. A hushed inward sigh of profound astonishment trembled deep within his Dao heart. Ordinary primordial arrays were but fixed configurations of Dao patterns, rigid, unchanging in their offensive and defensive trajectories, their tribulation mechanisms predictable and mechanical, devoid of intelligence or emotion, lifeless and inflexible. Cultivators well-versed in divinatory arts could systematically discern their flaws and dismantle them with composure. Yet a living primordial array birthed with autonomous array spirit had long transcended the very definition. This array spirit arose from the primordial essence of the Zhensheng Huaxian pocket realm's Arctic pole, fully fused with the entire Beihai geomantic veins, the boundless black waters, and the eternal arcane ice, immortal, inexhaustible, self-healing, and sovereign over the array at will. It could autonomously assess external threats, dynamically escalate lethal tribulations, seamlessly shift between offensive and defensive restrictions, and, most perilously, conceal killing intent, seal celestial omens, trap foes in cyclical exhaustion, and execute annihilation in deadened terrain. Its tactics flowed with uncanny fluidity, its assaults struck with ruthless precision, utterly lawless, utterly unpredictable. The entire array-breaking endeavor had appeared from without a steady, unruffled conquest. Yet in truth, every step had teetered upon the knife's edge, every move suspended over oblivion. Wanbao knew with absolute certainty his triumph over the array spirit and shattering of this ancient peerless formation owed nothing to his cultivation base. As a newly ascended golden immortal, it was solely granted by the supreme authority vested in him as sovereign of the pocket realm. He held dominion over the complete Jin Sheng Hua Xian pocket realm, commanding the four cardinal Dao principles governing its primordial essence and wielding the profound resonance of its core formation. He was the sole sovereign of this celestial domain. The beaming mystic water sealing heaven formation was but one manifested fragment of the pocket realm's Dao domain, a subsystem intrinsically bound to the greater whole. Precisely because they shared origin and essence, master and servant by fundamental nature, he could marshal the pocket realm's totality to subdue this singular array spirit, imprint his sovereign Dao seal to forcibly lock away the spirit's avenues of self-healing, self-detonation, or escape, and overwhelm the singular water element Dao art of the formation with the full harmonized resonance of the four cardinal principles. Stripped of his sovereignty over the pocket realm, deprived of the absolute suppression conferred by its primordial essence, his mere golden immortal cultivation would have sealed his fate the moment he stepped into this sentient, beaming, living formation. Certain death, without even a sliver of hope. No, certain death fell woefully short. 800 deaths. 8,000. Still insufficient to convey the sheer abyssal peril. Even fellow golden immortals, armed with supreme spirit treasures, perfected Dao foundations, and consummate mastery of formation arts, would stand no chance against such a sentient formation eternally replenished by geomantic veins, unleashing infinite tribulations, integrating offense and defense flawlessly, and healing itself in an unbroken self-sustaining cycle. Without the pocket realm's sovereign authority to suppress it, the formation offered no exploitable flaw, its killing intent endless, its spiritual energy inexhaustible, its cycles of annihilation ceaseless. Blind arrays sealed celestial omens, black waters corroded Dao foundations, arcane ice froze souls. The array spirit delivered final decisive strikes, layer upon layer of inescapable doom, unsolvable, unbreakable, unwinnable, unevadable. Even a primordial great Luo golden immortal, should he become ensnared within, would ultimately succumb. Spiritual energy drained, Dao foundation, shattered, soul extinguished, reduced to naught, but a speck of Dao dust beneath the beaming ice. Previously the Taiji blessed land's two-principal death array, lifeless, unintelligent, rigid, had still demanded meticulous divination and cautious dismantling. But this beaming formation, born with innate sentience, commanding slaughter, autonomously employing heaven and earth as its board and all things as its weapons, dwarfed the former in lethality, a chasm as vast as heaven and earth, an abyss beyond measure. Wanbao gazed upon the purified vault of the Beihai sky, his chest still heavy with lingering dread. Fortune, truly miraculous fortune. Fortunate indeed that he was the rightful sovereign of the Zhansheng Huaxian pocket realm, wielding its primordial authority, the power to subdue area spirits, reverse formation mechanics, and break even heaven's self-contained Dao cycles. Fortunate indeed that he had fully integrated 3 of the 4 cardinal Dao principles, enabling his complete 4 cardinal resonance to counterbalance the formation's ultimate water element annihilation, and that he bore supreme treasures and possessed an unshakable Dao heart. Had he lacked this singular status as pocket realm sovereign, his entry into the beaming abyss would have heralded not treasures or blessings, but eternal entombment, the utter dissolution of Dao and self. At the instant the formation collapsed entirely, 2 beams of dazzling primordial spirit treasure radiance erupted from deep within the heart of the arcane ice solitary mountain, piercing through millennia-thick ice and soaring skyward, illuminating the entire shadowed expanse of the Beihai. Arcane ice shattered, geomantic veins awakened. The first peerless treasure light surged forth from the mountain's ancient arctic core, spanning the primordial darkness of the beaming depths. Its light shimmered with a gentle sapphire radiance, crystalline, flawless, saturating the 8 directions with pure primordial guishui, Dao resonance. 12 3-inch bands of luminous aura circled the orb in perpetual unbroken cycles, spontaneously generating, endlessly renewing. In that instant 10,000 beams of auspicious light cascaded from the heavens, and 1,000 streams of blessed qi enshrouded the Beihai. These were the 12 Dinghai pearls, the supreme water element treasure sealed for eons beneath the beaming mystic water, sealing heaven formation, now finally emerging into the light of day. These 12 pearls formed a complete set ranked as supreme grade primordial spirit treasures. Together they embodied 36 layered primordial restrictions, ancient and Dao foundation complete in cosmic law immense in power and purity. Known also as the Dinghai Divine Pearls, they stood among the most exalted water element treasures of the primordial chaos. Their origin traced back to the dawn of creation, forged from the quintessence of primordial Guishui essence, and infused with residual Dao resonance from the shattering of the chaotic pearl. They existed before the four seas were divided, before the great waves settled, when floods ravaged the cosmos, governing all water-related order, suppressing the primordial deluges of chaos, their profundity unmatched among all aquatic treasures. Their complete primordial source comprised 36 pearls, each tier ascending in rank as more were gathered. A single pearl standing alone ranked only as inferior grade primordial spirit treasure, its power modest. 6 united attained middle grade status, manifesting the foundational principles of sea stabilization. Only 12 aligned in celestial harmony achieved supreme grade status, fully sealed restrictions, self-sustaining Dao fate. 24 gathered revealed their full might, securing their rank as ultimate grade primordial spirit treasures, unrivaled across all water element domains of the primordial chaos. All 36 unified would transcend mortality, ascending to primordial supreme treasures, capable of manifesting 36 celestial realms, subduing the chaotic floods of the void, and presiding over the primordial source order of all waters. Through successive cosmic calamities, the 36 Dinghai pearls split into two, have scattering across the primordial chaos, causally severed independent. The 24 that drifted into the three realms once belonged to Tongtian Jiaozhu, who bestowed them upon Zhao Gongming of the Jiejiao Sect. With them, Zhao Gongming struck terror into the Chan sect, defeating 12 golden immortals in succession, glory unparalleled. Later, through shifting calamities and changing fortunes, they were seized by Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao, using the treasure-subduing coin, eventually passing into the hands of Randang Daoren. Randang employed the 24 pearls to manifest the 24 celestial realms, using this Dao principle to abandon the Dao path and enter the Buddhist path, attaining the fruit of Randang, the ancient Buddha, thereby establishing the foundational structure of Buddhism's eternal celestial realm system. Thus, these pearls became legendary treasures of the investiture of the god's calamity. The remaining 12 true essence pearls had lain buried since the inception of the Zhunsheng Huaxian pocket realm, deep within the Arctic mountains' primordial ice, eternally sealed by the living primordial array, accumulating undisturbed for eons. Untouched by the causality of the three realms, unstained by the dust of cosmic calamities, their water element, Dao resonance, remained immaculate, until Wan Bao shattered the Biming sealing heaven formation, broke its seals, and unlocked its geomantic veins, allowing them to emerge fully and return to their rightful master. Each pearl was identical in form, perfectly spherical, uniformly sized, flawless. Their bodies gleamed with crystalline lucidity like translucent lapis. Within each orb flowed faint primordial patterns of oceans and tides, revealing glimpses of black waters swirling and tidal rhythms rising and falling. The innate Dao scenery of a primordial water realm. In their natural state, they emitted 5-colored primordial auras: azure, sapphire, white, emerald, and gold, radiating restrained majesty and concealed lethality. Once dispersed, these 5-colored divine lights bewildered the 5 senses, clouded the 6 consciousnesses, obscured celestial omens, and shackled the soul. Even a great Luo golden immortal caught unawares would suffer blurred divine sense, severed divination, dizziness, and disorientation, unable to break free from this soul-enchanting restraint. Their restriction architecture was exquisitely refined. Layer upon nested layer, each pearl individually bore 6 independent primordial water element restrictions, governing sea stabilization, wave suppression, water mastery, ice condensation, space locking, and soul calming. The 6 foundational Dao mechanisms. When all 12 linked end-to-end, resonating in celestial harmony, and sharing a common origin, their restrictions overlapped, their Dao principles interwove, coalescing into 36 composite primordial restrictions, perfectly unifying the 4 core Daopaths: water, space, sea stabilization, and prison containment. The entire set formed a self-contained Dao principle, drawing no power from external heaven or earth. Its restrictions profound, its Dao foundation unshakable, its refinement threshold extraordinarily high. Only one, whose Dao heart embodied the pocket realm's sovereignty, and whose essence resonated with its source, could possibly bear them. As the pinnacle water element treasure of the primordial chaos, the 12 Dinghai pearls fully embodied the primordial Guishui Dao source, commanding the 4 seas, the Biming black waters, the primordial arcane ice tidal undercurrents, and seabed geysers, governing all water element laws. Their 3 supreme divine powers were peerless. First, sea stabilization and wave suppression. Upon entering any aqueous domain, the pearls instantly calmed the sand-mile torrents, sealed cataclysmic tsunamis, and stabilized seabed geysers. Even if primordial Guishui tribulation waves engulfed the world or silent black waters surged in apocalyptic flood, the pearls would instantly pacify them, returning all waters to their depths, binding and balancing the entire water system across billions of miles, eradicating water disasters forever. Second, water mastery and sea covering. The wielder could summon limitless atmospheric moisture, blackwater true essence, and polar ice-cold chi at will, instantly conjuring colossal water tribulations and drowning tidal assaults. Guishui, true essence, dissolved cultivators' protective spirit lights corroded their Dao foundations and immortal roots, and eroded their soul essence. Arcane ice resonance froze space itself, immobilized spiritual energy, and sealed off techniques of flight and evasion. Offense and defense intertwined, slaughter boundless. Third, Dao resonance harmonization. These pearls uniquely embodied dual principles, warmth and cold, balancing yin and yang, heat and chill. They neutralized the annihilating yin malevolence of the Arctic's eternal ice and mitigated the Dao corroding ferocity of black waters, harmonizing the vital energies of heaven and earth. They perfectly filled Wan Bao's own deficiency in the water element Dao path, completing the Zhun Sheng Huaxian pocket realm's 4 cardinal Dao cycle, metal, wood, water, fire, ensuring seamless perpetual generation and circulation, thereby fully remedying the pocket realm's primordial essence shortfall. The pearl's most transcendent core ability was celestial realm manifestation. Their complete source could generate 36 celestial realms, 24 could manifest 24, and these 12, fully assembled, could establish their own Dao lineage, unfolding 12 primordial water realm celestial realms. Within each pearl lay an independent, complete microcosmic water realm, containing primordial spirit water frozen Dao platforms and source water veins, self-sustaining, perpetually regenerating. In combat, the 12 pearls soared in celestial orbits, instantly constructing a celestial realm imprisonment. 12 independent realms layered upon one another, sealing space, severing escape routes, cutting off spiritual energy, and imprisoning both soul and flesh. Within the formation, victims endured perpetual pressure from celestial water forces, freezing tribulation essence and Guishui erosion. Their spiritual energy gradually depleted, Dao resonance progressively shattered, and primordial souls steadily weakened. Even a great Luo golden immortal trapped within would find no path to escape, ultimately ground down to oblivion by the inexorable logic of the celestial realms. Even the naturally diffused 5-colored soul-bewildering radiance was profoundly insidious, requiring no activation of the grand formation. Merely its ambient glow could silently daze an enemy's consciousness, disrupt divine sense, probing and fracture celestial divination, granting preemptive advantage without trace. The complete set of 12 Dinghai pearls excelled in all domains, stabilizing geomantic veins, repelling enemies, imprisoning and slaying foes, cultivating Dao and deepening enlightenment, possessing no discernible weakness. Upon their emergence, they perfectly complemented Wan Bao's Bingpa divine needle. The Dinghai pearls governed celestial stabilization, celestial realm imprisonment, geomantic anchoring, and Dao harmonization. The Bingpa needle specialized in spatial concealment, ice penetration, and instantaneous soul slaying. One embodied orthodoxy and defense, the other subtlety and offense. One stabilized, the other slew, thus forging a complete, flawless, supreme water element Dao path of annihilation. Exquisite treasure. Gazing upon the 12 Dinghai pearls revolving in celestial harmony, their radiance blazing across the void, Wan Bao's eyes blazed with fervent brilliance, and his heart swelled with genuine awe, overflowing with joy. 12 pearls floated in the void of the North Sea, their 5-colored divine light swirling endlessly. Within each pearl lay the nascent form of a world possessing the innate abilities to suppress the sea's trap foes and calm the spirit. They were flawless, top-grade innate treasures, their vast divine might on full display. To obtain this water-type treasure dormant for eons, and to fill the gaps in his own water Dao and cave heaven, this journey to the North Pole had already yielded fortune far beyond his expectations. Yet this pinnacle of joy did not last long, receding like the tide. The smile he had just raised suddenly faded, replaced by a deep solemnity and a thoughtful, contemplative expression that gathered upon his brow. Wan Bao's gaze darkened as he stared at the calming sea pearls before him, his divine mind rapidly deducing and calculating. He remembered clearly that the complete origin of the calming sea pearls consisted of 36 pearls. What he had obtained were but 12, a half of the origin that had slumbered in the cave heaven untouched by the tribulation's dust. The other 24 pearls, a complete set of supreme origin, remained in the 3 realms held by the heavenly lord of the primordial beginning, Tongtian. In the future, they were destined to fall into the hands of Zhao Gongming of the Jiejiao Sect, stirring the storms of the investiture of the gods, eventually becoming the foundation of Randang's Buddhist fruit, entangled in countless karmic consequences and conflicts across the 3 realms. With this thought, Wan Bao's Dao heart became clear and his mind was fully enlightened. Today he had fortuitously seized these 12 calming sea pearls, perfecting the 4 extremes of his cave heaven. It seemed a perfect opportunity and a great harvest, but in truth he had only obtained half of the origin. Without the union of the 36 origins, the foundation of this supreme treasure remained flawed, and the Great Dao of the myriad worlds could not reach ultimate perfection. More importantly, the heavenly lord of the primordial beginning held the remaining 24 core pearls, meaning the karmic ties of this supreme water treasure were not yet severed, and its fortune was not yet exhausted. The opportunity for a congenital supreme treasure still loomed before him. The joy in Wan Bao's eyes completely vanished, replaced by profound calculation and determination. The two sets of calming sea pearls shared the same root and origin, their fortune and Dao resonance intertwined. Though scattered in two places, they were fundamentally one. If he ever wished to gather all 36 origins, refine a congenital supreme treasure, evolve the perfect 36 worlds, and suppress the myriad waters of chaos, he would inevitably have to contend with the lineage of the heavenly lord of the primordial beginning and face the tribulations of the three realms. After a moment of thought, Wan Bao had made up his mind. It seems there are profound plans to be laid for the future journey through the primordial world. The opportunity had not ended, the road ahead was not yet finished. Wan Bao's gaze shifted slightly, falling upon another congenital spiritual treasure floating silently within the secret realm. The vast Dao resonance and immense pressure emanating from this treasure far surpassed that of the 12 top-grade calming sea pearls. The difference was immediately apparent. It was by no means an ordinary treasure of the primordial world. Wan Bao's mind stirred, and he raised his hand, beckoning gently. Ripples spread through the void, and an ancient-looking small flag broke through the mist, following a subtle pull, and flew steadily into his palm. He closed his 5 fingers around the warm, solid flagstaff and gazed intently at the treasure flag in his hand. The form, aura, and Dao patterns of this supreme treasure matched the descriptions in ancient texts from his past life to the slightest detail. In an instant, even Wan Bao, whose Dao heart had been tempered by countless ages, felt a tempestuous surge of excitement stir within him. The Northern Mystic Yuan Water Control Flag, one of the 5 flags of heaven and earth, and it is an extreme-grade congenital spiritual treasure. Without needing to probe or refine it to sense its power, Wan Bao identified its supreme origin and grade at a glance. The Northern Mystic Yuan Water Control Flag, also known as the True Martial Blackhawk Flag, ranked among the top extreme-grade congenital spiritual treasures of the primordial world. It was the supreme water treasure of the North among the 5 flags, and was an unparalleled masterpiece of attack and defense, water control, and evil suppression. Its origins were extremely ancient, born before Pangu split heaven and earth. It was formed from one of the 5 innate lotus leaves of the primordial chaos green lotus, commanding the innate water origin of the North Ringay, wielding the complete innate Gui water, Dao bearing endless profound eye-sealing laws, and its foundations were deep and unfathomable. The 5 innate lotus leaves of the chaos green lotus each transformed into a supreme treasure of the world, becoming the 5 flags that shook the primordial world: the central Jiwu apricot yellow flag, earth; the eastern Qinglian treasure color flag, with the southern Li Di flame glow flag, fire; the western Susi cloud realm flag, metal; and the northern Xinyuan water control flag, water. When the 5 flags were gathered, they could form the supreme innate 5 elements world-suppressing grand array, hailed as the #1 defensive array in the history of the primordial world. Its barriers were indestructible, leaving ordinary heavenly Dao powerhouses helpless. Only the combined might of the 5 sages could shake and break it. When the 5 flags stood apart, each was an extreme-grade congenital spiritual treasure capable of standing alone, possessing innate linked laws and transcendent power. In the canonical texts of the investiture of the gods, only the divine abilities of the other 4 flags were recorded in detail. This Xinyuan water control flag alone remained hidden from the records, never appearing in the world, leaving a gap in the annals of later generations. From the ancient Dragon Han era through the struggles of the Wu and Yao to the investiture tribulation through the long passage of time, this flag had always remained hidden, circulating within the abyss of the North Sea and the frigid domain of the mystic Yin. In the later epochs of the primordial world, this treasure fell into the hands of Jinwu Emperor, the heavenly master of demon subjugation, becoming the foundational treasure of his northern dominion. It was specifically used to suppress the water demons of the North Sea, purify the mystic Yin evil aura, and seal away the myriad demons of the 9 abyss Blackwater, guarding the peace of the North Pole Friends. The flag was ancient and regular in form, measuring 1 chi and 7 cun in length. The flagstaff was forged from pure innate mystic water jade essence condensed through the ages of chaos. It was pitch black, clear, warm, and heavy to the touch. A wisp of eternal mystic Yin extreme cold invaded one's senses upon contact, clear, solemn, and purifying the clamor of the world. The flag's surface was a deep, pure black, quiet, and profound, as if encompassing the entire Blackwater of the North Sea. Upon the flag, natural innate Gui water Dao patterns were interwoven, darkly casting the hidden patterns of a crouching black tortoise and a coiling Blackwater dragon. When left still, the flag was dim, ancient, and unadorned, not revealing its supreme divine might. But once unfurled, billions of Blackwater clouds surged forth, vast cold mists spread in all directions, and it naturally created a domain of frozen waters. Within the flag were nested 48 layers of interwoven, interlocking innate restrictions, perfectly fusing the 5 supreme Daoist water origin, void barrier, heavenly secret concealment, evil suppression, and ultimate defense. The entire set of restrictions formed a self-contained perfect cycle, generating endlessly without needing to draw on external mountain rivers, water veins, or heavenly spiritual energy. It could autonomously and perpetually operate, continuously generating water Dao power. The treasure's functions were extremely comprehensive. It could command all waters under heaven, harmonize the warm and cold airs of the four seas seal, and suppress river tides, undercurrents, and earth ice. It could also evolve the four great innate divine waters: mystic Een black water, primordial mystic ice, heaven's unity true water, and three light divine water, encompassing the pinnacle of water origin in the primordial world. At the same time, it possessed innate abilities such as obscuring heavenly secrets, blocking divination, defending against all spells, and suppressing water evils, which were its supreme foundations for standing as a top water treasure in the primordial world. It was also due to its complex restrictions and profound Dao resonance that this treasure had the highest refinement threshold among many water spiritual treasures. An ordinary great Luo golden immortal, even after millions of years of arduous cultivation, would find it difficult to comprehend and master half of its restrictions. Only cultivators deeply versed in the water Dao and commanding the Gui water origin could fully integrate and master all its divine might in a short time. First, it was impervious to all spells, warding off all evils, possessing the top-tier absolute defense of the primordial world. This was the supreme characteristic shared by all five flags. Once the flag was unfurled, the boundless black water clouds intertwined and merged, forming a boundless, seamless black water barrier. It created a domain of absolute defense, its Dao resonance resounding with a 16-character true mantra obscuring the universe, veiling the sky, and covering the sun. All evils retreat, a myriad of spells cannot invade. Any attack from congenital spiritual treasures, brute force from powerful beings, or slashes from peerless divine weapons would all be gently dissolved and diverted by the black water barrier, unable to breach a single layer of its defense. Even top-tier offensive treasures that shook the primordial world like the Fanteon seal or the golden dragon scissors could not tear through the layers of water cloud barriers even at full power. All tribulation forces and techniques such as sky-burning flames, earth-splitting gales, pervasive poisons, soul curses, and the silence of reincarnation would be completely neutralized and dissolved by the innate Xian Shui origin. The innate nature of water and fire being mutually antagonistic made this treasure the perfect counter to all the fire divine abilities and treasures like the sun's true fire, making it the bane of all fires. Een souls of the nine abyss, black water demonic entities, ice-sealed evil spirits, and corrupting Gui water filth. Any and all Een evil water spirits would disintegrate and vanish the moment they touched the flag's Dao resonance. Within 100 Zhang water evils would cower, no evil spirits would arise, and a myriad of Een filth dared not approach. Second, it commanded all waters, suppressed waves, calm seas, and held the supreme authority of the northern water system. As the core treasure guarding the northern water position of heaven and earth, the Xianyuan water control flag governed all water origins in the world. All waters under heaven obeyed its command. With a single thought from the flag bearer, the raging waves of the four seas could be calmed, seafloor tsunamis and earth eyes could be quelled, and the flooding and turmoil of rivers for 10,000 li could be sealed. Even if the oceans were overturned, they could instantly become calm and serene. Simultaneously, he could summon the four great innate divine waters at will. Summoned, they would become a world-drowning water tribulation. Condensed, they would freeze the sky with ancient ice for eons. With a thought, he could freeze 10,000 li of void. With another, he could overturn the four seas and 8 wastelands. The divine might of water was entirely under his control. It could also harmonize the frozen desolate cold and the Gui water Een evil aura of the North Pole and North Sea, resolving the fundamental conflicts within the water Dao. It perfectly suited the layout of the extreme northern cold domain and the frozen cave heaven, standing firm as a rock. Third, it obscured heavenly secrets, veiled the universe, and possessed supreme concealment and antidivination. This was a unique innate Dao divine ability of the northern Xianyuan water control flag, an exclusive secret art that no other water spiritual treasure could match. It was peerless and cunning and unmatched in the primordial world. When the flag's surface unfurled, boundless, profound, cold water mist instantly shrouded an expanse of billions of li, creating a domain that isolated heavenly secrets. It forcibly blocked the deductions of the Great Dao, the soul probes of sages, and the heavenly calculations of celestial spiritual treasures. Even top-tier deduction treasures of the primordial world like the river chart and Luo Shu would find their Dao resonance stagnant, and their calculations ineffective upon entering this water mist domain. Enemies could not spy on the flag bearer's movements, Dao foundations, or the secret resonance of their treasures. Not a single shred of heavenly secrets could be obtained. Whether it was concealing one's form, tearing through the void to escape, setting up arrays for ambushes, sealing off battlefield information, or obscuring the changes in battle, it was a top-tier supreme, cunning divine ability. It held a natural absolute suppression over all cultivators who relied on divine sense, probing, and heavenly deduction to defeat their enemies. Holding this peerless flag, Wan Bao stood in the void of the secret realm, feeling a vast and ancient northern water Dao might empower his body. His Dao resonance merged with his surroundings, and boundless joy filled his heart. Reigning in his surging emotions, he suppressed the joy of obtaining an extreme-grade, congenital spiritual treasure. His Dao heart returned to stillness, and his divine sense became clear as water. This deep journey to the North Pole, traversing the secret realm's fortunes, had yielded two greatest opportunities: this world-suppressing water control flag, and this unique Xian Shui blessed land rooted in the void of the North Sea. The blessed land nurtured endless water origin containing complete regional spiritual mechanisms and the laws of heaven and earth. Only by completely refining and mastering it could he transform it into his own stable Dao field, complementing the Xianyuan water control flag in his hand, and truly wielding the authority over all waters of the North Pole. With his mind made up, Wanbao murmured to himself, his voice steady and resolute. The opportunity is secured. It's time to refine the boundary monument and take control of this entire Xian Shui blessed land. As his words fell, his golden immortal Dao resonance vibrated slightly, and ripples quietly spread through. Wanbao was now a being at the early golden immortal stage, his realm ready to break through at any moment. His physical body had transcended the mundane, his primordial spirit was condensed and flawless, and he had mastered void teleportation. With a single thought, he could cross 1,000 layers of cloud seas and 10,000 li of void. He needed no cloud stepping, no hurried steps. With but a stir of his mind, his form directly dissolved into the mystic cold mist, executing the supreme art of instantaneous movement, transcending the shackles of space. In the next instant, a subtle rift layered open in space, and Wanbao's form appeared silently at the core of the Xian Shui blessed land. At the center of the blessed land, a majestic, ancient, innate boundary monument stood quietly, stretching across heaven and earth. This stele is not made of ordinary stone, rather it is a primordial spiritual object, formed naturally from the convergence of the cosmic qi at the dawn of creation. It is entirely black and transparent, resembling neither jade nor gold, with ancient, indestructible pale blue Dao patterns swirling upon its surface. These are the primal rules inscribed at the moment when the world was born, vast, ancient, and majestic, exuding a unique aura of supremacy. The stele stands 1,000 zhang tall, rooted deep in the void, connecting to the mysterious heaven above and the northern sea's earth veins below, serving as the foundational core and legal hub of the entire Xian Shui blessed land. Since the time of Primordial Chaos, it has operated autonomously, delineating the boundaries of the blessed land, stabilizing the spatial barriers, gathering the spiritual mechanisms of the northern underworld, and nurturing the myriad waters Dao rhythms, existing in perfect tranquility for countless ages, unshaken and ungoverned, forming a serene primordial secret realm. Surrounding the stele are immensely heavy regional prohibitions and the backlash of heaven and earth. This is the primordial protective barrier of the world, not crafted by cultivators, but the inherent will of the blessed land. Any living being that dares to covet the blessed land or seize control of the stele will trigger boundless water-related tribulations, where the destructive force of the Gui water, the chill of the mysterious underworld, and chaotic spatial currents will erupt simultaneously. Even an ordinary Deluo golden immortal approaching recklessly would be crushed by the stele's laws, suffering damage to their Dao body, unable to refine even a single step. In the past, Wanbao remained cautious while cultivating in the blessed land, never daring to lightly touch the core of the stele, fully aware of the tyrannical and stable nature of this primordial prohibition. But times have changed. He now wields the northern Xianyuan water controlling flag, a supreme treasure of the water element, mastering the complete primordial Gui water path, harmonizing with the source rhythms of the Xian Shui blessed land, naturally compatible and mutually beneficial, sufficient to suppress the backlash of the stele and subdue the prohibitions of heaven and earth. Standing before the stele, Wanbao's expression was solemn, neither arrogant nor impatient. He raised his hand lightly, and the Xianyuan water controlling flag unfurled automatically, without wind. In an instant, countless dark water clouds erupted from the flag's surface, enveloping the sky in a cold mist that stretched for 1,000 miles, as the pure primordial Gui water, Dao rhythm, surged instantly, filling the entire Xian Shui blessed land. The previously restless water veins of the blessed land, and the erratic chill of the mysterious underworld under the enveloping aura of the treasure flag became docile and peaceful. All the turbulent water-related malevolence was completely neutralized and soothed. The supreme Dao rhythm of the five directions flag spread out, repelling all evils, forming an absolute domain impervious to all laws in an instant. The boundless Xian Shui barrier enveloped the entire stele with layers of water Dao patterns entwining upwards like invisible shackles, firmly locking down the prohibitions of heaven and earth that flowed around the stele. The once autonomously trembling and imposing primordial stele was instantly suppressed by the authority of the treasure flag. The stele trembled slightly, the void rumbled incessantly, as if the inherent will of the blessed land were instinctively resisting. Countless dark spatial fissures exploded around the stele as violent chaotic void currents and bone-chilling cold waves of the mysterious underworld violently bombarded the Xian Shui barrier, attempting to break free from the shackles and expel the intruding controller. However, the Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling flag is a supreme primordial spiritual treasure mastering the origins of all waters in the north, capable of restraining all water-related prohibitions in the world. No matter how the steel quaked in resistance or how violently the backlash of heaven and earth surged, the layers of water cloud barrier remained as stable as ancient divine mountains, not moving an inch. All forces of backlash and turbulent spatial currents were completely dissolved, absorbed, and diverted by the Dao rhythm of the treasure flag. In just a few breaths, the formerly restless steel was completely frozen in the void, unable to move a hair's breadth. All primordial prohibitions were suppressed and sealed, leaving no resistance whatsoever. After securing the steely Wan Bao no longer hesitated, sitting cross-legged in the void of the blessed land, his divine sense radiating brilliant golden light, as vast and majestic golden immortal thoughts surged like a tidal wave into the steel. Refining a primordial blessed land steel is not comparable to the refinement of ordinary treasures. Refining a treasure only requires removing the previous owner's mark and imprinting one's own divine sense, but the steel carries the Dao laws, spatial veins, spiritual mechanisms, and territorial authority of the entire blessed land, akin to taming a small primordial heaven and earth. The process is exceedingly complex, requiring meticulous organization of the chaotic Dao patterns, assimilation of the primordial Dao rhythms, breaking ancient shackles, and replacing the authority of heaven and earth step by step, allowing for no impatience or errors. Once the mind wavers and the Dao rhythms clash, the lightest consequence would be failure in refinement, suffering backlash from heaven and earth. The heaviest would be damage to the divine sense and injury to the Dao foundation. Wan Bao calmed his mind, using his own golden immortal Dao fruit as the foundation, with the Dao rhythm of the Xian Yuan water-controlling flag as a medium. His divine sense delicately seeped into the depths of the steel. He first organized the primordial Dao patterns that had accumulated within the steel for countless years, soothing the restless spiritual mechanisms of the blessed land one by one, neutralizing the residual opening malevolence. Then he merged his own water Dao with the source Dao of the blessed land, achieving a unity of Dao rhythms and Qi mechanisms. Subsequently, he gradually erased the control of the inherent will of heaven and earth, systematically bringing the authority of the spatial territory, earth veins, spiritual mechanisms, and laws of the entire Xian Shui blessed land into his own divine sense. Time flowed silently in the void as the Xian Ming cold domain experienced neither day nor night, nor spring nor autumn, only the circulation of Dao rhythms and the rise and fall of spiritual mechanisms. This refinement by Wan Bao spanned thousands of years. Throughout a millennium, his mind remained unified and his Dao heart clear, never showing a trace of relaxation. The Dao rhythms surrounding him fused day and night with the Dao laws of the blessed land. His divine sense and the authority of the steel continuously harmonized, merging man and heaven, treasure flag and blessed land, gradually becoming one, indistinguishable. At first, the steel still trembled slightly, with residual will of heaven and earth occasionally resisting, but as time passed, the resistance grew weaker, the stagnated Dao patterns became smoother, and the operational rhythm of the entire blessed land slowly began to follow the movements of Wan Bao's divine sense. After 3,000 years, at a certain moment, a faint Dao sound resonated from deep within the steely, echoing through heaven and earth. Upon the formerly dark and ancient steely, countless golden and blue divine patterns suddenly illuminated, and the original Dao patterns of heaven and earth faded away, replaced by Wan Bao's divine imprint and golden immortal Dao rhythm. The authority of the Xian Shui blessed land, which had rooted itself in the void for millennia, has completely changed hands. From this moment onward, Wan Bao is the sole master of this Xian Shui blessed land. Within the blessed land, the stability of space, the regulation of spiritual mechanisms, the operation of water veins, the changes of cold and heat, and the circulation of Dao laws are all determined by his thoughts. Even the great Dao of heaven and earth must obey his will, with no trace of independent resistance remaining. After completely refining the steel and mastering the authority of the blessed land, Wan Bao slowly opened his eyes, his gaze clear, and the Dao rhythms around him grew increasingly rich and full. The integration of the Dao over thousands of years not only allowed him to firmly control a primordial water-blessed land, but also nourished his water Dao foundation with the endless source of the blessed land, deepening his understanding of the Gui water Dao, stabilizing his Dao heart, refining his divine sense, and yielding abundant rewards. He slowly rose, retracting his vast divine sense, and lightly rolled up the Xian Yuan water-controlling flag, drawing all the dark water clouds back into the flag. Looking at the Xian Shui blessed land that completely belonged to him, Wan Bao's gaze grew distant, already formulating a plan in his heart. This blessed land was originally hidden and sealed within the cracks of the northern Xian Ming void, concealed in the depths of the cold domain. Although rich in spiritual mechanisms and pure in Dao rhythm, its remote location, hidden in nothingness, made it difficult to exert its powers to suppress a region, nourish the Dao field, and counterbalance the northern sea. Only by relocating it from the void crevice to the core marine area of the northern sea can it transform into a stable and supreme primordial Dao, field using the source of the blessed land to seal the dark currents of the northern sea, suppress water demons and evil spirits, and harmonize the cold air of the north, complementing the Xian Yuan water controlling flag to solidify his foundation as the ancestor of northern water Dao. With this thought, Wan Bao no longer hesitated, raising his hand to support the boundless golden immortal Dao domain. Vast and limitless power surged forth from within his Dao body like the tide of a great sea, overwhelming and overturning the heavens. After 3,000 years of refinement and integration, he had already established a deep connection and binding of qi mechanisms with the entire blessed land, needing no complex formulas. With just a thought, he could mobilize the power of heaven and earth within the entire blessed land. Rise! A low shout resonated, the sound of the Dao echoing through the Xianming void. Wan Bao's divine sense stirred and unmatched divine powers erupted. The vast and boundless Xian Shui blessed land trembled violently. In an instant, the earth vein foundation rooted in the void for millions of years slowly loosening as countless spatial chains were forcibly torn apart by the immense power of the golden immortal. Countless water-related spiritual mechanisms shot up to the sky as the entire blessed land, accompanied by endless cold air from the mysterious underworld, primordial water rhythms, and rich earth vein spiritual energy, gradually broke free from the shackles of the northern void. The void shook violently with thousands of spatial fissures crisscrossing as the entire mysterious underworld cold domain experienced tempestuous winds and surging water veins. A complete primordial blessed land carrying the thousand-zhang steely myriad spiritual domains and endless origins of water slowly emerged from the concealed void and into the world under Wan Bao's unparalleled powers. Relocating a primordial blessed land is an unparalleled divine ability that ordinary quasi-saints can hardly achieve easily. However, holding the water-controlling treasure, mastering the full authority of the blessed land, and supported by the complete foundation of the golden immortal, each of Wan Bao's movements harmonized with the heavenly water path, making the relocation of the blessed land appear astonishing and earth-shattering, yet flowing smoothly and effortlessly. Once the Xian Shui blessed land completely separated from the void crevice and fully manifested in the world, Wan Bao's gaze looked down at the endless northern sea where waves surged and currents roiled. At that time, the northern sea was tumultuous with towering waves and tsunamis overturning thousands of miles of raging torrents, surging endlessly, dark currents roiling beneath, erupting from the earth's eye with malevolent energy, floating endless Xian, Mingyin spirits, and water-related evils lurking in the deep sea, remaining in turmoil and filled with danger for many years. Wan Bao's expression remained calm, but once again he stirred his mind and softly uttered a single word: suppression. The vast and boundless golden immortal power enveloped the entire Xian Shui blessed land, carrying a weighty pressure that could suppress the ages crashing downward. The sky full of water clouds followed suit, thousands of Dao patterns flickering in midair as the entire primordial blessed land descended like an unmovable heavenly seal, carrying unmatched suppressive power, steadily plummeting toward the violently surging surface of the northern sea. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated through the northern sky and echoed through the mysterious underworld. The endless sea water was forcibly flattened by the immense power of the blessed land. The overturning torrents instantly calmed, and the surging dark currents froze completely as the tsunami storms and malevolent energy that had ravaged the northern sea for countless years dissipated in an instant. The entire Xian Shui blessed land was firmly settled atop the core marine area of the northern sea. As the blessed land took root, it instantly connected perfectly with the earth veins of the northern sea. The primordial water origins surged madly into the 4 seas and 8 barren lands, harmonizing the chaotic water veins, purifying the Yin spirits and evils, and stabilizing the northern sea space. In an instant, the northern sea within a radius of thousands of miles became tranquil and clear. The vast waters were serene, and all the cold, malevolent energy of the mysterious underworld gathered, transforming the once tumultuous sea into a peaceful and harmonious spiritual water paradise. The Xian Shui blessed land hovering above the sea radiated immense spiritual light, with Dao rhythms soaring to the heavens, connecting to the northern mysterious sky above and settling the depths of the northern sea below, forming a stable and supreme primordial Dao field. Thus the Xian Shui blessed land was no longer a hidden secret realm in the void, but firmly rooted in the north, controlling the northern sea as a core holy land exclusively belonging to Wan Bao, eternal and unchanging. The tumultuous northern waves calmed down, and the vast sea returned to tranquility. Having just firmly suppressed the Xian Shui blessed land upon the northern sea, he completed the relocation, integration, and suppression of the 4 blessed lands. As the golden light faded, the Dao rhythms gradually settled. Wan Bao, suspended beneath the dome of the true ascension into the mysterious cave, stood tall, like a pine tree piercing the sky, as the surging immense power slowly settled within him. After a long time, his chest slightly heaved as he released a long-held breath of turbid air. This exhalation of turbid air was not one of exhaustion or weakness, but rather The immense celestial burden brought by rearranging the world and relocating the 4 innate blessed lands was completely lifted. The relocation of innate blessed lands is by no means a trivial feat comparable to mere mountain moving or ocean shifting techniques. Each blessed land bears the essence of a realm's earthly veins, innate spiritual insights, spatial origins, and comprehensive cosmic principles rooted in the void for billions of years, deeply entwined with the primordial world's ley lines. Forcibly severing the void, cutting the bonds with heaven and earth, and relocating such vital strongholds requires withstanding the world's backlash, countering spatial collapse, and suppressing the upheaval of earthly veins at every step. A single misstep could shatter the blessed land, damage the foundation establishment, and result in grievous harm from the cosmic law's retribution. Moreover, to continuously relocate, stabilize, and fuse 4 top-tier innate blessed lands in one go. Though now a mighty early-stage golden core immortal, with an immortal body, condensed nascent soul, and enduring magical power, completing such a grand celestial undertaking still drained his spirit immensely, causing his surrounding Dao force to ripple restlessly. Wan Bao stood in the void, hands behind his back, overlooking the newly transformed Zhenshengua, Xiandong below, a trace of relief and release in his eyes, as he softly murmured, "Had it not been for the power of the Dongtian array, relocating 4 innate blessed lands in one breath would have been truly arduous." These words were far from empty. As the Lord of Zhenshengua, Xian Dongtian, Wan Bao commands this supreme primordial Dongtian, wielding the authority of an independent miniature cosmos. Zhenshengua, Xian Dongtian, harbors its own cycle of reincarnation, self-generates yin and yang, establishes its own principles, and produces innate spiritual insights utterly transcending the mundane constraints of the primordial world. Within this Dongtian, he embodies the very incarnation of the celestial way of this miniature cosmos. His every move can mobilize the Dongtian's primordial Dao force, amplifying his combat power by multiples beyond his original cultivation limits. Ordinary golden core immortals, when detached from their bodies, can only exert their own Dao fruit strength, which is severely limited. But Wan Bao is different. As long as he remains within the realm of Zhenshengua Xian Dongtian, his foundation, magical power body, nascent soul, comprehension of principles, and array enhancements all multiply exponentially. Furthermore, at this moment the Dongtian array is complete, spiritual treasures gather and blessed lands convert. The Yuanlian blessed land nurtures creation and vitality, Qianyuan blessed land cultivates vast Dao resonance, Taiji blessed land manifests yin and yang polarities, and Xianshui blessed land governs the primordial waters. These 4 innate blessed lands merge into one, reinforcing the Dongtian's foundation and elevating the already top-tier Zhenshengua Xian Dongtian's profundity. In addition, he possesses numerous innate spiritual treasures stationed within the Dongtian. Northern Xian Yuan water control flag, Qian Kuan chart, Wuji bracelet, 8 treasure, glazed bottle, and yin yang mirror, resonating harmoniously with the Dongtian array and blessed lands Dao resonance. Presently Zhenshengua Xian Dongtian stands as the absolute pinnacle, forbidden ground of the primordial world. Wan Bao's eyes gleam with clarity, his heart swelling with boundless confidence and unshakable assurance. Now as he presides over the Dongtian, any ordinary Deluo golden core immortal who rashly intrudes would surely perish, their cultivation and Dao extinguished without a shred of luck. Even a quasi-saint powerhouse, traversing the primordial world and dominating a region, would be helpless before the layers of Dongtian arrays, the suppressive essence of 4 innate blessed lands, and the combined checks of numerous supreme, innate spiritual treasures. They would only dare to hesitate and retreat, unwilling to recklessly engage in battle. This is the terror of a top-tier Dongtian Dao field. This is the supreme capital of a Dongtian lord, to transcend peers and crush higher ranks. While outsiders rely on spiritual treasures, Dao cultivation, and physical strength, he wagers an entire cosmos. Suppressing the stirring emotions within, Wan Bao's gaze turned distant, surveying his vast and unparalleled Dongtian Dao field. Since inheriting the Hunyuan Pearl, he has continuously undergone fortune and transformation. The Hunyuan Pearl bears the original essence of Panga's creation and the ultimate truth of the Hunyuan Dao, containing endless innate secrets and grand Dao legacies. Following its guidance, he traversed the mysterious realms, scoured the remnants of heaven and earth, assembled all corresponding innate opportunities from the inheritance, acquired countless spiritual treasures, refined 4 blessed lands, and stabilized his foundational base. To this day, all external opportunities left by the Hunyuan Pearl have been thoroughly explored and secured by him, leaving no omissions. With external fortune perfected, the remaining path lies solely in internal cultivation, refining the self, advancing Dao cultivation, and breaking through boundaries. Wan Bao's spirit was clear and his Dao heart enlightened as he quietly resolved, the opportunities bestowed by the Hunyuan Pearl have all been fully embraced. Now is the time to seclude myself and break through the cultivation realm. Once my Dao cultivation deepens, my realm rises, and my foundation is utterly solidified, I will then refine all kinds of innate spiritual treasures one by one. My strength will surely multiply several times over. With this resolve, Wan Bao no longer lingered on the Dongtian's splendid scenery. Standing 10,000 meters above the void, hands behind his back, his mind shifted gently. A faint Dao sound vibrated the void. Golden light surged around Wan Bao. Radiant golden clouds enveloped him. Spiritual light coursed through his limbs and bones, and his form transformed into a dazzling golden rainbow, piercing the heavens, tearing through the sky as he sped toward the Dongtian's core, sacred spiritual root. Today's breakthrough retreat was not rushed. He sought only a flawless foundation and immaculate Dao fruit. Ordinary cultivators choose places rich in spiritual veins, enter meditation chambers, or use alchemical pills to boost their realm. But Wan Bao's foundation was vast, and his Dao body transcendent. Common spiritual insights and mundane meditation chambers could no longer meet his breakthrough needs. Only beneath the supreme, innate spiritual root, the enlightenment tea tree, with its most potent Dao resonance, clearest celestial mechanism, and fastest enlightenment, could he best shatter the bottleneck, refine the Dao fruit, and condense the loss. In an instant the golden rainbow landed, and Wan Bao appeared steadily before the enlightenment tea tree. This innate enlightenment tea tree is one of the realm's spiritual roots, existing since the creation of the heavens, bathing in the Dongtian's pure qi, absorbing innate spiritual insights, and evolving the principles of heaven and earth. Each leaf carries myriad Dao patterns, and sitting beneath it can purify the heart, clarify the Dao, dispel confusion, eradicate inner demons, and instantly awaken heavenly mechanisms, a supreme enlightenment treasure of the primordial world. Beneath the tree a gentle breeze stirred the Dao ambience. Fragrant Dao incense lingered. Countless subtle Dao patterns floated through the void, falling upon the body, silently nourishing and refining the Dao heart. Wan Bao's expression was solemn as he prepared to enter seclusion for breakthrough. As his mind shifted slightly, a surge of white light blossomed beneath his feet in the void. Softly pure white lotus flowers sprouted from nothingness, overlapping and blooming, immaculate and flawless. The 12-stage pure world white lotus slowly manifested its true form, floating in the void, with a perfect lotus pedestal, radiant, holy light spreading infinitely. The boundless pure world, Dao resonance, purified all surrounding restless inner demons, and dissolved all obstructive Dao barriers. This lotus is a supreme innate spiritual treasure embodying purity and flawlessness, perfectly suited for cultivators to meditate breakthrough realms, stabilize the foundation, prevent inner demon invasions, and ensure a flawless and complete breakthrough. Wan Bao moved and calmly seated himself cross-legged at the center of the 12-stage pure world white lotus. The holy light of the lotus enveloped him, strands of pure world Dao force permeating his Dao body, refining his meridians, purifying his magic power, and stabilizing his nascent soul, instantly bringing him into an exquisitely ethereal and lucid state of enlightenment. Settling firmly, Wan Bao waved his hand, sleeves fluttering as spiritual light converged in the void before him. A set of ancient and unparalleled innate tea utensils materialized out of thin air. These tea utensils were no ordinary objects. They were forged by Wan Bao long ago using a pure grain of 9 heavens breath soil, as the foundation fused with innate gung metal essence, painstakingly refined by boundless magical power and the true fire of the grand Dao. The 9 heavens breath soil carries the profound virtue of the earth, solid and enduring, endlessly vibrant. The innate gung metal embodies austere righteousness, piercing sharpness, and utmost purity. The fusion of these two elements bestowed the tea utensils with solemn spirit and reserved Dao resonance, making them ideal for brewing enlightenment immortal tea, fully unleashing the tea's primordial Dao resonance without diminishing a trace of heavenly mechanisms or principles. The tea set settled. Wan Bao lightly tapped his fingertip, causing a drop of crystal clear, flawless, radiant 3 lights divine water to appear in his palm, gently falling into the teacup. 3 lights divine water condenses the essence of sun, moon, and stars, innately pure with endless vitality, capable of nourishing the foundation, replenishing the nascent soul, moisturizing meridians, and breaking shackles. A supreme divine water for healing and enlightenment breakthroughs. He then lifted his hand to pluck from the innate enlightenment tea tree the leaf with the most intricate patterns, richest Dao resonance, and greatest age, placing it gently into the cup filled with the 3 lights divine water. With all preparations complete, Wan Bao opened his mouth and exhaled, summoning a pure and gentle innate spiritual fire that rose beneath the tea stove, swirling as a gentle flame to slowly temper and nurture the brew. The spiritual fire was neither fierce nor erratic. Delicate wisps permeated the teacup, gradually stimulating the ancient and profound innate Dao resonance and enlightenment essence deeply embedded within the tea leaves. Time passed slowly as the spiritual fire nurtured continuously. Moments later, a faint, elegant, and lingering fragrance arose, permeating the entire enlightenment sacred ground, then spreading with the wind across the 1,000-mile Dongtian territory. This tea fragrance was not mundane aroma, but the scent of the grand Dao cosmic principles and celestial mechanisms. Each breath carried myriad universal truths and countless evolving Dao trajectories capable of clearing clouds, breaking through obstructions, and awakening profound mysteries. The moment the tea fragrance entered his body, Wan Bao's entire Dao body trembled violently. An invisible Dao sound exploded thunderously deep within his nascent soul. His once stable, flawless, and long-consolidated early-stage golden core, Dao fruit suddenly quivered incessantly under the nourishing touch of this faint tea fragrance. The previously harmonious and motionless Dao fruit divine pattern began to whirl wildly, evolving at a breakneck pace. The outer layers of restraint loosened layer by layer, and the accumulated magical power and law comprehension stored for countless years surged like an opened floodgate, churning turbulently. Wan Bao understood clearly, since proving himself as an early-stage golden core immortal, he had been quietly accumulating for a full Yuanhui cycle. A Yuanhui spans 129,600 years. Through endless and boundless years, he never slackened his cultivation, day by day grasping the grand Dao, year by year refining laws, constantly nurturing the foundation. The amassed magical power was as vast as an ocean, the Dao insights profound and complex, far surpassing the limits of ordinary early-stage golden core immortals. Yet his Dao heart remained steady, never rushing, deliberately suppressing his realm, and honing his foundation, seeking only flawless and perfect progress at every step. Now the innate Dao resonance of the enlightenment tea directly struck the origin, triggering the Dao fruit, and instantly igniting his vast accumulation from the entire Yuanhui. The bottleneck shackles loosened in an instant. The time has come. Wan Bao's eyes sharpened as he ceased suppressing his cultivation. He inhaled deeply, then swallowed the tea broth thoroughly. Imbued with three lights, divine water tempered by innate spiritual fire and fully awakened Dao resonance. The sweet and clear tea flowed down his throat and into his belly, instantly transforming into boundless pure primordial Dao force, cleansing his limbs and bones, unblocking all meridians, and surging directly to his celestial nascent soul. A roaring surge erupted from his Dao body. His nascent soul trembled as the Dantian resonated. Massive quantities of extreme purity, grand Dao medicinal power, enlightenment, Dao resonance, and innate spiritual insights exploded within him, wildly nourishing, cleansing, and tempering his foundation and Dao fruit. The overwhelming magical power accumulated over a Yuanhui, the law insights refined over millennia, and the grand Dao accumulation deeply embedded in his Dao body were completely unleashed and thoroughly erupted at this moment. Boom! The realm barrier shattered thunderously. Invisible and silent Dao obstructions collapsed and dissipated deep within his nascent soul, thoroughly dismantling the shackles that had confined his early-stage golden core. Infinite vast golden grand Dao, Taiji Yinyang grand Dao, and innate creation grand Dao, along with myriad laws, rapidly circulated, fused, and sublimated within his body. The original early-stage divine patterns dominating his Dao fruit instantly transformed layer upon layer, becoming intricate and multitudinous, ascending and advancing. His magical power surged several-fold. The once full meridians expanded, extended, and strengthened further, becoming broader and more resilient, capable of bearing even more terrifying and magnificent Dao force. The light of the primordial spirit suddenly blazed, radiating golden brilliance that illuminated the vast seas of consciousness. The boundaries of this consciousness expanded exponentially, and the once indistinct pathways of the Great Dao became clear and transparent. Countless subtle truths and principles previously incomprehensible now unfolded and became clear to the mind. Memories of past and present experiences from the primordial era, the essence of spiritual treasures, and the very source of blessed lands intertwined and merged within the sea of consciousness, automatically sorting, summarizing, and perfecting themselves. The true ascension mystic cave trembled violently as the spiritual energies of heaven and earth converged wildly. From miles to tens of thousands of miles to hundreds of thousands of miles, the spiritual energy of the cave transformed into countless spiritual dragons rushing into Wanba's body, filling the foundational void created by his breakthrough and stabilizing his new realm. The four innate blessed lands resonated simultaneously. The primordial lotus of creation, the rigid essence of the Qian Yuan, Dao, the dualities of Yin and Yang, and the profound source of Xian Shui, Xian Ming, the powers of these four blessed lands continuously poured into him, nourishing his body and elevating his path. In an instant, the turbulent force of the Dao stabilized completely, and the floating fruits of the Dao solidified into form. A more magnificent, heavier, and more imposing aura of the Great Dao surged forth from Wanbao. Midstage golden immortal. A solid breakthrough with an immaculate foundation and completed Dao fruit, not a hint of superficiality. Typically, when ordinary cultivators break through realms, they often experience an unstable foundation and a hollow Dao body, requiring a long time to solidify and settle. However, with Wanba's accumulated foundational essence, along with the Dao enlightenment tea, the three light divine water, the 12-petal white lotus, and the full support of the four blessed lands and top-tier caves, his breakthrough was flawless, achieving it in one go, and his realm was as stable as if it had been accumulated over countless eons by seasoned experts. After breaking through to the midstage, Wanbao did not stop. The accumulation from the Yuan Hui was too profound, and the medicinal power of the Dao Enlightenment Tea was far from exhausted. The boundless and immense magical power around him continued to surge wildly, crashing against the barriers of even higher realms. His Dao heart remained steadfast, sitting calmly on the lotus platform, allowing the power of the Great Dao to wash over him, tempering the fruits of the Dao and elevating his cultivation. Thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. The barrier of the realm shattered again with a resounding crash. Crack! The sound of the invisible Dao obstacle breaking echoed throughout the sea of consciousness and the entire true ascension mystic cave. The shackles of the mid-stage golden immortal realm utterly collapsed, and Wanba's cultivation soared once more. At this moment the Dao rhythms surrounding him underwent another transformative elevation. If the early and mid-stages of the golden immortal realm were merely accumulations of magical power and an increase in laws, then entering the late golden immortal stage represented a true elevation of the Dao principles, deepening of authority and transformation of the Dao domain. The golden Dao surrounding him was no longer a superficial application of control, but had transformed into a true source of authority. The yin and yang Great Dao circulated around him, balancing the physical body and harmonizing the primordial spirit. Inner demons could not arise, evil spirits could not approach, and all laws found it difficult to invade. The authority of the cave's Dao deepened further, and his bond with the true ascension mystic cave grew ever tighter. Within the sea of consciousness, myriad Dao patterns reorganized, refined, and sublimated, instantly connecting him to countless profound and esoteric innate Dao truths. Previously requiring millennia, or even tens of thousands of years to comprehend and deduce, the mysteries of the Great Dao were now understood in an instant, perceived at a glance, and perfected in moments. His physical bones, blood vessels, and Dao fetus were completely reshaped and refined by the power of the Great Dao. Every inch of flesh and blood contained overwhelming Dao power, causing his physical strength, recovery ability, and capacity to surge exponentially. The 12-petal pure world white lotus shone ever more brilliantly, melding entirely with his own Dao fruit, achieving a new height in cleansing, dispelling evil, calming the mind, and stabilizing power. The power of the 4 innate blessed lands grew increasingly refined and pure. The continuous infusion of source Dao power solidified his late golden immortal realm in an instant, perfecting it without a hint of flaw or any trace of imperfection. At this moment Wanba's path was profound, his Dao foundation solid, his primordial spirit flawless, and his magical power vast, far surpassing ordinary latest-stage golden immortal cultivators, making him undefeated against peers of the same level across the primordial world. Yet the surging foundational essence showed no signs of halting its ascent. His accumulated foundation from the Yuan Hui was terrifyingly profound, complemented by the source essence of the Hunyuan Pearl, the supreme creation of the innate Dao Enlightenment Tea, and the full nourishment of the 4 blessed lands. The momentum of his ascension was unstoppable, like a river rushing into the sea. The power of the Dao continued to condense wildly, the Dao fruit continued to elevate, and the Dao patterns continued to proliferate. After 10,000 years, boom! The earth-shattering roar of the Great Dao erupted from the depths of Wanba's primordial spirit. The final barrier of the realm shattered completely. Latest-stage golden immortal, a perfect breakthrough, reaching the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. At this moment the phenomena of heaven and earth erupted fully, and the spectacle of the cave reached its zenith. Golden light poured down from the skies, and innate Dao patterns descended from the 9 heavens, wrapping around Wanbao, as the celestial power of the stars, the spiritual mechanisms of the cave, and the essence of the blessed lands converged around him. His Dao fruit underwent a complete transformation to the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, round and flawless, radiant and clear, encompassing all principles and bearing thousands of laws. The entire Dao fruit was no longer the thinness of the early stage, the fullness of the mid-stage, or the heaviness of the late stage, but a state of perfection, without leaks, perpetual existence, self-deriving laws, and everlasting vitality. All the accumulations of the Yuan Hui were thoroughly digested, perfected, and sublimated at that moment. The myriad laws surrounding him completely integrated, the golden water yin-yang creation, space suppression, and concealment paths intermingled and complemented each other, forming a complete Dao system unique to Wanbao. The perfection of the golden immortal marked the utmost pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Standing at this height, he was a half step away from touching the threshold of the Tai realm, with his Dao fruit solidified, his Dao foundation immortal, his primordial spirit enduring, and his magical power infinite. Ordinary cultivators typically required several, or even dozens of Yuan Hu to accumulate the tedious foundation necessary to reach the late golden immortal realm, with countless talented individuals trapped in various minor realms for their entire lives, unable to break through. Yet Wanbao, leveraging the foundational essence of the Yuan Hui, the supreme creation of the innate Dao Enlightenment Tea, and the comprehensive support of the cave and blessed lands, broke through the initial, mid, and late stages in a single day, reaching the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. In the moment of breaking through to perfection, Wanba's Dao domain exploded outward. The golden immortal domain that once spanned thousands of miles instantly expanded to tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of miles. Ultimately, the entire true ascension mystic cave was enveloped by his perfected Dao domain, merging the human and the domain into one, the heavens and earth sharing the same origin. Within the Dao domain, he commanded the laws with a word, derived principles with a thought, and determined the laws with a wave of his hand, while the laws of heaven and earth flowed according to his will. The water veins of the northern sea bowed in submission, the four innate blessed lands resonated in harmony, and the true ascension mystic cave celebrated. Endless Dao fragrances lingered, the myriad Dao patterns remained eternal, and the spiritual mechanisms of heaven and earth thrived endlessly. On the lotus platform, Wanbao slowly opened his eyes. The depth of his gaze was no longer the calm of the early stage, but the profundity, vastness, and majesty of the perfected Great Dao. As his eyes opened, the cycles of the sun and moon, the transformations of yin and yang, the rising and falling of myriad waters, and the birth and death of the cave were all present. He slightly raised his hand, and the myriad Dao patterns flowing around him were controlled at will. The vast and boundless perfected golden immortal magical power was released and gathered freely, pure and flawless, with every strand of power refined to perfection without an ounce of waste. Feeling the earth-shattering transformation within him, Wanbao's heart was clear and bright. The accumulation from the Yuan Hui allowed him to break through 3 realms in one day, directly reaching the golden immortal perfection. Now his Dao foundation was solid and immortal, his Dao fruit flawless, his primordial spirit refined to the heavens, with the caves support, the blessed land's protection, and the spiritual treasures at hand. The depth of his foundation and the strength of his combat power far exceeded that of his peers by 10 or even 100 times. Even with the cave's grand formation, let alone ordinary Great Luo golden immortals, even the top-tier Great Luo, he could face them with ease, crushing and balancing them. Even if a Quasi Saint were to visit the cave, they would absolutely gain no advantage. Wanbao exhaled softly, allowing the turbulent power of the Great Dao around him to return to position, stabilizing and settling. The accumulation of the Yuan Hui has led to the complete breaking of the 3 realms, achieving golden immortal perfection and reaching the pinnacle at last. He murmured to himself, his tone calm, but filled with boundless confidence. Golden immortal perfection has already reached the utmost limit of what can be achieved within the current environment of the Great Dao. To advance further would mean breaking the shackles of the Dao fruit, transcending the golden immortal tier, shedding the shackles of the mortal Dao, and ascending to the Tai fruit position. Next, I can close myself off in peace, thoroughly refining all innate spiritual treasures one by one, integrating the myriad Dao rhythms of the spiritual treasures, completing my own Dao system, perfecting the foundation of my pinnacle, and when the time is right, I shall strike for the Great Luo. A gentle breeze rustled through the Dao enlightenment immortal tree, its green leaves whispering softly, the Dao rhythms stretching endlessly. Wanbao, now at golden immortal perfection, sat calmly at the core of the cave, his demeanor serene as he gazed down upon the boundless primordial world, the path ahead clear and the Great Dao promising. Wanbao slowly gathered the surging magical power, opened his eyes from the lotus platform, his gaze clear and refined, shedding the restlessness of the closed-off state, leaving only the profound steadiness unique to golden immortal perfection. As he looked inward, his magical power was abundant and harmonious, operating without issue with every inch of his immortal bones soaked in pure celestial essence. His realm solidified to the utmost, with no hint of superficiality or looseness, and a deep sense of satisfaction surged within him. This time of closed cultivation, breaking through barriers in one go, leaping from mid-stage golden immortal to latest stage, and then to golden immortal perfection, consecutively breaking through 3 minor realms, such an extraordinary advancement exceeded all of Wanbao's prior expectations. Even with his temperament honed by the trials of the primordial years, he could not hide a hint of astonishment. Before closing himself off, he had conservatively estimated that with his accumulation, he could steadily reach the late golden immortal realm, solidifying his foundation as perfection, but he never dreamed he could step directly to the pinnacle of the golden immortal tier, so close to touching the threshold of the Tai realm. The miraculous medicinal power of the Dao enlightenment tea leaves ultimately far exceeded his previous understanding and estimation. However, upon examining the root cause, it was not solely reliant on the power of the spiritual tea for such a throughout the long years of a complete Yuan Hui, he had never paused immersing himself in the comprehension of the Dao rhythms of heaven and earth, dismantling and refining one innate great formation after another, communicating the cosmic mechanisms through the formations, allowing the laws of heaven and earth to enter his body and cracking the intricacies of the Great Dao during the operation. By chance, he successively acquired the 8 treasures, glazed bottle, the Wuji bracelet, the Qian Kuan map, the Taiji talisman, the Yin Yang mirror, and a host of other innate spiritual treasures. As he nurtured and refined each item, he immersed himself in comprehending the core layers of the spiritual treasures, touching upon the source laws and Dao patterns hidden within the seals, gradually merging the sealed Dao principles into his own Dao foundation, filling in the gaps and thickening the foundation. daily meditation and visualization journeying through the blessed lands integrating the Yuan Lotus Qian, Yuan Taiji, and the four great caves of Xian Shui, solidifying his insights, merging fragmented perceptions, and simultaneously elevating his magical power spirit, and Dao Heart his foundation was laid deep and firm, having already reached a bottleneck in his breakthrough, just needing a final push. It was precisely this accumulation that needing just a slight push the premium innate spiritual root of the Dao Enlightenment tea tree's leaves entered his stomach, releasing a refreshing medicinal power that washed through his meridians, cleansing the impurities, clarifying the spirit, and aiding his focus and understanding, instantly unlocking the accumulated foundation of years. As the pent-up insights exploded, layer upon layer of barriers shattered, the celestial essence surged and broke through the gates, steadily establishing the realm of golden immortal perfection, with celestial light converging back into his physical form, his aura contained and not ostentatious, the magical power circulating perfectly, the Dao rhythms rich and thick, his foundation solid with no hidden dangers, far from being a superficial and hasty achievement. Wanbao raised his hand lightly, the celestial light swirling at his fingertips, causing the surrounding void to tremble slightly. The power of the laws stirred according to his will, and he clearly understood that this breakthrough was not the end, but rather a new beginning. Calming the restless emotions and suppressing the urge to break through to the Tai realm, he focused on organizing the magical power and Dao principles within his body, stabilizing his perfect realm. He completely contained and controlled the surging power, internalizing the insights from a yuan, meeting the benefits of spiritual treasures, and the aid from spiritual tea, transforming them into a solid foundation for his cultivation path, patiently awaiting the right opportunity to open the Tai gate. With my cultivation breakthrough, it's time to refine the innate spiritual treasures. Wanbao sat atop the lotus platform of the cave sky, his eyes gleaming with divine light. The profound Dao rhythm of his perfected golden immortal aura spread out heavily, enveloping the entire Zhenshengwa Xiandong. Having just broken through, he ascended 3 levels in one go, his Dao foundation solid and flawless, with abundant celestial essence filling the surroundings, firmly establishing his cultivation at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. His physical body, divine soul, and Dao heart had all reached perfection, with no shortcomings or shackles remaining. At this moment, the depth of his foundation and the purity of his Dao power far exceeded that of ordinary seasoned golden immortals by several times. With his cultivation thoroughly stabilized, the next step was to hone his divine abilities, nurture his cherished treasures, and integrate the Dao principles, transforming all his accumulated knowledge into his own use. The numerous innate spiritual treasures he had accumulated around him were now the most crucial aspect of his cultivation. With his mind set, Wanbao waved his hand, the sleeves of his robe billowing vast amounts of golden immortal essence, bursting forth, stirring endless pure qi within the cave sky. In an instant, 8 brilliant innate spiritual lights appeared in the void around him, hovering above his head, swirling in the air, with myriad rays of brilliant light and auspicious energy overwhelming the entire cave-blessed land. 1 lotus, 1 bottle, 1 map, 1 bracelet, 1 seal, 1 mirror, 1 set of pearls, and 1 flag. 8 innate spiritual treasures quietly floated, each radiating its unique source brilliance, with ancient and majestic Dao rhythms cascading down, suppressing the void in all directions, causing the energy of heaven and earth to stagnate. These 8 items were what Wanbao obtained from exploring the Zhenshengwa Xuandong, all innate divine items that had been nurtured since the chaos of the universe, containing the original source of the innate Dao and bearing countless innate prohibitions with boundless power and myriad applications. Suspended in the center was the 12th grade pure world white lotus. The lotus body was pure and flawless, each petal swirling with the purest primordial qi. As the lotus platform rose and fell, it inherently possessed the supreme ability to purify all evils, stabilize the Dao heart, and suppress inner demons with strands of pure white Dao patterns cascading down, cleansing all worldly impurities. This spiritual treasure was the first that Wanbao began to refine, pouring the most effort into it. After countless years of nurturing and refining, he had already comprehended most of the layered innate prohibitions within the lotus platform, and his spirit was deeply connected with the lotus platform's origin, allowing him to control it effortlessly and freely. Among all the innate spiritual treasures in Wanbao's possession, the mastery, compatibility, and power of the 12th grade pure world white lotus was second only to his innate companion treasure, the gathering treasure basin, firmly securing its place as a core treasure for protecting and stabilizing his Dao. Next to the white lotus stood the ancient and warm 8 treasure glazed bottle. The bottle was transparent and radiant with layers of glazed brilliance. It contained an independent innate space capable of accommodating mountains, rivers, and seas, inhaling primordial qi, nurturing innate Dao rhythms, and possessed extraordinary effects such as refining spiritual herbs, condensing pill essence, imprisoning demons, and collecting all things. The innate water system and life Dao patterns engraved on the bottle subtly flowed, full of mystery. To the side, the ancient and yellowed Qian Kuan map lay flat in the void. As the scroll unfolded halfway, it triggered the rotation of the energies of heaven and earth, creating a self-contained universe that encompassed all things capable of trapping the Great Luo, stabilizing the Dao of immortals, enveloping all things, and solidifying the void. The two fundamental laws of Qian and Kuan were hidden within, excelling in attack and defense, making it a top-tier treasure for trapping and defeating enemies. A simple and unadorned black Wuji bracelet hung quietly, appearing unremarkable, yet it contained the boundless Dao of Wuji, timeless and endless, capable of breaking all shackles, isolating all techniques, withstanding all divine abilities, while also restraining enemies and sealing destiny, making it comprehensive in both offense and defense. A square and ancient Taiji talisman floated steadily, inscribed with yin-yang Taiji patterns that circulated endlessly, controlling the transformation of yin and yang, harmonizing the energies of heaven and earth, stabilizing the foundation of array formations, and suppressing a region of heaven and earth. It was an extremely rare treasure for stabilizing domains, array formations, and pressure, perfectly aligning with Wanba's long-term insights into array Dao. A yin-yang mirror divided into two, one black and one white. The light side could dispel all worldly illusions, perceive the original source of the Dao, and reveal the true forms of all things, while the dark side could swallow celestial light, absorb divine souls, invert yin and yang, and reverse the universe. The interplay of the two sides was profound and unpredictable. 12 sea-calming pearls formed a string, rotating through the heavens, each round and translucent, surrounded by azure radiance, containing endless innate water system essence. They governed the waters of the four seas, suppressed turbulent waves, stabilized the water Dao, and could form a grand sea-calming formation, controlling the fortunes of a region and countering all water disasters with overwhelming power. The last banner hung down, emanating a vast dark radiance, which was the northern Xianyuan water controlling banner. The banner stirred the winds and clouds while it hung still in the waters, governing the authority of the northern water system. As one of the innate 5-direction banners, it could evade all waters, repel all techniques, suppress water calamities, and solidify one's form with top-tier defenses in the primordial realm, serving as an unparalleled means of protection and stabilizing fortune. These 8 innate spiritual treasures, each one of them, if brought forth into the primordial world, would be treasures capable of inciting fierce battles among powerful beings, every piece having profound foundations and ancient Dao rhythms. In this recent closed-door breakthrough, Wanba's gains were rich enough to overshadow all golden immortals of the same rank in the primordial realm, unmatched by anyone. In addition to these 8 innate spiritual treasures, Wanbao himself also possessed 2 innate companion treasures, both unparalleled divine items unique to the universe. Counting all the treasures he possessed, he already owned 5 supreme innate spiritual treasures, 4 high-grade innate spiritual treasures, and 1 unique innate extraordinary treasure, boasting a foundation that was astonishingly profound. The 5 supreme innate spiritual treasures were the companion treasure gathering treasure basin, the 12th grade pure world white lotus, the Qian Kuan map, the Taiji talisman, and the northern Xianyuan water controlling banner. The gathering treasure basin was Wanba's innate companion treasure, one of a kind, capable of gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, absorbing the fortunes of the 4 directions, generating innate spiritual mechanisms, and nurturing the source of the Dao, with countless uses that were hard to enumerate. It served as the foundation for all his cultivation opportunities, ranking above many supreme, innate spiritual treasures, infinitely approaching the status of an innate supreme treasure. The remaining 4 supreme, innate spiritual treasures each governed a top-tier Dao, covering offense and defense, stabilizing the Dao, protecting the body, array formations, and fortune, constructing the most solid foundation for Wanba's cultivation and combat power. The 4 high-grade innate spiritual treasures were the 8 treasure, glazed bottle Wuji bracelet, yin-yang mirror, and 12 sea-calming pearls. Although they were categorized as high-grade innate treasures, they were of the highest quality among that tier, with powers far exceeding ordinary high-grade spiritual treasures, and certain applications rivaling those of supreme, innate spiritual treasures, complementing each other perfectly, thus making Wanba's treasure system flawless. In addition, there was also a particularly unique innate extraordinary treasure, the falling treasure money. This item does not focus on killing or defense, but rather is a miraculous item of heaven and earth, capable of grounding all worldly treasures, encountering myriad spiritual treasures, inherently restraining all divine weapons and treasures, with unique and mysterious applications, making its value immeasurable. With a complete set of treasures, he had comprehensive offensive and defensive capabilities, controlled fortune, could break through illusions, master yin and yang, stabilize the universe, and calm the waters and clouds, forming a complete and flawless system. With his cultivation perfected and treasures complete, it was the best time to wholeheartedly refine and thoroughly integrate the Dao. Wanba's gaze was resolute, and he had already determined the order in his heart. Refining spiritual treasures must be done step by step, starting from the innate foundation, delving deeper layer by layer without haste. Otherwise, if the mind is chaotic and the Dao foundation unstable, it will be counterproductive. Therefore, he chose to start refining from his companion treasure, the gathering treasure basin. The gathering treasure basin was connected to his soul, intertwined with his life, sharing the same origin and Dao root, making it the easiest treasure to refine and improve. First nurturing the innate treasure, stabilizing his Dao fortune, then refining the remaining treasures one by one, complementing each other and achieving results with less effort. With his mind set, Wanba's eyes gently closed, and the vast golden immortal essence of his perfected realm surged forth, enveloping the entire cave sky with the overwhelming power of his divine soul. In an instant, the energies of the three great blessed lands of the Zhenshengwa, Xiandong converged, the Dao rhythm of the Yuan lotus, the clear qi of Qian Yuan, and the powers of yin and yang from Taiji layered upon each other, flowing into Wanba's body to help him concentrate his thoughts and stabilize his mind. He formed countless intricate innate refining seals with his hands, with golden Dao patterns erupting from his fingertips, striking into the gathering treasure basin hovering above his head. Buzz, a deep, profound Dao sound resonated throughout the cave sky, and the spiritual light of the gathering treasure basin surged violently, countless colorful rays shooting into the sky, the basin's mouth rotating and inhaling myriad primordial qi, with numerous innate prohibitions lighting up in layers dense and intertwined, flickering on the surface of the basin. Wanba's mind completely sank into the origin of the gathering treasure basin, using the golden immortal perfected Dao power as fire, his divine soul as a guide, and the Dao insights settled during a Yuan meeting as a foundation, gradually washing, polishing, and reshaping the prohibition patterns of the gathering treasure basin. In past cultivations, his insufficient cultivation and limited celestial essence only allowed him to shallowly nurture the gathering treasure basin, unlocking very few prohibitions. Now, having stepped into the perfected golden immortal realm with 100-fold to 1,000-fold increase in Dao power, his divine soul was flawless, and his Dao heart as solid as a rock, enabling him to trigger deeper levels of refinement and activate the ancient prohibitions deeply buried within the gathering treasure basin. He was neither hasty nor impatient, discarding all distracting thoughts, focusing on understanding the Dao, gradually dismantling the prohibitions, combing the Dao patterns, and merging with the origin. Refining the innate treasure was the most time-consuming and mentally taxing, yet it was also the most beneficial for oneself. With each layer of prohibition unlocked, Wanbao could control a greater portion of the Dao of gathering spiritual energy, solidifying his fortune Dao foundation and spiritual mechanisms. The speed at which the gathering treasure basin absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the efficiency of converting the original Dao power also steadily increased, in turn nourishing his own cultivation, forming a perfect cultivation loop. Just the in-depth refinement of this one innate treasure consumed a vast amount of time. Once the gathering treasure basin was thoroughly refined to the utmost control possible, at the perfected golden immortal level, and all prohibitions compatible with his current cultivation were unlocked, and integrated, Wanbao would then proceed to refine the next innate spiritual treasure. Following the gathering treasure basin, he would refine the 12th grade pure world white lotus, which he had already mastered. With a strong foundation from previous refinements coupled with his now surging Dao power and divine soul, Wanba's refinement of the pure world white lotus would be as smooth as flowing water. The layered prohibitions of the lotus petals were gradually illuminated, causing the purifying Dao rhythm the power to stabilize the heart and the might to ward off evil, to surge once again, fully merging the lotus platform with his Dao heart, achieving unity between man and lotus, moving and stilling at will. The purified divine light descending from the white lotus was now able to cleanse most of the primordial evil and malevolent qi, solidifying the Dao heart and preventing the birth of inner demons, making his path of cultivation increasingly clear and transparent. Afterwards, the Qian Kuan map, Taiji talisman, and Northern Xianyuan water controlling banner, 3 supreme innate spiritual treasures, were successively refined one after the other. For each treasure, Wanbao meticulously refined, not rushing for a quick success, only seeking complete perfection. In refining the Qian Kuan map, he absorbed the Qian Kuan Dao into his body, comprehending the principles of the rotation of heaven and earth, and the interplay of the void and reality, unlocking the powers of the map to trap enemies, stabilize domains, and encompass the Qian Kuan. In refining the Taiji talisman, he harmonized the yin and yang Dao rhythms throughout his body, merging with his deep understanding of array Dao, allowing the talisman to stabilize formations and harmonize energies to reach peak levels, further advancing his own array Dao cultivation. In refining the Xianyuan water controlling banner, he absorbed the source of the northern innate water system into his Dao, grasping the authority of the water system, creating a protective water screen that was impervious to all techniques, with the water fortune entwined around him, dissipating all water calamities and significantly enhancing his defensive power. Only after thoroughly polishing and perfecting the supreme spiritual treasures did Wanbao finally begin to proceed. Refining the 4 superior innate spiritual treasures, the 8 treasure glazed vase, the Wuji bracelet, the yin-yang mirror, and the 12 sea stabilizing pearls. The 8 treasure glazed vase accumulates spiritual energy and purifies, enhancing its ability to restrain all energies, the Wuji bracelet achieves unity, strengthening its power to break the laws of the Dao. The yin-yang mirror reverses reality and illusion, increasing its profound insight into the essence. The 12 sea-stabilizing pearls revolve in their celestial formations, ensuring the sea's tranquility and amplifying the might of water-based Dao force. In the end, he spent a long time nurturing the innate treasure, the falling treasure coin, meticulously refining its path to ensure this unique treasure perfectly integrates with his own spiritual treasure system, forming a supreme pattern of mutual restraint and complementary offense and defense. The refinement of spiritual treasures is the most time-consuming, the most challenging to the Dao heart, and requires the deepest accumulation. This refinement was not merely 100 years, 1,000 years, or 10,000 years, but rather an extended span of several yuan meetings. As time flows, the cave realm knows no winter or summer, and the deep mountains remain untouched by time. While the external world undergoes numerous changes, within the profound transformation of the mystical cave, pure air lingers, and the resonance of the Dao persists. Wanbao remains seated on the lotus platform, motionless, with a timeless spirit that never perishes. His Dao heart remained clear day after day, year after year, refining, nurturing, and sacrificing all the innate spiritual treasures around him. After several yuan meetings of dedicated cultivation, countless Dao patterns were thoroughly organized, and billions of restrictions were fully integrated. From the destined treasure basin to the pure world white lotus, then to the universe map, the Taiji symbol, the Xianyuan water control banner, and finally the glazed vase, the Wuji bracelet, the yin-yang mirror, and the sea-stabilizing pearls, along with the special innate treasure, the falling treasure coin. Wanbao refined all the innate spiritual treasures and innate unique treasures in his hands to the absolute limit that his perfected golden immortal cultivation could control. At this moment, all the spiritual treasures felt completely familiar, each one merging with him, resonating with his spirit and responding to his thoughts. There was no need to deliberately motivate them. The 8 innate spiritual treasures and the falling treasure coin began to revolve around Wanbao, weaving a vast net of Dao resonance, showering endless auspicious light and spiritual energy, guarding him and stabilizing the cave realm. The origin of the spiritual treasures completely fused with Wanbao's Dao foundation, divine soul, and luck, no longer merely external objects, but rather an integral part of his Dao path, an extension of his Great Dao, a foundation of his combat strength, and a support for his fortunes. The several yuan meetings of deep meditation and sacrifice seemed to be merely polishing the spiritual treasures, but in reality, it was Wanbao's profound reorganization and sedimentation of his own Dao. During the process of refining the spiritual treasures and comprehending the rules of prohibitions, he once again integrated countless streams of the Dao, such as the universe, yin-yang, water, fire, purification, wuji, and formation, Dao, merging the understanding of a yuan meeting's Dao comprehension, the foundational essence of his breakthrough, and the inherent resonance of the spiritual treasures. His Dao foundation became increasingly thick and solid, his Dao heart remained steadfast and flawless, and his comprehension of the primal Dao reached a new height. The realm of perfected golden immortal is no longer merely a pile of magical power, but has genuinely achieved the unity of Dao law, treasure, heart, and body, perfected and flawless. When the last spiritual treasure restriction was completely stabilized, Wanbao slowly opened his eyes. In the moment of opening and closing his eyes, a supreme vision of the rotation of the universe, the light and dark of yin-yang, the purity of the lotus world, and the overwhelming aura of treasures flashed by his aura, retracting into nothingness, appearing unremarkable, yet concealing the vast power to suppress the heavens and overlook the golden immortals. Having refined all the innate spiritual treasures to the perfected limit of golden immortal, Wanbao's Dao heart was clear and transparent, and his foundational essence was entirely complete. The numerous innate spiritual treasures moved according to his will, having become the foundation of his Great Dao, no longer feeling even a trace of unfamiliarity. With a slight movement of his mind, without any leakage of spiritual power, the 12-grade pure world, white lotus universe map, Xianyuan water control banner, sea-stabilizing pearls, and other innate spiritual treasures floating around him instantly retracted their light, transforming into flowing light that slipped into his internal Dao palace Dantian and the depths of his divine soul and consciousness, layer upon layer, concealing and resting quietly, accumulating strength. With all 8 innate spiritual treasures and 1 innate unique treasure returning to their places, the cave realm instantly shed the overwhelming treasure light, and mighty Dao might returning to a tranquil and serene state, with only the thick Dao resonance of Wanbao lingering around him. As the heavenly and earthly chi settled completely, Wanbao's 5 fingers grasped in the air lightly, causing a round, flawless pearl, exuding a chaotic radiance, to quietly appear in the palm of his hand. The pearl is not large, with a pure chaotic hue, neither gold nor silver, neither black nor white, devoid of any complex Dao patterns or innate restrictions, and without any dazzling auspicious light. It appears almost ordinary, yet radiates the chaotic aura from before the creation of heaven and earth, ancient, vast, distant, and mysterious, as if it bears the essence of the universe's origin, isolating all earthly laws. This is the source object that accompanied him across time and space to this chaotic world. The primordial treasure, the largest fragment of the chaos pearl, the Hongyuan pearl. Wanbao gazed at the quiet, ancient pearl in his palm, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. This object is the very cause that led him to leave his original world and fall into the chaotic realm, the beginning of all his opportunities, all his changes, and all his cultivation path. Since his arrival in this world, the Hongyuan pearl has remained dormant deep within his divine soul's origin, silent and unwavering. No one knew, no one noticed. Even when he refined numerous innate spiritual treasures, accumulated Dao cultivation over several yuan meetings, and broke through to the perfected golden immortal, not even the numerous saints and powerful beings of the primal realm could unravel the secrets of this supreme treasure hidden within him. Wanbao was well aware that the Hongyuan pearl had long lost its peak divine might. In the distant chaos era, this object was a true chaotic treasure, mastering the origin of the Hongyuan Dao, transcending the laws of creation, its might crushing all divine objects in the world. However, as he crossed the barriers of time and space, enduring endless spatial turbulence, temporal backlash, and the crushing force of Pangu, it fell from the chaotic origin to the primal realm, with its Dao becoming incomplete, its origin damaged, and its power greatly diminished, causing its grade to drop. Even after enduring endless years of self-repair, it now barely stabilized at the level of innate unique treasure, no longer possessing the supreme glory of a chaotic treasure. In terms of offense, it cannot compare with the Pangu banner wielded by the primordial virtue, lacking the supreme attack power to split the chaos, shatter the universe, and obliterate all laws. In terms of suppressing the universe and stabilizing the primal realm, it cannot compare with the Taiji diagram of Laojuan, lacking the ultimate ability to stabilize the earth, water, fire, and wind, harmonize the universe, and suppress the luck of heaven and earth. In terms of suppressing the world and commanding the primal realm, it cannot compare with the chaos bell of Donghuang Tai, lacking the overwhelming power to resonate through the world, suppress chaos, stabilize the heavenly order, and intimidate all spirits. Compared to these three supreme innate treasures that dominate the primal realm and rank among the top treasures of creation, the Hongyuan pearl indeed falls slightly short in terms of direct combat power, offensive and defensive capabilities, and worldly stability. Yet every treasure has its strengths and weaknesses. When it comes to concealing heavenly secrets, hiding Dao traces, blocking causality, and sheltering the divine and luck, there is no treasure in the vast primal realm that can compare with the Hongyuan pearl. Even the three great treasures of creation can only look up to it. This is the unparalleled and unique brilliance of the Hongyuan pearl, as well as its most core and defiant origin effect. Wanbao's mind sank into the pearl's origin, instantly discerning the supreme Dao hidden within, reflecting on many things. During the peak chaotic period, the Hongyuan pearl could obscure the chaotic heavenly Dao, conceal the tracks of the Hongyuan saints, and transcend all calculations and deductions. Even now, with its diminished rank and damaged origin, its remaining divine might still defies the heavens, perfectly fitting all his cultivation journey. Firstly, it can obscure the heavens and conceal secrets, making all calculations impossible to measure. The Hongyuan pearl forms a small chaotic realm of its own, containing a fragmented Hongyuan Dao that can completely sever the connection between itself and the primal heavenly Dao. With the pearl protecting him, his cultivation level, Dao foundation, Dao direction, and future opportunities are all concealed layer upon layer by the chaotic power, not entering heavenly secrets, not touching the heavenly Dao, and not revealing good or bad fortune. The heavenly Daoist deductions are unpredictable, the saints' calculations are unknowable, and the great beings' divinations are unattainable. Even if a harmonizing saint exhausts all their Dao power to activate supreme heavenly Dao abilities to deduce his trajectory, they will ultimately only see a chaotic fog, a void of nothingness, gaining no information. If they force the deduction, they may be countered by the chaotic power of the Hongyuan pearls, suffering damage to their Dao heart and chaos in the heavenly secrets. In the past several yuan meetings, despite his closed-door Dao comprehension, refining spiritual treasures, and breaking through realms, the movements were not insignificant, yet no one peered and no one disturbed him. This was not mere coincidence, but the Hongyuan pearl silently obscured all heavenly secrets, erasing all traces of his cultivation. Secondly, it can hide traces and conceal the Dao, dissipating causality. In the primal realm, cultivation is heavily dependent on causality. Every action, every treasure obtained, and every connection made leaves traces of the Dao, destined to have opportunities and predicaments in the future. However, the Hongyuan pearl can devour, purify, and flatten all causality traces derived from itself. All the innate spiritual treasures he obtained, such as the 8 treasure, glazed vase universe map, and sea stabilizing pearls, all the opportunities and fortunes, the movements of killing, and the gifts of heaven and earth, are completely concealed by the pearl, not recorded by the heavenly Dao, and untouched by the primal realm's karma. Ordinary cultivators who obtain an innate spiritual treasure are marked by the heavenly Dao attracting unwanted attention and endless disputes. Yet he possesses 5 supreme innate spiritual treasures and 4 superior innate spiritual treasures holding countless extraordinary foundations. Yet his causality is clean devoid of karma, and all his fortune is concealed within the chaos not revealed or exposed with no one able to trace its origins. Thirdly, it can conceal the divine and luck gathering all brilliance. The Hanyuan Pearl can suppress its own divine soul origin, concealing all treasures Dao resonance, divine might, and luck. Ordinary perfected golden immortals exude overwhelming Dao might, their chi shaking the heavens for miles, their luck soaring high, their phenomena announcing to the world. Yet he, holding extraordinary foundations and treasures, can voluntarily retract all his aura, appearing as a common scattered golden immortal, unremarkable, and without any peculiarities. His luck does not surge violently, his Dao resonance does not reveal itself, and his divine soul does not manifest, truly achieving concealment and formlessness like a hidden dragon in the abyss, not revealing his brilliance. Fourthly, it can separate reality from illusion and avoid heavenly retribution. In primal cultivation, breaking through realms, refining treasures, and stealing heavenly secrets can easily provoke heavenly retribution and lightning tribulations. Yet the chaotic power of the Hanyuan Pearl transcends the laws of reality and illusion, capable of isolating all heavenly judgments and shielding from the perception of heavenly calamities. He broke through 3 major realms and refined all innate spiritual treasures, movements significant enough to attract the 9 heavens' divine lightning and the primal heavenly retribution, yet the entire process remained calm and tranquil, without a trace of calamity or thunder, thanks to the Hanyuan Pearl. Furthermore, the Hanyuan Pearl has one of the most defiant uses. It protects the origin and stabilizes the foundation for crossing over. It carries Wanba's soul origin from another world and the secrets of his crossing, completely sealing this greatest secret from the heavens, never to be revealed. Even though the primal heavenly Dao is supreme, it cannot unravel the origins of another world, nor can it detect Wanba's identity as an outsider, fundamentally eliminating the greatest crisis of being feared by the heavenly Dao, repelled by the world, or facing origin reckoning. While others cultivate in accordance with the heavens, following rules, and being bound by heavenly Dao, he cultivates protected by the Hongyuan, concealing secrets against the heavens, seizing heavenly opportunities without being constrained by the world, and stealing the primal Dao without the heavenly Dao detecting it. This time the Hanyuan Pearl will refine spiritual treasures and stabilize the golden immortal's perfected realm. His combat power, foundation, and divine abilities have already reached the pinnacle of the same level, and the existence of the Hanyuan Pearl is his greatest trump card, his strongest protective barrier, and his fundamental means of survival. In direct confrontations, numerous innate spiritual treasures roam the realm of golden immortals. In hidden schemes, the Hanyuan Pearl strides alone through the mysteries of the primordial chaos. Others' cultivation foundations are proclaimed to heaven and earth, where fortune and misfortune coexist. His great Dao fortunes are sealed in chaos, impervious to countless calamities. With this pearl in hand, traversing the primordial chaos, he has no more worries. Wanbao chuckled lightly, his gaze settling as all concerns dissipated. His mind stirred slightly, and the Hanyuan Pearl floating in his palm suddenly radiated a layer of hazy, chaotic aura. There were no earth-shattering phenomena. It transformed into a thread of chaotic light, as thin as a wisp, silently slipping into the center of his brow, rooting itself in the deepest secret realm of his soul's essence. From that moment on, the Hanyuan Pearl melded with his divine soul and flesh, inseparable. The formless chaotic Dao rhythm flowed around him at all times like the most secretive barrier, layer upon layer, concealing his extraordinary foundational essence, the mysteries of his cave heaven, and the fundamental path that transcends the shackles of the primordial chaos. As the heavenly Dao unfolds and the mysterious heavenly machine probes, what can be captured is merely a golden immortal transformed from the superior, innate spiritual root born of the Zhenxingwa, Xian, cave heaven, untainted and pure with no signs of abnormality. Wanbao stood at the edge of the cave heaven, his thoughts surging like a torrent. He was born here at the dawn of the primordial chaos, and for countless epochs he had remained hidden within the Zhenxingwa, Xian, cave heaven, never stepping outside. This supreme secret realm in which he grew, comprehended the Dao, and attained the perfection of the golden immortal, had absorbed countless fragments of chaotic pearls in its early years, inherently possessing chaotic attributes distinctly different from the myriad cave heavens and blessed lands of the primordial chaos. It floated beyond the complete regulations of the primordial heavenly Dao, seemingly part of the primordial land, yet retaining a trace of chaotic remnants, its situation profoundly mysterious. In terms of uniqueness, it is comparable to the rumored overseas 3 immortal islands, which transcend the mundane and have relatively weak constraints from the heavenly Dao. However, compared to the 3 immortal islands which are completely isolated from the world in the distant East Sea, the Zhenxingwa Xian cave heaven is rooted in the primordial Wui mountain range, nourished by the land's veins, and has an unbreakable connection to this world, making it even more mysterious and unique. After 100,000 years of closed-door cultivation, Wanbao always harbored a sense of caution and prudence. He could not know whether this being born from the secret realm had been recorded in the heavenly Daoist register. If the heavenly Dao had never recorded his existence, then he would be an absolute anomaly of the primordial. Once he stepped out of the cave heaven's barrier fully exposed to the primordial world, and if the supreme heavenly Dao captured this flaw, this being not bound by regulations would inevitably be seen as a variable in the world and a hidden danger to order swiftly descending thunderous punishment and calamities from the heavenly Dao to eradicate him in his infancy. This latent crisis was the greatest shackle that had prevented him from leaving for 100,000 years. But now all concerns had vanished into thin air. The Hunyuan Pearl quietly lay dormant in the depths of his soul, using the supreme chaotic Dao rhythm to alter heavenly secrets and conceal its essence, perfectly masking all abnormalities. Looking across the primordial heavens, regardless of how sages deduced or the heavenly Dao probed, what could be seen was merely the golden immortal cultivator transformed from the innate money tree of Wui Mountain. Moreover, he was born with an extraordinary fate, a rare and fortunate golden immortal of blessings in this world. As a golden immortal transformed from a superior, innate spiritual root, he naturally carried boundless fortune from the heavens and earth, with a pure disposition in harmony with the Dao, free from bloodshed and not contravening the rules of heaven and earth. The heavenly Dao is merciless, yet favors the virtuous, always granting abundant blessings to those with virtue and fortune. Not only would he not be opposed by the heavenly Dao, but rather due to his vast fortune and auspicious energy in this era of great contention, he would be favored by heaven and earth, transforming misfortune into fortune with countless opportunities accompanying him. Having grasped all the key points, the last trace of gloom in Wanba's heart completely dissipated. Now that his cultivation was firmly established in the perfected realm of the golden immortal, with the Dao resonating harmoniously around him, the 8 treasures, glazed bottle, the Wijizhuo, the Qiankuan map, the Yin-Yang mirror, and the Taiji symbol were all perfectly refined and moved with his will. Additionally, the Hunyuan Pearl shielded him, concealing all secrets of abnormalities. Everything was ready with no more entanglements. Merely sitting idly in the cave heaven and enduring solitary cultivation was ultimately just watching the sky from a well. The Dao is concealed in the myriad forms of heaven and earth, and the rhythm of the Dao is contained in the changes of mountains and rivers. Without personally entering the world, experiencing the ups and downs, observing the operation of heaven and earth, and witnessing the rise and fall of all beings, one will forever be unable to grasp the true essence of the Dao and find the next step towards transcendence. Thinking of this, a fervent desire to venture into the primordial chaos and seek the Dao surged within Wanba's heart, boiling over unceasingly. He turned around, his gaze tender and nostalgic as it swept over this cave heaven that had nurtured and protected him for countless years. The sea of clouds roiled, the spring of spiritual energy flowed, spiritual roots abounded, and ancient formations operated. The familiar aura of grass, trees, and the remnants of chaos flooded towards him. This was the land of his origin, the first homeland of his life. I will return. A soft declaration fell resolute and unyielding. Wanbao no longer looked back. His form shimmered as the spiritual light around him converged to an extreme, and with a single step, he broke free from the layers of barriers of the Zhenshengua Xian cave heaven. In an instant, boom! The completely different breath of the world surged wildly into his limbs and bones, into his soul and sea of awareness. Inside the cave heaven, the atmosphere was warm and pure, a perfect blend of chaotic essence and innate clear chi, tranquil and stable, with no winds stirring, no disputes or disturbances enduring as one day for 10,000 years. Yet at this moment, the primordial world outside was vast and majestic, resounding with an overwhelming grandeur. The heavy aura of the primordial earth surged towards him, filled with boundless innate spiritual energy. This spiritual energy was not as pure and singular as that within the cave heaven, but was all-encompassing, complex, and vast. The essences of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, yin and yang intertwined and coiled, filling every inch of the world with a domineering, ancient, and boundless aura carrying the primitive atmosphere of creation. Above, the boundless sky was azure and vast, 100 times more expansive than the cloud sea of the cave heaven. In the high skies, an invisible web of the heavenly Daoist rules floated, operating silently, regulating all things in unparalleled majesty, overshadowing the heavens and ruling the primordial chaos, gently showering down upon the mortal realm. This is the primordial heavenly Dao. Inside the Zhenshengua Xian cave heaven, the power of the heavenly Dao was weak to the extreme, but the moment Wanbao stepped out of the cave heaven, he clearly sensed that the gaze of the heavenly Dao was omnipresent. It was not a targeted probing, but rather the natural rule of the primordial world pressing down, where all things were monitored and regulated. Fortunately, the Hunyuan Pearl operated silently, enveloping his soul and essence with a formless chaotic barrier, completely shielding all of his abnormalities. In the eyes of the heavenly Dao, he was merely a noble being born from the primordial earth, a superior golden immortal of fortune and blessings, conforming to the heavenly timing, stepping out of his cave to traverse the world completely ordinary. Beneath his feet lay the sprawling Wui mountain range with towering peaks and sheer cliffs piercing into the sea of The mountains were lush and green, ancient trees soaring high, countless innate spiritual trees and ancient wonders grew abundantly, and the radiant light rose from the valleys emanating auspicious energy, surrounded by colorful clouds. Between the mountains, spiritual waterfalls cascaded down into deep pools, thundering and shaking the valleys, the flowing water carrying rich innate spiritual energy, with every wisp of vapor containing a trace of Dao rhythm. Beneath the earth, the heavy dragon energy of the land surged and flowed, permeating the entire Wui mountain range, grand and stable, nourishing myriad living beings. Looking out into the distance, the view was boundless. Without the limitations of the cave heaven's barriers, as far as the eye could see, thousands of mountains and valleys, the sea of clouds, and the vast rivers and mountains were all in sight. In the distant horizon, outlines of other sacred mountains could be faintly seen, surrounded by celestial energy, their Dao radiance shimmering, all of which were supreme spiritual veins and blessed lands birthed by the primordial earth. A gentle breeze brushed past, carrying the fragrance of mountains, rivers, and woods, along with the unique aura of life and death that coexists in the primordial world. The vibrant life force signified the flourishing growth of all beings and the ceaseless nature of the Dao. The hidden violence indicated the undercurrents of competition between celestial beings and demons in this era of great contention. Standing atop Wui Mountain, Wanba's blue robe fluttered lightly in the wind. The aura of the golden immortal around him was harmonious and restrained, neither ostentatious nor exposed. He gently closed his eyes, sensing the true primordial world around him. In his ears were the sounds of mountains howling, spiritual birds chirping, and waterfalls rushing, as well as the low murmurs of the operation of the Dao of heaven and earth. Countless fragmented laws swirled before his eyes, with yin and yang alternating, the five elements rotating, the passage of time shifting, and the cycle of life and death. Myriad Dao rhythms were clearly perceptible. In closed-door cultivation, what he comprehended in the cave heaven was static, pure, and the true principles of the Dao. Yet at this moment, being in the great primordial world, what he perceived was a vivid, flowing, and ever-living complete Dao. So this is the primordial chaos. Vast and boundless, encompassing all things, hiding endless opportunities, concealing supreme dangers, harboring immortals of eternal life and demons who slaughter the heavens with eternal Dao and ephemeral dust. In this era of great contention, there are myriad paths to the Dao. Anyone can attain the Dao, and anyone can contend with the heavens. After a long while, Wanbao slowly opened his eyes, reflecting the vast mountains and rivers of the primordial chaos in his dark pupils, his gaze clear and resolute, with a trace of burning yearning and ambition hidden within. After 100,000 years of lurking and hidden cultivation, it was all for this day to enter the world. From now on, the closed-door spiritual root of the Zhenxingwa cave heaven had become a thing of the past. The primordial heavens in the era of great contention. The cultivator Wanbao officially entered the scene. He took a step forward, his form lightly landing on the ancient path of the mountain, facing the mighty wind, stepping towards the vast, boundless primordial world filled with infinite possibilities and unknowns. Atop Wui Mountain, the long winds surged, and the sky was a deep blue. Wanbao, clad in a brocade robe, stood independently, surrounded by an aura that was warm and harmonious, the essence cultivated from 100,000 years of closed-door retreat, transforming into a gentle and distant golden immortal Dao rhythm that quietly permeated the surroundings. He had just stepped out of the Zhenxingwa Xian cave heaven, officially grounding himself in the primordial world, deeply immersed in the magnificent Dao rhythm and boundless vitality of this vast world, completely releasing his mind, silently comprehending the flow of the five elements of heaven and earth, and the alternation of yin and yang. Yet he was still unaware that at the very moment he stepped out of the cave heaven's barriers, fully integrating into the primordial world, an almost imperceptible, yet crucial ripple had been stirred in the great river of causality of the primordial heavenly Dao suspended in the nine heavens. In the past, he had concealed himself within the Zhenxingwa Xian cave heaven, wrapped in the essence of chaotic fragments, drifting beyond the regulations of the primordial heavenly Dao, like an independent pure land in the world, completely isolating himself from the heavenly machine's deductions and causal connections. For countless epochs, the mighty beings of the primordial heavens, the divine machines of the heavenly Dao, and the mysterious heavenly numbers could not glimpse his trace nor bind his fate. He was like an observer independent of the years of the primordial chaos, quietly hidden and uninvolved with the world. But from the moment he shattered the cave heaven's barriers and set foot on the mountains of Wui, everything changed completely. His aura, his Dao body, his existence were all completely integrated into the primordial heavens, absorbed into the cycles of the heavenly Dao, the threads of causality, and the flow of heavenly numbers. The endless causality that had been sealed for countless ages instantaneously manifested. Past and present, future and past, the fateful bonds between master and disciple, the opportunities of heaven and earth, countless strands of destiny, closely related to him, broke through the vast void intertwining around him, linking him to the myriad heavens of the primordial chaos. Those destined to encounter him, to bond with him, to entangle with him for a lifetime, were all drawn by the energy of the heavenly Dao, giving rise to a mysterious resonance. Above the clouds of the 9 heavens, boundless spiritual energy surged the Jiejiao celebratory clouds stretching for millions of miles, spanning the primordial azure. A grand event was taking place in the primordial world, the wedding of the demon clan's heavenly emperor Dijun. The demon emperor Dijun married the great moon goddess Shi, presiding over the fortunes of the myriad clans of the primordial chaos. This imperial wedding was unprecedented in its grandiosity and magnificence. The heavenly court issued edicts to the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses of the primordial world, inviting powerful beings of heaven and earth to attend the heavenly wedding banquet together to witness the prosperity of the demon court. Countless hidden cultivators, scattered immortal beings, and various gods, demons, and immortals from the primordial world packed their belongings, riding clouds across the heavens, heading towards the heavenly court in the 9 heavens. And one of the most supreme existences in the primordial world, the 3 purities of Kunlun Mountain, also ended their long period of closed retreat. That sealed pass. The ancestral vein of countless Kunlun peaks breathes immortal qi that has never dissipated since antiquity. Taiqing Laozi, Yuqing Yuanshi, and Shangqing Tongtian share one source born from the primordial spirit of Pangu. True scions of Pangu, their roots unrivaled under the heavens. The 3 exalted powers emerged in unison from their seclusion grounds at Kunlun Yushu Bio and Baiying Palace. Taiqing Laozi wore a simple Taoist robe, white hair brushed his shoulders, his features mild and composed expression as tranquil as an ancient well. A profound, expansive Dao aura enveloped him, embracing all phenomena and embodying the non-contention, effortless accord with heaven of the Taiqing way. Every motion harmonized with the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, a faint haze of primordial qi clinging to him like a stoic mountain. Yuqing Yuanshi donned a robe of purple and gold, his visage stern and august, brows and eyes cold and dignified. He radiated an innate nobility and orthodox majesty, posture towering like the Kunlun divine peaks. His qi was immaculate and vast, upholding the celestial order, distinguishing rank and maintaining clear distinctions with an authority that brooked no profanation. Shangqing Tongtian wore a robe of verdant azure, his bearing free and defiant, features sharp and forthright. Unconstrained and magnanimous in temperament, his Dao aura surged forth with liberating expansiveness, accommodating myriad methods and embracing 1,000 paths, spirited, unbound, and transcendent. Sanqing share one origin and one essence. Their Yuanshan are connected, their thoughts interwoven. Since Pangu cleaved the heavens, they were born of the same source, companions through countless primordial ages, a tacit intimacy engraved into the roots of their souls. No words required to know each other's mind. With Dijun's grand nuptials, the Yao court presides over the fate and fortunes of myriad clans in the Honghuang, the orthodox power of the age. As pinnacles of the Honghuang world, Sanqing naturally owed the ceremony its due courtesy, attending the feast to honor the prevailing course of fate. 3 timeless strands of Daoic resonance surged toward the heavens, lifting 10,000 layers of auspicious clouds and a myriad streaks of radiance. Rising from the Kunlun ancestral vein, they cleaved the boundless vault and swept toward the Jiutian Tianting Yaoqi. When Sanqing traveled forth, prodigies unfold. Innate clear qi swirled about them, Pangu's Daoic cadence flowing through their forms. Wherever they passed, heaven and earth yielded, myriad beings bowed, the tumultuous laws of the skies stilled as if by will. Celestial mechanisms surrendered, manifesting the unsurpassed majesty of true Pangu lineage. They seemed to advance leisurely, each footstep upon the Daoic void, yet each stride spanned billions of li of space, momentarily crossing countless mountains and waters. Ordinary golden immortals could not even capture their afterimages. Heading east, they traversed the central lands of the Honghuang, and in an instant arrived above the eastern sea. The Donghai stretched without bound, billowing waves of vast sea of clouds, winds arrayed in grandeur. The awesome visage of the Honghuang's greatest ocean laid bare. Beneath the waves, untold aquatic clans thrived. The innate waterway pervaded heaven and earth, austere and primeval. It was at the moment the 3 reached the Jiutian Tianting that Tongtian, who walked last, and whose breath was the most unrestrained and free, felt the vast and steady Daoic aura about him suddenly tremble minutely. A hum, an invisible formless tremor in the Yuanshan erupted from the depths of Sula region, abrupt and subtle, yet piercingly clear, striking the spiritual platform. Tongtian's otherwise unhurried step faltered. He hovered in midair, his flying azure robe arrested by the wind. The easy, free expression on his face knit slightly, then his brows rose sharply as astonishment, delight, and comprehension flashed across his eyes. This instant of Yuanshan upheaval was profoundly arcane, far beyond ordinary shifts of heavenly law or qi turbulence. It was a soul resonance, a teacher-disciple destiny, aligning in the shadows, heavenly mandates of master and disciple manifesting suddenly. Sanqing share one source and one body. Their Yuanshan are linked and their thoughts intertwined, so even the slightest variance in qi could be perceived at once. Tongtian's fleeting pause and the stir of his spirit were instantly detected by Laozi and Yuanshi ahead. The two statuesque figures who had been proceeding serenely halted together and slowly turned around. Yuqing Yuanshi's gaze pure and upright fell upon Tongtian, and he spoke first voice steady and measured, bearing the concern of an elder brother, third brother. A Yuanshan tremor and a wavering Dao heart. Did you encounter something amiss along the way? Taiching Laozi remained composed and mild, his countenance undisturbed, the non-axionic Daoic flow steady about him. Though seemingly aloof, his eyes remained fixed on Tongtian, concealing an elder brother's deep care as he waited in silence for the third brother's reply. Tongtian inclined his head slightly at their concern, but did not answer immediately. He closed his eyes and concentrated, centering his spirit. In an instant, a veil of pale azure celestial patterns arose around him, subtle strands of heavenly mechanism winding about his body, dense and crisscrossing. Countless esoteric truths of the Tao burst forth from within, shrouding the surrounding void for 10,000 li. A pinnacle power in the final stage of the quasi-sage, one step from the sage fruit. Tongtian's deductive might outranked all in the Honghuang, save the sage, and none could match him. His Yuanshan turned to perfection, his soul sank into the boundless river of celestial mechanisms. Guided by that subtle soul resonance, he traced the current backward to seek the source of the disturbance. He plucked at the invisible threads of heavenly mechanism, and through the turning of years the revelation of cause and effect, and the calculus of fate, thousands of fragmented scenes flashed, reassembled, and confirmed within his sea of consciousness. Laozi and Yuanshi stood quietly in the void, expressions calm, neither hurried nor anxious, patient and silent. Sanqing are of one root, they know each other better than anyone. The third brother is free-spirited, magnanimous. Unless a matter touches the very foundation of his Tao or his core destiny, he would not stop his steps lightly, nor employ his primordial Yuanshan to pry into heavenly fate. Celestial mechanisms flowed without ceasing, void laws undulated and rose and fell. In but a few breaths, by Tongtian's supreme late quasi-sage cultivation, he had pierced layer upon layer of heavenly fog, parted the veils of obscure fate, and precisely traced the causal root, unraveling the entire mystery. His closed eyes snapped open. Two profound, dazzling strands of Daoic radiance burst from his gaze, then instantly receded into serenity. The crease between Tongtian's brows smoothed completely, as a bright, unrestrained smile blossomed across his face, an expression of genuine joy and satisfaction. His voice carried a note of unabashed admiration and eager expectation. It matters not, eldest brother, second brother, this was not a heavenly anomaly, nor a perilous omen. The Yuanshan quivered. Just now was the sudden manifestation of a teacher-disciple destiny latent in the dark of fate, now materializing and taking form in the world today. My divinations reveal a cultivator entering the Honghuang, of sure and tremendous roots suffused with dense luck, and an extraordinary Tao body bearing vast blessings and potent fortune. Fate decrees that this person is a destined direct disciple of my Shangqing sect, already bound by predestined ties. At those words the void fell silent for a beat. Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged a glance. Surprise flickered across their eyes, but no disbelief. In the Honghuang, all things and affairs bend to the word Yuan, and to the inexorable turning of fate. Teacher-disciple tie, father-child kinship, brotherly bonds. These are ordained by the Tao, decreed by fate, not to be forced by mortal effort. Sanqing are the authentic Panga lineage custodians of the Honghuang Tao. Their own orthodoxy, the inheritance of their school, and the fates of their disciples are engraved within the primal Tao, and Panga's way. When the hour arrives, they will naturally be born and enter the world to fulfill destiny. To earn Tongtian's direct praise as root and foundation extraordinary speaks volumes. The uninitiated disciple's innate root, chi, and fortune must far surpass the common progeny of the Honghuang. He is no ordinary soul. Yuanshi's eyes kindled with keen interest, his austere mien softened a degree curiosity, tinting his tone as he spoke slowly. Oh, how unusual. A common innate being taking shape would not so readily win your praise. If you grant such commendation and call the root exceptional, then my disciple, whom I have never met, truly bears uncommon substance. At this Tongtian laughed heartily, his mirth wide and unrestrained, shaking the void above the dome. Ha! One meeting and one knows. He then turned his gaze to Taiching Laozi, and hands clasped made an earnest invitation. Elder brother Dijun's wedding feast has not yet commenced. We are not pressed for time in attending. This youth is my Shangqing's predestined direct disciple, newly arrived in the Honghuang and naive to the world. Traveling alone through the myriad realms, he is bound to encounter storms and danger. Since the three of us are here, why not journey to Wuishan together and meet this disciple in person? Yuanshi nodded at once, interest evident indeed. Both pairs of eyes turned to Taiching Laozi, who stood serene and effortless in the void. Laozi's gaze lifted slightly, his clear eyes swept toward the southeast, where the Wui mountain range lay. After a brief sensing, he captured a strand of warm, mellow, long-enduring fortune, a unique chi suffused with deep concealed chaos-rooted potency, and in his heart comprehension formed. He was always one to act with non-action and follow heaven. Knowing this was the third brother's ordained fate, and a Daoic opportunity, he would not refuse. After a moment of silence, Laozi inclined his head and softly uttered one word, good. With that single syllable the matter was settled. Sanqing's will aligned, hesitation gone. The three Daoic silhouettes which had been headed to the heavenly court instantly veered and cleaved the void toward the southeast and the Wui range. They appeared to walk slowly, still treading the void with leisurely steps, as though taking a leisurely stroll, yet the void around them was being utterly warped. One step and billions of li of mountains and rivers flashed by, the Donghai's boundless waves, and the Thusanli sea of clouds were left behind in an instant. Layers of space folded and the void was traversed in tears, for the Sanqing the Honghuang's distances were already a mere formality. To mortal eyes the three vast Daoic silhouettes simply shimmered once across the heavens, and then vanished from the Donghai shore, leaving no trace, no ripple. Meanwhile, atop the Wui peaks, Wanbao remained unaware that in a single fleeting moment, the three greatest pink-orthodox powers of the Honghuang had altered their course on his behalf. He still stood upon the summit, quietly contemplating the myriad Daos of the Honghuang. Having just stepped out from his grotto world, he was already utterly intoxicated by the unfathomable mysteries of the vast realm. For 10 million years his true ascension within that grotto had been a tranquil, unchanging stillness, a pristine single-minded qi. The Dao, there was stable and still an absolute tranquility. But the Honghuang before him was living, flowing, endlessly generating. Heavenly winds swept across mountains and rivers for 10,000 li, carrying fragments of the five phases yin and yang, wind and rain, and innumerable subtle Daoic threads that threaded into his Dao body meridians, nourishing his golden immortal root and honing his Dao foundation and fruit. Beneath his feet the Wui veins surged like dragons, the thick innate earth, and qi rose ceaselessly, merging with the clear airs that fell from the firmament to nourish all things. Ancient spirit trees rose to the heavens, and strange flowers blanketed the slopes. Innate spirit materials were everywhere, and a rich vitality wafted across the fields, endlessly renewing. He looked up to the boundless vault. The Dao of heaven hung high, an invisible net of rule, shrouding the heavens, and regulating the birth and death, motion and rotation of all things. The Hunyuan pearl still lay dormant within the depths of his solar region, silently turning the chaotic Daoic resonance, and perfectly masking his chaotically rooted grotto origin. To the outside it presented only the pure aura of an upper-grade innate money tree spirit root, made manifest, and a golden immortal perfected, an honest cultivator with broad fate and a clarified Dao nature. Wanbao lifted his gaze to the four corners of the Honghuang and felt a surge of emotion. After 10,000 years of seclusion, he had watched the still Dao of a grotto, stepping into the world. Now he first glimpsed the moving Dao of the vast realm. The still Dao cultivates one's nature. The moving Dao verifies the heart. The Dao is not attained by idle sitting alone, but by witnessing mountains and rivers change, the rise and fall of myriad beings, and the ebbs of worldly affairs. Therein lies the truth that perfects the Dao heart and advances the path. He resolved, then, in his coming out, he would not seek swift victories, nor rush to contend. He would traverse Honghuang's mountains and rivers, observe the myriad ways of heaven and earth, understand the world's vicissitudes, accumulate worldly Dao fruits, refine, and complete his own way, and when the hour ripened, strike for the quasi-sage realm in pursuit of supreme transcendence. Just as his mood flowed easy and he absorbed the Dao, suddenly, the entire Wui range's heavenly gale winds that howled fell utterly silent. Flowing spirit qi stopped its drift, waterfalls in the mountains hung frozen, midair birds and beasts in the woods held their breath, and within a radius of 10,000 li the Wui mountains and rivers sank into an absolute hush. The myriad laws and principles that once roamed freely between heaven and earth now come to a complete standstill. The mysterious aura lingering in the mountains and valleys suspended in the void of heaven and earth falls silent, like a multitude of pilgrims bowing in reverence, obediently lowering their heads and holding their breath. There is no hint of resistance, no trace of chaos. Only the reverence and submission originating from the deepest source of the Dao, akin to humble subjects meeting the supreme ruler of the universe, emanating from the soul and engraved in the foundation of the Dao. The entire Wui mountain range instantly falls into an extreme tranquility and solemnity. In the next moment the skies above undergo a dramatic transformation. Endless clouds surge and roll, as if an invisible supreme power reaches out to cover the heavens. Suddenly, a magnificent rainbow of colors coalesces in the sky without warning, layer upon layer shrouding the heavens and descending from the ninth heaven. The pure radiance of violet, gold, azure, green, and pristine white crisscrosses the sky, spanning thousands of miles, resembling three ancient rainbows that completely envelop the entire Wui sky, covering a realm of millions of miles. The flowing glow of the dawn radiates and auspicious energy rises. Each strand of light carries an ancient aura of creation's sacred, vast, solemn, and noble. Accompanying this is an indescribable supreme pressure slowly descending from the ninth heaven, gently spreading, enveloping the earthly realm. This pressure is ancient and vast, transcending the ages, bearing the dominance and utmost nobility of the universe, surpassing all worldly powers and laws, heavily covering mountains, rivers, and all things. It is entirely different from the harshness and severity of heavenly punishment. It does not bring the terror of destruction and collapse, nor does it resemble the tyrannical might of the demon emperor who rules over myriad demons replete with the sharpness of battle. This is the authentic Dao rhythm left behind by the primordial Pangu, the source of creation. Heavy and magnificent, encompassing all paths orthodox, and supreme, infinitely exalted. Encompassing the principles of heaven and earth, containing the sources of all methods, all Dao rhythms, laws, divine abilities, and techniques, are under the control of this overwhelming pressure. Merely a hint of unintentional leakage of this energy is enough to shake the vast land of the wilderness. At this moment, the sprawling Wui mountain range stretching for millions of miles sees thousands of hidden spiritual veins trembling and roaring continuously. The spiritual herbs and celestial trees that have grown for countless years in the mountains bend their branches bowing in reverence. Rivers surge, and then halt, streams flow silently, and the towering peaks bow their heads with the earth resonating in harmony. All things in heaven and earth, mountains and rivers, and the spiritual essence of flora and fauna bow in reverence to the great powers of the ninth heaven. At the summit, Wanba's heart suddenly trembles as the solid Dao rhythm of his golden immortal form becomes taut to the extreme. Having emerged from the true ascension of the mysterious cave heaven, he has attained the consummate golden immortal Dao fruit. His foundation is solid, his Dao heart clear, and he walks through the upper realms of the wilderness already considered a top cultivator, able to navigate with ease even against quasi-saint powers. Yet before this descending supreme pressure, his golden immortal cultivation feels as insignificant as a firefly against the bright moon. He instinctively gathers all his leaking aura, restrains the rhythm of the Dao, stabilizes his Dao heart, stands tall and steady at the pinnacle of Wui, his demeanor shedding all nonchalance, filled with utmost solemnity. He slowly lifts his gaze, penetrating layers of radiant clouds, looking towards the vast and deep ninth heaven, as an unprecedented sense of awe and insignificance wells up in his heart. This pressure has long transcended the ordinary extremes of quasi-saints, infinitely nearing the supreme realm of saints in the wilderness. It is the most ancient and supreme power standing atop the heavens of the wilderness. In a fleeting moment of thought, the endless clouds above part slowly to the sides, revealing three massive cloud paths that connect heaven and earth, extending straight to the mountain peak. Within the cloud paths, pure chi lingers, primordial chaos swirls, and the rhythm of the Dao flows endlessly as the aura of ancient times rushes forth. Three figures of towering stature embodying an ancient and immortal aura, having undergone the sedimentation of eons since the creation of the heavens, emerge calmly from the depths of the cloud sea. Their steps are slow, yet each step transcends time and space, detaching from the dimensions of heaven and earth, gradually descending towards the summit of Wui Mountain. The foremost figure wears a pristine white Dao robe, untainted by dust, as pure as snow, and the moon clean and transparent. His long white hair cascades down to his shoulders, his face gentle as jade, serene and unassuming, neither joyful nor sorrowful, neither sharp nor aggressive. Surrounded by strands of primordial clear chi, the heavy Dao rhythm envelopes him, appearing plain and unassuming, without competition or anger, yet exuding an undeniable supreme dignity, as the origin of all things and the source of the Dao. No need for ostentation, self-evident supremacy. It is none other than the leader of the three purities, Taiching Laozi. Standing at the center, another figure in a resplendent purple-gold Dao robe stands solemnly, with golden cloud patterns swirling around him, luxurious and orthodox, majestic and imposing. He stands tall and upright, his back straight, an imposing figure. His gaze is clear and bright, filled with authority and depth, embodying the principles of heaven and earth, upholding the orthodox path of the heavenly Dao, exuding pure and righteous energy, firmly guarding the order of the heavenly Dao, and commanding the orthodox Dao lineage of the wilderness. It is indeed Yuqing Yuanshi. The last figure, cloaked in a light green Dao robe, sways with the wind, carefree and unrestrained. His stature is extraordinary, transcending the confines of heaven and earth, unbound by worldly constraints. His gaze is clear and sharp, perceiving all laws, encompassing the heavens, spirited and at ease, embodying the Daoist nature, integrating all great paths and principles of the world, establishing his own carefree Dao lineage. He is the Shangqing Tantian. The three purities stand in the air above the mountain peak, yet to touch the mortal realm, their feet not yet on the ground, but they have already completely grasped the flow of energy within the entire world. The mountains and rivers within a radius of millions of miles, the clouds and winds, the rhythms of the laws, and the spiritual essence of heaven and earth are all under the invisible control of the three, with countless mountains and rivers held in their palms, the order of the celestial paths following their intent. At the mountain peak, Wanbao gazes intently at the three ancient powers, his heart trembling slightly, as a profound shock from the depths of his soul sweeps over him. Countless fragments of sealed memories from the wilderness flash through his mind instantly, allowing him to recognize the identities of the three before him. Pangu opened the heavens, his body transformed into myriad beings, his primordial spirit split into three, becoming the three purities of the wilderness. Taiching Yuqing Shangqing. The universally acknowledged supreme orthodox figures, the pinnacle of saintly powers by heavenly decree. Having emerged from the true ascension of the mysterious cave heaven when he first entered the wilderness, having yet to travel far and wide, not having made any connections with other cultivators, and having not revealed even a fraction of his potential, he has directly drawn the presence of the three ancient powers. In the depths of his extreme shock, Wanbai's spirit rapidly settles, not daring to show any hint of negligence. He suppresses the surging waves of astonishment in his heart, gathering all his emotions and thoughts, dispelling any restlessness, slightly bending forward his back, arching slightly, performing the most orthodox and respectful greeting of a cultivator in the wilderness. His expression is sincere and respectful, his gaze clear and open, his voice steady and calm, unhurried, and neither servile nor arrogant, resonating throughout the peak of Wui. I am Wanbao Jr. greeting the three esteemed elders. This bow is performed with propriety, with a clear and pure Dao heart, open and selfless. It embodies the humility and reverence of a junior facing eternal powers, with complete courtesy, faithfully adhering to the hierarchy of the heavenly Dao. It also reflects the demeanor and composure of a consummate golden immortal cultivator, calm and self-possessed, devoid of flattery or timidity. The dimensions are just right, and the rhythm of the Dao flows naturally. In the high air, the gazes of the three purities all fall upon the figure of the young man in the green shirt at the mountain peak, quietly observing and silently deducing his roots, foundation, fortune, and true heart. With one glance they observe his form, with two they perceive his energy, with three they discern his fate, with four they contemplate his Dao. In an instant each of the three great powers feels something stir within their hearts. Taiching Laozi's gaze is warm and calm, distant and unruffled, as he carefully senses the Dao rhythms circulating around Wanbao. His vision pierces through the ages of creation, seeing through all worldly illusions. With one glance, he sees that Wanbao's Dao body is pure and flawless, entirely transparent, untainted by demonic energy, diluted energy, or any murky essence, representing a naturally clean Dao body. His blessings are vast and profound, like an endless ocean. His fate is noble and dignified, upright and unyielding, free from disaster and misfortune. His true heart is clear and transparent, his Dao heart stable and pure, untainted by the conflicts and distractions of the wilderness. Surrounded by the continuous and endless Dao rhythms of blessings, ceaselessly flowing, lingering for a long time. What moves him the most is that within this child's soul lies a trace of extremely faint, almost imperceptible, chaotic primordial energy. This trace of energy transcends all paths of the wilderness, originating from before the creation of heaven and earth, immensely precious, rare throughout the ages. A hint of faint approval quietly passes through Taking's eyes. This child's roots, nature, Dao heart, blessings, and fortune are all among the best selections in the wilderness. His blessings are as profound as the sea, his fortune stretches to the heavens, carrying extraordinary fortune and supreme providence, with exceptional talent and deeply hidden potential, far surpassing all contemporaries among the innate beings since the dawn of the wilderness. Beside him, Yuqing Yuanshi's gaze is cold and solemn. As his eyes flicker, he silently deduces Wanbao's roots, Dao path, heavenly fate, and future Dao fruit. Yuanshi is notoriously demanding and critical, with exceedingly high standards, having seen countless outstanding disciples in the wilderness, with very few juniors able to catch his eye and earn his approval. Yet at this moment, after careful deduction, he cannot help but secretly nod in agreement. Wanbao hails from a legitimate innate spirit root, a top-grade, innate money tree in transformation, with pure and noble roots naturally aligned with the paths of blessings and the great paths. His golden immortal foundation is solid and perfect, without a hint of superficial flaws, and his cultivation is deep and solid. His Dao heart is pure and flawless, steadfast in maintaining the Dao, unbiased and selfless, free from delusion and greed. His life path is broad and unobstructed, with nearly no flaws or shortcomings. The notoriously strict Yuanshi rarely shows genuine recognition and appreciation. He even secretly lamented that had it not been for the predetermined master-disciple bond between this child and his third brother Tongtian, had it not been for the heavenly decree already determining his fate, he would have loved to take this extraordinary talent under his wing, making him his foremost disciple, nurturing him to inherit the orthodox teachings of Yuqing. This exceptional root and pure Dao heart truly make him envious. However, the heavenly decree has already been set, and the fates have their own allotments. As a future saint of Tiandao, he upheld the order of the Dao, restraining his fondness for talent, preserving his dignity, and silently bearing witness. Among the three, the one whose gaze burned most fiercely and whose heart was most full of joy was Shanqing Tongtian. His eyes shone like embers as he examined without blinking this disciple predestined by heaven, taking in his form, probing his heart, sensing his Dao, and tasting his fate. With every glance, he grew more satisfied, more delighted, and more fond. On the mountain peak, the youth wore a simple blue robe. His features were clear and gentle, his posture as upright as a pine. His bearing was serene and far-reaching, seemingly ordinary and mild. He in fact concealed a universe within, carrying the essence of Tiandao. He had been born as an exalted, innate money tree, incarnate, endowed from birth with heaven and earth blessings, bearing endless good fortune. His fate was whole and flawless, uniquely favored by heaven. Most precious was his Dao nature, clear, lucid, unsoiled by the savage millennia of conflict and slaughter, untouched by partisan obsessions of good and evil, pure to the utmost. The faint, lingering resonance of primordial chaos wrapped deep within his soul made Tongshin's eyes. With such a chaotic primal underpinning, this youth's foundation far surpassed that of ordinary innate cultivators. His potential was boundless, his future path immeasurable and exalted without limit. Such temperament, physique, foundation, and fortune perfectly matched the supreme truth of the Shangqing lineage teach, without discrimination, that all ways return to the root. No heed to origin, no measure of pedigree, no regard for strength. Only the purity of heart, only fidelity to the Great Dao. This is the ideal disciple to inherit the Shangqing orthodoxy and to exalt the Dao that unites all paths. Tongshin's joy swelled. The formerly carefree serenity of his features was suffused with genuine smiles, and his once haughty, unrestrained aura softened into gentle warmth. He ceased hovering, and with a single graceful step through the void traversed layers of rosy light and cloud seas, alighting upon the summit of Wui, to stand steadily before Wanbao. Though an ageless great power, he showed no trace of condescending pride. His tone was gentle and magnanimous, suffused with heartfelt admiration and affection. He spoke slowly, his voice resounding across heaven and earth. There is no need for formalities. Wanbao rose slowly, as instructed, posture upright and respectful, his spirit clear. He stood quietly, awaiting the Great One's instruction. Tongtian fixed his gaze upon him with sincere, earnest, fathomless eyes. His clear, sonorous voice echoed across the boundless wilderness, carrying the supreme certainty of Tiando's corroboration. I am Shangqing Tongtian. Today my spirit senses at the wheel of heavenly secrets, turns Tiando's unfolding, reveals an eternal decree. You and I share a master-disciple bond. Will you enter my sect? To be my second personal disciple. At the instant his words fell, a sudden soft divine thunder of Tiandao pealed through heaven and earth. This thunder was unlike punitive bolts that annihilate. There was no hint of retribution. Instead it was mellow and vast, bestowing blessings across the heavens. Tiandao itself had come forth to confirm this auspicious master-disciple bond. The thunder tremored through the 9 heavens, spreading across the billion-mile wilderness to its 4 extremities. Immediately multicolored clouds converged wildly over Wui, layer upon layer, amid 10,000 rays of rosy light. Auspicious airs rose from the earth, curling around the summit, as countless innate lights and 7-hued glows entwined the mountain. Heaven and earth's energies roared in unison. The laws of the Great Dao bowed and confirmed, congratulating the emergence of this fated and orthodox master-disciple bond in the wilderness. Portents filled the sky and auspicious signs blanketed the world. Wanbao's spirit trembled, staring at the gently smiling Tongtian. A vast tide surged in his heart, long refusing to settle. He had traversed the wilderness and slumbered in a cave heaven through endless years. Only today had he truly entered the world and stepped into the wild realms. He had never before taken a master, never formed any Dao bonds, never belonged to any orthodoxy. Yet today he was personally acknowledged by Tongtian, one of the Sanqing, and a peerless, ageless power. The heaven-ordained master-disciple bond was declared, and he was accepted on the spot as a personal Shangqing disciple. Such defiant fortune, such supreme providence. Across the eons of the wilderness, this was the highest, most unparalleled blessing on 10,000 years, chance, one among 10,000. It shook heaven and earth and stirred the tides of the wilderness. Tongtian saw that although Wanbao's spirit was moved and his emotions stirred, his Dao heart remained steady, clear, and unflustered. He grew even more pleased, the smile in his eyes deepening. He continued in a gentle voice, the earlier joy yielding to the solemn gravity of teaching and accepting disciples. The core truth of my Shangqing Dao is to teach without discrimination. Every path can attain Dao, and all beings can become immortals. In the heavens of the wilderness we do not distinguish noble from humble, pedigree from base race or strength, nor the divergence of right and wrong. Only the purity of heart, only fidelity to the Dao's original intent. I see your Dao nature pure and transparent, your heart clear and radiant. Your blessings overflow the heavens, your temperament surpasses your peers, and you are in perfect accord with my Shangqing Dao. You are the heaven-ordained heir of the Shangqing orthodoxy. Today Tiandao fixes this bond. Heaven and earth bear witness, the ages take note. I will accept you as my personal second Shangqing disciple, transmit to you the supreme Tongtian Dao, teach you the secret of returning all ways to the root, and guard your long path through the wilderness. Storms of the heavens, perils of the wilderness, Dao tribulations, all shall be shielded by me. Will you bow to me as master, enter my Shangqing sect, and inherit my orthodoxy? Every word rang with weight, every sentence solemn. His words became law, and Tiandao resonated. Auspicious phenomena hung across heaven. The Grand Dao listened silently. The entire wilderness seemed to hold its breath for Wanbao's reply. High above, Taiching Laozu and Yuqing Yuanshi stood on the clouds with serene smiles, their gentle gazes witnessing and silently attending this master-disciple bond, fated to be recorded in the wilderness' eternal annals. Wanbao drew a deep breath, his turbulent spirit settled into clear translucence. He suppressed all shock, joy, and upheaval, leaving no trace of hesitation or doubt in his heart. To receive Tongshan's personal transmission, to enter the wilderness foremost Shangqing orthodoxy, to inherit the supreme Dao of always returning to the root guarded by a sage-level power for life, smoothing future storms and sheltering his long path. This was the highest incomparable world-shaping opportunity since he first set foot in the wilderness. In this life, no greater providence existed. He did not hesitate. With knees slightly bent and posture solemn, he slowly knelt before Tongtian, the sect leader, and performed the wilderness' most orthodox and solemn ritual of 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows to seek a master. His movements were precise and reverent. Each kowtow was devout and earnest, every posture open and sincere. A clear, resolute, and sonorous voice filled the mountains and rivers, pierced the 9 heavens. Disciple Wanbao wishes to take master as his teacher. Henceforth I shall enter the Shangqing sect, faithfully observe my master's teachings, devote myself to comprehending the Tao, hold fast to my original heart, inherit Shangqing's eternal orthodoxy, and cultivate the great way of myriad heavenly laws. I shall not fail Tiando's world-shaking opportunity, nor my master's careful tutelage, nor my own Tao heart. In this life, I will follow my master and attain the supreme Tao. 1 kowtow to honor Tiandao, 2 to thank the Tao bond, 3 to venerate the master. 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows complete, the ceremony is fulfilled. A low resonant hum. In an instant, the utmost serenity and boundless Tiandao resonance swept across the entire Wui range, shaking the void for countless miles. Within the vast inscrutable Tiandao, an ageless, indestructible master-disciple contract crystallized, brilliant golden light, and overwhelming Dao resonance. The contract's power was deeply engraved into the depths of Wanbao's solar ridge, infused into his innate Dao foundation, written into the lineage of the Shangqing transmission, and merged into the river of the wilderness eternal fate, undying and immortal. From that moment Wanbao's name entered Shangqing. He belonged beneath Tongshan's seat as a heaven-ordained personal disciple. Tongtian raised his head and uttered a long cry. His free and vast laughter resounded across the wilderness, pierced the cloud sea, and shook the heavens, filled with the ecstatic joy, relief, and expectation of having found a peerless disciple. Across countless eons he had traversed heaven and earth in search of a successor who matched his Dao. Oh, today, he was at last fulfilled. He lifted his hand and lightly supported Wanbao, a gentle, vast, all-embracing supreme Dao power cradling him steady. Then with a fingertip glimmer, an utterly pure primordial Shangqing light became a streak and instantly slipped into the depths of Wanbao's sea of consciousness, taking root in his soul and Dao foundation. Good, good, good. Repeating the word 3 times in full joy, Tongshan's eyes blazed as he declared, "From this day forth you shall be my Shangqing Tongtian personal second disciple. Above you I already have an elder personal disciple from earlier, named Duobao. His foundation is deep and his path steady. You two will be brothers of the same sect, cherish one another, support each other, and together uphold the Shangqing orthodoxy." He paused, then chuckled softly, his features growing kinder. "Your senior brother's Dao name is Duobao, your Dao name is Wanbao. Duobao Wanbao. Only one character apart, encompassing myriad things, and gathering myriad laws. Your fraternal bond is truly heaven-blessed, plain as divine will." After the jest, his joyful smile subsided, his expression instantly grew solemn and majestic, his aura returning to the orthodox dignity of an ageless great power. He looked at Wanbao, each word grave, his voice spanning the ages. "This day the master-disciple bond is forged. I grant you the Shangqing gold emblem to protect you and to establish your path. From now on I will personally transmit to you the supreme Tongtian Dao, teach you the truth of always returning to the root, and free you from all shackles of the Great Dao. Henceforth as you walk the heavens of the wilderness and temper your way through heaven and earth, you need fear no heavenly storms, wilderness perils, Tiandao tribulations, or demonic calamities. With me seated in Shangqing I shall cover you and guard your course." As his words fell, endless Shangqing Dao lights surged into Wanbao's sea of consciousness. Countless obscure and profound Shangqing methods, the truths of the Tongtian Dao, the supreme secrets of the return of Fallways, and the ultimate principles of heavenly transformation flowed into his mind like a tide. Countless Dao mysteries, Tiandao principles, and cultivation shackles that had been obscure and difficult to comprehend suddenly opened and became piercingly clear to his core. His already perfect and stable golden immortal Dao foundation, nourished by the saintly original Dao resonance, quietly advanced once more. His Dao resonance surged, his foundation deepened, and his path grew ever vaster. On Waya's summit myriad rays descended, and 1,000 auspicious hues circled, innate spiritual energies surged across the heavens, and the Great Dao's auspicious light shone in all directions. The immutable grand pattern of the wilderness was in this day and place quietly rewritten. Before the clear and bright Dao platform, the figure donned in a flowing robe of azure clouds exuded an air of majesty, with 3,000 strands of hair gathered in a jade crown. As he turned slightly, he pointed towards the two venerable figures standing at the center of the Daoist essence, the Supreme Elder Ta Ching and the Primordial Elder Yu Qing. He then turned to the young disciple beside him, speaking in a warm tone that carried a hint of mentorship. Disciple, this is your master uncle Ta Ching, and this is your second master uncle Yu Qing. Come forth and pay your respects swiftly. Standing beside Tong Tian, Wan Bao had already gathered all his focus. Clad in plain Daoist robes, he stood tall like a green pine with gentle and clear features. His eyes held a steadiness born of countless trials, yet he retained the humility and respect of a junior. He had long heard of the three elders' renown, knowing that Ta Ching was the foremost among them, a master of profound Dao ruling the pure path of the world, while Yu Qing, as the second, commanded order and serenity in the cosmos. Though both stood there without a shred of overwhelming pressure, they emanated an aura of Dao that stilled the surrounding void, making all paths bow in reverence, instilling a profound awe. Not daring to be the least bit negligent, Wan Bao stepped forward with a steady gait, slowly bowing at the waist, performing the most standard and complete gesture of respect for juniors. His posture humble, his voice clear and steady. Disciple Wan Bao pays respects to Master Uncle and Second Master Uncle. He continued, I wish both Master Uncles eternal peace and longevity. May the Dao endure forever. With his bow executed flawlessly, there was not a hint of fault to be found. Ta Ching stood still, clad in a simple robe of dark yellow untainted by dust, with a youthful face that bore no expression. His eyes, clear and detached, seemed to see through the ages, devoid of joy or sorrow, surrounded by a faint aura of purity that represented the essence of the Dao's origin. Among all beings of the primordial age, few could catch Ta Ching's eye, even the greatest of Quasi saints could hardly. Yet at this moment, facing his direct disciple Wan Bao, observing the boy's humility, solid foundation, and abundant fortune, a flicker of approval crossed Ta Ching's usually indifferent brow. After a long while, he parted his lips slightly, uttering a soft and simple good. This single word, when spoken, birthed the Dao, embodying the ultimate recognition of the Ta Ching's effortless Dao, manifesting as strands of golden Dao essence in the void, gently enveloping Wan Bao, nourishing his foundation and primordial spirit. Before the words could fade, Ta Ching's long fair wrist turned slightly, his movements calm and unhurried, devoid of any worldly air. An ancient, warm, and jade-white lamp-fat jade bottle appeared in his palm. The jade bottle emitted a faint nine-colored Dao glow with natural Daoist runes intricately carved upon it, and a hint of medicinal fragrance wafted forth enough to breathe life into the stagnated void, soothing all Dao scars and minor injuries. This was a jade bottle personally crafted by Ta Ching to contain medicinal pills embodying the supreme art. With a gentle motion of his hand, the jade bottle slipped from his grasp, following a gentle Dao rhythm, floating gracefully through the air, steadily approaching Wan Bao, moving at a measured pace, carrying a nurturing aura without an ounce of pressure. Wan Bao felt a stir in his heart, his gaze instinctively falling upon the jade bottle before him, and then he raised his eyes to the serene and transcendent Ta Ching. He saw his master uncle's indifferent expression, calm demeanor, and slight nod, the approval and endorsement in his eyes clear for all to see, evidently a genuine gift without an ounce of pretense. His heart filled with uncertainty, knowing that his master brother possessed unparalleled Dao skills and was unrivaled in alchemy. Every pill he crafted was a supreme treasure, incomparable to ordinary spirit treasures. Amidst his confusion, Wan Bao turned his gaze to his master Tong Tian, his eyes filled with inquiry. Seeing this situation, Tong Tian's previously carefree countenance suddenly filled with envy and longing. Even as a late-stage Quasi saint, having encountered countless innate spirit treasures and heavenly materials, he could not conceal his excitement at the sight of that jade bottle. He quickly urged Wan Bao, his tone both eager and pleased, "Silly disciple, why are you still in a daze? This is the 9 revolutions golden core that your master uncle has painstakingly refined using countless rare materials from the primordial realm." At this point, Tong Tian could not help but sigh, his tone filled with emotion. This 9 revolutions golden core is the top healing and enhancement elixir of the primordial age, with extraordinary effects, extremely precious. Even for me, having traversed the primordial realm for countless years, the few 9 revolutions golden cores in my collection are treated as treasures not to be used lightly. Today you have received this generous gift from your master uncle, a tremendous opportunity, so why are you not hastily expressing your gratitude? Wan Bao's heart surged with shock, his pupils contracted slightly, and a storm of emotions surged within him. The 9 revolutions golden core. These 4 words are known throughout the primordial realm, a name that resounds across the 3 realms. He had studied the Dao texts of the primordial age and was well aware of the marvelous nature of this elixir. The Ta Ching 9 revolutions golden core, having undergone 9 refinements of heavenly essence, 9 purifications by true fire, and 9 nurturings of Dao rhythm, was devoid of all impurities, flawless and perfect. Firstly, it can repair all Dao injuries, primordial spirit depletion, and cracks in the heavenly path beneath the saint level. Even if one is on the brink of collapse or their foundation shattered, a single golden core can save their life and restore their foundation, Secondly, it can stabilize the Dao heart, solidify the Dao foundation, cleanse the impurities of the mortal body, purify the essence of Dao rhythm, and aid cultivators in breaking through their limitations, avoiding the backlash of inner demons. Thirdly, even for great Luo golden immortals and quasi-saint great beings, it serves as an unparalleled supplement, enhancing their Dao fortune and refining the essence of the heavenly path, with countless wondrous applications priceless beyond measure. Such a treasure was simply bestowed upon him by his master uncle. Overwhelmed by a mix of shock, joy, and gratitude, Wan Bao did not dare hesitate at all. He quickly cupped his hands to receive the floating white jade bottle, securely accepting this supreme treasure and keeping it close. He then bowed deeply once more, his gesture filled with utmost respect, his tone sincere and earnest. Disciple Wan Bao, thank you for the generous gift of the golden core, master uncle. The grace of my master uncle I will forever remember and never dare to forget. Ta Ching, upon hearing this, rarely showed any emotion, but a faint, gentle smile flickered across his otherwise tranquil face. This smile was as light as a breeze, fleeting yet enough to astonish countless great beings of the primordial age. Ta Ching, known for his stoicism, seldom displayed emotion, let alone a smile towards juniors, indicating he truly cherished Wan Bao's steady, respectful, and understanding nature. Meanwhile, Tong Tian, seeing his disciple accept the treasure with composure, felt immense joy for Wan Bao. He then shamelessly stepped forward, approaching Ta Ching with a playful demeanor, entirely shedding the gravity of a quasi-saint. Big brother, the 9 revolutions golden core is so marvelous, and you have collected countless. Why only give one to your disciple? After all, I am your third brother. Can't you give your junior brother a few more to try? Ta Ching, upon hearing this, showed no change in expression, slowly closing his eyes, his gaze retreating within as the aura of purity flowed around him, completely ignoring Tong Tian's playful demands, remaining unfazed by his antics. Beside them, Yu Qing, who had always been stern and proper, glanced at Tong Tian with a mix of exasperation and reproach, speaking in a dignified and authoritative tone, with an air of fair judgment. Third brother, your cultivation has already reached the latest stage, quasi-saint level, just a step away from becoming a saint. Your Dao body is already complete and flawless, and your Dao heart is unwavering and unmatched. A mere 9 revolutions golden core for you, aside from occasionally mending a trivial Dao scar, offers no further enhancement. It cannot advance your Dao or solidify your saintly foundation. This golden core is extremely difficult to refine, requiring the rarest heavenly liquid, ancient celestial gold, and millennial Dao herbs, taking immeasurable time and effort to cultivate, making it incredibly precious. Such a supreme elixir is best suited for junior cultivators to establish a solid base and heal their wounds, and can be later bestowed upon disciples to nurture the younger generation and propagate the Dao lineage. To bestow it upon you, a latest stage quasi-saint powerhouse, is a sheer waste. Should my brother's golden core be treated like mere candy to be casually consumed? Yu Qing's words were resonant and reasonable, addressing the matter with fairness and precision. Tong Tian, chastised so directly, was momentarily speechless. He forced a smile and no longer dared to request the elixir, retreating with a sulky demeanor, his earlier greed thoroughly suppressed. Wan Bao, who had been bowing and had yet to straighten up, witnessed the whole scene, finding it immensely difficult to hold back. His master, a formidable quasi-saint who roamed the primordial realm with unchallenged brilliance, was now facing challenges before his 2 master uncles, appearing quite awkward and mischievous, presenting a stark contrast that was quite amusing. An uncontrollable urge to laugh surged within Wan Bao, and he lowered his eyes, desperately suppressing his amusement, his shoulders trembling slightly as he secretly chuckled. But how could Tong Tian be unaware of such subtleties? His mind was sharp and his primordial spirit keen. He could perceive the slightest stir of wind and grass, every ripple of thought within a radius of miles. Wan Bao's fleeting secret glee was swiftly detected by him. Tong Tian's gaze shifted abruptly, turning to glare at Wan Bao, his eyes carrying a hint of teasing intimidation, implying a warning. Startled, Wan Bao immediately suppressed all distractions, holding his breath, straightening his posture, and his expression instantly returned to solemn respect, standing upright, as if he had never been the one chuckling moments ago, demonstrating his acting skills to perfection. Seeing his disciple instantly obedient, Tong Tian finally relented. At that moment, Yu Qing slowly spoke, breaking the surrounding silence with a voice both commanding and clear. Since Big Brother is willing to share the cherished 9 revolutions golden core, as your second master uncle, I naturally cannot be stingy, lest I tarnish my brother's reputation and slight the worthy disciples of the 3 purities. As his words fell, the celestial light of Yu Qing erupted around him, his authoritative presence gradually expanding, showcasing the grandeur of the Yu Qing Daoist. With a wave of his wide sleeves, he gathered the cosmos, absorbing the void. In an instant, a clear, innate Dao rhythm condensed from the void, with radiant clouds swirling around, as a splendid, majestic robe appeared out of thin air, floating in the air. 3 feet of empty void before his body. The robe was of the purest purple yang heaven azure hue, its fabric bearing natural patterns. Layers of innate 8 trigram lines crisscrossed with yin-yang fish swirling endlessly. The 8 trigram symbols, Qian Kan Jin Jin Sun Li Kuan Dui, alternated between light and dark, embodying the principles of heaven and earth, yin and yang, and the cycle of creation and destruction. The edges of the sleeves were inlaid with fine threads of innate, star gold shimmering with resplendent light and ethereal aura. The robe was enveloped in a profound innate defensive Dao rhyme, subtly warding off all killing intent and resisting the karmic fire of heaven. This is the 8 trigrams purple ribbon immortal robe. Yuan Shi's gaze fell upon the robe, his tone calm, yet carrying supreme authority as he slowly introduced a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure born from the yin-yang qi of heaven and earth, formed by the Dao rhyme of the 8 trigrams. It comes with an innate 8 trigram defensive grand formation capable of withstanding bombardment from De Luo techniques, repelling primordial fierce evil aura, karmic fire, and inner demon intrusions. It can also nourish the physical body, protect the primordial spirit, extend lifespan, and stabilize one's foundation, serving to protect the body, repel enemies, uphold the Dao, and secure one's being. Its wondrous uses are limitless. Today I bestow it upon you for personal protection. Wan Bao raised his eyes to gaze at this innate spiritual treasure floating before him. His eyes instantly shone with brilliance, and the joy in his heart surged even greater. He clearly understood the rank division of primordial spiritual treasures. Acquired spiritual treasures were commonplace, obtainable by ordinary cultivators. High-grade acquired spiritual treasures were already treasures of a small region. As for innate spiritual treasures, anything bearing the word innate contained the indestructible innate spiritual light and embodied the fundamental laws of the source. A mid-grade innate spiritual treasure was already something even De Luo golden immortals would fight over. Across the entire primordial 3 realms, countless De Luo golden immortals, demon kings, and rogue cultivator grandmasters, after cultivating for millions of years, often could not obtain even a single proper innate spiritual treasure for protection. They sought it all their lives without success, envying others all their lives. Yet today's second senior master Yuan Shi's single gesture produced a genuine mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. This gift was overwhelmingly generous, exceedingly precious. Wan Bao felt both trepidation and gratitude. He quickly restrained his delight and repeatedly cupped his hands in refusal toward Yuan Shi, his attitude sincere and humble. This disciple thanks second senior master for his great kindness. However, this treasure is an innate spiritual treasure, far too precious. This disciple's fortune is shallow, and his Dao shallow. I truly dare not rashly accept it, fearing I cannot bear such a heavy treasure. Please, second senior master, take it back. He was not putting on airs, he genuinely felt unworthy. Having just entered the sect without rendering any merit, receiving consecutive gifts of supreme sacred medicine and innate spiritual treasures from 2 senior masters was truly undeserved. Seeing Wan Bao understand propriety, not covet luxurious treasures, and remain humble and courteous, the satisfaction in Yuan Shi's eyes deepened. Yet his face still bore the proud and majestic air of Yuqing Yuan Shi. He gave a cold snort, his tone carrying undeniable authority. Humph. Treasures given by this seat have always been bestowed as grace, never taken back. Accept it with peace of mind. No need for refusal. He paused, then gave Wan Bao a deep, meaningful look, speaking earnestly with guidance. This seat knows your fortune is profound, and your encounters unmatched, with many spiritual treasures on you far beyond ordinary cultivators. But you must remember, the primordial wilderness is vast. Heaven and earth are treacherous, killing intent lurks everywhere, karma entangles, and variables are endless. A mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Even long-famed De Luo golden immortals of the primordial era would fight to the death over it. It is enough to serve as a treasure for establishing one's Dao foundation. Do not hold numerous opportunities, and thus grow contemptuous or neglectful. You must cherish it well, use the treasure to protect your Dao and advance steadily. That is the proper path. These words, seemingly proud and lecturing, were in truth Yuan Shi's careful guidance for the younger generation, concealing nurturing intent and high expectations. Wan Bao understood in his heart that second senior master was cold on the surface, but warm within, seemingly stern and rigid, yet in truth highly valuing him. He no longer refused. With solemnity he raised his hand and carefully received the radiant Daoist 8 trigrams purple ribbon immortal robe, tucking it close to his person. Then he bowed deeply, his etiquette flawless, his voice steady and sincere. This disciple heeds second senior master's teachings. Thank you, second senior master, for bestowing the treasure to protect my Dao, and for your generous nurturing grace. This disciple shall never forget it. This bow was respectful and proper, his mind utterly sincere without a trace of insincerity. Seeing his correct attitude, steady temperament, and understanding of propriety, Yuan Shi slowly opened his slightly closed eyes, gave a slight nod, and his brow was filled with satisfaction. Tong Tian, standing nearby, burst into hearty laughter. His laughter was bold and unrestrained, echoing through the void, and dispelling some of the solemnity. Ha ha! Excellent! Excellent! Both elder brothers are generous men, treating my disciple with great kindness. He strode forward and heavily clapped Wan Bao on the shoulder with considerable force, without the slightest air of a master, his demeanor warm and casual, disciple, your Grand Master and second Senior Master have both bestowed heavy treasures. As your personal master, I naturally cannot fall behind. But the Heavenly Court Grand Ceremony is approaching and matters are numerous. It is inconvenient to bestow treasures on the spot. Once the wedding of Heavenly Emperor Dijun and Shihi concludes, and we return to Kunlun Mountain, I will bestow upon you several top-grade treasures to strengthen your Dao foundation, help you roam the primordial wilderness, and fear no storms. Tongshan's palm struck repeatedly, each blow heavier than the last. Wan Bao felt wave after wave of heavy force on his shoulder, a tremor that reached his limbs' bones and struck his primordial spirits, Dao platform sweeping through his entire body. He was instantly jolted, his form swaying, his mind slightly dazed, and his blood energy churning. He found it both amusing and helpless, instantly seeing through his master's little scheme. It must have been that his earlier private snicker at his master's embarrassment had been precisely detected by Tongtian. This was now blatant retaliation, using the excuse of encouraging pats on the shoulder to secretly add force as punishment. A dignified late-stage quasi-sage, yet so narrow-minded, holding grudges and being petty. Wan Bao silently rolled his eyes, inwardly helpless yet amused, but dared not show it on his face. He could only stand obediently, allowing his master to punish him. And Tongtian seemed able to perceive every silent complaint in his heart. The amusement in his eyes deepened, and he secretly increased the force in his hand, looking every bit the part of one handling his disciple. Laozi and Yuan Shi, watching from the side, took in the interaction between master and disciple. They exchanged a glance, both smiling helplessly and shaking their heads slightly. Third brother Tongtian had always been free-spirited, protective, and doting. He had always treated his disciples this way, unrestrained and informal, utterly different from the composed authority of his two elder brothers. After a moment, Yuan Shi slowly raised his hand, retracting the immortal light around him, and spoke solemnly, his voice dignified, setting the course for their journey. Enough, let the jesting cease. The hour approaches, we must not delay. This wedding of Heavenly Emperor Dijun and Shihi is a grand ceremony unprecedented since the creation of heaven and earth. A Heavenly Emperor's wedding that shakes the 3 realms and 6 paths. All races of the primordial wilderness will attend the feast, a grand occasion unseen in 10,000 years. We 3 pure ones as disciples of the sage naturally should attend in person to uphold our dignity. Since you accompany us, you shall come to the heavenly court as well, to broaden your horizons and witness the grand spectacle of all races gathering and the 3 realms celebrating together. It will also enrich your experience of the vast primordial world and expand your Dao heart and knowledge. With the words spoken, Tongtian finally withdrew his palm, no longer tormenting Wan Bao. He merely turned to look at him, his gaze profound, containing both warning and teasing, making Wan Bao's scalp tingle slightly, daring not to make the slightest move. Teacher, master, wait for this disciple. Wan Bao quickly snapped back to attention. Seeing his 2 senior masters and teacher already moving to step into the void, he panicked and immediately tapped the void with his toe, summoning a brilliant golden cloud beneath his feet, as he urgently called out, "This disciple has not yet mounted his cloud to depart. Please wait a moment, masters and senior masters." But before the words even faded, Tongtian had already strode into the void, his blue hemp Dao robe fluttering, his bearing carefree and transcendent, as if he had not heard the call at all. He proceeded forward on his own, leaving only a burst of hearty, bold laughter echoing through the void. Wan Bao found it both laughable and frustrating, knowing his master was still holding a grudge. He could only hasten to activate his heart method, command the golden cloud, and rush to catch up with the 3 pure ones. At that moment, Taishang Laozi, who had been standing silently nearby, lightly raised his finger and gently flicked the Tai horsetail whisk in his hand. The whisk's countless silver strands swayed, gently scattering boundless pure Tai Ching Qi. The soft power of Dao rhyme instantly enveloped Wan Bao, who was hurriedly rushing. A gentle, vast, and incomparably immense pulling force suddenly enveloped his entire body. It was not sharp, not domineering, yet he was utterly powerless to resist. Wan Bao felt the light and shadows before him shift abruptly. The scenery of heaven and earth around him blurred and retreated at tremendous speed. Mountains, rivers, stars, sun, moon, and seas of clouds all dissolved into indistinctness. The world spun, time and space inverted. Wind howled past his ears, and the roar of the Great Dao thundered repeatedly. He had no time to react in the slightest. This was the supreme divine power of moving mountains and seas traversing the void. No cloud riding needed, no teleportation needed. With a single thought, one could cross countless star realms and billions of miles of primordial mountains and rivers. In the briefest instant, the dizzying sensation faded. Wan Bao snapped back to his senses, quickly steadied his mind, and opened his eyes. In that instant, boundless resplendent radiance rushed toward him. A magnificent supreme spectacle of heaven and earth unfolded before his eyes, utterly overturning his understanding. The tranquil Dao domain around Mount Wui, where they had been, was gone. Now they stood in the boundless void beyond the 33 heavens outside the Lingxiao heavenly court. Above their heads stretched the vast infinite starry firmament. Countless stars shining brilliantly, the celestial bodies revolving in orderly motion, casting down endless starlight and splendor. Beneath their feet lay a grand avenue paved with 10,000 acres of auspicious clouds, the cloud wisps, white as jade, soft and thick, bearing countless mighty beings. On both sides of the avenue immortal flowers bloomed everywhere, celestial herbs flourished, golden lanterns and jade cups hung suspended in the air, auspicious vapors surged, and 10,000 rays of splendor shone. Throughout the surrounding void majestic sacred glows, and the Dao rhymes of great powers rose and fell in succession. Countless ancient experts, leaders of primordial great clans, immortals, gods, and demon kings arrived one after another, standing upon clouds, proceeding to the feast in order. Above the entire heavenly court, auspicious signs soared skyward, Dao tones curled softly, immortal music drifted faintly, and the space between heaven and earth brimmed with the ultimate in splendor and grandeur. Just as Wan Bao was gazing around in awe at the magnificent scene before him, a loud, piercing proclamation, one that pierced the clouds, resounded through the 33 heavens, and shook the 4 seas, and 8 wastelands of the primordial world, suddenly exploded. The 3 pure ones have arrived. This announcement was mighty and vast, filled with reverence, resounding through the 9 heavens and 10 lands, spreading across the 3 realms and 6 paths. It was the ceremonial officer of the heavenly court, who had long been waiting there. Seeing the 3 pure ones arrive, he immediately proclaimed loudly, declaring it to all heavens. At the very moment the voice fell, the entire bustling and lively void of the heavenly court suddenly fell into profound silence. The various great powers, ancient demon kings, and golden immortal venerables who had been chatting and debating now all turned their gazes simultaneously toward the figure slowly standing in the void, the revered Daoist of the 3 purities. Wan Bao stood quietly beside the 3 purities, restraining his aura and lowering his posture. Following the crowd's gaze, he looked around curiously, hoping to locate the ceremonial official who had just loudly announced. Yet his scan revealed only vast seas of clouds and swirling immortal light, with countless celestial officials and demon soldiers standing solemnly on both sides. No source of the voice could be found, indicating the ceremonial official's profound cultivation and ability to conceal form within the void. Before he could investigate further, a cascade of 7-colored radiance suddenly poured down from the pinnacle of the 9 heavens' azure firmament. Endless seas of clouds bathed in golden light, auspicious colors fluttered across the heavenly court, and immortal melodies lingered endlessly. The 7-colored auspicious clouds blanketed the sky and descended for thousands of miles, enveloping the entire heavenly court plaza in an aura of supreme nobility and celebration. Today the heavenly court was unlike any ordinary day. The ordinarily solemn and majestic 9 heavens divine realm, where myriad immortals bowed their heads, now bloomed with colorful clouds and blossoming celestial lotuses. Innate spiritual energy swirled, gently weaving fragrant breezes through every palace and tower. Pure energies from all directions converged here, while spiritual melodies from the 4 seas rose and twined. Star trails hung like luminous curtains, and countless ancient celestial birds soared across the sky, their clear and lingering calls adding grandiosity to this unparalleled celebration. All the supreme beings of the heavens had been invited and now stood atop the 9 heavens cloud, see their robes fluttering and Dao resonances enveloping them. Each was a top-tier cultivator, renowned and commanding in their respective domains. The vast cloud sea battlefield stretched silently for millions of miles, with only the gentle flow of the Dao's sound permeating. Every gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the frontmost position in the clouds where the 3 purities stood. As the auspicious light touched the ground, countless demon soldiers clad in black and gold battle armor, fierce and brimming with murderous aura, manifested from the void in all directions. They arrayed themselves in strict formation, their military discipline impeccable and their momentum overwhelming. These demon soldiers were elite warriors of the demon race, tempered by primordial wars. Each possessed profound cultivation, with none below the golden immortal level. Their commanders were the Luo golden immortals, and the 1,000-strong demon army arrayed with clouds of killing intent intimidating the heavens. In the center of the cloud sea stood a graceful and upright figure, peerless in elegance and unmatched across the 9 heavens. Leading them was none other than Baze, the foremost of the 10 great demon saints of the heavenly court, who comprehended the myriad things of heaven and earth, and discerned fortune and misfortune. He possessed an unparalleled visage, his face like warm jade, and pure cream, flawless and immaculate, as if the most pristine uncarved jade at the dawn of creation, untouched by mortal dust. His starry eyes were clear and bright, like a bright moon suspended in the starry river, transparent and profound, containing countless mysteries. They were tranquil and deep, capable of perceiving the grand Dao of heaven and earth, discerning righteousness, evil, fortune, and calamity. His entire aura was gentle and scholarly, free from any murderous or violent chi. Auspicious clouds rose from his limbs and bones, weaving in layers around him, forming pale golden cloud patterns that circulated with rich and enduring innate Dao resonance. As a top-tier primordial power, and the foremost sage of the demon race, Baze had witnessed the vicissitudes since Panga's creation of the world, observing the fall of gods and demons and the succession of Dao lineages. His vision and scope surpassed all in the primordial era. Yet now facing the three purities, authentic disciples of Pangu and personally taught by the Dao ancestor, Bei's usually calm and indifferent bore nothing but reverence and enthusiasm. His scholarly demeanor grew even more humble. Seeing the three purities descend steadily and stand in the center of the nine heavens cloud, Bei's dared not show the slightest negligence. He lightly tapped the auspicious clouds with his toes, transforming into a streak of light. In an instant he bowed deeply before them, a warm and sincere smile gracing his face. His voice rang clear and respectful like jade stones striking. Senior brothers Taiching Yuqing and Shangqing personally, attending the Heavenly Court Grand Assembly, is a true honor that illuminates our humble court and brings eternal glory. As his words fell, Bei's auspicious aura blazed even brighter, and his Dao resonance subtly blossomed. With the grand respect befitting a great demon saint, he solemnly welcomed the three supreme Daoist elders of the primordial era. Laozi sat atop his cloud carriage clad in a plain white Dao robe, simple and unadorned. Silver hair draped over his shoulders, his aged face peaceful and serene. His aura of chaotic Dao was restrained to the extreme. He appeared an ordinary old man, yet concealed the supreme essence of creation itself. Upon hearing Bei's words, Laozi said little, merely nodding slightly with a calm and unperturbed expression. His gaze was quiet and deep as he overlooked the magnificent scene of the nine heavens, every gesture radiating the composure and dignity of the true Pangu lineage. Following him, Laozi's broad sleeves gently swept, his movements slow and composed without arrogance. 9 translucent white jade bottles swirling with light gracefully flew from his sleeves and hovered in midair. The jade bottles were engraved throughout with innate Dao patterns, layers of Dao resonance flowing endlessly. Their mouths emitted a misty spiritual light, faintly exuding a profound and majestic life origin essence. Even across the vast cloud, one could sense the extraordinary grade of the divine artifacts within. Beside him, Yuanshi Tianzuan wore a solemn black Dao robe. His square and dignified face bore an imposing aura of majesty, his brows radiating an unyielding authority befitting a venerable Daoist. His indifferent gaze swept over the gathered supreme beings, commanding respect without anger. Then he raised his hand, summoning an ancient jade box from the void, which hovered among the cloud sea. The jade box's surface was covered with intricate innate restriction patterns. Dim primordial colors flowed within, carrying the heavy aura of time sediment. It was evidently a divine artifact inherited from the era of creation itself. On the other side, the sect leader of Tongtian wore an azure green Dao robe, brisk and elegant. His long hair was tied back, his demeanor free and unrestrained, with a rebellious sharpness gleaming in his eyes. Seeing this, he calmly raised his hand, as well conjuring a similarly shaped and ancient jade box. It appeared alongside Yuanshi's box, their spiritual lights resonating from afar, both pure and authentic innate spiritual treasures. Within these two jade boxes were genuine, innate spiritual treasures, not mundane objects refined later by cultivators. In terms of primordial treasure grade, both were mid-grade innate spiritual treasures, the most basic rank within that category, possessing limited foundation and not yet reaching their full power. They bore only 13 innate restriction seals carved upon them, far fewer than the top mid-grade innate treasures, let alone high or supreme grade ones. Yet even so, innate spiritual treasures remain innate spiritual treasures, divine objects naturally nurtured when the world was first formed in the primordial era. Containing original Dao principles, they are supremely endowed, incomparable to postnatal spiritual treasures or those refined by cultivators. Bei's gaze swept over the gifts bestowed by the three purities, already seeing them clearly and understanding their meaning fully. Then he spoke loudly, his voice booming like thunder, piercing the layers of cloud sea and resounding throughout the entire nine heavens heavenly court, reaching every attending great power with crystal clarity. Taiching Laozi presents 9 nine-turn golden pills. Yuqing Yuanshi offers 1 mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Shangqing Tongtian grants 1 mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. His resonant Dao voice echoed through the nine heavens, each word distinct and clear to all. At these words, the entire silent cloud instantly fell into a momentary deathly stillness. In the next instant, countless primordial great powers hidden across the cloud observing the grand event, inhaled sharply. Their eyes swelled with shock, envy, and disbelief, while their once composed Dao hearts stirred in ripples. Since the Dao ancestor Hongjun preached the supreme method of slaying the 3 corpses at the Jiejiao Palace, the primordial world's pattern had been completely transformed. All beings knew that the path of slaying the 3 corpses required relying on supreme spiritual treasures to harbor will and solidify the Dao foundation. The higher the treasures grade, the smoother the corpse slaying, and the stronger the foundation for becoming a saint. Since then, innate spiritual treasures soared to become the rarest and most precious cultivation resource in the primordial era, far surpassing tens of thousands of innate spiritual roots or billions of primordial spiritual energy. After countless tribulation trials, the innate spiritual treasures left from the creation era were already scarce, mostly held and treasured by ancient great powers as the root of Dao and as precious as life itself. Ordinary quasi-saint great powers or regional overlords, despite exhausting countless years and opportunities, might not even acquire a single low-grade innate spiritual treasure, let alone casually offer one as a gift. Across the entire primordial realm, except for a handful of top-tier elders, none dared to act so extravagantly. Yet today the three purities casually bestowed 2 innate spiritual treasures and 9 nine-turn golden pills. The 9-turn golden pills were already top-tier primordial pills, able to stabilize the Dao foundation, nourish the divine soul, and replenish the origin, immensely beneficial even to quasi-saint cultivators. 9 in number, they were a truly magnificent gift. The 2 mid-grade innate spiritual treasures were supreme divine artifacts coveted by countless quasi-saints. The gathered great powers were shaken in spirit, secretly marveling. This was the true heritage and bearing of the authentic Panga lineage personally taught by Hongjun. If an ordinary cultivator attended such a top-tier wedding and presented low-grade innate spiritual treasures, it would already be an utmost grand gift. But the 3 purities held exalted status as transformations of Panga's primordial spirit, the orthodox source of the primordial Dao lineage. To only present low-grade innate spiritual treasures would demean their status and disgrace the illustrious reputation of the Dao ancestors' disciples and the authentic Panga lineage. These mid-grade spiritual treasures, seemingly modest in rank, perfectly matched the 3 purities' identity. Not arrogant nor disrespectful, their measure was exquisitely balanced. The expressions of the heavenly great powers varied, all filled with envy and growing reverence toward the 3 purities. Just as the shock throughout the hall had yet to subside, and the ripples in the cloud sea lingered. From the distant end of the 9 heavens' azure firmament, deep within the boundless chaotic clouds, a heavy and sonorous bell toll suddenly resounded. Dong! The bell sound was vast and ancient, originating from the primordial era. It carried the weight of creation itself, piercing through layers of clouds, shaking the myriad heavens and worlds. The bell remained silent until it sounded. Oh, once it did, it overshadowed all celestial music and Dao resonance. The entire heavenly court cloud sea instantly fell into absolute silence, leaving only this magnificent bell chime lingering endlessly. The moment the bell tolled, the atmosphere shifted drastically. The previously serene and expressionless Taiching Laozi suddenly opened his eyes wide with intensity. From those eyes, which had been still as an ancient well through endless years, 2 profound divine lights burst forth, piercing through the cloud sea void and gazing toward the far end of the firmament where the bell's sound came from. His restrained, chaotic Dao aura subtly stirred a trace of solemnity, silently emerging. Beside him, Yuanshi and Tongtian's faces also shifted in expression. Suddenly, the previously calm demeanor was entirely replaced by an expression of solemnity and gravity as invisible forces began to circulate around, tightening the atmosphere. All the powerful beings in the vicinity instantly sensed that something was amiss, quickly focusing their minds, holding their breaths, and not daring to make any move, their gazes fixated on the distant void. Without seeing a figure, the overwhelming voice of Dao echoed through the heavens, resonating with unmatched authority. The 3 friends have traveled far to arrive at my demon clan's heavenly court. Tai thanks you here. The voice carried an overwhelming might, exuding a supremacy that commanded the heavens and ruled all demons, every word imbued with an unparalleled arrogance that struck awe and reverence into the hearts of listeners. As the words fell, the chaotic clouds at the edge of the sky suddenly exploded open. Amidst the sky filled with colorful clouds and endless Dao rhythms, a figure that was as majestic as a mountain appeared, stepping across the vast sea of clouds, suddenly coming into view at the pinnacle of the 9 heavens. The newcomer appeared to be a young man of about 30 with a strikingly handsome and sharp face, his features exuding an overwhelming aura that could consume the heavens and earth. His golden hair flowed freely, gently swaying in the wind, while he wore a dark black imperial robe adorned with purple gold demonic patterns that shimmered with the rhythm of supreme Dao, both regal and imposing. With his left hand behind his back, he stood tall like a pillar of the sky, proud and solitary. In his right hand, he held a massive ancient bell, chaotic in color, floating in his palm. It was indeed one of the innate supreme treasures, the Chaos Bell. The bell radiated the primordial brilliance of the beginning of the universe, with intricate Dao patterns covering its surface, emanating an ancient pressure that swept across the entire heavenly court. The newcomer was none other than the Eastern Emperor Tai of the Demon Clan, recognized as the greatest being beneath the saints in the vast wilderness. At this moment, Eastern Emperor Tai unleashed his overwhelming divine might. Without reserve, his oppressive aura felt like a collapsing heavenly river enveloping the entire world. The surrounding heavenly clouds surged violently, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth trembled, and countless lower-tier, celestial beings and ancient demon soldiers were forced to bow down, trembling in fear, not daring to raise their heads. In the vast 9 heavens, all was silent, with only the supreme dominance of Eastern Emperor Tai suppressing the entire scene. Laozi watched the Eastern Emperor Tai with calm eyes, his expression steady as ever. He had already discerned that Tai's cultivation was truly at the peak of quasi-saint perfection, merely a step away from the realm of the Hunyuan saint with profound depth unmatched beneath the saints. Beside him, Primordial and Tongshan's gazes darkened as they focused on Eastern Emperor Tai. Both were at the late stage of quasi-saint perfection, just half a step away from attaining fullness, yet they still found themselves at a disadvantage before Tai's overwhelming might. However, when Eastern Emperor Tai's gaze swept over Laozi of Taqing, it carried a hint of seriousness and caution. Being among the top powers in the vast wilderness, he understood Laozi's profound Dao and thick foundation, making him a formidable opponent not to be underestimated. But when his gaze landed on Primordial and Tongtian, that seriousness vanished, instantly replaced by a strong, unabashed disdain and indifference. This hint of disdain was open and unguarded, clearly displayed on his face, representing the absolute contempt of a top-tier powerhouse for those slightly weaker. Next, Tai's gaze swept past the Sanqing behind him, landing on Wanbao, who stood respectfully beside them. In an instant, he looked away, completely ignoring him. In the eyes of this demon emperor, cultivators who had not entered the quasi-saint ranks were simply not worthy of his attention. The atmosphere in the hall became subtle and tense, with an undercurrent of confrontation permeating the clouds. Yuan Shi, who was usually proud and strict, greatly valued dignity and face, now being publicly belittled and ignored by Tai, ignited a fierce anger within him, and the Dao rhythms around him became sharp, his expression turning fierce as he prepared to argue. Beside him, the hot-tempered Tongshan's eyes sparkled with fury, the azure Dao rhythms around him surging violently, displaying his rebellious spirit, clearly enraged. Just as the two were about to erupt, an aged and broad hand gently raised, slowly pressing down. It was Laozi of Taqing. His expression remained calm and indifferent, his eyes tranquil, suppressing the restless anger and hostility of Yuan Shi and Tongtian. Laozi was clear in his mind that at this moment in the vast wilderness the era of saints had not yet begun, and the Sanqing had not yet merged to attain the Hunyuan, still being quasi-saints who had not ascended to the saint rank. Meanwhile, the demon clan was at the zenith of its ancient glory. The Eastern Emperor Tai and Dijuan presided over the heavenly court, leading countless demon clans, controlling the authority of the 9 heavens, and the stars holding the innate supreme treasure, the chaos bell, and the great array of the stars, their fortunes overwhelming the heavens, reigning supreme in the current world. Even though the Sanqing were the true lineage of Pangu, they had to temporarily retreat and avoid confrontation in the face of the demon clan's glory, not allowing themselves to indulge in a momentary clash of egos. Thus Laozi remained silent, his demeanor calm, nodding at Eastern Emperor Tai, before lightly stepping on the clouds, gracefully flying towards the grand and majestic Lingxiao treasure palace, his composure steady and unruffled. Although Yuan Shi and Tongtian felt immense frustration, they knew that their elder brother's words contained profound truths, and could only forcefully suppress their anger, reigning in their hostility and following closely behind Laozi. Wanbao, who stood at the back, quickly suppressed all his presence, minimizing his existence to the utmost, respectfully following the footsteps of the Sanqing as they moved forward together. Walking through the sea of clouds in the 9 heavens, Wanbao felt a myriad of sentiments stirring within him. He personally witnessed the grandeur of the demon clan today, with Eastern Emperor Tai's might dominating the heavens, looking down on the Sanqing, radiating a dominance and strength that truly surpassed all ages. At this moment, the demon clan held the authority of heaven and earth, possessed endless fortunes, with powerful figures like clouds, towering beings standing tall, controlling the starry rivers of the 9 heavens, governing the order of the vast wilderness, clearly the rightful rulers of the universe. Such remarkable glory resounding through the ages almost led one to believe that the fortune of the demon clan would last eternally, their dominance persisting through the ages. Yet only Wanbao, who understood the passage of time and the impending calamities, knew that great prosperity must lead to decline. This is the eternal principle of heaven and earth. Though the demon clan, currently basking in glory and dominating the vast wilderness, appeared unassailable, deep within the signs of calamity had already begun to brew, with hidden dangers lurking. This overwhelming spectacle was ultimately but a fleeting moment. One day it would meet with collapse and decline, leading to the tragic downfall of the gods and the ruination of the demon clan. Reflecting on this, Wanbao felt a deep sense of sorrow, growing ever more respectful of the capriciousness of fate and the ruthlessness of calamity. Ahead, the sea of clouds unfolded, shimmering with myriad lights, as the Eastern Emperor of the heavenly court, walked proudly, personally leading the way, accompanying the Sanqing towards the core of the 9 heavens, the Lingxiao treasure palace. The grand and majestic Lingxiao treasure palace stood at the peak of the 9 heavens, with myriad golden lights cascading down, surrounded by the Great Dao, its supreme might enveloping the seas and lands, as a wedding of cosmic significance would soon commence. The vast sea of clouds roared, the immortal winds flowing endlessly as the Sanqing followed Eastern Emperor Tai, stepping into the core realm of the heavenly court. The undercurrents of tension from the silent confrontation between the Sanqing and Eastern Emperor Tai had not yet dissipated, and the entire heavenly court still lingered with a heavy and solemn atmosphere. The lurking presence of Eastern Emperor Tai, dominating the vast wilderness though no longer deliberately releasing his suppressive aura, still cast the unmatched divine might of the greatest being beneath the saints over the Lingxiao divine domain, causing all the powerful guests to harbor reverence and not dare speak freely. The Sanqing walked with solemnity, stepping on clouds, their Dao rhythm rich and heavy, subtly contesting the domineering imperial might of the demon clan, yet still maintaining their composure, not seeking to outshine. Many powerful beings of the vast wilderness lined both sides of the sea of clouds, their gazes following the Sanqing. They understood clearly that today's grand wedding of the demon clan gathered the most elite beings of the wilderness, with every action and word of each being pivotal to the structure of the vast wilderness. Just as the Sanqing took their seats in the front row of the Lingxiao Hall, and the atmosphere within calmed slightly, two figures emerged from the distant western sea. Unlike the ancient authority of the Sanqing and the domineering might of Tai, these two figures were enveloped in a faint golden light, exuding a compassionate aura with a unique presence that brought the essence of saving all beings and holding compassion. Between heaven and earth, faint sounds of celestial music and blooming golden lotuses could be heard as threads of the western Pure Land's Dao energy traversed millions of miles of void, slowly spreading to the heavenly court. All the powerful beings in the hall instantly sensed this familiar aura, raising their gazes toward the sea of clouds outside the hall. The newcomers were none other than the ones who presided over the Western Pure Land, the Jiejiao Daoist and the Zhuanti Daoist. Since the conclusion of the 3 lectures at the Purple Cloud Palace, the two had carried the impoverished fortune of the West, rooted in the western extremities for countless years, rarely stepping foot in the prosperous eastern lands. This time, for the grand wedding of the demon clan that shook the heavens, they had laid aside their secluded cultivation and traveled thousands of miles to attend. In an instant, the two figures crossed the vast sea of clouds, landing outside the Lingxiao treasure palace. The leading Jain Daoist wore simple yellow robes, his face gentle and compassionate, with a calm and ancient expression, surrounded by a subtle Buddha light, exuding peace and a disposition of not contending with the world. Beside him, the Zhuanti Daoist donned a plain Daoist robe, handsome and lively, appearing carefree, yet harboring profound calculations and endless depth in his gaze. The two bowed respectfully from outside the hall, offering a distant salutation to the demon emperor's throne in the center, their etiquette complete and their demeanor humble. Baize, standing by the side and overseeing the ceremonial affairs, glanced over, and upon recognizing the identities of the newcomers, immediately proclaimed loudly, his grand voice resonating throughout the Lingxiao Hall, echoing in the 9 heavens, the Jain Daoist and the Zhuanti Daoist of the Western Pure Land congratulating the demon emperor on his wedding. They offered 9 Bodhi seeds as a gift, celebrating the grand occasion and wishing for the demon clan's fortunes to be long-lasting and for heaven and earth to prosper together. As the proclamation concluded, 9 smooth, luminous, and golden Bodhi seeds flew into the air, floating in the hall's void. The Bodhi seed is produced by the supreme innate spiritual root of the Bodhi tree in the west, absorbing the pure energy of the primordial chaos and the essence of the Pure Land. Each seed contains the profound source of the Dao, capable of nourishing the soul, stabilizing the foundational cultivation, dispelling inner demons, and advancing one's Dao journey. For cultivators below the saint level, it is an unparalleled treasure. Even for quasi-saint powers, refining it can still enhance their own Dao essence, offering immense benefits. Presenting 9 of these seeds is already the highest level of tribute that the two from the west can offer, demonstrating their sincerity. However, due to the barren nature of the western lands and their scarce resources, it pales in comparison to the innate spiritual treasures offered by the Sanqing. As the tribute was presented, countless powerful figures within the Lingxiao Palace turned their gazes towards the two from the west, secretly assessing their depth and demeanor. At the same time, the dark eyes of the Eastern Emperor Tai swept over the oppressive might of his dominion, which overlooks the primordial chaos and suppresses all realms, quietly enveloped the two Jiejiao and Zhuanti without a sound. This pressure was cold and overwhelming, devoid of any human sentiment. It was the scrutiny of the demon race towards their Daoist friends from all directions, and also the supreme deterrence of the top sovereign of the primordial chaos. In the face of Taiyi's vast imperial might, Jiejiao and Zhuanti remained calm and composed, showing no signs of panic or unease. The two had long grown accustomed to the scrutiny of the top forces from all corners of the primordial chaos and understood the domineering strength of the demon race during its peak. Thus they stood firmly amidst the sea of clouds, calmly enduring this pressure, neither humble nor arrogant, waiting silently for their turn to enter the palace. Moments later, Tai slightly nodded silently, granting them permission to take their seats. Only then did Jiejiao and Zhuanti step into the magnificent Lingxiao Palace, their steps light and graceful as they traversed through layers of celestial mist and Dao rhythm, ultimately finding their exclusive guest seats below the front row where the Sanqing were seated, settling down steadily. As soon as they were seated, Zhuanti, who was usually smooth and adept at forming connections with all sides, immediately wore a gentle smile, stood up to bow respectfully towards the Sanqing above, and spoke in a tone of utmost respect and humility. Esteemed senior brothers, having come from afar to preside over the Eastern Dao tradition, your junior pays his respects to you all. The three esteemed senior brothers are too kind. Jiejiao also slightly nodded in return, his expression compassionate and peaceful, demonstrating complete courtesy, revealing the bond of their shared sect. Seated in the main position, Laozi noticed this, his expression calm and unaffected, slowly nodding in response, his voice deep and weighty, carrying the steady aura of the Dao. There is no need for excessive courtesy between you two. This simple response showcased the composure of the eldest senior brother. Laozi's gaze slightly lifted, the depths of his eyes falling upon Jiejiao. His gaze was clear and penetrating, containing the wisdom of the supreme Dao, able to discern a cultivator's foundation, see through the essence of their Dao journey, and understand the methods of their cultivation. In that brief moment of scrutiny, Laozi already grasped the overall picture in his heart, with a trace of subtle surprise and contemplation flickering in his eyes. Jiejiao's cultivation was evidently at the perfected quasi-saint level, firmly standing among the top powers of the primordial chaos, only a step away from the saint realm. However, the Dao rhythm circulating around him seemed somewhat ethereal and loose, his aura unstable, and his foundation lacking a state uncharacteristic of a perfected quasi-saint with solid cultivation. Clearly, Jiejiao had recently rushed to break through his realm, his Dao not yet stabilized, and his foundation not fully realized, with his depth far inferior to Laozi's. Subsequently, Laozi's gaze shifted slightly to Zunti beside him. Zunti's cultivation was at the later stage of the quasi-saint level, with profound Dao skills, already having joined the upper tier of cultivators in the primordial chaos. However, when it came to the refinement of the Dao rhythm around him and the weight of his aura compared to the perfected quasi-saints of Yuanshi and Tongtian, there remained a considerable gap, with his aura being significantly weaker. What most perplexed Laozi and piqued his curiosity was Jiejiao's path of cultivation. The method of achieving enlightenment by severing the three corpses passed down from the Hongjun ancestor at the Xixiao Palace had become the mainstream and most secure path to becoming a saint in the primordial chaos. All aspiring powers in the primordial chaos devoted themselves to this practice, entrusting their will severing the three corpses in pursuit of achieving the state of Hunyuan. Yet with Laozi's keen insight, he discerned that Jiejiao's entire Dao body was entirely clean, without a trace of the will associated with any innate spiritual treasure, nor any remnants of having severed good and evil or his own three corpses. This indicated that Jiejiao's path to breaking through to perfected quasi-saint had not followed the method of severing the three corpses as taught by the ancestor. He had forged a path of cultivation entirely different from the mainstream in the primordial chaos, without any traces of corpse severing, forcefully attaining perfected quasi-saint status, which contains secrets worth pondering, causing the usually calm and collected Laozi to feel a hint of deep apprehension and doubt. In contrast, Zunti's path of cultivation closely aligned with the orthodox teachings of Xixiao. He had successfully severed both good and evil corpses, being a solidly established quasi-saint at the later stage with a firm foundation and a stable Dao heart. However, the reason his cultivation realm was on par with Yuanshi and Tongtian, yet his aura was vastly inferior to them, lay in the disparity in the quality of the spiritual treasures used to sever the three corpses. Yuanshi and Tongtian utilized supreme innate spiritual treasures to sever their corpses, which were of exceptional quality, with an overwhelming Dao rhythm and profound origins capable of solidifying their foundations and enhancing their cultivation to the maximum extent. In contrast, Zunti's treasures were lacking and impoverished, using only ordinary high-grade innate spiritual treasures to sever the corpses. The insufficient quality of his treasures limited his enhancement, resulting in his overall strength and aura being far inferior to Yuanshi and Tongtian, even though they were all at the later stage of the quasi-saint level. Laozi's gaze was deep as he took a good look at Jiejiao, fully comprehending the cultivation details and strengths and weaknesses of the two from the west. The structure of the primordial chaos and the various Dao traditions became increasingly clear in his mind. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze, slowly closed his eyes to rest, and completely retracted his Dao rhythm, remaining silent and observing the changes in the banquet situation. Jiejiao, with profound Dao skills and clear mental faculties, immediately sensed Laozi's spiritual probing and Dao scrutiny. However, his expression remained calm and unperturbed, fully aware, yet indifferent, neither resisting nor avoiding, still seated, steadily sorrowful, as usual, as if he had not perceived anything at all. The atmosphere in the hall settled down and the banquet officially commenced. The jade tables in the Lingxiao Palace were adorned with exquisite delicacies, including divine wines, innate spiritual fruits, and treasures of various kinds, filling the tables with the finest divine objects nurtured by the primordial chaos, which an ordinary cultivator might only encounter once in a lifetime. Zhuanti, who was usually carefree and unconcerned with trivial matters, sat amidst the banquet, feeling bored, his gaze drifting around as he observed the magnificent grandeur of the demon race's supreme temple and the various hidden experts within. As his gaze swept across the jade table before him, he was instantly captivated by a plate of vivid red, resplendent, innate spiritual fruit. This was the fusang fruit. It is the top spiritual fruit produced by the Fusang tree, one of the 10 supreme, innate spiritual roots of the primordial chaos, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon from the East Sea for millions of years, containing the ultimate solar essence and primordial chaos energy pure and concentrated with a rich Dao rhythm. Cultivators who consume and refine it can nourish their Tai foundation, purify their innate Dao body, and advance their Tai Dao journey. For those stuck at the bottleneck of the Tai Golden Immortal and the Great Luo Golden Immortal, it offers a miraculous effect, making it extremely precious. Seeing this, Yuanti smiled slightly, not holding back at all, raised his hand to pick up a round and plump Fusang fruit and began to chew it. The fruit was rich in fragrance with a lingering Dao rhythm melting in his mouth instantly. The pure innate spiritual energy flowed through his limbs and bones, causing him to nod slightly, eating with great enjoyment, his demeanor casual and relaxed, devoid of the solemnity expected from a top power. This scene fell into the eyes of Yuanshi Tianzuan, who was known for his strict adherence to rules and decorum, instantly sparking a surge of unnameable anger. In Yuanshi's view, the Lingxiao Palace was one of the rare, glorious places in the primordial chaos, and today was a grand event gathering the top powers from all heavens. Everyone was sitting upright and adhering to etiquette, yet Zundi's behavior was frivolous and carefree, indulging in the spiritual fruit like an ordinary person, completely lacking the dignity and bearing of a Kwasasenda disciple of Zhixiao, which was truly crude and unbecoming of a great power. A trace of irritation and impatience flickered across Yuanshi's brow, internally deriding the Western Dao tradition for being shallow and indulgent. Suppressing his displeasure, Yuanshi's gaze moved downward, falling upon the young man standing behind his third brother Tongtian, Wanbao. At this moment, Wanbao was holding his breath and concentrating, lowering all sense of presence, obediently standing beside Tongtian. He appeared respectful and composed, yet his eyes secretly observed the two from the west at the banquet, filled with curiosity and surprise. As a person from the future well acquainted with the ancient secrets of the primordial chaos, witnessing the two saints from the west before they achieved enlightenment evoked a multitude of emotions within him. Observing their appearance and recalling the future rise of the west and the decline of the Daoist Sect, Wanbao couldn't help but marvel at the unpredictable nature of the heavenly Dao and the capriciousness of worldly affairs, as no one would have predicted that the seemingly disheveled two from the west would eventually stir the entire primordial chaos. Just as Wanbao was lost in thought, a gentle, yet authoritative voice suddenly broke the tranquility of the bank. Yuanshi's gaze turned to the well-behaved and composed Wanbao, and the displeasure he felt towards Yuanti quietly dissipated, replaced by a hint of warmth and mentorship towards the younger generation. He casually waved the entire plate of Fusang fruit that Yuanti had just consumed, which was placed before him, and in a flash of spiritual light it flew towards Wanbao, his voice steady and gentle. Nephew, this Fusang fruit is produced by one of the 10 supreme innate spiritual roots of the primordial chaos, nourishing endless solar Dao essence, and is the best for nurturing the Tai foundation. Your foundation is solid and your fortune is not shallow. Take this and refine it fully. It will greatly benefit your future breakthroughs and advancement in the Tai Dao. This sudden gift left Wanbao, who had been secretly observing from a distance, momentarily stunned. Caught off guard, he quickly raised his hand to catch the plate of Fusang fruit flying towards him. As his fingertips touched the warm and plump fruit, the pure and overwhelming innate Dao essence surged towards him, rendering his mind blank and his eyes wide with astonishment, completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. An opportunity falling from the heavens had come too suddenly. Before Wanbao could regain his composure, Tongtian burst into hearty laughter, his demeanor carefree and unrestrained, always doting on his disciples and showing no regard for these top spiritual treasures. He waved his hand casually, grandly, sending over the entire plate of Fusang fruit from his own table, loudly declaring, "Since second uncle has bestowed you this opportunity, then consider this from me as well. You can take it all. No need to be polite." The resplendent Fusang fruit steadily landed in Wanbao's arms. Wanbao's heart surged with joy, and he quickly bowed to express his gratitude. Just as the excitement was not yet over, the Ta Ching Laozi, seated at the highest position, also looked on with gentle eyes filled with a desire to support the younger generation. As the eldest brother, Laozi possessed a broad mind. Seeing Wanbao's cleverness and composure and his extraordinary Dao root, he waved his sleeve, and the Fusang fruits he had treasured on his desk flew out, landing steadily in Wanbao's embrace. In the blink of an eye, Wanbao's arms were weighed down with 3 trays of Fusang fruits, a total of 9 supreme, innate Fusang spirit fruits. The divine light filled the air, and the essence of the Dao swirled around him, enveloping him in dense, innate spiritual energy, bringing forth endless blessings. A tremendous surprise descended from the heavens, making Wanbao's heart feel warm and ecstatic. He quickly gathered his thoughts, bowed his head, and respectfully expressed, "Thank you, Master Uncle, for your great kindness. Thank you, Second Master Uncle, for your generosity. Thank you, Master. I will remember this." The clear and sincere voice of the young boy resonated clearly, standing out in the quiet Lingxiao hall. This sudden gift attracted countless powerful figures' attention within the hall, with everyone's gaze converging on the young boy behind Tongtian. Among those present, the Junti Daoist was the first to look over. His lively eyes scrutinized Wan Bao before him, examining his Dao body, observing his aura, assessing his fortune, and discerning his roots. The more he looked, the brighter the glint in Zunti's eyes became, with a growing sense of astonishment and excitement, stirring a tempest of thoughts within him. Before him, the young boy was surrounded by pure and rich spiritual energy. His Dao body was flawless, with an extraordinary root enveloped in an extremely rich, pure, and majestic innate spiritual root essence, with vast vitality, deep blessings, and an incredibly pure Dao foundation. Junti himself was born from the supreme innate spiritual root, the innate Bodhi tree, understanding better than anyone the difficulty and rarity of a spiritual root taking form. Since the opening of the heavens, countless innate spiritual roots have existed, yet the vast majority can only cultivate intelligence, live and die of their own accord. To shed their plant form, transform into a human body, and refine an innate Dao body is as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Especially for superior innate spiritual roots taking form, it is even rarer than 1 in 10,000, requiring auspicious fate, heavenly blessings, and more. They are the natural darlings of the Dao, with a smooth path and cultivation destined for immeasurable achievements. Zunti's gaze was fiery, fixated on Wan Bao. His affection and desire to recruit him surged, almost impossible to conceal, as he couldn't help but exclaim softly, "It is indeed a superior, innate spiritual root taking form. Excellent root. Excellent fortune. A naturally born Dao body, exceptionally gifted with profound blessings." His words were filled with eagerness and amazement. In this life, he favored guiding talented individuals and recruiting extraordinary talents. Before him, Wan Bao, with such an extraordinary Dao root, was a rare gem across the entire wilderness, instantly igniting Zunti's great interest with schemes quietly brewing in his eyes. Junti calmed the tumult in his heart, donned a gentle and kind smile, and asked in a warm and inviting tone, "Young friend, your roots are extraordinary and your aura is remarkable. I am delighted to see you. May I ask from whom you have learned and on which immortal mountain do you cultivate and comprehend the Dao?" At that moment, an alarm went off in Wan Bao's heart. Having studied the history of the wilderness thoroughly, he knew too well the nature of Junti Daoist, most adept at reaping benefits, gathering talents, and forging connections everywhere. He understood his exceptional roots would surely catch Zunti's attention, and if he was not careful, he would be targeted by the Western teachings, facing a fate of being recruited and guided in the future. With this thought, Wan Bao dared not show any neglect. He quickly gathered his thoughts, maintained a respectful posture, and honestly replied, speaking clearly and deliberately, drawing a line. In response to the elder, "I am Wan Bao, learning from my teacher Shanqing Tongtian. I also receive careful guidance from my 2 master uncles, and devote myself to the Dao without negligence." His words were flawless, clearly indicating he was a direct descendant of the 3 cleansed Dao sect with pure roots, supported by the authentic lineage of Pangu. Yet even as Wan Bao deliberately avoided and answered cautiously, he still clearly captured the intense interest and determination in Zunti's eyes. He silently lamented, knowing that from this moment on he had been thoroughly noted by the scheming Junti Daoist, and in the days to come the Western teachings would surely attempt to recruit him, seeking to guide him. Junti, upon hearing this, slightly squinted his eyes, the corner of his mouth curling into a profound smile, nodding slowly, his tone revealing a hidden meaning. "I see, so you are learning from the Shangqing senior brother, receiving direct training from the 3 clans. Indeed, the East is filled with talented individuals and blessed lands producing extraordinary talents that inspire envy." The greed and intent in his voice were unmistakable to all the top powers present. Tong Tian, seated nearby, instantly darkened his expression, the smile disappearing from his eyes, his gaze sharp and unyielding as he stared at Junti. His voice was calm, yet contained an unmistakable warning. "Junior brother, as your uncle you must adhere to your duties and not entertain any improper thoughts about what does not belong to you." This statement directly exposed Zunti's intentions, fiercely protective, and carried a serious warning. Junti was caught off guard, yet showed no signs of embarrassment, throwing his head back with laughter, displaying a carefree demeanor as he waved his hands repeatedly to dismiss the matter, saying, Brother, you jest. You jest. I merely admire the talents of the younger generation with no ulterior motives. Please do not overthink it." The 3 clans sat above, exuding an ancient and profound aura inherently possessing the supreme heritage of Pangu. Jin and Junti sat to the side, concealing their Western intentions. The 5 appeared to engage in light-hearted banter, seemingly presenting a harmonious scene among fellow disciples, yet each harbored thoughts with hidden schemes and calculations related to the grand dynamics of the wilderness. Laozi observed the entire situation, discerning the depths of each party's Dao and the strengths and weaknesses of their lineages, his heart clear as a mirror, silently watching. Yuan Shi sat upright, his demeanor stern, strictly adhering to the etiquette of the Dao sect, still looking down upon the casual and superficial ways of the West. Tong Tian was relaxed, yet vigilant, his protective instincts hidden, keeping a close watch on Zunti's movements, wary of his intentions towards his disciple. Jane displayed a compassionate demeanor, steady in his Dao heart, quietly observing the grandeur of the heavenly court, witnessing the flourishing atmosphere of the demon race. Junti, with a beaming smile, his gaze drifting, had already included the remarkably rooted Wan Bao in his future recruitment plans. In the hall, all the powerful beings harbored their own thoughts. The seemingly harmonious banquet was actually rife with undercurrents, with countless disputes over lineages, competitive fates, and hidden foreshadowing of calamities concealed within this silent feast. Just as the five were laughing and chatting, and the atmosphere in the hall began to calm, a resounding and piercing cry of the golden crow erupted suddenly from the deepest part of the heavenly court. Caw! This cry was not like the chirping of ordinary birds, but rather vast and overwhelming, carrying the domineering aura of the primordial suns, true fire piercing through layers of celestial mist, shaking the entire Lingxiao Palace, resounding throughout the 9 heavens and the 4 seas. The cry was high and majestic, carrying the supreme sanctity of the demon race's emperor alongside the bloodline of the 3-legged golden crow that suppressed all ages, instantly overshadowing all celestial melodies and Dao rhythms within the hall, silencing the conversations of all guests. In an instant, the entire Lingxiao Palace fell silent. All the powerful cultivators in the hall, whether they were great figures or scattered cultivators, all felt a jolt in their hearts and instinctively raised their gazes, their eyes fixed on the direction of the innermost part of the hall, the forbidden area of the 9 heavens. Endless golden light burst forth from the depths of the palace. Layers of purple gold, auspicious energy, blanketed the sky, and thousands of golden sun patterns crisscrossed the void, causing the spiritual energy of the entire realm to boil and surge as the vast imperial pressure gradually enveloped the heavens. At the center of the radiant light, a tall and imposing figure stepped out, taking strides through the air. It was a middle-aged man, towering like a mountain, with a dignified and upright posture that naturally exuded the demeanor of ruling the world and overlooking all ages. He wore a golden dragon robe adorned with 9 claws, embroidered with innate solar gold patterns depicting the sun, moon, and stars, with myriad celestial star shadows flickering among the robes, circulating with the vast Dao rhythm that suppressed the universe. With a golden crown binding his hair, his face was majestic and handsome, with deep and weathered features. Unlike Taiyi's sharp and domineering presence, he possessed a kingly demeanor that embraced the heavens and earth, commanding the cosmos with a gentle yet firm heart. In contrast to Dong Huang Taiyi's disdainful gaze that looked down upon the world, this individual embodied a more stable and sovereign demeanor that ruled the 3 realms and united the myriad races. The figure was none other than the sovereign of the demon race's heavenly court, Dijun. Since the dawn of creation, Dijun, alongside Taiyi, was born from the solar star, unifying the vast demon race, establishing the supreme heavenly court, setting the order of the celestial stars, suppressing the myriad clans of the 4 seas and the wilderness, wielding the authority of heaven and earth, and possessing the most prosperous fortune of the wilderness, making him the true sovereign of an era. As Dijun stepped out of the deep palace, an immense imperial aura unfurled around him, gentle yet profound, vast yet not violent. This pressure was different from Taiyi's domineering intimidation. It was the supreme royal might of one who commanded the order of heaven and earth, rooted in the fortunes of countless demons and the Dao fortunes of the celestial stars, grand and boundless, enveloping all living beings. In the next moment, all the demons in the hall bowed their heads. Led by Baizhe, the top 10 demon saints of the heavenly court all retracted their auras, their expressions respectful and solemn, bowing in a supreme tribute. The countless demon gods, demon generals, and demon soldiers guarding the heavenly court, numbering in the billions, dared not exhibit any arrogance, all kneeling on the ground in unison, praising and bowing. We pay homage to your majesty, the demon emperor. May our emperor reign forever. Long live the demon race. The countless voices of homage converged, echoing through the 9 heavens, shaking the universe, creating a mighty and earth-shattering spectacle. Each of the top 10 demon saints was a quasi-saint powerhouse renowned across the wilderness, usually looking down upon all demons, holding immense prestige, yet before Dijun, they still adhered to their roles as subjects filled with reverence. This was not merely a tribute to the emperor of the heavenly court, but a submission to the supreme ruler, who commanded the order of the stars and unified the demon race for all ages. Not only the demon race. All the powerful beings invited to the banquet from the wilderness, who had once attended the Jiejiao Palace to listen to the Dao and ranked among the top of the wilderness, now stood up and left their seats, clasping their hands in respect, their expressions filled with reverence. Dijun now presides over the rightful order of heaven and earth, possessing half of the primordial fortune, and is the nominal supreme ruler of the world. Even though everyone present possesses profound cultivation and noble status, and need not kneel, they must still rise to show respect, not daring to lose propriety and tarnish their own path's dignity. The 3 pure ones stood upright before their seats, embodying the elegant Dao rhythm of Pangu, neither servile nor arrogant, composed and serene. Jane and Junti also slowly rose, their Buddhist light-contained faces adorned with peaceful smiles, cupping their hands in greeting and adhering to the decorum of their peers. Only Wan Bao, standing behind Tong Tian, bowed with the crowd, yet secretly raised his gaze, scrutinizing the renowned demon emperor Dijun. Wan Bao's heart trembled, filled with countless emotions. This was the creator of the prosperous era of the primordial demon race, the supreme emperor, who suppressed an era alongside Dong Huang Tai. Di Jun exuded no trace of killing intent. His kingly aura was warm and substantial, his depth as profound as the sea, and his demeanor was far more stable and reserved than Tai's. He appeared amicable and approachable, yet deep within his eyes lay the iron-fisted means to control the universe and the unparalleled wisdom to coordinate all races. The world knew that Dong Huang Tai's combat power surpassed all beneath the saints, yet often overlooked that the demon race's eternal prosperity and the celestial order's stability were largely due to Di Jun's strategic maneuvers and balancing of various factions. This emperor before them possessed wisdom, depth, and vision that were all top tier in the primordial world, yet he ultimately could not escape the heavenly decree of tribulation destined for a tragic end in the future's war between the shaman and the demons. Upon this thought, Wan Bao could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. The splendor of the prosperous era was ultimately an illusion, for the heavenly path was ruthless, and the cycles of rise and fall were inescapable. Just as Wan Bao was lost in his thoughts, Di Jun's laughter rang out, echoing through the palace, his majestic demeanor revealing the grandeur of the ruler of heaven and earth. Ha ha. Today I am marrying the heavenly queen, and I thank all my fellow Daoists from the primordial realm for traversing mountains and rivers to attend my heavenly court. Your noble intentions, Di Jun, will remember in my heart. With all of you here, my demon race's heavenly court truly shines with brilliance and eternal glory. His words were warm and measured, full of propriety, maintaining the emperor's dignity, while showing sincere hospitality, instantly making the atmosphere in the hall even more harmonious. As his voice fell, Di Jun raised his hand in a graceful gesture, the gentle and mighty royal power, lifting everyone who had bowed in salute. There's no need for excessive courtesy today. There are no distinctions of ruler and subject, no hierarchies. All our esteemed guests of my heavenly court feel free to be at ease. In an instant, all the heavenly beings in the hall began to congratulate him, the sounds of jubilation never ceasing. Congratulations to the demon emperor on marrying a fair lady. Wishing the demon emperor and the heavenly queen a lasting bond. May you have peace for years to come. May the demon race's fortune be eternal, subduing the primordial world for ages. The chorus of congratulations filled the entire Lingxiao palace, the atmosphere of celebration and auspiciousness enveloping the scene, the heavenly auspices becoming increasingly intense. People exchanged greetings and congratulations, chatting and laughing joyfully, as the top figures from all corners of the primordial realm gathered, creating a scene rarely seen throughout the ages. Just as the celebration reached its peak, a figure radiating warmth and elegance, embodying the ancient Dao rhythm of Fuxi, gracefully stepped out from the heavenly stairs beside the palace. The newcomer wore a plain white Daoist robe, exuding an elegant and transcendent aura with gentle and clear features surrounded by innate Dao patterns, the principles of yin and yang, and the cosmos flowing around him, his demeanor profound and untainted by worldly affairs. It was the demon race's Shihuang, Fuxi. Fuxi was the elder brother of Nuwa, proficient in deciphering the mysteries of the heavenly Dao and calculating the heavenly tribulations, his cultivation unfathomably deep and his wisdom unmatched in the primordial realm. Today he had personally come to preside over the auspicious time for the wedding, displaying utmost propriety and a status of the highest respect. He walked to Di Jun's side wearing a gentle smile, cupping his hands in salute to Di Jun, his voice elegant and solemn, resonating throughout the hall. Your Majesty, the time has turned, the auspicious day is set, the good hour is approaching. The heavenly Daoist auspices gather at the heavenly court, and the wedding ceremony must not be delayed. Please, Your Majesty, step forward and personally welcome the heavenly queen back to her place. Good. Upon hearing this, Di Jun's eyes sparkled with joy, nodding in agreement. Today marked the happiest day of his life, the wedding to the master of the moon star Xia. Then Di Jun turned his gaze, sweeping over the powerful figures in the hall, his posture tall and proud, invitingly declaring, friends, today is the grand wedding of Di Jun, and I sincerely invite esteemed guests from all directions to witness this beautiful union. Will you all accompany me out of the palace to welcome the heavenly queen's sacred arrival and witness this grand ceremony of ages? We are willing to go. It is our wish. We do not dare to decline. In an uproar, the mighty beings in the hall responded in unison, with no one declining. To witness the unparalleled wedding of the demon emperor and the master of the moon star Xia was a tremendous opportunity to observe the heavenly Daoist auspices, comprehend the Dao of earthly fates, and maintain connections with the heavenly court. Thus, everyone naturally complied with enthusiasm. As his voice fell, the three pure ones were the first to step forward, Laozi's demeanor calm, Yuan Shi's aura dignified, and Tong Tian's demeanor carefree and composed, embodying the essence of Pangus, Dao leading the way ahead of the others. Following closely behind, Jane and Juanti, with their Buddhist light, swirling, walked slowly beside them, their eyes concealing scrutiny as they observed the unparalleled splendor of the demon race. The remaining powerful beings, ancient demon saints, and celestial beings lined up orderly as millions of immortals, demons, and deities stepped out of the Lingxiao Palace heading towards the vast expanse of the Nine Heavens. Wan Bao closely followed behind Tong Tian, hiding in the midst of the three pure ones, lowering his aura, raising his gaze to admire the magnificent spectacle of the Nine Heavens, standing alongside the myriad powerful beings at the pinnacle of the cloud, sea quietly awaiting the auspicious time of the wedding and the heavenly queen's arrival. At this moment in the heavenly court of the Nine Heavens, the cloud sea spread across the sky. The vast expanse of blue sky was clear and pure, and multitudes of rays of dawn fell upon the heavens, with celestial lotuses blooming everywhere, the spiritual energy of the world reaching its peak, almost transforming into liquid celestial mist swirling around. From all directions the auspices of the heavenly Dao gathered at the heavenly court, cranes sang, spiritual birds circled, and celestial music echoed, filling the entire primordial world with blessings for this unparalleled wedding. Everyone stood at the pinnacle of the cloud sea, waiting for a moment, gazing at the distant eastern horizon. Suddenly from the farthest reaches of the eastern sky, 10,000 rays of dawn surged upwards, breaking through the clouds and dyeing the entire Nine Heavens a brilliant red. Boundless rainbow clouds swept across the void, and golden lotuses sprang forth, floating in the sky, swaying with the gentle breeze, the endless supreme auspices spreading across millions of miles of primordial land, the blessings of the heavenly Dao enveloping the seas and lands. A resonant hum arose from heaven and earth, gentle, yet profound, harmonious, and sacred. It was the sound of heavenly blessings, the rhythm of fateful unions recognized by heaven and earth. Everyone's gaze suddenly fixed, intensely focused on the horizon, where the rays of dawn rose. In the distant sky, amidst the endless auspicious mist, a parade of unprecedented extravagance, unseen since antiquity, approached, slowly traversing the vast Star River, making its way towards the Lingxiao Palace. At the forefront, two Qilin strode majestically, stepping on clouds and golden lotuses, surrounded by thousands of auspicious auras, the divine beasts exuding a pressure that dominated the surroundings. The Qilin, revered as the auspicious beast, symbolizes peace and good fortune, marking this procession as a sign of great auspiciousness in heaven and earth. Beside the Qilin, an array of colorful phoenixes danced and flew, millions of colorful phoenixes flapping their wings, in unison, their melodious cries resonating through heaven and earth, their radiant feathers cascading like jewels, adorning the majestic spectacle. In the center of the procession, the most stunning sight was the 9 dragons drawing a palanquin. 9 majestic golden dragons, their bodies towering and majestic, their scales shining brilliantly in the light, their roars echoing through the heavens. The 9 dragons soared majestically, their claws shattering the flowing clouds, their might boundless, as they drew a supreme, heavenly palanquin, proceeding steadily. Upon the dragon palanquin hung a multitude of colorful silks, celestial flowers, and exquisite treasures, adorned with countless innate spiritual treasures and starry gems radiating light and filled with myriad Dao rhythms. At the core of the 9 dragons' heavenly palanquin was a grand, resplendent red, celestial flower palanquin. The palanquin was entirely crimson and gilded, intricately carved with patterns of dragons and phoenixes, heaven and earth, sun, moon, and stars. Each pattern was a condensation of innate Dao rhythms, the palanquin enveloped in celestial energy and swirling auspiciousness, sacred and dignified, embodying the utmost grandeur and reverence of the universe. This was the palanquin to marry the heavenly Queen Xia. Throughout the primordial ages, no one could enjoy such a supreme wedding procession. Surrounding the flower palanquin, layers of celestial mist enveloped it, endless auspiciousness flowing forth, and thousands of golden lotuses of the heavenly Dao blossomed alongside it, scattering across the skies. Beside the grand red palanquin, a peerless and transcendent figure accompanied, gracefully floating alongside. It was none other than the Empress, Nuwa. Nuwa wore a pure white sacred dress, her figure graceful and ethereal, her aura gentle and divine, with compassionate and dignified features, surrounded by the essence of creation and the traces of the Dao that gave rise to all things. Her hair cascaded lightly, her gaze soft and clear, holding a celestial flower basket in her hand, her steps light as she walked upon auspicious lotuses. With every gentle lift of her jade hand and sprinkle of the flower basket, countless golden creation lotuses flew forth, scattering across the skies, filling the cloud sea. The golden lotuses that touched the ground transformed into auspicious Dao patterns, floating in the air as heavenly brilliance. Wherever they passed, the malevolent energies of heaven and earth dissipated, bringing peace to the 4 seas and nourishing all living beings, resonating with the gratitude of life throughout the primordial land. The might of creation and the profound virtue of the Holy Mother were vividly displayed, without reservation. All the mighty beings present gazed at this unprecedented grand spectacle, their hearts trembling, their eyes shining with awe. With Qilin leading the way, colorful phoenixes following the 9 dragons drawing the palanquin, Nuwa accompanying the heavenly Dao resonating, and golden lotuses filling the skies. Such a wedding ceremony and such heavenly auspiciousness, since Pangu opened the heavens, there has been none like it before, or will there be any after. Wan Bao stood among the crowd, his heart stirred, filled with shock. Today's wedding ceremony of the demon race, celebrated by heaven and earth, marked the pinnacle and most glorious moment of the demon race's heavenly court. In the 9 heavens, the demon emperor Dijun and the heavenly queen Shiha's grand wedding ceremony. Since the end of the Longhan calamity, the primordial realm has never seen such a magnificent and prosperous wedding of supreme status. At the edge of the clouds, see a 9-colored phoenix palanquin broke through the void, arriving. The carriage was intricately carved with countless Taiyin spiritual patterns inlaid with numerous starry golden jewels, surrounded by a gentle moonlight glow, every inch of its surface flowing with the innate purity of the Taiyin Dao rhythm. The phoenix carriage was pulled by 9 eternal 7-colored heavenly phoenixes, their cries echoing through the heavens. Wherever they passed, the scattered spiritual energy of the world converged into strands of blessings showering down upon the celestial palace and the 4 seas. Under the gaze of the multitude, the colorful phoenix carriage steadily hovered beside the supreme altar, slowly descending, landing silently, with only a ripple of soft Taiyin moonlight spreading out, cleansing the surrounding impurities and rendering the entire world even more pure and sacred. The imposing figure of Emperor Jun, dominating the heavens, was clad in a dark gold-embroidered imperial dragon. Upon the robe, the patterns of the sun, moon, and stars revolved endlessly, with 9 golden dragons woven from gold thread coiling around his body, eyes filled with majesty, scales and claws radiant, exuding an unparalleled imperial demeanor that suppressed the 8 desolates and ruled the primordial chaos. At this moment, the demon clan's heavenly emperor shed the cold, ruthless demeanor of ruling the celestial palace and intimidating myriad demons, revealing a rare softness in his brows as the blazing solar fire around him receded, transforming into a warm golden glow that harmonized with the surrounding Taiyin moonlight, embodying the profound rhythm of the interplay between yin and yang. He stepped forward with measured grace, his robust and majestic hand gently raised, fingertips resting on the crimson silk curtain of the phoenix carriage. Lifting the curtain lightly, the silk tassels trembled delicately, and a cascade of luminous pearls spilled forth. Within the curtain stood a breathtaking figure, quietly poised. It was Shihi, the ruler of the Taiyin Star River, nurturing the ancient moonlight. She wore a grand red primordial wedding gown embroidered with celestial patterns of stars and phoenixes interwoven with innate faded threads, each strand absorbing endless Taiyin essence and celestial fortune. Her delicate hands held a blood-red, translucent, and radiant supreme, innate spiritual treasure, a red embroidered ball, which emanated innate spiritual light, concealing the mysteries of the fated pathways of heaven and earth. Adorned with a phoenix crown and a cloud of azure hair gathered up, embellished with Taiyin star beads, she exuded grandeur and elegance unparalleled in beauty. A scarlet embroidered veil lightly covered her face, obscuring her stunning otherworldly features, leaving only a beautifully delicate jawline visible, her figure graceful, surrounded by moonlight, embodying the cool and sacred essence of Taiyin, yet due to her red attire, adding a layer of gentle allure. Emperor Jun's gaze softened as his broad, powerful hand firmly grasped Shi's cool jade hand, slowly drawing her out from the phoenix carriage. The 2 supreme beings of primordial chaos stood side by side at the center of the celestial palace's supreme altar, instantly invoking strange phenomena across the heavens. Emperor Jun merged with the sun, golden light radiating for miles, the intertwining of the Dao rhythms of the sun, imperial authority, and supreme prestige surged forth, overwhelming the 4 directions and 8 desolates. Shihi, embodying Taiyin, carried layers of moonlight, the rhythms of the star river, the yin path, and the rhythm of life, surrounding her, emanating an unparalleled purity and serenity. 1 yin, 1 yang, 1 sun, 1 moon, 1 firm, 1 gentle. The 2 figures stood together, their energies merging invisibly, instantaneously attuning to the grand Dao of yin and yang, causing the fortunes of the entire celestial palace to surge, a myriad of auspicious colors suddenly swelling as the fated pathways of heaven and earth trembled in resonance. Below the altar, all the powerful beings in attendance held their breath, their gazes fixed with fervent admiration upon the radiant couple above, while countless demons remained in reverent silence, waiting for the grand celestial wedding ceremony of unparalleled significance to commence. To one side of the altar stood Fu, she clad in simple Dao robes, his countenance, gentle eyes, deep and profound, radiating the rhythm of the Dao. Today he personally officiated the ceremony, presiding over this supreme wedding witnessed by heaven and earth. As Emperor Jun and Shihi's forms steadied, their energies aligned, Fu, she took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent emotions within, channeling his Dao power, and proclaimed loudly, his voice enveloped in Dao rhythm resonating throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands. For billions of primordial beings, auspicious day, the heavens open to good fortune. Heavenly Emperor of the Demon Clan, master of the Taiyin Star, blessed by the heavens, receiving the fortune of the sun and moon, today is the grand wedding, the first rite. Bow to heaven and earth. With his words, a gentle breeze swept through the heavens, and spiritual resonance emerged. Emperor Jun tightly held Shi's soft hand, and the 2 slightly bowed in sync, offering a respectful salute to the vast sky and the boundless earth. This bow acknowledged the virtues of heaven and earth, and the Dao of yin and yang that brings forth life. As the two stood, the Dao rhythm of the sun and moon surged upwards, the golden daylight and silver moonlight entwined, transforming into a massive yin-yang fish totem suspended in the sky, slowly rotating as faint Dao resonances echoed in the cosmos, seemingly affirming this celestial union. Fu Zai's expression grew solemn as he raised his voice again, proclaiming grandly, "Bow to the Dao ancestor. The Purple Cloud Palace, where the Hongjun Dao ancestor resides, is the root of all paths and the teacher of all primordial beings." Upon hearing the command, Emperor Jun and he bowed once more in synchronization, their postures respectful as they offered a sincere salute towards the Purple Cloud Palace beyond the 33 heavens. Since the conclusion of Hongjun Dao ancestors' three teachings merging with the Dao and residing in the depths of the Purple Cloud, he has become one with the heavenly Dao, indifferent to the worldly affairs of primordial chaos, revealing neither his true form nor divine traces. For countless epochs, none have been favored with his manifestation. Yet in the moment they bowed, an unexpected event occurred. The vast skies of the 9 heavens, previously clear for miles, suddenly changed color. An ultimate purity, unparalleled purple aura surged forth from the depths of the heavenly Dao. Initially just a wisp, it rapidly expanded like an immense purple sea, overturning the 9 skies, unceasingly flowing, spanning a full 90,000 miles of azure expanse. The 9,000 miles of purple aura fell from the heavens, thick and vast, containing the supreme Dao rhythm and heavenly principles, sacred, expansive, majestic, and profound, overwhelming all mundane spiritual light. It was the exclusive heavenly purple aura of the Hongjun Dao ancestor. The entire primordial world halted in spiritual energy. The sound of the Dao roared, and myriad paths bowed in reverence. The Dao ancestor has manifested. Below the altar, countless powerful beings who had come to listen to the teachings of the Purple Cloud Palace were instantly shaken to their core, their eyes wide in disbelief, their faces etched with utter astonishment as waves of exclamations echoed through the silent celestial palace. All the powerful beings stood rigid, their spirits trembling, eyes filled with shock and awe. No one expected that the long-silent Hongjun Dao ancestor who had merged with the Dao would personally bestow the purple aura for the wedding of Emperor Jun and Shihi. It should be noted that since the Hongjun Dao ancestor's 3 teachings concluded, and he completely merged with the Dao regardless of how the primordial chaos evolved, even through the great calamities of dragons and phoenixes, or the initial conflicts between witches and demons, he remained indifferent, revealing no signs or manifestations of the Dao. Today, merely the wedding of the heavenly emperor of the demon clan could evoke such a descent of the Hongjun's 9,000 miles of primordial purple aura. This honor has never been seen before and reverberated throughout the primordial world. Below the altar, the 3 pure ones, Jin and Junti, the top seeds of the primordial saints, all reigned in their spirits, their faces no longer serene and composed, replaced by utmost astonishment and solemnity. The Ta Ching Laozi, known for his calm and effortless demeanor, had his long still eyes slightly open at this moment, gazing towards the vast purple light, with a deep shock passing through his gaze. Yuan Shirtun, Zun's solemn face, showed a trace of turbulent thoughts swirling within, uncertain. Tong Tianjiao, Zhu raised an eyebrow, eyes wide with surprise, secretly lamenting the overwhelming fortune of the demon clan, far exceeding expectations. In the west, Jane and Junti also experienced a great shock. Jiayin's expression was one of sorrow and solemnity, his hands instinctively joined in prayer, eyes filled with reverence. Zundi's eyes were wide, filled with envy, his face barely able to hide his admiration as he reflected on the myriad thoughts, wishing that the Western teachings could possess such fortune. For what worry would there be about the difficulty of the Dao or the decline of the Buddhist sect? After a brief moment of daze, the 3 pure ones, along with Jane and Junti, dared not show any signs of negligence, bowing deeply towards the cascading purple aura with utmost sincerity, their expressions filled with reverence. Disciple pays respects to the master. The 9,000 miles of primordial purple aura surged fiercely, and its departure was equally swift. In just a few breaths, the vast expanse of purple light gradually retracted, returning to the depths of the heavenly Dao, and the azure skies once again became clear. However, the supreme Dao rhythm lingering in the world did not dissipate for a long time, affirming the authenticity of the divine omen that had just occurred. Emperor Jun straightened, his form radiance bursting forth from his imposing figure, his eyes shimmering with excitement and determination. Beside him, Nu Hua also relaxed, a smile gracing her features as the weight on her heart lifted completely, her face reflecting satisfaction and joy. The manifestation of the Dao ancestor and the heavenly purple aura were the most definitive signs of heavenly approval. It signified that the wedding of Emperor Jun and Shihi was in accordance with the heavenly will, aligned with the grand trends of primordial chaos, receiving the dual recognition of the heavenly Dao and the Dao ancestor rather than going against the tide, and there was no fear of conflicting fortunes. At this moment, all the powerful beings of the demon clan and celestial spirits in the heavenly palace were invigorated. The lingering feelings of unease and apprehension within their hearts vanished entirely, replaced by a surge of confidence and pride. The fortune of the demon clan was on the rise, and the momentum of the celestial palace was unstoppable. On the altar, Fuxi forcibly restrained the tumultuous emotions within his chest, gathering his thoughts and restoring his composure, his voice growing louder and more resonant, enveloped in rich Dao rhythm echoing through the heavens. The three rites are complete. Spouses bow to each other. With the proclamation, the sound thundered through the 9 skies. Emperor Jun slowly released his grip on Shihi's hand, and the two stepped apart, standing face to face. The resplendent golden light of the sun and the shimmering silver light of the moon flowed and blended between them, achieving balance in yin and yang, as the sun and moon shone together, creating a scene that was both sacred and beautiful, filled with vibrant Dao rhythm, flawless and complete. The two distant figures, one being the supreme of the celestial palace, the heavenly emperor of all demons ruling the great sun, the other being the Taiyin goddess, the master of the star river commanding the myriad moons. In the moment their gazes met across the scarlet veil, no words were needed, yet countless emotions flowed between them, a bond of understanding and destiny. In Emperor Jun's profound eyes there was the only tenderness and solemnity of this life. Beneath the veil, Shi's eyes contained affection, her spirit resolute, affirming her choice of a lifetime companion to guard the celestial palace for eternity. The two slightly bowed in unison, offering respectful salutes to each other. The first bow was a vow to be together for life, never to part. The second bow symbolized the harmony of yin and yang walking the same path of the Dao. The third bow represented the unity of the sun and moon together, stabilizing the primordial chaos. This bow was not only a ritual of a human wedding, but also the supreme sacred rite of the Dao of the sun and moon, merging the heavenly paths of yin and yang. As the two straightened, another faint Dao resonance trembled across the heavens. Fu's face was flushed, his emotions stirred and unsettled, his voice suddenly rising as he exerted all his Dao power to proclaim loudly, "Ritual complete." These two words sealed a lifetime, resounding across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, echoing through the vast primordial wilderness. At the moment the words echoed, the entire sky suddenly changed dramatically. The originally clear sky, stretching for miles and devoid of clouds, trembled violently as endless celestial energy and primordial blessings madly converged from all realms. Boom! The void echoed with a thunderous sound. The rhythm of the Dao surged through the heavens. Boundless golden clouds of merit soared up from the highest point of the heavenly Dao. These clouds of merit were not ordinary thin spiritual light, but as heavy as the vast sea and dazzling like the blazing sun, with golden rays stretching tens of thousands of miles, auspicious energy, layering upon layers, covering the entire heavenly court sky. Millions of golden merit lights swirled within the clouds, exuding the purest, most benevolent fragrance of the heavenly Dao. Throughout the ages, aside from the supreme achievements of creating the world and everything in it, there had never been such a majestic and vast cloud of merit appearing in the world. This overwhelming merit instantly stunned all the great powers of the primordial wilderness. Everyone looked up in unison, gazing at the golden clouds descending from the sky, their eyes wide open, breaths held, their faces filled with utmost astonishment, their minds thoroughly shaken. Even the 3 clear ones, who were accustomed to the wonders of the primordial world and were unparalleled in cultivation, had their expressions drastically change at this moment. The calmness in their eyes vanished, replaced by a deep sense of disbelief and gravity. Taiching Laozi's pupils constricted slightly. The calmness of his Dao heart, that had remained unruffled for millennia, was stirred up, and he instinctively raised his hand to calculate the heavenly secrets. The Dao patterns flowed around his fingertips, the threads of heavenly secrets danced, countless causes, fortunes, and Dao trajectories rapidly flashed before his eyes. After a moment, Taiching slowly withdrew his hand, a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes, having already discerned the source of it all. He murmured softly, each word clear, falling into the ears of those around him, proof of the heavenly marriage uniting yin and yang, determining the sun and moon, gathering the blessings of all beings, and obtaining the great wisdom of heaven and earth. This is the first supreme marriage ceremony certified by the heavenly Dao in the primordial wilderness with lasting merit and overwhelming fortune. With this revelation of the heavenly secrets, Taiching slowly closed his eyes, no longer observing, as a myriad of emotions stirred within him, preferring to see nothing. Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tianjiao Zhu instantly understood upon hearing this, their expressions revealing a complex array of thoughts, as if deep in contemplation. Yuan Shi's expression grew increasingly solemn, secretly wary of the supreme fortune and merit the demon clan had obtained today. Tong Tian's gaze flickered, marveling at the heavenly Dao's favor towards Di Jun, and Shi feeling a complex mix of emotions. The expressions of the Western Jin and Zhuan were even more varied. Jiejiao Ren's face grew more sorrowful, his brow furrowed tightly, feeling a deep sense of lamentation. The Western teachings were barren and devoid of fortune, struggling for a trace of heavenly merit for millennia, while the demon clan, relying on a mere marriage ceremony, obtained such vast blessings, clearly indicating the heavenly Dao's favoritism. Zhuan Dao Ren's eyes were filled with envy to the brim, hearts filled with jealousy, emotions surging, wishing that this heavenly marriage favored by the heavens and endowed with merit would fall upon himself and the West. The golden clouds of merit hung in the sky, slightly trembling. In the next moment, infinite golden light of merit split into thousands of strands, accurately descending according to the preordained trajectories of the heavenly Dao, distributed without error, fair and just. 30% of the vast and endless merit of the heavenly Dao transformed into a blazing golden stream, first pouring into Dijun's body. 30% of equally substantial golden light of merit gently fell, enveloping Shi, slowly merging into her primordial spirits, Dao foundation, and lunar essence. 20% of the majestic merit condensed and took shape, transforming into golden threads of light, completely wrapping around the red embroidered ball, floating in midair, seeping into its innate essence, altering its primordial nature. Finally, the remaining 10% of merit transformed into two streams of warm blessings, dividing equally and falling into the bodies of the mediators and officiants of this wedding, Nuwa and Fu, Shi, nourishing their Dao foundations and enhancing their fortunes. Merit entered their bodies and the Daoist blessings flowed forth. The first to benefit was Dijun. The vast, pure, and untainted merit of the heavenly Dao rushed into Dijun, instantly washing over his limbs and bones, primordial spirit, and Dao foundation. Buzz! A sound of Dao resonated from within Dijun. Endless golden merit surged through his meridians and primordial spirit, purging all flaws in his Dao foundation and repairing every crack in his cultivation. In an instant, Dijun's Dao rhythm skyrocketed, layers upon layers of golden Dao patterns spread out from the kingly Dao that embraces all things, the indestructible Sun Dao, and the supreme Dao that overlooks all beings. These three top-tier Daos completely merged into one, their rhythms roaring through the heavens, sweeping across the 8 desolations. The previously firm barrier of latest-stage Quasi-Saint cultivation loosened, shattered, and ascended under the endless merits, cleansing, and nourishment. The rolling Dao power surged madly, his cultivation level skyrocketed, as if riding a rocket. Seizing this unparalleled opportunity of merit and flourishing Dao luck, Dijun focused his mind and firmly resolved to directly embark on the most challenging path of severing the 3 corpses. Swish! Swish! 2 solid and godlike primordial spirit figures floated out from the center of D. One figure radiated righteousness, warm and compassionate. The other exuded a chilling, murderous aura, standing on either side of Dijun, their auras steady both in the midstage of Quasi-Saint cultivation. Throughout the ages, great powers of the primordial wilderness have regarded severing the 3 corpses to become a saint as the correct path. Good corpse, evil corpse, and self-corpse. Severing all 3 and merging them into one is the only way to attain a complete Dao foundation and glimpse the threshold of a saint. Previously, Dijun had already severed the good and evil corpses, leaving only the most difficult self-corpse, which remained within his primordial spirit, becoming the last hurdle for him to attain the complete Dao. Now that merit flowed into his body and fortune was upon him, it was the best time to sever the self-corpse and achieve the fruition of the 3 corpses. Dijun's eyes suddenly opened, golden wheels shining in his gaze. The divine might of the sun resonated throughout the heavens, his voice like thunder booming, sever. With this single word, the heavens and earth trembled. In his palm, a wheel of sunlight refined to perfection and containing endless avenues of solar might broke through the void, shining brilliantly, its divine power formidable as it struck towards the depths of his primordial spirit with the intent to sever the self. This strike severed attachments, severed the true self, broke shackles, and cut through the mundane world. Accompanied by the earth-shaking resonance of the Daoist self-corpse that mirrored Dijun's appearance, embodying all his lifelong attachments, desires, and essence, slowly stepped out from his primordial spirit center. This self-corpse exuded a majestic aura with profound cultivation, standing firmly in the latest-stage Quasi-Saint realm, its combat power overwhelming. All 3 corpses emerged, all at the latest stage of Quasi-Saint. In the next moment, Dijun's cultivation realm explosively broke through. The latest stage Quasi-Saint barrier shattered completely, his Dao foundation became perfect, and his primordial spirit ascended rapidly, soaring through layers of barriers, directly reaching the full realm of Quasi-Saint. His surrounding Dao power was thick and vast, nearly touching the threshold of a saint. As the solar wheels revolved endlessly, the kingly pressure enveloped the 9 heavens, and the myriad demons bowed their heads, shaking the heavens. Yet the merit was vast, and its foundation was not exhausted. Having reached the full realm of Quasi-Saint, Dijun still did not halt his breakthroughs. His gaze burned bright, his will resolute, possessing the unparalleled merit of the ages, the thriving fortune of the demon clan, and the dual auspicious signs of the heavenly Dao. Oh, today, he aimed to break free from shackles and challenge the supreme saint realm. In the countless eons of the primordial wilderness, countless had reached the full realm of Quasi-Saint, yet only a mere 5 had truly taken the last step and ascended to the position of saint. Today, Dijun sought to use the merit of the heavenly marriage to forcibly merge the 3 corpses and attain the Dao to become a saint. With his thoughts set, Dijun hesitated no more. He activated all his Dao power, fully mobilizing his primordial spirit and the thunderous command echoed through the 9 heavens once again, 3 corpses. Merge. Under this command the heavens resonated together. The 3 true bodies of the good corpse, evil corpse, and self-corpse floating in midair instantly transformed into 3 beams of light, casting aside all barriers, returning fully into Dijun's body, merging completely with his primordial spirit and Dao foundation. The merging of the 3 corpses was the final step to becoming a saint, and it was also the most perilous step. Once the fusion succeeded, he could shed his mortal body, achieve the position of saint, become indestructible, and exist alongside the heavens. However, if the fusion failed, the 3 corpses would shatter, the Dao foundation would be ruined, leading to a significant drop in cultivation, or worse, his primordial spirit would be destroyed, his body extinguished forever, falling into reincarnation. This reckless gamble by Dijun instantly tightened the hearts of all the great powers present, and the atmosphere in the venue became incredibly tense. The great powers, who had originally been calmly observing, all held their breath, their gazes fixed intently on Dijun on the high platform, filled with nervousness and apprehension. The 3 clear ones' expressions changed drastically, and they could no longer maintain their composure. Taiching Laozi, who had just been in quiet meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with uncertainty, staring intently at Dijun, his Dao heart violently fluctuating, his mind entangled with myriad anxieties. He was both apprehensive and wary that Dijun, with such overwhelming merit, might truly reverse the situation, merge the 3 corpses, and attain the Dao to become a saint. If Dijun became a saint, the balance of power between the witch and demon clans would be completely overturned, and all beings in the primordial wilderness would be suppressed by the demon clan, fundamentally rewriting the fate of the primordial wilderness. Yuan Shi's expression was cold and solemn, his eyes filled with weighty apprehension, having already prepared for the worst outcome of the demon clan's rise. Tong Tian clenched his fists slightly, his emotions complex, both admiring Dijun's unparalleled courage and secretly alarmed by his terrifying potential. The Western Jieyin and Zhuan were also tense, their gazes intense, filled with anxiety, unwilling to witness the demon clan gaining a saint, thus strengthening their power. All the great powers present were on high alert, holding their breath and concentrating, no one daring to make a sound for fear of disturbing Dijun's path to enlightenment. Throughout the heavenly court, a pin drop could be heard, with only the continuous rumble of Dao resonating around Dijun. Among all, only one person remained indifferent, neither joyful nor sorrowful, watching coldly, completely unaffected by the intensely tense atmosphere. That was Wan Bao, standing in a corner. His gaze was calm, his mind transparent, seeing through all future trajectories of heavenly secrets clearer than anyone else present. Dijun's overwhelming fortune and unparalleled talent would ultimately be unable to escape the fate of the witch demon calamity, and throughout his life, he would never step out of the last step, forever missing the supreme position of a saint. Time slowly passed, second by second. Everyone watched as the originally brilliant and grand golden light of merit surrounding Dijun rapidly diminished, dimming and dissipating at an astonishingly visible rate. Endless merit power surged wildly into Dijun's primordial spirit, supporting the merging of the 3 corpses and striking against the barriers of the saint realm. Dijun's originally heroic and imposing visage turned pale at an incredible speed, losing vitality. No color in the blood. Layers of fine cold sweat continuously seeped from his forehead and temples, slowly sliding down his determined jaw. His entire body trembled slightly as his primordial spirit endured unimaginable tearing pain, the foundation of his Dao on the verge of collapse under the pressure of the saintly barrier. His gaze remained resolute, yet deep within a sense of sinking coldness, unwillingness, and regret engulfed. He could clearly sense that the final layer of the saintly barrier was like a chasm, ancient and unyielding. Despite the endless merits washing over it, the combined strength of the 3 corpses, and the full force of luck aiding him, it remained immovable, unbreachable by even a hair's breadth. With the merits running out and his strength exhausted finally, as the last trace of golden merit light completely dissipated into the heavens and the earth, a mouthful of boiling pure lifeblood suddenly erupted from Dijun's mouth, a scarlet mist falling through the air, instantly washing away the sacred Dao light surrounding him. Boom! His primordial spirit shook violently, and the foundation of his Dao rebelled. The power of the 3 corpses, which had originally merged into one, instantly shattered and peeled away. The true forms of the good corpse, evil corpse, and self-corpse were flung out from Dijun's body in disarray, suspended in midair. At this moment, the aura of the 3 corpses was chaotic, their spiritual light dim, and the Dao rhythm was unstable. Their Dao power surged violently, teetering on the brink, likely to fall to the quasi-saint realm, at any moment suffering severe backlash. The situation spiraled out of control in an instant. Your Majesty. All the powerful beings of the demon race around him were thrown into chaos, their faces filled with fear as they cried out in panic, their eyes fixed on the bloodied and injured Dijun, filled with worry and anxiety. Elder brother. Beside him, Dong Huang Tai's expression changed drastically, his heart racing, unable to contain himself any longer. He transformed into a streak of light swiftly flying to Di Jun's side, firmly supporting his trembling body, his eyes filled with concern and heartache. A moment of silence. Under the complex gazes of everyone, the injured and battered Di Jun suddenly tilted his head back and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. His laughter was desolate and vast, echoing through the heavens and penetrating the clouds, resonating throughout the entire primordial world. In that laughter there was endless unwillingness of unfulfilled ambition, a great regret of being so close to the saintly position, a sense of loss from fighting against the heavens, yet failing at the last moment, and also an indomitable spirit, unyielding and never giving up. The entire place fell silent, all the powerful beings gazing complexly at this defeated heavenly emperor of the demon race. Some felt pity, lamenting his unparalleled talent and immense fortune, yet ultimately being unable to attain the saintly position, though some secretly looked down upon him, mocking his greed and impatience, leading to severe backlash and ultimate failure. Some felt admiration for his courage to defy the heavens and test the saintly path. A myriad of emotions intertwined, all unspoken. After a brief laugh, Di Jun slowly collected his thoughts, suppressing the turmoil of blood and backlash within him. His posture remained tall and upright like a pine tree, never showing any sign of defeat or yielding. His gaze was steadfast as he spoke in a deep voice, though tinged with a hint of weakness, it still carried an imposing majesty. I am unharmed. Even though the assault on the saintly realm had failed, the merits were exhausted, the foundation of his Dao rebelled, and the three corpses were damaged, his determination for the Great Dao to dominate the primordial world and to revitalize the demon race had never wavered. Today he may stop before the saintly gate, but one day he will return with renewed vigor, once again knocking on the Beside him she, dressed in red, and with her veil still on, stood quietly, her gentle and clear eyes filled with deep worry, intently gazing at her injured husband. She could see the unwillingness hidden in Di Jun's eyes, the pain his body endured, and the desolation of his near failure. United as husband and wife, their fortunes intertwined, their destinies linked. Di Jun's disappointment resonated with Shihi's heart. In the next moment her gaze suddenly became resolute, and she made up her mind. Without waiting for others to react, her mind stirred directly, igniting the threatens of the vast heavenly merit she had just acquired and had yet to refine. Buzz. The brilliant and warm golden fire of merit instantly enveloped Shi's entire body, intertwining moonlight and golden light. The divine and gentle rhythm of the Dao erupted suddenly, instantly capturing the attention of all the powerful beings present. Everyone turned to look, curious about what this Tying God Empress would do with her own merit. The primordial world knew that he was originally transformed from the source of the Tying star, overseeing the celestial Tying star river, a natural deity. However, she had always focused on her training, quietly guarding the Tying star river, never competing or getting involved in disputes. Her cultivation was not particularly outstanding among the top powers. Before this, he was merely at the early Quasi-Saint level, and her cultivation at this stage largely relied on the luck of the Tying star's source barely breaking through and stabilizing, with her foundation not being extremely perfect. As for her three corpses' Dao cultivation, she had long since severed the evil corpse, cutting off the mundane negativity, but the good corpse, and the most difficult self-corpse, had never been peeled away, leaving her primordial spirit trapped, hindering her cultivation. At this moment, the endless burning, pure merit power continuously washed over her limbs and bones, Tying's source, and the foundation of her primordial spirit. The initial slightly unstable early Quasi-Saint cultivation began to rapidly condense, stabilize, and perfect at a visible rate. All flaws in the foundation were cleansed by merit, and all cultivation weaknesses were repaired, making the Tying Dao increasingly pure and transparent. In the moment her cultivation stabilized and became complete, she slightly raised her delicate hand, gathering divine light in her palm, a pristine, innate spiritual treasure that was entirely white, flowing with moonlight, and containing the essence of the Tying Dao, quietly appeared. With merit filling her body and Dao luck enhancing her, it was the perfect opportunity for her to break through her shackles and advance. Shihi's gaze was sharp, her resolve firm, as she shouted with a clear voice that resounded through the heavens, "Sever!" The divine moon blade gracefully struck down, an endless pure Tying power, enveloping the heavenly merit directly, cleaving deep into her primordial spirit. The sword light flowed, the Dao rhythm trembled. A gentle figure, pure and divine, the good corpse, slowly stepped out from the center of Shihi's brow, its aura condensed, and its foundation stabilized. With the good and evil corpses completely severed, the restraint on her primordial spirit was broken once more. In the next moment, Shihi's cultivation realm surged explosively, instantly breaking through her bottleneck, firmly stepping into the mid-stage Quasi-Saint realm. Yet the burning merit had not been exhausted, and endless blessings continued to nurture her. Her cultivation still steadily rose, condensing and perfecting. Layer after layer of barriers were broken through, her Dao power becoming ever more substantial, and the Tying Dao deepening further. All the powerful beings present focused intently, initially believing that Shihi would leverage this supreme merit momentum to completely sever the last layer of the self-corpse, emulating Di Jun, to challenge a higher realm, perhaps even inquiring about the saintly position. But just as her cultivation was about to break through to the late Quasi-Saint stage, she suddenly withdrew her force and came to a halt. The rapidly rising cultivation instantly froze, solidifying firmly at the peak of the mid-stage Quasi-Saint realm. She only needed to focus on her training in the future, accumulating her foundation, and with the thriving fortune of the demon race and the nourishment of the attain source, breaking through to the late Quasi-Saint stage would be a natural outcome free from any further shackles. At this point, everyone let out a long sigh of relief, their anxious hearts finally settling down. A thrilling upheaval in the path of Dao had finally come to rest. But just when everyone thought the heavenly wedding spectacle had come to a close, another change occurred. A red embroidered ball quietly floating in midair, absorbing a portion of the vast merits, suddenly radiated with brilliant light. Nuwa, who had been silently observing, gently beckoned with her hand, a gentle breeze stirring the light of the spiritual treasure. The red embroidered ball that had undergone merit purification instantly shot through the air, landing steadily in Nuwa's warm palm. All the powerful beings instinctively focused their gaze, and the next moment their pupils contracted sharply, their faces filled with extreme astonishment. What was once an ordinary top-grade innate spiritual treasure, after undergoing the purification of 2 portions of vast heavenly merit during this heavenly wedding and reconstituting its essence, had completely transformed and evolved. The texture of the spiritual treasure was now filled with Dao patterns of merit, surrounded by heavenly blessings, and the path of fate was complete, fully breaking free from the restraints of an ordinary innate spiritual treasure. It had undergone a rebirth, achieving the rarest treasure of the primordial world, an ultimate merit innate spiritual treasure. A merit spiritual treasure inherently bestowed with the protection of the heavens, it was the most mysterious and unfathomable. With the emergence of this treasure, it possessed 2 supreme, divine abilities unrivaled in the primordial world. Firstly, when it strikes, it kills without touching any karma, creating no entanglement with the mortal realm. Regardless of slaying powerful beings or defeating gods and demons, the power of merit can erase all causal karma, allowing one to remain free from calamities and enjoy boundless freedom. Secondly, its offensive power surged to the extreme, relying on endless merit enhancement and protection from heavenly blessings. Its divine might was overwhelming, and it could shatter all laws, rivaling the power of ordinary, innate supreme treasures. This heavenly wedding, blessed by the heavens, filled with abundant merit and wondrous phenomena. The demon race this time experienced a comprehensive surge in power, reaping endless luck, cultivation, spiritual treasures, and heavenly favor. Dijun approached the peak of the Quasi-Saint realm, just a step away from becoming a saint, his foundational battle strength unrivaled in the primordial world. She broke through to the mid-stage Quasi-Saint, her foundation stable, and her path clear. The demon court's luck flourished, bolstered by great momentum. The Dao recognized them, and the Dao ancestor manifested. Moreover, they obtained an ultimate merit innate spiritual treasure, a treasure that does not involve karma, to protect their race. What they obtained this time was unprecedented in 10,000 years, enough to elevate the demon race's foundation, significantly solidifying their position as a top clan in the primordial world. Below the platform, the 3 purities wore different expressions, their thoughts heavy. Taiching Laozi deeply gazed at Dijun, a greater wariness in his eyes. He already understood that after this battle the demon race had completely risen unstoppable. Yuan Shirtian Zun's expression was icy, filled with unwillingness, yet helplessness, for the momentum of the Dao was such that human effort could not reverse. Tong Tian Jiao Zhu's gaze was complex, filled with myriad emotions, privately sighing at the intricacies of the Dao's opportunity. In the west, Jieyin and Jinu were even more troubled. Jieyin Daorin closed his eyes and clasped his hands, letting out a long sigh. Filled with helplessness, Jinu Daorin felt envy and jealousy to the extreme, resenting the unfairness of the Dao and the desolation of the West, lamenting the lack of such vast opportunities. After a while, Taiching Laozi slowly spoke, his voice calm and waveless, yet carrying a sense of indifference, as if the dust had settled to leave. As the words fell, Taiching turned and stepped into the void, intending to depart from the heavenly court. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian remained silent, their minds filled with countless thoughts, quietly following behind. As they were leaving, Tong Tian's gaze flickered, and with a wave of his hand he gathered the treasures from the corner, instantly vanishing into the void without a trace. Jane and Juanti, having no desire to linger in the heavenly court, turned in unison, transforming into 2 streaks of flowing light, bidding farewell to the 9 heavens, and heading straight back to the western Shimi mountain. After this event, both felt an even greater urgency to attain enlightenment, wishing to enter seclusion for cultivation, accumulating their foundations to break through the shackles, stabilize their holy positions, and strengthen the fortunes of the Western teachings, no longer willing to watch the demon clan monopolize the opportunities of the heavenly Dao and rise swiftly. In the vast expanse of the 9 heavens, the winds and clouds gradually settled and auspicious energy slowly converged. The fortune of the demon clan's heavenly court surged with the sun and moon shining together, and after this unprecedented grand celestial wedding, the demon clan stood proudly at the pinnacle of the primordial era. Another one. A silent wail surged wildly within Wanba's heart, as if his soul was gripped harshly by an invisible hand causing all of heaven and earth to swirl into a chaotic blur before his eyes. The intense vertigo enveloped his limbs and bones with his celestial power uncontrollably clashing chaotically, leaving his primordial spirit in a daze. Just moments ago he was standing atop the cloud sea of the 33 heavens surrounded by layers of innate clouds with golden radiance illuminating the vast sky, while the celestial music celebrating the wedding echoed in his ears, and the sweet fragrance lingering from the Yaoqi banquet surrounded him. Yet in the next breath the laws of space abruptly twisted and pulled, shattering all scenery around him into fragments that dissipated. The sudden force of spatial displacement struck with extreme rapidity, leaving Wanbao no time to buffer or adjust. The sensation of dizziness surged upon him as the golden-red light of clouds before his eyes, the figures of deities and Buddhas, and the majestic palaces of the 33 heavens, all transformed into modeled afterimages. His mind roared with noise, and his soul trembled incessantly. Wanbao instinctively clenched his teeth, channeling the foundational essence hidden within himself to stabilize his Dao heart, as the innate treasure light at his brow faintly flickered, stubbornly enduring the sudden spatial jolt. Fortunately, although this displacement force was fierce, it bore no intention to harm. It was merely the spatial Dao freely executed by Tongtian, carrying no trace of murderous intent. The dizziness came swiftly but dissipated just as quickly. In just 2 or 3 breaths the disorienting sensation that had disturbed his soul completely faded away, and the chaotic flow of celestial power returned to order. Wanbao slowly opened his eyes, exhaling the turbid air he had been holding, gazing blankly at the new world surrounding him. The towering cloud-piercing palaces that had once floated in the 9 heavens had long since vanished, replaced instead by vast undulating mountains. The mountains rose abruptly from the ground, piercing the clouds with layers upon layers stretching endlessly. The mountain bodies were not merely mundane earth and stone, every inch of rock flowed with faint, innate Dao patterns. Countless unique, primordial spiritual roots and celestial herbs grew among the rocks, sprouting once every 1,000 years and blooming once every 10,000 years. The rich and long-lasting spiritual energy rushed towards him with the mountain wind, and upon inhalation, he felt his soul clarifying with his Dao foundation subtly vibrating and advancing. The clouds between the mountains roiled, not being the mundane clouds of the mortal realm, but rather the innate misty purple clouds, thick and gentle, winding around the mountain peaks and valleys, sometimes transforming into ethereal cranes and spirit deer, and at times condensing into illusory pavilions and towers, with rosy light continuously rising from the depths of the mountains. 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, intertwined and wrapped around each other, spanning across the entire heavens and earth. In the air floated fragments of innate spiritual crystal light, gently drifting with the wind. Upon touching his body, they transformed into pure spiritual energy flowing into his meridians. Deep within the mountains, the sound of a trickling spiritual spring could be heard splashing upon the green stones with a tinkling sound. Where the spring water flowed, the banks were lush with innate 7 treasure lotuses, 9 turned soul-returning grass, and starry bodhi, each containing rich spiritual energy. Moreover, innate spiritual birds and extraordinary beasts traversed the mountains, ethereal cranes flapping their wings, while holding spiritual herbs, white deer treading upon clouds to swallow rosy light, without a trace of ferocity, presenting a harmonious and sacred scene of celestial beings. Wanbao stood quietly atop the mountains, his gaze sweeping over this boundless land of celestial peaks. Suddenly 4 ancient and powerful characters erupted dramatically in his mind, etched deeply into his soul, carrying the profound and weighty aura of the primordial era, each word crystal clear: Kunlun Mountain. In that instant, countless related principles of heaven and earth and secrets of the primordial era surged into his consciousness like a tidal wave. Kunlun Mountain is the ancestral root of the primordial era, having taken shape since the beginning of heaven and earth, second only to the heavenly pillar Mount Buzhou, as the foremost celestial mountain of the primordial era. The richness of innate spiritual energy here surpassed that of all seas and realms, with innumerable innate spiritual treasures and great opportunities hidden within the peaks and valleys, making it the pinnacle of cultivation sanctuaries in the primordial era. With this thought, Wanbao could no longer suppress his astonishment, unconsciously blurting out his voice, tinged with undeniable surprise: Kunlun Mountain. As soon as the words left his mouth, a steady and distant voice, imbued with the essence of myriad pure Dao, slowly rang out from beside him. Not too high, not too low, yet clearly resonating throughout the mountains, overpowering the cries of spiritual birds in the forest. Indeed, this place is Kunlun Mountain, the Dao field, where your master and 2 senior brothers cultivate together. Wanbao turned his head upon hearing the voice and saw Tongtian in a blue robe lightly swaying with the wind, surrounded by myriad blue lotus Dao patterns. The subtle light of the pure Dao at his brow flowed gently, standing before the sea of clouds, gazing at him with warmth. Master. Wanbao raised his gaze towards Tongtian, his eyes filled with an indescribable sense of grievance. Moments earlier during the celestial wedding in the 33 heavens he had not yet savored the divine spectacles, yet his master had unceremoniously employed the spatial Dao to displace him here, without even a word of prior notice, inevitably causing a sense of grievance to arise within him. However, Tongtian seemed completely oblivious to the grievance in his disciple's eyes, or perhaps he simply did not care about such trivial emotions. With a calm demeanor, he pointed towards the distant mountains and patiently explained the divisions of the Kunlun region to Wanbao, his tone carrying the weight of an elder advising a junior. Kunlun Mountain is divided into two domains: the eastern Kunlun, rich in spiritual energy and pure in Dao essence, free from excessive disturbances by outsiders, is the Dao field where I, along with your master uncle and second master uncle, cultivate and comprehend the Dao. The western Kunlun is the domain of the Queen Mother of the West, where the Yaoqi Palace is located on Kunlun Hill. The Queen Mother holds the register of female immortals and possesses the primordial peach tree, her influence deeply entrenched. As you have just entered the upper clear sect, your cultivation is still shallow, and your foundation has not yet been fully honed. On ordinary days, without the company of your master or the two master uncles, you must not rashly venture into the territory of the western Kunlun to avoid offending the Queen Mother and inciting unnecessary complications on your path to the Dao. Every word of this admonition was sincere, concealing the caring intent of a sage protecting his junior. Wanbao silently engraved these words deep into his heart, daring not to forget even a single fragment. As soon as the words fell, Laozi, standing at the forefront among the three, slowly took a step forward. His pace appeared slow, yet he crossed the vast cloud sea in a single stride. His pale yellow Dao robe radiated with the gentle golden light of the infinite Dao, and a serene aura enveloped him. Auspicious clouds followed him, and as he passed, the spiritual herbs in the mountains bowed their heads in reverence. Yuan Shi closely followed, clad in a plain white Dao robe emanating a cold and solemn jade-clear radiance. Holding a three-treasured jade talisman, he carried an air of aloofness as he walked in step with Laozi. Seeing this, Tongtian gently waved his hand, enveloping Wanbao's body with a gentle azure lotus light, leaving him no room for hesitation, and brought him to follow in the footsteps of the two elder brothers. Wanbao felt an extraordinary lightness, as if he needed not to tread the clouds himself, but swiftly surged forward along the path opened by the three, with the celestial peaks rapidly retreating on either side. The innate purple clouds flowed rapidly beside him, and in a short while they passed through layers of cloud seas and spiritual peaks, arriving at the core area of the eastern Kunlun, Sanqing Dongtian. As he stepped into the realm of the Dongtian, Wanbao was struck with awe by the scene before him, instinctively slowing his breath, not daring to disturb the dense Dao essence present. The entire Dongtian formed an independent small world, the celestial energy, so thick it was nearly tangible, transforming into a misty expanse. Walking within felt as if one were immersed in primordial spiritual liquid. Each breath could absorb vast amounts of pure, innate spiritual energy, nourishing the body and tempering the soul. A myriad of auspicious energies surged skyward, with three primal Dao lights of gold, azure, and white intertwining above the Dongshan's dome, swirling and evolving the grand scenes of the birth of heaven and earth, the differentiation of yin and yang, and the rise and fall of all things. The sounds of the Dao faintly emanated from the depths of the void, as if the Dao itself were imparting teachings, each word washing away worldly notions and calming the restlessness of the heart. At the center of the Dongtian stood three magnificent primordial palaces built against the mountains, rooted atop the primordial spiritual veins. The palaces were forged from the celestial iron of the nine heavens, Kunlun warm jade, and primordial purple gold, with flying eaves and upturned corners adorned with carvings of dragons, phoenixes, and shilants, each pattern containing the entirety of the Dao's principles. The palace doors hung golden plaques inscribed during the time when the three pure ones had not yet separated, written by their own Dao powers, still shining brilliantly after countless eons. The first palace on the left bore the plaque reading Ta Ching Palace, the place of Laozi's cultivation, surrounded by countless yellow limitless Dao, clouds peaceful and embracing, concealing the ever-living Yin-Yang Dao. The central palace is the Yuqing Palace, belonging to Yuan Shi, its exterior radiating a piercing clear light, with the order of the Yuqing Dao displayed in strict regulation. The third palace on the right is the Shangqing Palace, the Dao field of Tongtian, with azure lotuses carpeting the ground, countless sharp Dao patterns hiding gentle vitality, embracing all laws, unconstrained and free. Now the three pure ones were united in heart and mind, never having experienced any division. Together they opened the Kunlun Dongtian, discussing the Dao side by side, comprehending the mysteries of the heavenly Dao, their bond deep and long-lasting, hence each named their palaces after their own Dao titles, cohabiting within the same Dongtian for cultivation, sharing the endless opportunities of Kunlun. The three pure ones walked steadily towards the main hall, the Sanqing Palace, with Wanbao closely following behind. As he looked ahead, two warm and respectful figures were already standing quietly on the stone steps before the hall, waiting for the return of the three pure ones. The voices of two bowing figures rang out one after the other. The first voice was old and calm, carrying the weight of countless ages, while the second voice was clear and robust, resonating with overwhelming upper clear essence. I pay my respects to Master, Uncle, Teacher, and Uncle. I pay my respects to Master, Uncle, Second Master, Uncle, and Master. Wanbao raised his gaze, carefully observing the two. The first elder to speak was slightly hunched with a broad forehead protruding outward, a sign of being an innate aberration. Clad in a plain gray Dao robe, he held a dark brown primordial peachwood staff entwined with strands of longevity Dao patterns. His brow and eyes were gentle, a warm smile gracing his lips, surrounded by a long-lasting serene longevity aura. He respectfully stood at the left side of the stone steps. His demeanor was humble and courteous, showing no trace of arrogance from his cultivation. Another person stood to the right on the stone steps, his figure plump and well-proportioned, adorned in a dark golden Daoist robe, the edges inlaid with innate purple gold patterns. Countless innate treasures hung from his waist, with pearls, jade pendants, and spiritual rings arranged harmoniously, radiating treasure light and overflowing with spiritual energy. The wealth of treasures around him, so rich, it seemed about to spill over. He wore a warm and kind smile, his eyes gentle, quietly waiting for the teachings of the three purities. The moment Wanbao discerned the appearance, aura, and personal items of the two, he already understood their identities. The elder with a broad forehead holding a peachwood longevity staff was none other than the named disciple of the Primordial Lord, the South Pole Immortal. The one who was plump and surrounded by countless treasures, exuding an exceptionally rich aura of the upper clear Dao, was the already famous eldest disciple of Tongtian, the Daobao Daoist. Before Wanbao's thoughts settled, Laozi slightly raised his hand, the boundless Dao power gently supporting the two bowing figures, and a calm, gentle voice slowly emanated, no need for excessive courtesy. As the words fell, Laozi took the lead and stepped into the main hall of the Three Purities Palace, with Yuan Shi and Tongtian closely following, and Wanbao also stepped forward, walking into the hall behind the three. The main hall of the Three Purities Palace was vast and boundless, resembling a small universe. The floor was paved with Kunlun's warm jade, which connected to the main spiritual vein of the eastern Kunlun, continuously surging with innate spiritual energy. At the top of the hall were three parallel jade thrones from left to right respectively, belonging to Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tongtian. Each of the three jade thrones emanated corresponding three-color primal Dao, light, majestic, and vast, with an invisible pressure enveloping the entire hall, yet perfectly restrained so as not to harm the younger ones within. On both sides of the hall were two rows of white jade celestial steps, with the South Pole Immortal and Daobao Daoist standing on the left and right steps, their gazes coincidentally landing on Wanbao in the center of the hall, filled with curiosity as they carefully scrutinized him from top to bottom, probing into his foundation, Dao rhythm, and hidden potential. Both of them were at the Tai Golden Immortal realm, their vision sharp enough to see through the depths of ordinary cultivators, yet when they focused on Wanbao, their hearts were filled with an inexplicable sense of confusion. Wanbao's physical body, spirit, and Dantian were all secretly harboring a profound foundation, seemingly at the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal level, yet within lay immeasurable potential. His aura was complex, yet perfectly harmonious, unlike a practitioner of a single path. Rather, he appeared as a congenital Dao body born from the essence of countless treasures. Whenever Wanbao raised his eyes to meet theirs, the South Pole Immortal and Daobao would immediately retract their probing gazes, smiling kindly, no longer prying into the younger one's foundation, adhering to the etiquette of the Daoist school. Daobao Daoist had the clearest perception in his heart. Having followed Tongtian since his transformation, he primarily practiced the Upper Clear Golden Chapter and was extremely sensitive to the aura of the Upper Clear Dao. At this moment, quietly observing Wanbao, he sensed in an almost instinctive way that this newly brought back disciple by his master would surely be his future junior brother. Wanbao had yet to formally and completely practice the Upper Clear Golden Chapter, having merely entered the Tongtian sect and briefly come into contact with the Upper Clear Dao. However, after spending time together, his limbs and spirit were already subtly infused with an almost imperceptible, faintly ethereal upper clear, celestial energy. Ordinary cultivators, even common Tai Golden Immortals, could not detect even the slightest trace of it. But Daobao had already firmly entered the Tai Golden Immortal realm, having cultivated the Upper Clear Dao for centuries and refined the Upper Clear Golden Chapter to perfection. He was extremely sensitive to this faintly shared Dao rhythm. Even if the aura was weak, he could capture it clearly. Had it not been for Daobao's profound cultivation, stable Dao foundation, and mastery of the Upper Clear Source laws, other Tai Golden Immortals would have had no chance of perceiving this weak, shared aura on Wanbao. The hall fell silent for a moment as Tongtian looked at the South Pole Immortal, and Daobao on the steps below raised his hand to indicate Wanbao beside him, and his clear voice resonated throughout the hall. "This is my new disciple Dao named Wanbao." As he paused, Tongtian's gaze fell on Daobao, his tone carrying a hint of expectation. "Daobao, he is your junior brother, who shares the same path under the Upper Clear Sect. In the future, while cultivating in Kunlun Mountain, as the eldest senior brother, you must take care to guide him, ensuring that the newcomers are not left without guidance. Upon hearing this, Dao Bao immediately bowed deeply to Tongtian, his posture respectful and sincere, and replied steadily, "Disciple will diligently obey the master's instructions." After completing his greeting, Dao Bao straightened up, his smile even warmer, taking a step forward and gently looking at Wanbao in the center of the hall, proactively exuding goodwill, speaking in a friendly and gentle tone. "Junior brother, Dao name Wanbao. Senior brother, Dao name Dao Bao. We cultivate the upper clear Dao together and will train in Eastern Kunlun in the future. Please make sure to interact often in your leisure time, discussing Dao and refining treasures, sharing insights on cultivation, and supporting each other." Wanbao looked up at Dao Bao, his gaze pure and clear, devoid of any insincere pleasantries, filled with sincerity, as he slightly cupped his hands in return. "In the future on the path of cultivation, I will need senior brother's guidance and support." Seeing that his two disciples got along harmoniously upon their first meeting, Tongtian felt joyful in his heart, unable to restrain a hearty laugh, which dispelled some of the heavy pressure in the hall. As a teacher responsible for imparting wisdom, what he longed for most was for his disciples to be of one mind and heart, treating each other kindly, free of conflict and barriers. Observing Dao Bao and Wanbao forming an immediate bond, Tongtian felt naturally pleased. Cough, cough. A slightly cold and indifferent cough suddenly interrupted Tongtian's laughter. The primordial lord holding the three treasures, Rui, furrowed his brow slightly, casting a faint glance at Tongtian, a hint of dissatisfaction hidden in his eyes. The three purities were seated in the grand hall, expected to maintain solemn authority, yet Tongtian had laughed openly in front of his younger disciples, losing the dignified demeanor of Pangus orthodox style. Yuan sure couldn't help but feel it was inappropriate, thus he spoke up to remind him. Tongtian immediately understood his brother's meaning, promptly restraining his laughter, falling silent, and adjusting his posture to sit properly on the jade throne, restoring his usual calm and solemn appearance. Seeing Tongtian regain his composure, Yuan sure slowly began to speak, his gaze settling on Wanbao, his voice cool and orderly, clear and precise. "The South Pole immortal, standing on the left, is my named disciple, who has long cultivated with me in the Yuqing Palace, comprehending the Yuqing Dao. After you enter the sect, you should refer to him as senior brother." Wanbao, upon hearing the words of his second uncle Yuan Shi, dared not show any neglect, immediately bowing deeply with respect towards the South Pole immortal, performing a full Daoist greeting, his manner thorough and respectful. "I have met South Pole senior brother." The South Pole immortal hurriedly stepped aside, gently supporting Wanbao's bowing body with his hand, a warm and enduring smile on his face, as he replied, "Junior brother is too courteous." Yet beneath this smile, the South Pole immortal concealed a hint of unspeakable bitterness and regret. His years of cultivation had been long, following Yuan Shi for countless years, diligently comprehending the Dao and adhering to the sect's rules, having already stepped into the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Yet he had always been merely a named disciple of Yuan Shi, never truly recorded as a disciple of the Yuqing sect, unable to gain his teacher's recognition. This concern had lingered in his heart for centuries, marking the greatest regret on his path of cultivation. Just now, when Yuan Shi publicly acknowledged his status as a named disciple, the regret that had been suppressed in his heart surged once again, but constrained by the presence of the three purities, he could only hide his emotions deep within, showing no sign. Wanbao straightened up, smiling as he lightly nodded at the South Pole immortal, but he was secretly astonished. The innate treasure light within his spirit quietly operating, stealthily probing into the cultivation foundations of the two. The South Pole immortal exuded a long and profound aura of longevity, his cultivation firmly rooted in the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, with a lifespan seemingly endless. Yet Wanbao, possessing an innate Dao heart, had a clear intuition that the South Pole immortal's true combat power and Dao foundation were far inferior to that of the Dao Bao Daoist beside him. Though Dao Bao Daoist appeared gentle in nature, treating others with kindness and generosity, Wanbao could see through this facade. Deep within Dao Bao's eyes lay an unmasked sharpness, a fierce foundation, honed through countless battles and opportunities, yet he deliberately concealed it, rarely revealing it before others. Both being Tai Golden Immortals, Dao Bao's combat power and foundational essence far exceeded that of the South Pole Immortal, who specialized in the longevity path and disliked conflict. The hall fell silent for a moment as Laozi, who had been meditating with closed eyes and rarely spoke, slowly opened his eyes, a pale yellow Dao light flashing briefly, and his calm voice resonated through the three purities' palace. "Good. You three, as disciples of the three purities, share the same source and lineage. In your future cultivation journey, you must support each other, work together, and not harbor divisions or disdain towards one another." After giving this admonition, Laozi closed his eyes again, saying no more, quietly sitting on the jade throne, immersed in the insights of his boundless Dao. Seeing this, Yuan Shi raised his hand to gently stroke the jade, Rui, commanding the three below, "You may retreat. I have returned from witnessing the heavenly marriage with your master and uncle, having gleaned insights into the mysteries of the heavenly forces. You need to remain in the hall to verify the Dao with each other and comprehend the heavenly laws. Unless there are significant matters, do not disturb the three purities' palace." During this grand event of witnessing the heavenly marriage, having personally observed the operation of the heavenly Dao, the order of destinies, and the gathering of celestial beings, the three purities have gained many new insights into the Dao. They naturally do not wish to be disturbed by juniors at this moment. Disciple will diligently obey the master uncle's instructions. Dao Bao, the South Pole immortal, and Wanbao bowed together in greeting, responding to the command. At this moment Tongtian spoke again, his gaze specifically resting on Wanbao, earnestly advising him, his tone filled with solemn expectation. Wanbao, as you have just entered the upper clear sect, your primary task is to focus on cultivating the upper clear golden chapter that I will teach you. Once I have concluded my discussions and closed-door retreat with the two masters, I will summon the disciples to hold a teaching session expounding on the supreme Dao of the upper clear. Tongshan's specific guidance for Wanbao was not without reason. He had long seen through Wanbao's extraordinary foundation, possessing innate source inheritance and a strong background. If he were to explore cultivation on his own, he would smoothly break through to the Great Luo golden immortal realm without any hindrance. However, even Great Luo has its watershed. After crossing into Great Luo, the path to becoming a Kwasa saint would be fraught with obstacles, and without the guidance of a master, Wanbao would face challenges on his journey. The Shangqing Golden Chapter is the supreme cultivation method derived from the self-derived insights of the Tongtian. This method is progressive and well-structured. As long as one practices diligently and refines their foundation, they can smoothly progress to the perfect state of Kwasa saint, making it the core legacy of the Shangqing sect. Tongtian feared that Wanbao would underestimate the orthodox methods of Shangqing due to his own profound background, leading to neglect in refining his foundation. Thus, he took the time to reiterate his advice. Disciple will remember master's teachings. Wanbao and Duobao both bowed in response, not daring to forget their master's instructions. The three slowly turned around, their footsteps light and cautious as they exited the Sanqing Palace Hall, not daring to make a sound, lest they disturb the three saints debating within. Once the three stepped out of the hall, the entire Sanqing Palace was instantly enveloped by an indescribable heavy pre-heavenly Dao rhythm, with the three-colored Dao lights of blue, white, and yellow closing off, transforming into an invisible Dao barrier that isolated all sounds and energies from within, and without completely cutting off the great opportunity for the three saints debating inside. Wanbao, Duobao, and Nanji Xianwing simultaneously turned their heads to look back at the hall, but after just one glance they withdrew their gaze and did not look further. At this moment, the Dao rhythm emanating from the Sanqing Palace carried the fundamental principles of the heavenly Dao jointly deduced by the three Kwasa saints, so profound and intricate that given their status as Tai Golden Immortals and Golden Immortals, they were simply unqualified to comprehend its mysteries. Should one forcibly probe with their divine soul or celestial power, not only would they gain nothing, but they would also be overwhelmed by the overwhelming Dao rhythm, causing cracks in their Dao heart, allowing inner demons to take advantage of the situation, leaving behind irreparable cultivation hazards resulting in a net loss. Duobao turned his head, looking at Wanbao, who had just entered the sect, and gently suggested, "Junior brother, since you are new to Kunlun and do not yet have a fixed cultivation cave, the entire eastern Kunlun is filled with countless blessed lands. You may freely choose an unoccupied spiritual peak to establish your own cave for future quiet cultivation." Wanbao's heart was filled with joy upon hearing this, and he quickly bowed in thanks, saying, "Thank you, senior brother, for your thoughtful guidance." "No need for formalities," Duobao replied with a faint smile, before saying his farewells. "I will return to my own cave first. Once you have selected a mountain peak and established your cultivation residence, I will come to visit and discuss the Dao together. In this vast eastern Kunlun, counting you and me, we are the only three disciples of the Sanqing sect. It is best to spend time together to alleviate the solitude of cultivation." Nanji Xianwang, who was beside them, also kindly concurred, saying, "What senior brother says is very true. Once you are settled, you can come to Changxing Peak to find me for discussions on the Dao." "Very well, both senior brothers, take care." Wanbao responded with a smile and a nod. Duobao and Nanji Xianwang each cupped their hands in farewell to Wanbao, then turned to head towards two separate spiritual peaks, stepping on clouds to depart, their figures quickly disappearing amidst the rolling mountains of clouds, leaving only Wanbao standing quietly before the white jadestone steps of the Sanqing Palace. Wanbao lifted his gaze and slowly scanned the boundless eastern Kunlun mountains, feeling an infinite sense of emotion rise within him. Kunlun Mountain is indeed recognized as the ancestral vein of the Primordial Chaos. Aside from the towering Buzhou Mountain that supports the heavens, it is the supreme mountain of the primordial world. At the dawn of creation, pure Qi converged here, with pre-heavenly spiritual veins crisscrossing through every mountain peak. Beneath the earth lay countless pre-heavenly or spiritual roots and fragments of lost spiritual treasures, with hidden opportunities for the Great Dao scattered everywhere. Any valley one randomly chooses can yield pre-heavenly spiritual materials that ordinary cultivators dream of, making this cultivation environment unrivaled across the primordial seas. As far as the eye can see, thousands of peaks compete in grandeur, and myriad ravines conceal spirits. Some peaks are entirely made of pre-heavenly jade essence, constantly flowing with spiritual liquid. Others root in pre-heavenly spiritual trees. Each tree evolves into a small world. Some hidden valleys conceal pre-heavenly spiritual springs whose waters can refine the physical body and purify inner demons. Others are high platforms that receive the brilliance of the 9 heavens, stars suitable for deducing the laws of stellar Dao. Countless superior blessed lands are scattered among the mountains, each with its unique Dao orientation. Some are suitable for quiet meditation and stabilizing the Dao foundation, some for refining treasures and smelting spiritual materials, some for planting spiritual herbs and nurturing pre-heavenly elixirs, and some with open terrain suitable for practicing techniques and comprehending the path of slaughter. Now that Wanbao has just joined the Jiejiao Sect, he does not need to immediately choose a permanent peak to settle down. He only needs to find a spiritual peak valley rich in spiritual energy, with a clean environment and unoccupied, to establish a temporary cave for a peaceful cultivation of the Shangqing Golden Chapter. He took slow steps down the white jadestone steps, and a layer of light azure lotus cloud rose beneath his feet, gently lifting him towards the depths of the mountains. As he floated through the clouds, he carefully observed every mountain peak along the way, meticulously discerning the spiritual energy concentration and Dao rhythm orientation of each blessed land, silently filtering for a suitable place to settle. Upon reaching the first mountain peak, he found the ground covered with spiritual herbs, and the sound of flowing spiritual springs filled the air. The Dao rhythm of longevity was rich. However, this peak was the place where Nanji Xianwing usually harvested spiritual herbs, and had already been designated as his personal herb valley. Wanbao did not wish to disturb his senior brother, so he merely glanced from a distance before turning to leave. The second mountain peak was rich in pre-heavenly golden essence, with surging metallic Dao patterns beneath the earth and treasure light soaring into the sky, making it an excellent place for treasure refining. Above the peak, numerous illusory treasure refining cauldrons hovered. Wanbao recognized it as Duobao's treasure refining peak, and naturally would not intrude. Continuing forward, many spiritual mountains with subtle Dao rhythms already had their owners occupied by pre-heavenly spiritual birds and beasts. Wanbao avoided them one by one, not wishing to randomly encroach on others' cultivation grounds. The vast Kunlun stretches across the ages, the ancestor of all the mountains in the primordial world. The ancestral vein spans millions of miles, with clouds rolling, spiritual peaks stacking, and pre-heavenly spiritual energy flowing like waterfalls, with countless remnants of spiritual veins and secret realms left by the opening of the heavens. Wanbao, dressed in a green robe, walked leisurely and aimlessly through this vast expanse of Kunlun's ancestral. Unlike other newly arrived cultivators in Kunlun, who anxiously sought out the peak caves with exceptional spiritual energy, he did not cling to those core blessed lands filled with fortune and spiritual light. Fundamentally, Wanbao had his own clear understanding. Although Kunlun is splendid, it is ultimately not a place to linger long. Now that the 3 sages are still in Kunlun, delving into their insights and solidifying their foundations as saints, the grand trend of the heavenly Dao is already predetermined. In the future, the 3 sages will surely cultivate their Dao to perfection and ascend to sainthood, at which point they will divide their teachings, establish 3 schools, and branch into sects. In this vast Kunlun ancestral vein with thousands of blessed mountains, they will all be occupied by the 3 sages, leaving no space for idle cultivators. He is merely a transient disciple following his master's teachings, and ultimately, just a fleeting visitor to Kunlun. When the day comes for his master to move to the Eastern Sea to establish a teaching ground, he will likewise travel to the Eastern Sea, far away from this ancestral land of Kunlun. Because he sees clearly, Wanbao has no excessive demands for the Kunlun teaching ground. He does not seek overwhelming fortune or unparalleled secret realms. He only desires a place that is tranquil and unobtrusive, which is sufficient. As he walked on the clouds, a gentle breeze brushed his sleeves, and he was enveloped by clouds with Wanbao's heart in peace, leisurely enjoying the eternal, immortal scenery of Kunlun. But at this moment, deep within his stable divine consciousness, the supreme, pre-heavenly spiritual treasure, the gathering treasure basin, suddenly emitted a warm and rich radiant light. Buzz, the faint yet clear sound of the spiritual treasure vibrating, resonated directly through his consciousness, extremely abrupt. Wanbao's steps suddenly froze, his eyes instantly gleaming with brilliance as understanding surged in his heart. A disturbance. It's a pre-heavenly treasure. The gathering treasure basin, being a supreme pre-heavenly spiritual treasure, possesses the unparalleled ability to sense treasures, naturally detecting all pre-heavenly essences and spiritual treasures in the world. Whenever there is a pre-heavenly treasure nearby, it will instinctively resonate, alerting its owner and even drawing the treasure's aura closer. At this moment, the spiritual treasure's disturbance was intense, far beyond what an ordinary post-heavenly spiritual item could trigger. There must be a rare pre-heavenly treasure hidden nearby. Wanbao immediately focused his scattered mind, spreading his divine sense, and following the intangible pull from the gathering treasure basin, penetrating layer upon layer of clouds and miasma, gazing towards the source of the aura. As his vision pierced through the swirling clouds, a secluded spiritual peak hidden in the side veins of Kunlun slowly revealed its true form. This mountain's spiritual light was reclusive, unlike the core peaks of Kunlun that shone with dazzling radiance and overwhelming presence. In terms of purity and richness of spiritual energy, it was still slightly inferior to the top blessed lands. However, its greatest advantage was its remoteness and seclusion. Seldom visited by any powerful cultivators throughout history, it remained untouched and tranquil, making it the most suitable place for cultivators to retreat and stabilize their foundations. Wanbao felt a stirring in his heart, and the cloud light beneath his feet swirled, instantly crossing thousands of mountains and seas, landing before the spiritual peak. Carefully assessing the terrain here, he saw that the entire spiritual peak was surrounded by mountains on three sides, with green peaks forming a natural barrier, enclosing a spacious and flat valley. The mountains cut off the sounds of the outside world, isolating the noisy chaos of 1,000 miles, creating a naturally closed secret realm. As he stepped down onto the ground, Wanbao immediately sensed the unusualness of this place. The ground beneath his feet was not ordinary celestial earth, but rather the pre-heavenly five-colored earth left behind from the opening of the heavens. The five elemental soils of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth intermingled, reflecting and shining, with the ground flowing with faint five-colored Dao rhythms, warm and rich, endlessly vibrant. The entire valley had a perfectly balanced spiritual energy with no trace of depletion in any attribute. The five elemental spiritual energies circulated and intertwined, rising without wind, creating a misty and aromatic atmosphere, perfectly aligning with the Dao of the five elements. As his gaze fell to the center of the valley, an ancient towering tree suddenly came into view, causing Wanbao's expression to change dramatically. The ancient tree stood over 1,000 feet tall, majestic and towering, its branches stretching across the skies, surrounded by an incredibly rich, pre-heavenly pure qi, with strands of five-element Dao patterns entwining the entire tree. Its branches were laden with plump, round fruits, radiating five-colored spiritual light, filling the air with celestial fragrance that wafted throughout the valley. Pre-heavenly pure qi surrounds it, and the Dao rhythm is ancient and profound. This is a pre-heavenly spiritual root. Wanbao's pupils constricted, feeling both astonished and delighted. In the primordial world, pre-heavenly spiritual roots are incredibly rare. Aside from the few well-known spiritual roots like the peach of immortality, ginseng fruit, huangzhong li fusang, and the gourd vine, most pre-heavenly spiritual roots are nameless and hidden in secret realms, encountered by chance, but not sought. Unexpectedly, while casually strolling through Kunlun, he would stumble upon a pre-heavenly spiritual root. He suppressed his excitement and stepped closer, wanting to carefully investigate the grade and peculiarities of this spiritual root. The closer he got, the more strange his expression became, filled with astonishment. The towering, pre-heavenly ancient tree before him, in its shaped branches and fruiting form, bore a striking resemblance to the lychee tree he had seen in his past life. Is it possible? In the primordial wilderness, amidst myriad celestial trees, can there truly exist a congenital spiritual root that resembles an earthly fruit tree? Wanbao couldn't help but murmur, could this be a congenital lychee tree? As his thoughts shifted, he raised his hand and gently caressed the rough ancient trunk. In an instant, an ancient and vast aura of innate Dao surged into his primordial spirit through his palm, and all the information, grades, divine abilities, and miraculous uses of the spiritual root that had accumulated since its birth became vividly clear in Wanbao's sea of consciousness, utterly unguarded. The five-pattern primordial lychee tree, also known as the five elements lychee tree, is a mid-grade congenital. This tree was born at the dawn of creation, nurtured by the five elemental veins of Kunlun, taking root in the hidden five elements primordial spring valley of Kunlun, located at the core of the convergence of the five elemental veins, shrouded for eons by the primordial five-colored mists remaining hidden throughout the ages. Due to its mid-grade congenital status, lacking the endorsement of heavenly fate and extraordinary phenomena, it had never been detected by the supreme beings of the primordial era, such as Hongjun Daozu, the three pure ones, Xinyuanzi, and Zhuangmu, remaining silent and unnoticed for eons. The entire tree is uniquely endowed, forming a complete cycle of the five elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The roots consist of earth, the branches of wood, the bark of metal, the heart of fire, and the flesh of water, with each part embodying one of the elemental sources, mutually thriving and circulating endlessly, achieving a perfect cycle without any single attribute suffering from decay. Unlike the rare congenital spiritual roots like the peach of immortality or the ginseng fruit, the five-pattern primordial lychee tree excels in its steady aura, solid foundation, and abundant yield, making it most suitable for Tai golden immortals to cultivate and harmonize their Dao foundations for a stable and reliable experience. The growth rhythm of this tree is predetermined by heavenly principles. It takes 500 years to sprout and bloom, 1,000 years to bear fruit, 1,500 years for the essence to solidify, and 2,000 years to fully mature and harvest. During each ripening cycle, it can yield a full 3,005 elements lychees, subtly reflecting the supreme mysteries of the 3,000 Dao, symbolizing the inclusion of all methods and the harmony of the five elements. The tree stands majestically at 1,000 feet, with distinct characteristics of the 5 elements in each part, holding boundless mysteries. The main trunk is thick and brown, entwined with layers of earth Dao patterns rooted deep in the ground, suppressing the entire valley's veins. The side branches glisten, with a vibrant green flowing with pure vitality of wood, embodying the essence of perpetual growth. The bark is densely covered with gleaming metal crystals, shining brightly, and with a mere scratch fine golden sparks fall, exuding innate golden energy. The heart of the tree is hollow, continuously flowing with a crimson, translucent primordial fire essence, requiring no external ignition, possessing a constant warm earth fire that nourishes the flower and fruit essence. The vast root system deeply penetrates the ground's primordial spring, continuously absorbing the innate spiritual water to nourish the tree's vitality. The 5 elements lychees produced at the branches are extraordinarily mystical, with their shells covered in natural scales that spiral in gold, green, yellow, red, and black, their Dao patterns clear and harmoniously formed. When the thick shell is peeled away, the inner flesh is divided into 5 layers, each corresponding to a pure innate spiritual energy, distinctly layered and mutually supportive. At the center of the seed lies a flawless round primal Dao seed, its aura stable and incredibly resilient. Even ordinary innate mortal tools touching it would not shatter, completely avoiding the common issues faced by the ginseng fruit when encountering soil or water. The tree's 5 elements have clear roles, each serving its purpose. The main root of earth absorbs the heavy essence of the earth, stabilizing the foundation of the spiritual root and resisting spatial shocks, vein collapses, and magical tool impacts. The branches of wood govern the pathway of growth, autonomously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. If the trunk is damaged, it can self-repair, remaining evergreen through the ages. The bark of metal harbors innate golden energy naturally, resisting all blades and metal magical tools, boasting considerable defensive power. The heart of fire provides a gentle primordial fire essence, continuously nourishing the flowers and fruits, dispelling surrounding cold and dark energies. The flesh of water condenses the spiritual liquid of the primordial spring, neutralizing the fire energy of the heart and cleansing all chaotic impurities and disorderly spiritual power within the cultivator. At the same time, the spiritual root possesses 2 innate divine abilities, each with boundless uses. The first is the 5 directions mist. The spiritual root constantly generates a 5-colored mist, enveloping the entire valley, causing chaos in the spiritual energies. Any cultivator below the golden immortal level who mistakenly enters will have their internal energies conflict and disarray, leading to self-inflicted damage. The second is the primordial essence healing. The 5 elemental spiritual essence contained within the heart of the tree is a peerless treasure for healing. Applying it to the body can repair physical wounds and heal meridian fractures. Integrating it into the primordial spirit can soothe disturbances in the sea of consciousness and mend hidden injuries in the Dao foundation, specifically resolving the spiritual conflicts left by the cultivation of 5-element techniques, preventing the risk of demonic deviation. Furthermore, the miraculous effects of the 5-pattern primordial lychees fruit align perfectly with Wanba's current cultivation needs. Merely standing in the valley and inhaling the fragrance of the fruit can help him calm his spirit, stabilize the chaotic spiritual energy within, solidify his golden immortal foundation, and additionally extend his lifespan by 2,000 years. If he consumes a ripe lychee, it can balance the 5 elemental energies within a cultivator, completely eliminating the pitfalls of attribute imbalance and chaotic spiritual power on the path of cultivation. Long-term consumption by a Tai golden immortal can rapidly refine the 5 energies within, accelerating their journey towards perfection and solidifying the foundation of their Dao. The Dao seed contained within the fruit's core is an extraordinary material for alchemy. Collecting a sufficient quantity of seeds and refining them can produce the unparalleled 5 elements harmonization pill, specifically addressing the spiritual conflicts and Dao foundation disturbances caused by the cultivation of multiple techniques, making it an exceedingly rare treasure in the primordial era for stabilizing and protecting the Dao. The only limitation is the inherent shortcoming of mid-grade congenital spiritual roots. They cannot give rise to complete fragments of the 5 elements laws, nor can they rely on the spiritual fruit to directly break through to the Daluo golden immortal realm, lacking the overwhelming power of breakthrough compared to upper-grade and top-grade congenital spiritual roots. Apart from the spiritual fruit, the entire tree is a treasure, with no part being waste material. The main trunk can be used to forge a mid-grade 5 elements protective wooden shield, allowing for seamless switching of elemental defenses, balancing both offense and defense. The bark can be scraped to obtain metal sand, which can be mixed into the main material for forging magical weapons compatible with the 5 elemental energies. The essence from the heart of the tree is a top-tier alchemical auxiliary material capable of neutralizing conflicts in medicinal properties and harmonizing various pills. Dried flowers can be used to create 5 elements spiritual incense, which when burned can enhance the spiritual energy of the cave sky and balance the elemental attributes of the surrounding region. Wanbao comprehended all this information thoroughly, and his heart was filled with uncontainable joy. While others might search the primordial wilderness for a millennium to find a single congenital spiritual root, he had casually wandered and found a complete 5-element congenital fruit tree hidden from view, unclaimed and uncontested, effortlessly falling into his possession. What was even more precious was that the characteristics of this 5-pattern primordial lychee tree seemed tailor-made for him. His cultivation method harmonized with the 5 elements, necessitating the stabilization of the 5 energies, the harmonization of spiritual power, and the prevention of conflicts. This spiritual root is stable and mild with abundant yields and comprehensive uses, perfectly suited to his current path of cultivation. A heavenly opportunity has fallen into my hands. Wanbao laughed heartily without any hesitation. In the primordial realm, when a congenital spiritual root recognizes its master, one must first stabilize the root, lock the veins, and gather the energy, preventing any leakage of secrets and prying eyes. He immediately sat cross-legged before the spiritual root, urging his own primordial source, Dao rhythm, allowing strands of his life essence blood to flow from his fingertips, slowly merging into the ancient trunk of the 5-colored tree. As the life essence blood entered the tree, an immediate bond was forged between him and the spiritual root. Buzz. The ancient tree, towering at 1,000 feet, gently trembled, and 5-colored spiritual light surged into the sky, only to instantly retract and be locked within the valley. The previously dispersed 5-colored mist suddenly contracted, transforming into a dense and invisible barrier, enveloping the entire spiritual peak valley, obscuring heavenly secrets and hiding anomalies. Even a Deluo golden immortal passing through this place would be unable to uncover the mysteries of the spiritual root within the valley. From this moment on, this nameless 5-element lychee spiritual root officially belonged to Wanbao. After subduing the spiritual root, Wanbao looked around the entire valley, already formulating plans in his heart. This place is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, gathering wind and energy, with primordial 5-colored earth covering the ground, the 5 elemental spiritual energy evenly balanced, and a mid-grade congenital spiritual root sitting at its core, naturally forming a protective array for the valley, quiet and secluded, free from disturbance. Isn't this exactly the Kunlun dojo he desires? From now on, this place shall be my hidden cultivation dojo in Kunlun. I shall name it 5 Elements Primordial Spring Valley. As Wanbao finished speaking, the winds of the valley stirred, the spiritual wood gently swayed, and celestial fragrances wafted, seemingly responding to its new master. With the dojo confirmed, Wanbao began to transform this nameless valley. This place was originally a natural secret realm, but it lacked habitation and cultivation platforms. Wanbao raised his hand, using innate spiritual power to draw upon the energy of the earth veins, and based on the rocky cliffs at the back of the valley, he excavated a spacious and profound natural cave. Inside the cave, it was spacious and transparent, clean and dust-free, with faint 5-colored spiritual light flowing through the surrounding rock walls, and the spiritual energy was even denser and purer than outside the valley. The surrounding cliff walls had naturally formed several stone chamber prototypes, which only required slight polishing to transform into quiet cultivation rooms, alchemical rooms, and treasure vaults, saving a lot of effort in establishing the cave. Raising his hand to manipulate his primordial source light, thousands of fine treasures surged from his palm, transforming into a colorful treasure axe, which he gently swung. The axe blade glided across the cliff wall, instantly smoothing and leveling the rough surface, refining the natural stone chambers into clearly defined spaces for meditative practice, storage, alchemical furnaces, and treasure refining. He then drew upon the spiritual veins from the mountain peak, channeling the spiritual energy of the spiritual pool to each stone chamber, setting up a simple gathering array to attract the surrounding spiritual energy into the cave, and using his own Dao power to lay down a faint golden barrier at the valley's entrance, preventing outsiders from entering the cave without his permission, ensuring a peaceful cultivation environment. In just half a stick of incense, a simple, elegant, and spiritually abundant temporary cave was completed. He then took the purest primordial 5-colored earth from the valley, mixing it with his own spiritual power, and built a tall platform for enlightenment directly in front of the spiritual root. The surface was as smooth as a mirror with flowing Dao rhythms, making it perfect for daily meditation and contemplation of the 5-element Dao. Afterward, Wanbao operated his spiritual power, organizing the entire valley's energy veins, gathering all the disordered spiritual veins around the lychee spiritual root, allowing the entire mountain's spiritual energy to nourish the spiritual root, working in tandem to form a closed-loop dojo. Having completed all this, the entire valley underwent a profound transformation. The outer peaks were now surrounded by a layer of natural mist barrier, isolating external sounds so that one could sit in tranquility without being disturbed by the spiritual creatures and beasts of the mountains. The once silent and unremarkable Kunlun side valley now featured a serene cave, a stable platform for enlightenment, a towering spiritual root, and celestial fragrances filling the air with 5-element spiritual energy endlessly thriving and circulating. The 5 elements illusory mist shrouded the area year-round, keeping outsiders from glimpsing its secrets, truly making it a secluded and peaceful hidden sanctuary. Wanbao slowly stepped onto the enlightenment platform, sat cross-legged, and looked up at the towering ancient 5 elements lychee tree before him. 3,000 fully ripe lychees hung from the branches, filling his heart with profound tranquility. Wan Bao entered the main meditation chamber and sat cross-legged upon the primordial jade platform beside the spirit pool. He took out the supreme purity golden scripture bestowed by Tongtian. The ancient azure scroll floated in the air before him, myriad Dao patterns flowing across its surface, emanating a vast and encompassing aura of the supreme purity Great Dao that filled the entire stone chamber. Wan Bao calmed his mind, cast aside all distracting thoughts, and closed his eyes. His divine soul immersed itself within the scroll, meticulously studying the supreme purity's supreme heritage. Immortal power circulated slowly through his body as he formally commenced his cultivation journey under the Supreme Purity Sect on Kunlun Mountain. A mountain breeze swept through the valley, rustling the branches outside the cave dwelling. In the distance, the profound Dao resonance of the Sanqing Palace continued to rise faintly. Amidst the boundless immortal mountains and blessed lands of eastern Kunlun, Wan Bao's era of cultivation had officially begun. 10,000 years to the vast primordial world was merely a fleeting bubble in the river of time. Seas may overturn, fields may change, stars may dim and brighten, and all things in the universe drift and transform within the long river of time. Yet for a cultivator in secluded meditation, this long span of 10,000 years passes in the blink of an eye. Within the 5 elements primordial spring valley, the primordial spirit spring's misty aura accumulated over billions of years, layered densely, enveloping the entire valley and isolating this cave heaven from the clamor of the primordial world. The valley brimmed with spiritual energy. The earth's veins surged with unceasing spiritual power, transforming into wisps of primordial pure chi that flowed endlessly towards the azure jade platform at the valley's center. Seated upright upon the jade platform was none other than Wan Bao, immersed in deep cultivation. Since formally becoming Tongshan's disciple and entering the 5 elements primordial spring valley for secluded cultivation, a full 10,000 years had passed. Wan Bao had not stepped a single foot outside his cave dwelling, remaining utterly focused, casting aside all distractions day and night, comprehending the Supreme Purity's ultimate Dao method, the Supreme Purity Golden Scripture. This method was the Supreme Dao Scripture personally transmitted by Tongtian, encompassing all phenomena, holding the mysteries of heaven and earth, containing the ultimate principles of the cosmos. It was the most orthodox and supreme foundational cultivation method of the Supreme Purity lineage. Unlike the shallow and one-sided nature of common heterodox techniques in the primordial world, the Supreme Purity Golden Scripture traced directly back to Panga's act of creation, aligning perfectly with the core Dao intent of the Supreme Purity Great Dao. It was profound, vast, and progressive, each realm concealing boundless mysteries. Only those with immense perseverance, great enlightenment, and tremendous fortune could even glimpse its threshold. With his golden immortal Dao foundation as the base, Wan Bao spent 10,000 years without cease, his primordial spirit immersed in the Dao scripture, deducing the true meaning of the Great Dao day and night. With each breath, he drew upon the primordial spiritual energy of the 5 elements primordial spring valley, refining his Dao body and tempering his golden immortal laws. In deep meditation, his primordial spirit roamed the celestial Daos, unraveling the profound mysteries of heaven and earth's operation, the changes of yin and yang, and the generation and overcoming cycles of the 5 elements. Day after day, year after year, the cycle continued endlessly. He thoroughly cleansed and refined the mixed magical power heterodox foundations, and scattered Dao fruits accumulated from his past cultivation, leaving not a single trace behind. He let all miscellaneous techniques fade away, focusing solely on one path, clinging firmly to the orthodox Supreme Purity Great Dao. He condensed his vast magical power drop by drop through 1,000 temperings and 100 refinements into the purest, most upright, and most majestic Supreme Purity Immortal Chi. This immortal Chi was gentle, yet vast, clear, and flawless, bearing not a trace of mortal turbidity or heterodox malice. It inherently carried the Supreme Purity Dao's unique essence of righteousness, freedom, and spontaneity. It bore the unmistakably clear imprint of the Supreme Purity Great Dao. Now 10,000 years of secluded cultivation had reached perfect completion. His cultivation and Dao were accomplished. At this moment, Wan Bao's Dao foundation was as stable as a rock. Immortal Chi swirled around him, and wisps of azure Dao resonance coiled around his limbs, meridians, and the primordial spirit at his brow. It was introverted, yet not obscure, vast, yet not ostentatious. He appeared unremarkable, yet his foundation was unfathomably deep. Now, if he were to step out of the 5 elements primordial spring valley and into the primordial world, any cultivator who had reached the Deluo golden immortal realm or above would instantly discern his orthodox Supreme Purity cultivation with a mere sweep of their divine sense. They would recognize him at a glance as a personal disciple of Supreme Purity Tongtian. His lineage would be clear and undeniable. Who? After a long while, Wan Bao, seated silently on the jade platform, slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long, murky breath that had been lodged in his chest for 10,000 years. The turbid breath fell soundlessly, instantly dissolved by the dense primordial spiritual energy surrounding him. Following it, a clear and translucent pure qi rose from his dantian, circulating through his meridians and penetrating his 5 organs, 6 viscera, 7 orifices, and primordial spirit. His entire being's essence, energy, and spirit had undergone a complete transformation. His eyes were clear and bright, his gaze deep as the starry sky. The immaturity from before his retreat was gone, replaced by the steadiness and profound understanding honed by 10,000 years of Dao comprehension. His aura was perfectly harmonious, his Dao foundation stable and complete. He stood at the absolute pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. At that moment, a gentle, casual, yet authoritative Dao voice penetrated the layers of cave heaven barriers, clouds, and mountain peaks, arriving unobstructed in the 5 elements primordial spring valley and softly landing in Wan Bao's ear. It was the voice of his master supreme, Purity Tongtian. Disciple, since your retreat is complete, come to the Supreme Purity Palace to see me. The Dao voice was unhurried, devoid of oppressive might, carrying instead a sense of carefree ease. Yet it contained the Supreme Purity's unique Dao rhythm, causing the surrounding heaven and earth's spiritual energy to tremble slightly and formless Dao patterns to flash across the void before vanishing. Wan Bao was momentarily startled, then understood. He promptly restrained his fluctuating Dao resonance, suppressed the surging spiritual power within him, and rose slowly with a respectful and solemn expression. With 10,000 years of seclusion ending in a summons from his master, he dared not delay. He stepped lightly, his figure ethereal, treading upon the valley's spiritual mist as he slowly walked out of the 5 elements primordial spring valley, where he had cultivated for 10 millennia. Outside, sunlight poured down, illuminating his plain Daoist robe, which was spotless. Supreme purity immortal chi flowed faintly around him, his bearing ethereal like a banished immortal. The moment he stepped out of the valley, Wan Bao raised his hand and formed a seal. A flash of spiritual light appeared beneath his feet, and a flawless golden cloud condensed from thin air. He stepped onto the auspicious cloud, robes fluttering, riding the wind, and chasing the clouds, speeding towards the Supreme Purity Palace atop Kunlun Mountain. The auspicious clouds sped through the air, traversing 1,000 miles in an instant, sweeping past the countless peaks and ravines of Kunlun. Kunlun Mountain, formed from Panga's spine, was the #1 immortal mountain in the primordial world. Spirit peaks rose in layers, ancient trees touched the sky, waterfalls and springs hung from the clouds, exotic flowers and rare herbs shone everywhere. Immortal cranes circled with clear cries, spirit deer roamed upon clouds, auspicious mists swirled all around, and Dao resonance was innate in every corner. Before long, Wan Bao arrived at the mountain gate of the Supreme Purity Palace. His auspicious cloud descended slowly and landed steadily upon the smooth, warm, white, jade immortal steps. Looking up, the majestic Supreme Purity Palace stood atop Kunlun's summit. Its halls stretched for millions of miles, glazed golden tiles reflected the sunset, glow-white jade pillars held up the azure sky. Countless Supreme Purity Dao patterns flowed across the palace body, an aura of boundless holy might radiating invisibly. It was solemn, sacred, and magnificent beyond measure. Before the palace gates, 2 tall straight figures stood on either side of the main hall. They were the water and fire youths who permanently guarded the Supreme Purity Palace and managed Tongshan's Dao field. They were the primordial water-fire Qilins born from the supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure, the water-fire gourd. They had followed the Saint Tongtian for eons, possessing profound foundations. Through countless eons of cultivation, they had long since stabilized their Deluo golden immortal cultivation. Their mastery of the water and fire Great Daos was perfected, and their combat prowess far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators of the same realm. However, the heavenly Dao has its own decrees. Beings transformed from spiritual treasures, constrained by their origins' shackles, had a flawed Dao path. Their cultivation limit was the Deluo golden immortal realm, with no possibility of breaking through to attain the mixed yuan. Thus, for 1,000,000 years, the two had contentedly guarded the Supreme Purity Palace, protecting the mountain gate for Tongtian, and managing the trivial affairs of the Dao field, utterly loyal and never once negligent. Seeing Wan Bao approach, respect flickered in the water and fire youth's eyes. They immediately stepped forward half a pace, stood at attention, and bowed slightly to Wan Bao, speaking with sincere respect. "Greetings, senior brother." Although they were transformed innate spiritual treasures with extremely senior standing, Wan Bao was Tongshan's second personal disciple, holding a revered status and orthodox lineage. They naturally adhered to the proper rites of their sect and treated him with respect. Wan Bao, however, did not dare to accept the full bow from his 2 junior brothers. His figure flickered lightly to the side, gracefully avoiding their grand salute. He then raised his hand in a gesture of support, speaking with warmth and humility. "There's no need for such formalities, junior brothers. We are all disciples under the same master brothers of the same sect. There's no need to be so constrained." He knew well that the water and fire youths had served their master for a long time with great merit. He had always respected them and had never put on airs because of his status as a personal disciple. The fire youth straightened up, a hearty smile on his face, and stepped forward to speak softly. "Senior brother, please hurry into the hall. The master has been waiting for you for quite some time." The water youth also nodded slightly, his expression gentle, echoing the sentiment, his eyes full of goodwill. Thank you for the reminder, junior brothers. Wanbao nodded slightly, returned a solemn bow, and then with a thought spiritual light flickered at his fingertips. In his palm appeared 20 plump, lustrous 5 elements lychees radiant with spiritual light. These lychees were no ordinary fruits. They were born of the unique innate spiritual root in his 5 elements primordial spring valley, nurtured by absorbing the primordial 5 elements spring spiritual energy for 10,000 years. A single fruit was worth 1,000 years of bitter cultivation for an ordinary cultivator, containing pure and gentle primordial origin power, most suitable for nourishing the primordial spirit and warming the Dao body. Wanbao offered the spirit fruits to the water and fire youths, his smile gentle. These are the 5 elements lychees born of the innate spiritual root in my cave dwelling. Their spiritual energy is pure and quite nourishing. Please accept them, junior brothers, and enjoy something new. Such innate spirit fruits were extremely precious. The water and fire youths were about to decline, but Wanbao's mind was already made up. Before they could voice their refusal, he stepped forward and strode grandly towards the majestic Supreme Purity Palace Hall, his bearing calm and extraordinary. Holding the radiant 5 elements lychees in their palms, the water and fire youths watched Wanbao's retreating figure, their hearts filled with warmth. They exchanged a smile, both brimming with gratitude. The palace was deep, its Dao resonance profound. Stepping into the main hall of the Supreme Purity Palace, unlike the lively vitality outside, the atmosphere within was ancient and solemn. Countless azure supreme purity Dao patterns floated in the void, slowly rotating. Wisps of supreme purity Dao might spread in all directions, gentle and profound, nourishing things silently, yet carrying the supreme momentum to suppress the heavens and stabilize the universe. At the supreme cattail mat in the very center of the hall, Supreme Purity Tongtian reclined casually, his usual unkempt and carefree demeanor on full display. Without a trace of pretense, he wore a simple blue robe that hung loosely on him, his long hair cascading down without a hint of deliberate authority. He exuded a lazy, carefree demeanor entirely devoid of the aloofness typically associated with great power. Seeing his second disciple Wanbao stroll into the great hall, Tongtian's eyelids lifted slightly, casting a calm glance his way, his posture remaining relaxed and unhurried. Wanbao reached the center of the hall, standing upright with an expression of utmost respect. He deeply bowed to Tongtian, who occupied the high seat, performing his salutations with complete decorum, his voice clear and solemn. Disciple Wanbao pays respects to master. Tongtian, leaning against the sacred seat, lazily let out a long yawn, a trace of lingering drowsiness in his eyes, his tone casual and carefree, devoid of any semblance of a master's demeanor. Wanbao, you have arrived. Though his tone was flat, the sound of his Dao still resonated within the hall, causing the surrounding Dao patterns to shimmer even more brightly, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to rise and fall in rhythm. Wanbao straightened up, his gaze sincere as he cupped his hands in congratulations, speaking earnestly. Disciple congratulates master on a significant advancement in cultivation with an increasingly vast and profound Dao rhythm. Upon entering the hall, he had keenly sensed that master's Dao rhythm was even more profound and complete than it had been 10,000 years ago. The upper clear Dao appeared increasingly stable, as if he had broken through another layer of heavenly shackles, hence his sincere congratulations. However, upon hearing this, Tongtian immediately rolled his eyes, a look of helpless jest on his face, casually responding, "Stop with the flattery, my disciple. After sitting in silence for 10,000 years to comprehend the Dao, diligently cultivating in the Dao field, I have not made a shred of breakthrough. Where would this significant advancement in cultivation come from?" His straightforward words and relaxed posture instantly lightened the solemn atmosphere of the great hall. Wanbao felt slightly embarrassed upon hearing this, raising a hand to touch his nose, his lips twitching slightly. He could only silently retract his congratulatory words, standing quietly, not daring to speak further. Tongtian observed his disciple's somewhat restrained demeanor. A flicker of amusement crossed his eyes. He slowly straightened his lazy posture, gradually sitting upright, cross-legged on the cushion. Shedding his lazy demeanor at this moment, an invisible authority began to rise around him. The vast essence of the upper clear and the supreme Dao lineage quietly revealed itself, transforming his entire aura into one of profound solemnity, evoking awe. His gaze was clear and sharp, possessing the ability to see through all things and understand the hearts of men. He meticulously examined Wanbao below, scrutinizing him from head to toe, from the Dao body to the nascent soul, from the depth of his magical power to the foundation of his Dao. Every detail observed without omission. After a long while, satisfaction and pride emerged in Tongtian's eyes, a proud smile gracing his lips as he slowly spoke, his tone filled with approval. "Not bad, very good. You have secluded yourself for 10,000 years, diligently comprehending the Dao, working hard and sincerely, not wasting a single moment. Your foundation is solid, the essence of the upper clear is pure and authentic, and your Dao rhythm is profound and steady. You truly are my direct disciple, worthy of my utmost cultivation." His words were filled with pride and delight. No one knew that among the great saints of the primordial era the three pure ones shared a singular essence, often communicating through the subtlety of the heavenly Dao. His second brother, upon seeing him take in such an excellent disciple, with exceptional insight, stable temperament, and diligent self-discipline, could hardly conceal the envy in his eyes. Recalling the envious gaze of his second brother, Tong Tian felt an even deeper sense of satisfaction, having always been viewed by his two brothers as impulsive in actions and indiscriminate in accepting disciples. Now with Wan Bao, an exceptional disciple, he had proven his keen eye and ability to discern talent. Wan Bao stood with his head bowed, his demeanor humble, quietly listening to his master's teachings, not daring to show. Tong Tian's gaze sharpened slightly as he continued to sense Wan Bao's cultivation level, slowly articulating the key point. You have now reached the perfect state of the golden immortal. Your foundation is complete and solid, and your essence is amassed to the utmost. You are half a step away from the realm of the supreme golden immortal. Between you and the supreme Dao, there are no barriers of foundation or obstacles of loss. You only lack a thread of heavenly opportunity and a hint of Dao rhythm perception to smoothly break through and attain the supreme immortal status, shedding the shackles of the golden immortal and widening your path. This reveals all the mysteries behind Wan Bao's current cultivation level as Tong Tian's gaze penetrated the essence without a single error. As his voice fell, Tong Tian spoke casually with a tone of determined affection. Since you have diligently cultivated for 10,000 years, only needing a final push today, I shall personally lend you a hand to break through the shackles and achieve the supreme immortal. Upon hearing this, Wan Bao's body trembled slightly, his eyes suddenly bursting with uncontainable joy. His heart stirred, and his expression grew increasingly solemn and respectful. Having a powerful being personally assist in the path and impart teachings is an opportunity that countless cultivators in the entire primordial era seek, but cannot attain. In his excitement, Wan Bao still maintained his clarity and humility. He pretended to be reserved, cupping his hands to decline, speaking sincerely, Master, you must not. This meager breakthrough in realm is a matter of my own cultivation. How can I trouble you to personally intervene and expend your energy? To avoid disturbing your quiet cultivation, this matter need not trouble you. He had confidence in himself, having accumulated his foundation to perfection over 10,000 years. He had long calculated his own path. Even without his master's assistance, as long as he continued to deeply comprehend for another 10,000 years, digesting the Dao rhythm he had accumulated and capturing the heavenly opportunities of the supreme Dao, he would surely be able to smoothly break through to the supreme golden immortal without a doubt. This confidence was rooted in his solid foundation and exceptional insight. However, his feigned modesty and politeness appeared particularly naive and amusing in Tong Tian's eyes. Tong Tian rolled his eyes again in exasperation, his tone carrying a hint of teasing and affection as he casually waved his hand, interrupting Wan Bao's refusal. Put away your little thoughts. Your self-importance and pride are almost written all over your face. As master and disciple, we share glory and disgrace. Between us there is no need for such hollow formalities. You possess exceptional talent and diligent cultivation, deserving of my utmost investment. This trivial matter is nothing to speak of. Tong Tian's eyes were clear, having seen through all of Wan Bao's thoughts with not a single secret left. After his words fell, Tong Tian said no more, lightly waving his right hand. A gentle azure light flashed. In the center of the hall before Wan Bao, a solid ancient jade cushion adorned with intricate innate Dao patterns materialized in midair, steadily floating to the ground directly facing Tong Tian, serving as an excellent seat for comprehending the Dao. Take a seat. Wan Bao did not dare to hesitate, respectfully responding at once. He gathered all his focus, sitting upright on the cushion, with his eyes slightly closed, 5 hearts directed toward the heavens, completely emptying his mind, discarding all distracting thoughts, quietly awaiting his master's teachings. Seeing his disciple seated, Tong Tian's gaze deepened slightly as he raised his hand to cast another seal. Hum! A deep, resonant sound of the Dao echoed throughout the entire upper clear palace. The overwhelming upper clear Dao force surged forth, enveloping the entire great hall. The originally open doors of the upper clear palace slowly closed, forming an invisible and intangible barrier that encompassed the entire hall. The clamor of the outer world, the shifting winds and clouds, the flow of the heavenly Dao were all isolated outside. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, not a hint of noise remained to disturb them. Only the purest essence of the upper clear Dao remained in the hall. Having completed all this, Tong Tian slowly closed his eyes, sitting on the sacred seat, his nascent soul expanding, connecting to the essence of the upper clear Dao. In the next moment, the vast and profound sounds of the upper clear Dao began to flow forth from Tong Tian's mouth. At the banquet of the Tai Xia Palace, the golden palaces shone with purple clarity. The celestial rooms feasted on the Tai Su, with all 4 halls adorned in jade and coral. Casting the wheel into the empty abyss, controlling the reins to dance the green harness. The jade flower flew above the clouds, with the 4 concubines maneuvering the brocade banners. Transcending the worldly dust, suddenly entering the garden of beautiful beings. The period of responsive cultivation has arrived, and the gains are already in the subconscious. riding the wind to the ninth heaven, deeply indulging in the elixir and the infant. Looking back at the worldly matters, how can one know the spirit of the void? The sounds of the Dao began low and faint, but gradually escalated in layers, becoming grand and clear. Unlike the thunder that deafens, it penetrated the flesh and directly reached deep into the nascent soul, cleansing the spirit and awakening the Dao heart. The rhythm of the upper clear Dao permeated the entire hall, with countless profound and ancient Dao runes emerging from the void, swirling in azure and gold, densely floating around. Each rune carried the ultimate principles of the upper clear, since Pangu opened the heavens, elucidating the endless mysteries of the yin and yang of heaven and earth, the interaction of the five elements, the changes of the Dao, and the breakthroughs on the immortal path. The sounds of the Dao eloquently explained the core shackles of the golden immortal realm, dissecting the keys to the transformation from golden immortal to supreme immortal, detailing how to invoke the resonance of the heavenly Dao, how to align one's foundation with the laws of the heavens, and how to break through the barriers of realms and condense the fruits of the supreme Dao. From the subtle nuances of the three flowers gathering at the crown to the perfect truth of the five energies returning to their origins, from the complete transformation of the physical laws to the ultimate sublimation of the nascent soul's Dao rhythm, from the hidden opportunities of the heavenly Dao that ordinary cultivators find hard to comprehend to the comprehensive teachings of the upper clear lineage. The vast Dao rhythm enveloped Wan Bao, seated in meditation, continuously flowing into his limbs, veins, and the center of his nascent soul. The foundation he had accumulated over 10,000 years began to slowly loosen, melt, and elevate under the stimulation of the sounds of the Dao. Countless cultivation puzzles and confusions that had troubled him before vanished completely at this moment. The once incomprehensible Dao questions became instantly clear. The barriers of the realm that had stagnated for so long started to dissolve and disintegrate under the cleansing of Tong Tian's Dao rhythm. Within the entire upper clear palace, the Dao patterns flowed, the immortal light shimmered, the Dao resonated, and the heavens vibrated, slowly unfolding. Seated on the cushion, Wan Bao was surrounded by the purest essence of the upper clear Dao rhythm, as if he were immersed in the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation. At this moment, he felt an extreme sense of profound clarity in his heart. The Dao seemed vast and boundless, encompassing all, spanning across ancient times, containing endless mysteries that evoked reverence and curiosity. However, when a supreme, true, immortal personally arrives to impart teachings, clearing the fog and pointing to the essence, all the obscure and difficult Dao meanings will dissolve into reality, transforming into accessible truths presented clearly before one's eyes. The teachings of the heavenly master, each word a precious gem, every sentence a profound truth, cleave through the illusions of the world, clearing all thorns from Wan Bao's path, severing all shackles of cultivation, allowing him to avoid the pitfalls that countless cultivators would inevitably encounter, thus saving him countless years of wasted effort and arduous training. A century of time passed in the blink of an eye. To the primal beings of the wilderness, 100 years is but a fleeting moment, insufficient to comprehend even the most rudimentary of laws. Yet for Wan Bao, who was immersed in the supreme rhythm of the Dao at this moment, this century was an unparalleled transformation, a profound reconstitution of his foundation. He listened intently to the heavenly master's extensive discourse on the Dao, progressing from the foundational mysteries of the golden immortal realm to the core truths of law convergence, and finally to the ultimate subtleties of a perfected Dao heart and the solidification of fruit position, layer by layer, tracing back to the source. Wan Bao focused his mind and meticulously retraced his entire path of cultivation from the very beginning, sparing no detail, no effort. From the foundational understanding of entering the immortal Dao to condensing the Dao embryo and refining celestial essence, and then to comprehending various laws and honing the foundation of the golden immortal, every trajectory of cultivation, every flow of energy, and every realization of the Dao heart was revisited and refined. He sought not for rapid success, but for perfection without flaw. He aimed to leverage the supreme opportunity of the heavenly master's teachings to meticulously eliminate all subtle flaws, hidden shortcomings, and delusions in his cultivation journey, forging an unparalleled foundation of a golden immortal that would be unmatched throughout history. As his deliberation deepened, the unique sharpness and clarity of the Qingyun Dao rhythm continuously flowed into his spiritual sea, cleansing his primordial spirit, tempering his Dao heart, and nourishing his celestial body. The energy around Wan Bao grew increasingly stable and profound, pure and refined, shedding all restlessness and illusions. His Dao heart returned to a state of pristine clarity, detached from external objects, uninterested in superficiality, and unbound by karma. He pursued only the Dao in its purest form. With his heart directed towards the Dao, all methods converged into one. After a century of seclusion and understanding, he finally achieved consummation. At a certain moment, the Dao mechanism within the Qingyun Palace, which had been silent for countless ages, suddenly surged explosively. A vast and pure celestial radiance erupted from Wan Bao, engulfing the entire Qingyun Immortal Palace. Boom! The sounds of the Dao resonated through heaven and earth. The Dao patterns of the 9 heavens shone brilliantly and countless innate Dao seals appeared in the void golden light, swirling mysterious radiance enveloping. Wanbao abruptly opened his eyes. Two pairs of eyes clear as the ancient starry sky, and deep as the primordial abyss, pierced through the void devoid of joy or sorrow, only the indifference of the Dao, and the true meaning of Tai. In that moment all the laws he had cultivated to this point were perfectly unified, merging into one. The law of his innate gold reached its peak, sharp and unmatched, indestructible, capable of slaying all things and calming the heavens, the profound rhythm of the Dao, thick and weighty. The law of his innate water, completely unified, gentle and vast, encompassing all, able to contain the seas and cover the cosmos, embodying the ultimate truths of the mysterious. Not only the two major innate laws, but also the purification law, the law of the universe, the law of Tai Chi, the law of Yin and Yang, and the law of Wu Ji. He had previously comprehended all 7 laws at this moment, were thoroughly integrated, cycling endlessly, creating a complete system of Dao laws unique to Wanbao. The laws intertwined, the Dao rhythm flowed, mutually giving rise to one another, complementing each other, with no barriers or separations remaining. At this point the Dao heart was utterly flawless. All distractions vanished, illusions shattered, and obsessions eradicated. The original heart was pure and singular, returning to the primordial source of Tai. Tai is the only unchanging innate origin, the self, as the Dao, independent of the heavenly Dao, unbound by all things. At the moment the Dao heart reached perfection and returned to Tai, Wanbao's spiritual sea trembled violently. The Dao roared, resonating through his soul. 3 ethereal and translucent blossoms, imbued with the supreme Dao mechanism of Tai, slowly formed and floated atop his primordial spirit. The 3 blossoms yet to bloom already held the entirety of the Dao fruit's essence of the Tai, golden immortal, containing the unmatched foundation to transcend the mortal and celestial realms, standing firmly at the source of the Dao. In the moment, the Dao fruit solidified the countless shackles of golden immortal cultivation that had restrained Wanbao for endless years, shattered with a resounding crash. The originally pure and robust golden immortal power dissolved and reformed like a tidal wave, shedding the shackles of the mortal and celestial, washing away the dependencies on the heavenly Dao, transforming into strands of the supreme Tai, celestial power, originating from his own primordial source. The primordial spirit ascended the celestial body, transformed the power, reborn, and the Dao fruit stabilized. In the briefest moment Wanbao crossed over an insurmountable chasm that countless primal cultivators could not surpass in a million years, stepping directly into the realm of a perfected Tai, golden immortal. After a century of teachings from the heavenly master, a sudden transformation allowed Wanbao to bypass millions of years of hard training, achieving the Tai Dao fruit in the most complete, flawless, and supreme manner, with a foundation so profound and solid that it surpassed all others of the same realm. After a century of teachings from the heavenly master, a sudden transformation allowed Wanbao to bypass millions of years of hard training, achieving the Tai Dao fruit in the most complete, flawless, and supreme manner. The originally clear skies of Kunlun, filled with auspicious clouds and vibrant energies, instantly darkened as black clouds gathered, thunderclouds roiling the heavy dark tribulation clouds rapidly converged from beyond the 9 heavens, shrouding the peak of Kunlun. Purple-black lightning surged wildly within the thick tribulation clouds, roaring with ferocity, the crackling thunder tearing through the heavens, the terrifying might of the heavens crushing the surroundings. The continuous rumble of thunder echoed for miles, shaking the Kunlun mountains, stirring the seas of clouds, and causing the spirit veins to tremble. The boundless power of heavenly punishment locked onto the location of the Qingyun heavenly palace. The chilling and murderous aura of the tribulation spread through heaven and earth, plunging the entire Kunlun immortal realm into a grim and deadly silence. The myriad beings of the Kunlun mountains, scattered cultivators and hermits, as well as the spirits of plants and animals, were all intimidated by this overwhelming and terrifying heavenly might, halting their cultivation to gaze up at the summit of Kunlun, their eyes filled with shock and reverence. Boom! Another deafening thunderclap erupted, resonating through the 8 wildernesses. This is the tribulation of the Tai, golden immortal. The 3 disasters of the heavenly Dao have descended. There is indeed a great power breaking through to the Tai, golden immortal, in Kunlun. The 3 disasters of Tai are harsh and perilous. Among millions of primal cultivators, 3 out of 10 perish, and those who can safely pass are few and far between. I wonder which senior has advanced to the Dao. The 3 clear Daoist temple of Kunlun is indeed blessed. Every once in a while a great power attains the Dao, causing envy. Countless scattered cultivators murmured in fear, their minds captivated by the terrifying heavenly might descending from the 9 heavens, filled with shock, not daring to show any disrespect. At the Kunlun peak, the 3 great heavenly palaces of Yuqing, Shanqing, and Taiqing remained tranquil and transcendent, undisturbed by the rolling tribulation clouds and the mighty heavenly might. 2 celestial figures stepped out from their respective abodes, almost simultaneously standing atop the clouds, their gazes directed towards the Shanqing palace, shrouded in clear qi. It was the southern polar immortal and the Daobao Daoist. The two had clear eyes perceiving the heavenly mechanism and instantly understood the source of this tribulation, both harboring the same thought in their hearts. It is Wanbao Jr. brother. Only the newly initiated who had been in seclusion to comprehend the Dao Wanbao Jr. brother had been listening to the master's teachings in Shangqing and now was breaking through with no one else in sight. In the Taiching Palace, Laozi leisurely opened his eyes, his gaze having witnessed the creation of the world and seen through the vicissitudes of time, calmly looking towards Shangqing, his expression indifferent, yet containing a hint of approval. In the Yuqing Palace, Yuan Shi also slowly opened his eyes, the divine light of Yuqing circulating around him, an overwhelming pressure subtly emanating, his gaze locked onto the Shangqing horizon with a complex expression of awe, regret, and envy. On the jade tower of the Shangqing Palace, Tang Tian stood in the void, his azure robe billowing in the wind, black hair cascading like a waterfall, his handsome and sharp features adorned with a faint self-satisfied smile. He nodded slightly towards the direction of the Taiching and Yuqing palaces, revealing the camaraderie and deep affection shared among the three clears. Then Tang Tian retracted his gaze, landing on Wanbao, who had just achieved Dao perfection and whose aura was stable and transcendent, his eyes filled with contentment and satisfaction. After a century of imparting the Dao in a single moment, his disciple's talent, comprehension, and foundation of the Dao heart surpassed all his expectations. In the next instant, Tang Tian waved his hand, enveloping Wanbao in a gentle yet irresistible force of Shangqing Dao. The space twisted and turned, time and space shifted in an instant. Wanbao, who had been seated in the quiet chamber of the Shangqing Palace, had no time to react as the scene before him suddenly shifted. In the blink of an eye, he found himself standing at the pinnacle of Kunlun under the Nine Heavens tribulation. The sudden turn of events caught Wanbao off guard, leaving him in a state of shock. Looking up revealed the heavy tribulation clouds darkening the skies, the purple-black lightning roaring wildly, the destructive might of the heavens bearing down upon him, locking him in place, with no escape, no refuge. Damn! Wanbao could not help but curse inwardly, feeling a mix of helplessness and frustration. While others had their masters protect them through tribulations, granting treasures for protection, and overseeing the tribulation, his master had simply teleported him directly, throwing him into the heart of the heavenly tribulation with no preparation or buffer, not giving him a moment's respite or a chance to adjust. Just as Wanbao's emotions surged, the Nine Heavens tribulation clouds had already fully brewed. The first Tai thunder tribulation, infused with unparalleled destructive power, descended like a dragon falling from the heavens, a celestial river overturning, carrying the terrifying might that could tear apart the world, crashing down upon Wanbao's head. The lightning shone brilliantly, the thunder surged mightily, obliterating all illusions, suppressing all new births. Not good. Wanbao's heart tightened instinctively, swaying his body, employing all his body techniques and divine powers, hastily dodging to the side, trying to evade the sudden lightning strike. But ultimately he was far too inexperienced when it came to tribulations of the wilderness. He had cultivated smoothly from a young age, relying on exceptional opportunities and profound fortunes, steadily ascending in realm, never having undergone the baptism of heavenly tribulation. He was unaware that the tribulation of the Tai Golden Immortals, three disasters, was a heavenly punishment, specifically targeting those who had attained the Dao. Once the tribulation lightning locks onto the person undergoing the tribulation, it will imprint their true spirit's Dao seal, binding them to their Dao fruit position, with nowhere to hide, no way to escape, regardless of distance or concealment. Dodging is futile, teleportation is ineffective, and hiding is useless. This is the supreme heavenly Dao iron law established after the Dao ancestor, Hongjun, unified the Dao. Wanbao's heart suddenly enlightened, instantly comprehending the evolution of the heavenly tribulation. In the primordial chaos, when the order of heaven and earth had yet to be established, cultivators could break through realms freely and without restraint. They needed no tribulations, only a complete Dao foundation and an understanding of the laws to naturally attain enlightenment and advance. However, during the chaotic era of the demon ancestor Lihu, where slaughter engulfed the wilderness and the source of inner demons was opened, countless cultivators became overly reliant on their divine abilities, neglecting their Dao hearts. They prioritized slaughter over cultivation, becoming entangled in obsessions and flooded by inner demons, eventually falling into the demonic path, disrupting the order of heaven and earth and corrupting the foundation of the primordial Dao. It was then that the Dao ancestor Hongjun unified the heavens and took command of the heavenly Dao to restore order, select righteous cultivators, and eliminate the sources of demonic chaos, thoroughly refining the rules of cultivation in the world. From that point on, any cultivator in the primordial realm who sought to break through into the realms of golden immortal Tai or Deluo would inevitably face heavenly tribulations to refine their bodies and test their Dao hearts. If one succeeds in transcending the tribulation, their Dao fruit will be solidified, the path ahead will be smooth, and the Great Dao will lie before them. If one fails, their foundation will shatter, their primordial spirit will be annihilated, and everything will turn to dust. The Tai realm corresponds to the notorious and perilous Tai, three calamities: body calamity, primordial spirit calamity, and karma calamity. The three calamities progress layer by layer and are interlinked, each refining the cultivator's physical body, primordial spirit, and karmic ties, making none dispensable, and each level a formidable challenge. Boom. The violet-black thunderclaps were ultimately unavoidable, crashing down upon Wanba's body. The violently raging power of the heavenly thunder instantly engulfed his entire being as destructive currents penetrated flesh, invaded bones, and coursed through his meridians, ruthlessly washing over his immortal body. The crackling sound of thunder echoed continuously, and the celestial light surrounding Wanbao dimmed in an instant. His robes were torn apart, and he was left charred black with blood surging in turmoil, presenting a pitiable and wretched sight. The Tai Thunder Calamity specifically refines the body, purges mortal flaws, and breaks shackles with power far exceeding that of ordinary Tai Golden Immortal Thunder Tribulations. Fortunately, when Wanbao broke through to Tai, his Dao body had already undergone a fundamental transformation alongside the realm, far surpassing that of an ordinary Tai Golden Immortal body, coupled with profound fortune, making his foundation exceptionally solid. In just a few breaths, the injuries inflicted upon his body by the heavenly thunder began to heal as spiritual light flowed, the charred skin faded, and his injuries completely healed, restoring him to his former state, pure and flawless, with radiant celestial light. Above the clouds, the three pure ones gazed down at Wanbao, undergoing the tribulation, each with differing expressions. Tongtian, observing this, shook his head slightly, his tone mixed with jest and expectation. This disciple has an exceptional Dao heart, an astonishing comprehension, and a perfect understanding of the laws, yet his body refinement seems somewhat lacking. Though his foundation is stable, he has missed the tempering of countless tribulations. This Tai Three Calamities is precisely to utilize the might of the heavenly Dao to temper his Dao body and refine his physical form, compensating for the final shortcoming. Yuan Shi interjected calmly, his expression serene, radiating the tolerance of an elder. There is no need for my third brother to be anxious. Wanbao is still young, with a brief period of cultivation. To have reached this level of foundation is already unprecedented. The shortcomings of a disciple are precisely why we as elders impart teachings to fill in their gaps. If a disciple were born perfect, omnipotent, with no flaws or shortcomings, why would we as masters need to carefully instruct and nurture them? What you say is indeed true, said the second brother. Tongtian nodded slightly, deeply agreeing with this sentiment. He then gazed at the tumultuous tribulation clouds in the sky, filled with myriad emotions, and softly sighed. Since the teacher unified the Dao, the rules of the heavenly Dao have become increasingly strict and refined. The path of cultivation for all beings has also grown ever more arduous and fraught with difficulties. The road ahead is fraught with obstacles and tribulations, making it truly challenging for junior cultivators to attain Dao and advance. Yuan Shi's eyes were indifferent as he looked down upon the eternal primordial chaos, his tone imbued with an understanding of the essence of heaven and earth. This is the rightful order of heaven and earth. The witch and demon clans possess innate bloodline talents and immense brute strength, yet they do not cultivate their hearts, comprehend the Dao, nor accumulate virtue. They only know slaughter, conflict, seizing opportunities, and wreaking havoc in the primordial realm. The heavenly Dao sets tribulations to select the righteous and punish the deluded, compelling all beings to restore their Dao hearts, cultivate virtue, and comprehend their origins rather than blindly glorifying brute force and slaughter. Tongtian remained silent, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. He understood that Yuan Shi's words were the ultimate truth of the heavenly Dao, yet he also favored the free-spirited nature of his disciple, so though he acknowledged this in his heart, he was reluctant to speak in agreement. In the sky, the heavenly tribulation brewed once more, its might several times stronger than the first level. After the earlier ordeal, Wanbao quickly stabilized his mind, completely discarding any thoughts of evasion. He focused intently on the impending Tai Thunder Calamity, having already grasped the rules of the heavenly tribulation in his heart. He dared not be reckless and resist the might of the heavenly Dao. His body had just undergone transformation and had not yet been tempered by tribulations, and his foundation was ultimately shallow. Forcing himself to endure would only increase his injuries and deplete his Dao foundation. With a thought, Wanba's right hand grasped the air, radiating a brilliant glow, and an ancient, heavy, flawless treasure materialized out of thin air, hovering before him. It was his innate supreme treasure, the life-bound supreme innate spiritual treasure gathering basin. This treasure, born at the dawn of heaven and earth, possesses 48 complete innate prohibitions, gathering fortune, containing blessings, stabilizing fate, solidifying foundations, warding off calamities, and accumulating myriad mysteries within. It is rich in fortune and immense in luck, and in terms of its ability to protect and stabilize fortune, it is hardly inferior to the 12-grade golden lotus of the Western Buddhist sect. Buzz. The treasure-gathering basin hovered in the air, its golden radiance spreading magnificently, with layers of innate Dao patterns swirling endlessly, forming a complete blessed land barrier that firmly protected Wanbao within. Boom. The second, third, and fourth levels of the Tai Thunder Calamity followed in quick succession, falling densely and continuously, as thick purple-black heavenly thunder struck fiercely against the barrier of the treasure-gathering basin's radiance. The terrifying destructive power of the thunder raged and surged, shaking the treasure-gathering basin as dazzling golden light visibly dimmed the surface, innate Dao patterns flickering in and out, revealing signs of wear. Wanba's heart tightened with concern. This treasure-gathering basin was his life-bound treasure, deeply intertwined with his true spirit and fortune, nurtured over countless years to achieve perfection. The overwhelming power of the Tai thunder calamity sustained bombardment would inevitably damage the treasure's essence, and wear down the innate prohibitions, requiring a long period of tranquil nurturing afterward to restore it to its original state. He absolutely could not allow his life-bound treasure to suffer excessive damage. With this thought, Wanbao decisively made a decision. He focused his mind and swiftly retracted the protective radiance of the treasure-gathering basin, carefully returning this supreme innate treasure to his purple mansion's sea of consciousness for safe nurturing, no longer using it to resist the heavenly tribulation. Above the clouds, Tong Tian, who had been quietly observing and waiting to see his disciple struggle during the tribulation, suddenly brightened at the sight of Wanbao retracting the treasure-gathering basin, his interest soaring. He initially intended to take advantage of the heavenly tribulation to thoroughly temper Wanbao's body and heart, curious to see just how much foundation and ability his disciple possessed once the protection of the supreme treasure was stripped away. But before Tong Tian could wait for the unfolding drama, the scene before him caused all three of the three pure ones to simultaneously narrow their pupils and tremble in shock. In the void, Wanbao gently flipped his left hand, causing a slight tremor in the air, and a strand of the ultimate profound and deep black water Dao rhythm spread out. A small flag, entirely black, ancient, solemn, and adorned with natural patterns, quietly hovered above his palm. The flag's surface radiated the ancient, profound water Daoist essence with innate divine carvings that appeared lifelike, as if they could break free from the flag and guard the northern sky at any moment, while endless, vast, and profound water vapor spread out from its surface, instantly enveloping Wanbao and 100 miles of the surrounding void. Weak water cannot invade, all waters return to their source, all evils retreat, and no laws can invade. The Northern Profound Yuan Water Controlling Flag. One of the 5 innate flags, a pinnacle supreme innate treasure of the primordial realm. With 48 complete innate prohibitions, it governs the source of the northern heavenly water, capable of subduing all waters, concealing heavenly secrets, blocking karmic ties, and controlling myriad laws. Its defensive capabilities surpass all in the primordial realm, making it the ultimate treasure sought by countless powerful beings. The Northern Profound Yuan Water Controlling Flag. How could it be this innate treasure? Laozi was the first to speak, his normally indifferent tone now carrying immense astonishment, immediately revealing the supreme name and origin of this treasure. A second supreme innate treasure. How could he possess 2 supreme innate treasures? Yuan Shi's gaze burned, fiercely fixated on the Xian Yuan Water Controlling Flag in Wanba's hand, his eyes betraying an unmistakable heat and envy as feelings of regret surged to an extreme. At this moment his heart was filled with a blend of emotions, regretful beyond measure. When he first met Wanbao, he was already moved by Wanba's extraordinary potential, pure Dao heart, and profound fortune, contemplating accepting him as a disciple. However, due to a fleeting thought, he relinquished this unparalleled talent to his third brother Tong Tian. Looking back now, how foolish and short-sighted he had been. With such a talented individual bearing 2 supreme innate treasures and the fortune of the heavenly Dao, he was among the few exceptional existences throughout the primordial ages. Had he taken Wanbao under his wing back then, today, he would have been the one with an extraordinary disciple. He had missed an unseen-a-lifetime talent due to a fleeting thought. Good. After a brief moment of shock, Tong Tian suddenly laughed heartily towards the sky, his laughter bold and unrestrained, echoing throughout Kunlun, filled with joy and immense pride. His eyes sparkled brightly, fixating on his disciple Wanbao, his heart brimming with elation. 2 supreme innate treasures accompanying him. Such fortune, such luck, such depth of foundation could no longer be described as merely profound. It was clearly the heavenly Daoist favor and the unique affection of the primordial realm. One must understand that in the past, when the Dao ancestor Hongjun distributed treasures, each of the 3 pure ones possessed only a precious few supreme innate treasures in their hands. Yet his newly initiated disciple, who had only just begun his cultivation and was at the early stage of the Tai golden immortal realm, already possessed 2 supreme innate treasures. Such depth of foundation far surpassed all other cultivators of the same realm, even rivaling that of ancient mighty beings. Meanwhile, Daoist Duobao, who stood to the side, was utterly dumbfounded, his eyes wide open, face filled with disbelief as turbulent waves surged in his heart. He was known as Duobao, born within the innate spiritual vein, having been born alongside treasures, and was a well-known treasure-seeking innate beast in the primordial realm. He had always regarded himself as the most fortunate among his peers, believing that his affinity for treasures was unparalleled. But today he had witnessed what true gathering of treasures and heavenly Dao bestowing treasures truly meant. As the eldest disciple of the Upper Clear sect, he had cultivated for millions of years with a deep foundation. Yet to this day, the highest grade treasures in his possession were merely a few upper grade innate treasures, having never owned even a single supreme innate treasure. Master Tantian once said that only after he breaks through to the great Luo Golden Immortal will he bestow upon him a supreme spiritual treasure for protection. In contrast, his junior brother Wanbao, who had just entered the sect and practiced for only a mere 10,000 years, managed to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal. During his tribulation, he casually summoned 2 supreme innate spiritual treasures for protection. To possess 2 supreme treasures as a golden immortal is simply unfathomable and unheard of. An undercurrent of bitterness and sighing arose in the heart of the Daobao Daoist. He called himself Daobao and prided himself on possessing the great treasures of the Primordial Chaos. Meanwhile, his junior brother, named Wanbao, truly carried countless treasures and had boundless luck. In comparison, his own name Daobao seemed utterly unworthy and dull. However, in the blink of an eye, Daobao gathered all his scattered thoughts, and his Dao heart quickly stabilized as before. As the eldest disciple of the Shangqing sect with millions of years of cultivation, his Dao heart was solid and his character calm and clear. Although there was a sigh of regret, there was not a trace of jealousy or malice. On the contrary, he felt increasingly serious in his heart, and secretly resolved to befriend this extraordinary junior brother with astonishing talent and boundless fortune. The future achievements of this child would undoubtedly be limitless. He would definitely become a pillar of support in the future. In contrast to the steady-minded Daobao Daoist, the Antarctic immortal beside him was already completely unbalanced and agitated. Standing on the clouds of the Yuqing, his body, which had long been filled with a celestial aura, trembled violently, and the warm and clear celestial light completely disordered and dissipated, while his elegant and composed visage twisted and contorted, unable to maintain even a semblance of celestial demeanor. Extreme envy, intense jealousy, profound unwillingness, and endless disparity instantly filled his Dao heart and swept through his nascent soul. As a disciple of the Primordial Lord, his years of cultivation far surpassed Wanbao and Daobao, yet throughout his life, he had never owned even a single top-grade innate spiritual treasure. When he first became a disciple, the Primordial Lord saw that he was merely a mid-grade innate spiritual root taking shape with shallow roots. He was merely a designated disciple taken in on a whim. At that time, seeing his third brother Tantian take in the remarkable Daobao Daoist in order to save face and not fall behind, he also wanted to take in a disciple to compare to see who could teach better. However, exceptional disciples are not easily acquired, one must have fate. While wandering the Primordial Chaos, the Primordial Lord sensed a slight connection with the Antarctic Immortal, but did not take him as a personal disciple due to his less impressive roots compared to Daobao. But for the Antarctic Immortal, being able to cultivate by the side of Yuqing, listening to the teachings, and receiving the protection of Yuqing was already a tremendous fortune and honor for him at that time. He had never dared to aspire for an innate spiritual treasure or compare fortunes with others. With millions of years of cultivation, he was diligent and earnest, abiding by the rules, knowing his place, not seeking to be first or taking credit. Though it seemed he had boundless glory, in truth his foundation was barren and his spiritual treasures scarce. But today, witnessing Wanbao, who had just entered the sect for a mere 10,000 years, casually wield 2 supreme, innate spiritual treasures for protection, easily overshadowing his accumulated millions of years, the overwhelming disparity shattered his Dao heart's defenses. Why? Why do others have innate luck, spiritual treasures by their side, and a smooth path? Why, after cultivating arduously for millions of years and being cautious, do I end up with nothing, being ordinary and mediocre? Extreme obsession and unwillingness birthed an inner demon as strands of dark, demonic energy quietly grew and spread from his Dao body's orifices, tainting his nascent soul and blinding his Dao heart. After millions of years of a pure Dao heart, he was on the verge of going mad. Humph! A cold snort, indifferent, yet laden with supreme pressure, suddenly resounded through the void, directly penetrating the Antarctic Immortal's sea of consciousness, shaking his nascent soul violently. The Primordial Lord's gaze was icy, filled with evident dissatisfaction as he shot him a cold glance. In the Kunlun Daoist Hall, where the 3 pure ones presided over the heavens with a clear and vast world, how could a disciple cultivate an inner demon, fall into demonic paths, and tarnish the sect's reputation? In an instant, the dark demonic energy enveloping the Antarctic Immortal completely dissipated and vanished, and his restless and chaotic Dao heart calmed down in an instant, forcing his unbalanced mind back into place. The Antarctic Immortal trembled all over, cold sweat soaking his celestial robe. He hurriedly gathered his thoughts, stood with his head bowed, filled with fear and shame, no longer daring to entertain any stray thoughts. The Primordial Lord withdrew his icy gaze, feeling a multitude of emotions, increasingly looking down upon this designated disciple with mediocre roots and an unstable Dao heart. Wanbao's roots are extraordinary, his comprehension prodigious, his Dao heart pure, and his fortune boundless. In contrast, the Antarctic Immortal has a mid-grade spiritual root, mediocre aptitude, a fragile Dao heart, and is prone to obsession unfit for great use. At this moment the Primordial Lord felt immensely relieved. He was glad he hadn't taken the Antarctic Immortal as a personal disciple, otherwise it would be he the Primordial Lord who would face embarrassment today. In the void above, Wanbao holding the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner had completely stabilized the situation around him. The deep black innate water essence spread across the heavens, enveloped by the source power of the northern Xian water, impervious to all attacks and thunder. No matter how violently the Tai thunder tribulation in the skies raged, and the power stacked upon one another, once it landed on the defense barrier of the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner, it was all dissolved and absorbed by the Xian Ming water vapor. The extreme terror of the heavenly thunder and divine might at this moment could not even ruffle the hem of Wan. Compared to the gathering treasure bowl, which focuses on storage and nurturing origins for auxiliary defense, the innate defensive power of the northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner is even more domineering and stable. This supreme, innate spiritual treasure, one of the 5 direction flags, governs the world's waters, creating an absolute barrier that isolates the inside from the outside with endless Xian water. Weapons, thunder laws, spatial impacts, and even heavenly tribulations can all be neutralized and dissolved by the Xian water barrier, making it a top-tier spiritual treasure purely based on defense. Among the many supreme, innate spiritual treasures controlled by Wanbao besides the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner, which combines offense and defense, there is also the 12th rank Pure World White Lotus hidden within his nascent soul, which stands on par in terms of pure defense and Dao heart protection. Unlike the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner, which blocks external attacks, the 12th rank Pure World White Lotus focuses on guarding the nascent soul, purifying impurities, and stabilizing the Dao heart. The two treasures complement each other, forming an unbreakable double-layer protective barrier. Even the heavenly tribulation of the Primordial Chaos would find it impossible to shake Wanbao in the slightest. At this moment Wanbao stood amidst the sea of clouds above the Sanqing Palace, lightly supporting the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner with one hand. The azure, Xian water spiritual light spread from the banner's surface, transforming into an endless heavy curtain of water that completely enveloped the entire tribulation area. The thunder clouds that had been brewing for a long time charged with countless thunders upon the unfolding of the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner. All the violent thunder forces were thoroughly suppressed, and the once surging and agitated heavenly tribulation thunder could no longer pose a fatal threat. The upcoming Tai Golden Immortals, 3 tribulations one after another, crashed down, with purple golden, heavenly divine thunder tearing through the sky, carrying the might to annihilate all things, crashing heavily against the Xian water barrier. But regardless of how the heavenly tribulation's attacks surged stronger with each wave, the water curtain merely rippled slightly, completely digesting all thunder power. Standing at the center of the barrier, Wanbao remained as steady as Mount Tai, never wavering even a fraction throughout the ordeal, his robes only gently fluttering in the wind, completely devoid of the disarray and difficulty that a tribulation cultivator should face. This scene fell into Tongxin's eyes, making him involuntarily twitch his lips, feeling a mix of laughter, and this time Wanbao breaks through to the Tai Golden Immortal, being the first personal disciple of Tongtian to face the complete Tai 3 tribulations. Tongtian had originally come to observe, already having made plans in his heart. He intended to use the heavenly tribulations to temper his disciple's character, clearly observing Wanbao's methods in responding to the thunder tribulations, his rhythm of adaptation, and the fluctuations of his Dao heart, so that he could teach according to the individual's needs and address Wanbao's shortcomings in his cultivation in the future, thoroughly nurturing him into a core fighting force of the Shangqing lineage. However, no matter how many plans Tongtian had, he never anticipated that his disciple would directly summon 2 supreme, innate spiritual treasures for protection during a mere ordinary Tai Golden Immortal tribulation. One was used to withstand the thunder tribulation externally, while the other guarded his nascent soul internally, completely employing overkill in facing the tribulation. This extravagant display of power directly diminished Tongxin's initial interest in watching. It is important to note that this was the first time Tongtian had witnessed his disciple undergoing a significant realm. When his top disciple Daobao Daoist broke through to the Tai Golden Immortal, it was still some time until Hongjun Daozu finalized the heavenly Dao rules regarding the necessity of heavenly tribulations for cultivators to break through realms. At that time, the primordial world had not established the ironclad rule that cultivators would inevitably attract heavenly tribulations, and Daobao's advancement was smooth, without any thunder tribulation or disaster. Thus, there was no need to discuss tribulation. Strictly speaking, Wanbao's Tai 3 tribulations were the first tribulations Tongtian witnessed personally, which should have been highly informative. However, the 2 spiritual treasures completely negated all deterrent effects of the tribulation, failing to exhibit the tempering effect the tribulation should have had, leaving Tongtian feeling quite helpless in an instant. The Tai 3 tribulations comprised the body tribulation, the nascent soul tribulation, and the mortal cause and effect tribulation, progressing layer by layer with each layer's power surpassing the one before, testing the solidity of the cultivator's foundation. The first to arrive was the body tribulation, aimed at tempering the body with the heavenly thunder's power, washing away the hidden impurities and potential hazards within the flesh and reshaping the muscles and blood vessels. It is a critical tribulation for solidifying the foundation of a Tai golden immortal's physical body. Ordinary cultivators facing the body tribulation either rely on their own physical bodies to endure the tempering or use innate spiritual treasures for defense. They would invariably be jolted by the thunder, but Wanbao relied on the absolute defense of the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner, and his body remained stable and unharmed throughout, with the thunder not even touching the hem of his clothes. He easily proclaimed the successful passage of the body tribulation. Next came the nascent soul tribulation, where the thunder no longer struck the body, but transformed into formless thunderblades of divine consciousness, targeting the cultivator's spiritual platform and nascent soul, disrupting the sea of consciousness and shaking the foundation of the soul. If one fails to defend, it could result in light damage to the nascent soul, in regression in cultivation, or heavy damage leading to the complete shattering of the soul and death. However, within Wanbao's nascent soul, the 12th rank pure world white lotus lay quietly, emanating gentle protective spiritual light. As soon as the thunder blades intruded upon the sea of consciousness, they were completely dissolved by the lotus spiritual light. The nascent soul tribulation also did not stir the slightest ripple, as Wanbao passed through it effortlessly. The final karmic tribulation of the mortal realm is the most subtle and formless among the three calamities of Tai, relying not on physical lightning strikes, but rather drawing upon all past karmic bonds of the cultivator to weave illusions and inner demons, shaking the Dao heart and testing the steadfastness of the cultivator's true nature. For Wanbao, however, this tribulation is the easiest to overcome among the three calamities. Counting carefully from the moment Wanbao was born from the chaotic spiritual energy until today, when he broke through to become a Tai golden immortal, he has not even spent the time of a complete Yuanhui. His cultivation history is astonishingly simple. After taking form, he spent most of his time refining his innate Dao field, solidifying his foundational roots, and during his free time, he merely searched for innate spiritual treasures and heavenly materials, never having deep interactions with the major forces of the wilderness or top cultivators, nor becoming entangled in the complexities of human emotions and karmic ties. The moment he stepped out of his Dao field, his aura was captured by Tongshan's perception, who then proactively came to accept him as a disciple, incorporating him under the banner of the Shangqing sect. Afterwards, he attended the grand celestial wedding of Emperor Jun in the heavenly court, with his master then settled in the Sanqing Palace on Kunlun Mountain day and night, comprehending the Shangqing Golden Chapter, a top-tier cultivation technique. After listening to his master impart teachings for a century, in just 100 years, he effortlessly broke through the bottleneck of the golden immortal realm, advancing to the Tai golden immortal. Since taking form, Wanbao's cultivation journey has been smooth. He has not faced life and death struggles, has not been caught up in the chaos of the wilderness, has not incurred karmic debts, nor has he formed any enemies or obstacles. His karmic ties are pristine and clear like a blank sheet of paper. The heavenly Dao, wanting to weave the karmic tribulation illusion, could not find any karmic foundation to rely on. The final karmic tribulation, thunder, was merely a formality, its power reduced to almost none, easily intercepted and dissipated by the Xian Yuan water-controlling flag. As the last faint golden thunder of the karmic tribulation shattered against the Xian water barrier, completely transforming into shimmering spiritual light that dissipated between heaven and earth, the calamity clouds that had shrouded the Sanqing Palace for a long time began to slowly swirl and retract, the layers of thunderclouds gradually receding, the heavy pressure slowly dissipating, and the sky regained its clarity, marking the official conclusion of the Tai three calamities. However, none of the onlookers, including the Sanqing Daobao Daoist and the Nanji old man, relaxed their minds. Everyone's gaze remained firmly fixed on Wanbao. In midair, the atmosphere becoming increasingly heavy and oppressive. Everyone was well aware that the Tai three calamities were merely the first hurdle in breaking through to a higher realm, and the real deadly dangers had only just quietly descended. The heart demon tribulation, originating from the demon ancestor Luo Ho, is widely recognized as the most perilous hurdle for cultivators advancing to a higher realm. The heart demon tribulation does not exhibit earth-shattering thunderous phenomena and lacks visible aggressive means, yet it is the most insidious and difficult to deal with. Once the heart demon finds an opportunity, if the Dao heart shows any sign of weakness, one will directly fall into the demonic path, completely becoming a demon cultivator with their nature, stance, and techniques entirely altered by demonic energy. The rules of the wilderness are strict, and the sect rules outweigh everything. If Wanbao truly falls into the demonic path, even though he is a direct disciple personally accepted by Tongtian, would never show favoritism and would definitely intervene personally to cleanse the sect. Tongshan's expression suddenly became extremely serious, his gaze solemnly fixed on Wanbao, who remained unaware. In midair, the pure aura around him began to slightly stir, already prepared to intervene at any moment. Yet at this moment, Wanbao was completely oblivious to the brewing crisis, his entire mind immersed in the immense joy of successfully breaking through to the Tai golden immortal. He carefully sensed the rapidly swelling mana foundation within his body, his cultivation level steadily rising, the degree of harmony between his life essence and the great Dao of heaven and earth significantly increasing. His strength was vastly improved compared to before. In his elation, he couldn't help but let out 3 long howls to the sky, his laughter clear and resonant, echoing throughout the heart of Kunlun Mountain. Such unrestrained and carefree behavior caused a few dark lines to suddenly appear on Tongshan's forehead, originally intending to immediately remind Wanbao to be wary of the heart demon, but the words abruptly halted on his lips, ultimately swallowed back down. Tongtian pondered to himself that Wanbao's journey had been too smooth. With deep fortune and treasures at his side, he had scarcely faced any setbacks or trials. His nature still bore a hint of the pure innocence of a newly born innate deity. Such an untroubled cultivation path might not be a good thing. It would be better to let him personally experience the trial of the heart demon, suffer a small hardship, and truly understand the cruelty and hidden dangers of the vast wilderness world, so he could cultivate more cautiously and steadily in the future, and his Dao heart could thus be tempered to be more resilient. Tongshan's thoughts were fully perceived by the nearby Taiji Laozu and Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzuan. Laozi gently shook his head, his gray-white Dao robe fluttering slightly in the wind, revealing a hint of helplessness in his eyes, yet he did not speak out against his junior brother's decision. Yuanshi Tianzuan furrowed his brows tightly. In his view, Wanbao was an exceptionally talented and fortunate disciple with an unlimited future. How could he ignore the encroachment of the heart demon? It was far too risky. Yuanshi felt a thought of stepping in to assist arise, but upon reflection, Wanbao was ultimately Tongshan's disciple. Since his master Tongtian was deliberately observing, it would not be appropriate for him as the second brother to intervene rashly. Thus he forcibly suppressed his impatience, continuing to stand quietly observing the situation, secretly establishing a bottom line. Should there be any sign of Wanbao falling into demonic tendencies, he would not hesitate to intervene and save him, definitely not as carefree as his third brother. Wanbao was still laughing heartily in midair, completely unaware that strands of chilling black demonic energy were silently spreading out from the gaps in the void, slowly wrapping around his body. Since the end of the ancient war between gods and demons, the demon ancestor Luo Ho harmonized with the Dao, using his complete demonic path to mend the deficiencies of the heavenly Dao. From then on, the rules of the wilderness world permanently retained the essence of demonic path energy, establishing an ironclad rule: whenever a cultivator breaks through to a significant realm barrier, or their Dao heart shows a momentary lapse, the heavens will trigger the residual demonic energy of Luo Ho to descend, seeking to seduce cultivators, distort their true hearts, and lure them into the demonic path. Having just passed through the 3 calamities and in an ecstatic state, Wanbao's Dao heart was precisely in a temporarily lax and vulnerable state, making it the perfect time for the demonic energy to invade. The long-dormant heart demon immediately took advantage of the demonic energy as a vessel, quietly infiltrating Wanbao's spiritual consciousness. At the moment the strands of black demonic energy wrapped around Wanbao's body, the expressions of the 3 Sanqing simultaneously tightened, their gazes fixated on midair, the atmosphere instantly becoming tense to the extreme. Taiji Laozu directly summoned the Linglong Xian Huang Pagoda in secret, the tower hovering in front of him, the heavy yellow and black spiritual light slowly circulating, ready to unleash its suppressive power at any moment to protect Wanbao's nascent soul foundation. Though the heart demon tribulation is insidious and difficult to deal with, the Sanqing are destined saints who will govern the fortune of heaven and earth with profound foundations and unparalleled means. As long as they intervene, they have the ability to forcibly strip away the demonic energy and prevent Wanbao from falling into the demonic path. However, external intervention will never be as effective as personally seeing through the heart demon and purifying the demonic energy, which offers vastly different benefits to the Dao heart. In midair, the demonic energy began to rampage and gather. The originally fine strands of black silk coalesced into a faint black mist, smoothly infiltrating Wanbao's body, through his pores, rushing rapidly towards his core nascent soul, the entire process being extremely concealed, and Wanbao's consciousness at that moment had not detected any anomalies. Just as the demonic energy was about to touch Wanbao's nascent soul, ready to take root and sprout, the heart demon, the 12-petal pure world white lotus, which had been silent deep within Wanbao's spiritual platform, suddenly erupted with a dazzling pure white spiritual light, the gentle, yet penetrating purifying force instantly sweeping through the entire sea of consciousness. All the invading demonic energy at the moment, the pure world divine light, swept by, melted rapidly, like snow meeting fire. That inherently difficult to eradicate demonic energy seemed to have met its natural nemesis, offering no resistance whatsoever, and was completely purified by the pure white divine light, transforming into the most pure and gentle innate energy, nourishing Wanbao's sea of consciousness. Accompanied by the full bloom of the 12-petal pure world white lotus, Wanbao's shaken and lax Dao heart was instantly secured. The chaotic state of mind suddenly became clear, and all potential thoughts of heart demons vanished into thin air. Not good, it's the heart demon. Wanbao instantly reacted, realizing he had nearly been ambushed by the heart demon, and without delay, he actively urged the 12-petal pure world white lotus in his nascent soul, completely releasing the power of this treasure. The Sanqing watching from the outside had just seen the demonic energy about to invade Wanbao's nascent soul, and Laozi was already preparing to activate the Linglong Xian Huang Pagoda to protect him. In the next second, they saw Wanbao suddenly erupt with a vast range of pure white purifying divine light, the brilliance magnificent, directly illuminating half of the Kunlun world. The divine light was both sharp and gentle, its blinding intensity causing the nearby Daobao Daoist and Nanji old man to instinctively raise their hands to shield their eyes, unable to bear to look directly. Only the three Sanqing retained sharp gazes, unaffected by the divine light, staring motionlessly at Wanbao's changes in midair. They saw a perfectly formed 12-petal white lotus materialize beneath Wanbao's feet, the enormous lotus platform firmly supporting his entire body, creating an absolutely pure domain. Any remaining demonic energy from the outside that approached within 100 feet of the lotus platform would be instantly dismantled by the purifying divine light into pure spiritual energy, unable to approach Wanbao in the slightest, effectively severing all offensive efforts of the heart demon tribulation. The White Lotus. Yuqing Yuansher exclaimed softly upon seeing the White Lotus, his tone filled with shock. Laozi's expression became solemn, his eyes glinting with brilliance as he slowly spoke of the origin of this treasure. The 12-petal pure world white lotus is one of the 5 lotus seeds birthed by the chaotic azure lotus, transformed from the last undeveloped lotus seed. Tong Tian was first momentarily stunned, then instantly regained his composure, unable to help but burst into hearty laughter, his voice filled with joy and pride. "Ha! My disciple truly possesses profound fortune. Who would have thought that the last top-tier lotus platform in the wilderness world would fall into my disciple's hands?" The 5 great lotus platforms of the primordial era all originated from the chaos green lotus before the creation of the heavens. They are treasures that split and evolved from the essence of chaos. Each lotus platform is a top-tier innate spiritual treasure capable of suppressing destiny, far surpassing ordinary spiritual treasures of the same rank, and their distribution has long been known throughout the primordial world. The 12-grade annihilation black lotus belongs to the demon ancestor Luo Ho, wielding the power of destruction and the demonic path. The 12-grade karma red lotus is under the control of the ancestor of the underworld river, presiding over the blood sea and drawing upon karmic forces. The 12-grade merit golden lotus was obtained by the 2 Daoists Jin and Juini, and will later be used to suppress the destiny of the Western teachings. Only the 12-grade pure world white lotus has vanished without a trace for thousands of yuan hui, with everyone believing it was completely lost in the corners of the primordial world. Little did they know it has been with Wanbao all along. In an instant, all 3 pure ones were shocked by the ownership of this spiritual treasure. Tong Tian felt a constant emotion of admiration for his disciple's remarkable fortune, secretly speculating whether Wanbao, upon taking form, had directly manifested the 3 top-tier innate spiritual treasures, the Xian Yuan water controlling flag, the treasure gathering basin, and the 12-grade pure world white lotus. Such innate foundations are extremely rare, even among the old primordial innate saints. Laozi maintained a calm demeanor with the dark yellow aura circulating steadily around him, while his heart was already stirred by tumultuous waves. The 5 great lotus platforms of heaven and earth each carry the primordial fortune of the chaos green lotus. They are the top-tier items for suppressing destiny aside from the treasures of creation. Any one of these lotus platforms can firmly stabilize the inheritance fortune of a major sect, surpassing even ordinary top-tier innate spiritual treasures in value and practicality. Laozi's gaze gently shifted toward Tong Tian, who was filled with delight. He understood that although his third brother Tong Tian possessed a multitude of spiritual treasures, he had never had a single one capable of suppressing the sect's fortune. Wanbao, having joined the Upper Qing sect and possessing the 12-grade pure world white lotus, might be the chance that heaven bestowed to compensate the Upper Qing lineage. Having grasped this layer of reasoning, Laozi slowly suppressed the waves in his heart and restored his usual detached demeanor, quietly observing Wanbao in midair, who was completely resolving his inner demon tribulation with the 12-grade pure world white lotus and reassessing this direct disciple of his third brother. As the last trace of demonic energy was completely dissolved by the purifying divine light of the 12-grade pure world white lotus, the oppressive and eerie aura surrounding Kunlun Mountain's 3 pure palaces slowly faded away. The entire world suddenly became clear and bright, with clouds moving freely. The previous killing chill brought by the tribulation lightning and inner demons was swept away, replaced by a warm and grand aura of the Dao that descended gently from the 9 heavens. This is the ancient and unchanging rule of the primordial world. After a cultivator overcomes a major tribulation and breaks through the test of inner demons, the Dao does not cease its rewards. Instead, it actively bestows gifts to commend those with resolute will who successfully pass through. A massive surge of pure primordial spiritual energy rushed toward Wanbao, like a roaring river unimpeded, flowing into his body, through 365 acupoints circulating through his meridians nurturing his physical body, warming his primordial spirit, and cleansing the subtle impurities remaining in his Dao foundation. Following the torrent of spiritual energy, a gentle and wholly pale golden divine light of creation slowly descended from deep within the heavens, softly enveloping Wanbao entirely. This is the unique power of post-tribulation creation from the Dao. Unlike the cultivation derived from ordinary pills or arduous practice of spiritual veins, the divine light of creation can fundamentally elevate a cultivator's innate roots, refine the foundational path, and solidify the realm attained through this breakthrough, leaving no trace of superficial risk. Under the continuous baptism of the divine light of creation, the turbulent magical power within Wanbao gradually settled and stabilized. The barrier of the realm he had just broken through, which had previously seemed slightly unsteady, was completely solidified, and his cultivation firmly stabilized at the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, with a remarkably solid foundation, even more so than that of an ordinary Tai Golden Immortal. Wanbao slowly reigned in his outward aura, and his eyes suddenly burst forth with two sharp and brilliant golden lights. The divine light swept across all directions, capturing the expressions of everyone around him, and then he moved, stepping on flowing clouds, as he gently descended from midair, landing steadily on the white jade plaza in front of the three pure palaces. On the plaza, Laozi of Taiji, Yuanshi of Yuqing, and Tongtian of Shangqing stood side by side with the Daoist Dubao and the Southern Pole Immortal standing beside them. The entire group witnessed Wanbao's tribulation, the resolution of his inner demons, and the appearance of numerous top-tier, innate spiritual treasures, their gazes all focused on Wanbao as he walked over. Wanbao did not dare to be negligent, quickly adjusting his robes and stepping forward to bow deeply, speaking respectfully and steadily. Disciple Wanbao pays respects to Master Uncle, and Second Master Uncle. Laozi slightly nodded, his lips parted slightly to utter a single word, good. This word was filled with genuine approval. Yuanshi beside him also displayed a look of appreciation, his previously tense brow completely relaxing. The anxious thoughts of Wanbao potentially falling into darkness had entirely dissipated. Looking at this new disciple of his junior brother, he quietly reflected on how Tongtian had gained a remarkably fortunate disciple, and his expression softened with a hint of elder warmth. Before Laozi and Yuanshi could say more, Tongtian could no longer contain his joy and burst into hearty laughter, his booming voice echoing throughout the three pure palaces. He stepped forward with large strides, his broad and powerful hand heavily patting Wanbao on the shoulder, the force steady, yet not injurious, his eyes filled with excitement as he eagerly sized up his disciple. Unable to hide his curiosity, he directly asked, good disciple, now that you have successfully passed the Tai Golden Immortal Tribulation, tell me honestly, how many top-tier innate spiritual treasures do you still have hidden? Having just seen the Xian Yuan water controlling flag and the 12-grade pure world white lotus, two top-tier innate spiritual treasures, and recalling Wanbao's previous treasure-gathering basin, Tongshan's curiosity had reached its peak, eager to know just how many innate spiritual treasures his disciple possessed. Wanbao chuckled, just a little bit. After saying that, Wanbao fell silent. Tongtian feigned a stern expression, glancing at Wanbao with a look of mock dissatisfaction, playfully saying, you little rascal, you've learned to hide things from your master. However, despite this, Tongtian did not press further. In the primordial world, everyone has secrets they do not wish to reveal easily. Since Wanbao was not willing to divulge voluntarily, as his master Tongtian naturally would not force him, he handled this balance just right and quickly set aside the topic of the number of spiritual treasures. Just as the atmosphere began to ease, Wanbao suddenly looked up, a hint of grievance and longing in his eyes as he gazed at Tongtian. He directly brought up the agreement made when he had joined the sect with no intention of being vague. Master, don't forget, when I entered the sect you promised to bestow a spiritual treasure upon me. Master Uncle and Second Master Uncle have already given me their meeting gifts, yet your promise remains unfulfilled. Wanbao's words were straightforward, tinged with a hint of a spoiled child's grievance, clearly reflecting that he had long held this matter in his heart and had not forgotten the initial promise. Tongtian was slightly taken aback when his disciple mentioned the past in public. He awkwardly withdrew the hand resting on Wanbao's shoulder, cleared his throat twice to stabilize his expression, and feigned calmness as he replied, it's not that I haven't given it, but I've just been busy and momentarily forgot. It's only a spiritual treasure for joining the sect. I'll fetch it for you later when we return to the hall. Why are you so anxious? While saying these evasive words, Tongtian had already begun to consider selecting a suitable innate spiritual treasure that matched Wanbao and befit his fortunate identity as a joining gift. Since Wanbao had already revealed 3 top-tier innate spiritual treasures, any ordinary spiritual treasure would no longer suffice. He began to ponder seriously about an appropriate gift. Seeing this, Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged glances, a hint of gentle amusement crossing their eyes. Daoist Dubao and the Southern Pole Immortal also stood quietly by, creating a relaxed and harmonious atmosphere of teacher-student conversation in front of the 3 pure palaces. Go back and stabilize your realm. Once your realm is stabilized, then come to the Shangqing Palace. Tongtian stood on the primordial jade steps in front of the three pure palaces wearing a blue and white Daoist robe that fluttered in the wind, his garments flowing with the unique rhythm of Shanking's killing path and carefree heavenly machine. With a faint smile in his eyes, he casually waved his fingers, and a gentle yet irresistible primordial Dao power suddenly surged forth. This power was extremely gentle, not harming the physical body or damaging the Dao foundation, yet it held absolute control, directly locking onto Wanbao, who had just broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal and whose Dao foundation still appeared unstable. Wanbao felt the void around him suddenly solidify. His magical power, physical form, and even the Dao rhythms circulating around him were all enveloped by a vast and overwhelming force, leaving him no room for resistance, not even the opportunity to argue or bargain. In the next second the world spun and the void swirled. Under the calm gazes of Laozi and Yuan Shi, Tongtian waved his sleeve and directly swept his little disciple away from in front of the three pure palaces. In the blink of an eye, he crossed countless miles, traversing through endless clouds and caves. When the confinement power around Wanbao dissipated and his consciousness returned from the brief displacement, he found himself standing steadily at the entrance of his exclusive Dao venue, the Five Elements Yuan Spring Valley. A gentle breeze brushed against his face, carrying the extremely rich, innate Five Elements spiritual energy, cleansing all remaining Dao rhythm from before the three pure palaces. Looking around, the entire Five Elements Yuan Spring Valley was tranquil and serene, filled with ethereal energy rooted at the core of the innate spiritual vein, gathering the primordial essence of the Five Elements. It was one of the best Dao venues in Kunlun Mountain. In the center of the valley stood a unique mid-grade, innate spiritual root, the Five Elements lychee tree, which towered elegantly, its trunk ancient and sturdy, rooted at the bottom of the spiritual spring for 10,000 years, absorbing endless primordial Five Elements essence. The tree was adorned with vibrant spiritual leaves exuding pure divine light in red, yellow, green, black, and white, with layers of radiant light cascading down, enveloping the entire valley. Mystical Dao rhythms emanated from the spiritual tree, intertwining into invisible Dao patterns that floated throughout the valley. In a corner, the spiritual vein nourishing the dojo, gently cultivating the foundation of the cultivator. The five-colored spiritual light rotates endlessly, embodying the profound truths of the universe's cycles, subtly stabilizing the cultivator's path and easing the turbulence after a breakthrough. It is precisely this exceptional innate spiritual root that allows Wanbao to consolidate his foundation and comprehend the path more rapidly after each breakthrough than ordinary cultivators. It's always like this. Wanbao stood beneath the spiritual tree, gazing at the familiar dojo before him, unable to suppress a mix of helplessness and habitual laughter on his face. His master is free-spirited and unrestrained, fiercely protective and capricious, always acting on whims, indulging in preferences. In the vast wilderness of cultivation, the foundation is the essence of all paths. The Tai Golden Immortal is a critical turning point on the immortal path, key to shedding mundane traces and forging the body of the immortal way. If the foundation is unstable and the Dao rhythm impure, it will give rise to inner demons and shackles when striving for the great Luo and achieving the mixed yuan, leading to a lifetime of stagnation. With far-sighted vision, he has long seen through the fundamentals of the Dao, which is why he allows Wanbao to spend an extra 100 years stabilizing his realm, refusing to let him proceed with even the slightest flaw. After a moment of contemplation, Wanbao suppressed his minor grievances, and his expression gradually became solemn. He raised his hand to brush away the dust from his clothes, gazing toward the depths of the valley at Wanbao Cave. The cave is nestled against the mountain, and by the spring its entrance shrouded in an innate five-element barrier, isolating it from all external disturbances, making it the perfect place for closed-door meditation and comprehending the Dao. This time he forcefully broke through to the Tai Golden Immortal, experiencing a rapid surge in his cultivation and a deepening of his Dao heart, grasping countless profound truths of heaven and earth. However, due to the hastiness of his breakthrough, his power was chaotic and his foundation was unstable, with many insights from the moment of breakthrough scattered and disjointed. Without daring to delay even a moment, Wanbao stepped forward, his form transforming into a stream of golden light, directly entering Wanbao Cave. Inside the cave, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was rich to the point of liquefaction, the ground laid with innate spiritual jade, the walls engraved with natural Dao patterns, and threads of innate spiritual essence hanging from the ceiling, serene and dust-free, a perfect place for meditation and comprehension. Wanbao sat cross-legged atop the mixed primordial mat in the center of the cave, his eyes gently closed, his mind fully immersed in the sea of consciousness, beginning to meditate and refine all the Dao insights and understandings gained from this breakthrough, meticulously organizing the chaotic power and solidifying the turbulent Tai foundation. Meanwhile, before the Sanqing Palace, the sea of clouds rolled gently and the rhythm of the Dao lingered. After sending Wanbao off, only Sanqing, Nanji, Xianweng, and Duobao remained standing by. Tongtian stood atop the jade steps, facing his two brothers who had opened the heavens and existed alongside the primal chaos, his face devoid of any reprimanding sternness. Instead, he bore a bright and carefree smile, his eyes brimming with uncontainable pride and satisfaction as he clasped his hands and said, "My little disciple is unruly, his temperament restless and eager for quick success, which must be a source of amusement for you both." Though he spoke words of apology and courtesy, the pride shining in his eyes and the smile barely concealed at the corners of his mouth betrayed his true feelings. He did not feel that his disciple's unruliness was shameful. Rather, he was eager to proclaim to the heavens and the primal chaos that he had accepted a disciple of exceptional talent with astonishing comprehension who continually brought him surprises. Laozi, with an exceptionally calm and effortless demeanor, perceiving the vicissitudes of life and understanding the true nature of his third brother, merely smiled gently upon hearing this, slowly shook his head, his white hair cascading to his shoulders, his simple Dao robe enveloped in purple mist, neither joyful nor sorrowful, uncompetitive and ungrasping. After a serene smile, Laozi did not linger, his form shifting into a stream of pure purple mist, turning back to his Taiching Palace dojo to continue meditating on the Dao and comprehending the way of non-action. Seeing this, Yuanshi Tianzuan shook his head helplessly in his heart, observing the third brother, who wore a look of pride and lacked self-awareness. His cold gaze swept over Tongtian, then withdrew calmly, turning away, simultaneously gesturing to the silent and respectful Nanji Xianwang beside him. "Let us return to the palace." Before the grand Sanqing Palace gate, the sea of clouds was desolate, the clear wind lonely. Only Tongtian and Duobao Daoren remained standing beside. At this point, only the master and disciple of the Shangqing lineage were left in the scene. Tongtian gazed in the direction his two brothers departed, smiled freely, gently shook his head, and a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. The paths of the three clear ones are different. Laozi is non-action, Yuanshi upholds propriety, and Tongtian is carefree, their Dao hearts markedly distinct, leading to vastly different actions with no need to force compatibility. After a moment, Tongtian retracted his gaze and turned to the respectful and attentive Duobao Daoren at his side, his tone gentle, infused with a hint of admonition and expectation. "Let's go, Duobao. You are my eldest disciple of Shangqing. As the senior brother, you must be diligent in your cultivation, focus on comprehending the Dao, and stabilize your path. Do not let your junior surpass you." In the past, before accepting Wanbao, Duobao Daoren was Tongshin's most favored and valued disciple. Duobao possesses extraordinary talent, a solid foundation, a calm temperament, and mastery of myriad paths. He is undoubtedly the first among the Shangqing lineage, and is Tongshin's prideful direct disciple. However, ever since Wanbao joined the Shangqing sect and entered the Five Elements Yuan Spring Valley for cultivation, everything has quietly changed. This young disciple, who has only been here for a short time, seems to carry the fortune of myriad paths, naturally gifted with astonishing comprehension. Each breakthrough in cultivation and understanding of the Dao consistently surprises Tongtian. Where others need to toil for a millennium to break through, he achieves it in a century. Insights into profound truths that are hard for others to glimpse, he comprehends instantly. Principles of the Dao that ordinary cultivators spend a lifetime trying to understand, he grasps with ease and integrates seamlessly. Each stunning breakthrough, each unique insight into the Dao, and each advancement in cultivation, far surpassing his peers, has left even Tongtian, accustomed to prodigies, in awe. Over time, Tongshin's gaze gradually shifted from the steady and conservative Duobao Daoren to this lively, extraordinary, and continually surprising junior disciple Wanbao. This favoritism was evident and needed no concealment. Duobao, being exceptionally astute, had long sensed the change in his master's attitude, cultivating an invisible sense of urgency in his heart. Upon hearing his master's direct admonition laden with comparison and expectation, Duobao's heart tightened, and his entire demeanor instinctively became more restrained. He hurriedly bowed his head, his expression increasingly respectful and solemn, sincerely saying, "I will remember my master's teachings, and will certainly focus on comprehending the Dao and diligently cultivate," not daring to slack off in the slightest. Watching his eldest disciple's cautious and tense demeanor, Tongtian shook his head slightly in his heart. Duobao's extraordinary talent, solid Dao heart, and earnestness are impeccable. However, he is too grounded and conservative, lacking a touch of carefree spontaneity and the daring spirit to strive and explore, unlike Wanbao's lively, transparent, and vibrant Dao heart. This is a matter of Dao nature and cannot be forced. Tongtian chose not to say more, feeling no need to impose too harshly. Each path of cultivation has its own opportunities and journeys. He nodded, lightly turned, and with a flick of his sleeve, a remnant of his blue-white Dao robe swept through the void, his figure leisurely disappearing before the mountain gate, returning directly to the supreme Shangqing Palace main hall, sitting silently to comprehend the Dao, waiting for his disciple to emerge from his retreat. Above the vast mountain gate, only Duobao Daoren remained standing alone, distinct and solitary. The clear wind stirred his Dao robe, and the sea of clouds surged beneath his feet, the world serene and silent. Duobao slowly lifted his head, his gaze piercing through layers of clouds far off, toward the direction of the Five Elements Yuan Spring Valley. His originally peaceful state of mind was shattered, and a strong sense of urgency and crisis quietly took root in his heart. He clearly understood that his junior disciple Wanbao possessed astonishing talent and progressed rapidly, having reached the Tai Golden Immortal Realm in just a few hundred years, rapidly closing the gap in cultivation between them. If he continued to cling to old habits, content with the status quo, and neglect his cultivation, it wouldn't be long before he would be completely surpassed by this rising star of a junior, and at that time, he, the leading disciple of Shangqing, would be left with nothing but an empty title. With this thought, Duo Bao Daoren made a firm resolution in his heart to double his efforts in cultivation and advance in the Dao, determined not to fall behind others easily. Time flowed gently, and the years passed in silence. Inside the five elements Yuan Spring Valley, the passage of time was tranquil, devoid of seasonal changes or worldly disturbances. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this century, Wanbao remained seated on the cave's mat, focused entirely on closed-door cultivation. He cast aside all distracting thoughts, immersing himself wholly in the understanding of the Dao, meticulously organizing the chaotic power that surged after breaking through to the Tai Golden Immortal, repeatedly refining the still unstable foundation and contemplating the principles of heaven and earth he captured in the moment of breakthrough. When he first entered the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, his rapid surge in Dao cultivation led to chaotic traces and floating powers, leaving minute gaps in his foundation. Many insights into the Dao were fragmented and not fully integrated, seeming like a significant breakthrough, yet concealing countless hidden dangers. 100 years of closed-door meditation, 100 years of accumulation. Time and again he refined his Dao body, organizing countless insights and integrating all the scattered principles of the Dao. From the physical body to the sea of consciousness, from the flow of power to the imprint of Dao traces, from the state of mind to the root of the Dao, everything was polished to be smooth and transparent, solid and stable. The previously unstable Dao cultivation has now thoroughly settled, the chaotic powers transformed into pure Tai, celestial essence, the floating foundation solidified layer by layer, and all minute flaws completely repaired and obliterated. At this moment, Wanbao's Tai Golden Immortal Foundation was utterly perfected, his Dao cultivation seamless, the rhythm of the Dao pure, his divine sense refined and clear, and his state of mind steady and transparent, truly achieving invincibility within the same realm, with a solid foundation and an unimpeded path ahead, free of any hidden dangers. Within the cave, spiritual light slowly rose from Wanbao's body, the rhythm of the Dao circulating around him, harmonizing with heaven and man, and his Dao body reaching completion. After a long while, Wanbao slowly opened his eyes. Two clear and brilliant divine lights flashed from his eyes, deep and serene, devoid of any restlessness, embodying only the steadiness and transparency that come from the sedimentation of the Dao. He gradually stood up, his robe billowing without wind, a suffusion of completeness and dense purity of Tai Golden Immortal pressure, quietly spreading throughout the cave, released and retracted, at will harmonious and flawless. 100 years of closed-door cultivation and refinement, he finally attained the perfection of his Dao cultivation. Ha ha ha! Wanbao felt an overwhelming sense of joy within, unable to suppress his laughter as he looked up at the sky, his laughter clear and distant, penetrating the cave's barrier, echoing throughout the five elements Yuan Spring Valley, startling the mountain spirits and causing them to take flight, rippling the spiritual spring's shimmering waves. With a stable foundation and complete understanding, his mind was clear. It was the perfect moment to meet his master and seek rewards. He could no longer contain the anticipation within. With his thoughts settled, Wanbao no longer hesitated. He moved swiftly, transforming into a streak of light, soaring through the air straight towards the supreme Shangqing Palace. Traveling through the clouds of Shangqing, he walked through the empty space, exuding an air of celestial grace. Before long, Wanbao arrived once again at the magnificent and ethereal entrance of the Shangqing Palace. On either side of the palace gate, the water and fire boys still stood, as before, their celestial garments neat, their demeanor respectful, guarding the gates of Shangqing. Familiar with the path, Wanbao approached and exchanged pleasantries with the two boys, their conversation lighthearted and relaxed, the atmosphere amicable. After a brief conversation, Wanbao did not linger any longer. He bid farewell to the water and fire boys and stepped into the solemn and majestic main hall of the Shangqing Palace. Inside the main hall, it was grand and magnificent, adorned with jade towers and pillars, spiritual light cascading down, heavenly flowers raining from above, and golden lotuses springing from the ground, the endless innate Dao rhythm enveloping the hall, the pressure of Shangqing quietly spreading, solemn and sacred, not to be profaned. Tong Tian sat upright upon the seven treasures glass throne in the hall, his eyes slightly closed, legs crossed in meditation, quietly comprehending the Dao, his body surrounded by azure and white Dao energy, circulating endlessly, faintly resonating with the grand Dao of heaven and earth, his aura free and unrestrained, full of ease and comfort, completely devoid of any aloofness or imposing authority. Disciple Wanbao pays respects to master. Wanbao withdrew all his aura, bowing deeply with a respectful posture, sincerely saluting Tong Tian above him, his manners impeccable. Inside the hall, silence reigned with the sound of a falling needle audible. Wan Bao stood with his head bowed, patiently awaiting his master's response, not daring to disturb his master's meditation. After a long while, a lazy and distant Dao voice slowly resonated throughout the hall. Rise. At the moment the words fell, Tongtian slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes which overlooked the primal chaos and perceived all paths were calm and serene, their gaze landing on Wan Bao, standing in the hall scrutinizing him for a moment, a hint of satisfaction flashing in their depths. After a century of closed-door cultivation and 100 years of tempering, the disciple before him had shed the impatience of his initial breakthrough. His foundation was solid, his Dao rhythm pure, with a stable nascent soul and a clear mind, having firmly established himself in the Tai golden immortal realm, flawless and impeccable, far surpassing peers of the same level. Such temperament and perseverance were truly rare. After his observation, the solemn pressure surrounding Tongtian dissipated completely, returning to his usual carefree and unrestrained demeanor. He slightly turned to the side, lazily leaning against the 7 treasures throne, his posture casual, devoid of any saintly rigidity. With a graceful gesture, he lifted a glistening lychee, round and full, shimmering in 5 colors. The lychee's skin was lustrous, radiating 5-colored divine light, its fragrance sweet and rich, with strands of innate Dao rhythm swirling around it. It was indeed the innate spiritual fruit born from the 5 elements lychee tree in Wan Bao's 5 elements Yuan Spring Valley. Wan Bao glanced up and happened to see the lychee in his master's hand, his eyes twitching uncontrollably for a moment, a sense of helplessness and a wry smile rising in his heart. He clearly remembered that before his closed-door cultivation he had not offered any 5 elements lychees to his master, and during the 100 years of seclusion he had not left the cave to present any gifts. Given his master's proud and carefree nature, he was known for his lofty and solitary demeanor, and it was utterly impossible for him to lower himself to ask the water and fire boys for mere spiritual fruits. Thus there could only be one answer. During the 100 years of his closed-door cultivation to stabilize his realm, his master had taken the liberty to quietly extract the spiritual fruits from the 5 elements Yuan Spring Valley, without asking. A dignified late-stage quasi-saint commanding great power in the primal chaos, possessing countless heavenly materials and treasures, yet still coveting his disciples' few innate lychees, even sneaking in to collect them. Wan Bao silently complained in his heart, but did not dare to show any dissatisfaction on his face. He quickly composed himself instantly, wearing an expression of sincere respect, his smile genuine and flattering, with a demure and obedient demeanor fully embodying the image of a devoted disciple. He rubbed his hands slightly, his tone submissive and clever, carrying just the right amount of shrewdness. Master's earnest teachings are always etched in my heart, and I dare not be negligent. Master instructed me to stabilize my foundation, so I have devoted myself to closed-door cultivation for 100 years, refining my path, sorting out my insights, striving for perfection, without flaws, and not daring to disappoint Master's nurturing. This demeanor, slightly shrewd and lively, devoid of pretense and false modesty, was refreshingly genuine and natural, contrasting sharply with the usual facade of other cultivators. At the moment Wan Bao displayed this demeanor, a subtle and unnoticed change quietly occurred. The Dao rhythm circulating around him subtly shifted, and the once obscure and hidden essence of his innate Dao faintly revealed an extremely weak, yet profound shadow. This was the embryonic form of Wan Bao's innate Dao, encompassing all spirits, accommodating all treasures, flowing with a natural course, acting according to his heart, unbound by mundane rites, free from delusions, genuine and open, harmonizing with all paths. It was precisely this unpretentiousness, this sincerity, that perfectly resonated with the essence of his innate Dao. Subtly his Dao heart became more transparent and refined, the shackles of the Dao quietly loosening, and the path ahead becoming increasingly broad and smooth. Tongtian, seated atop the throne, had keen eyes instantly capturing this subtle yet profound anomaly of the Dao. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes, his insight piercing through illusions, instantly grasping the underlying source, nodding in approval within. This child possesses an exceptional Dao nature, naturally having a transparent Dao heart. Every move he makes aligns with his innate Dao, requiring no deliberate hard work. His daily actions and thoughts are all insights into the Dao. Such talent and comprehension are truly rare, far surpassing countless self-proclaimed prodigies in the primal chaos. Though Tongtian held this appreciation in his heart, he did not voice it, nor did he offer any deliberate guidance. The essence of Dao cultivation lies in self-realization and understanding. When others pointed out, it falls to a lower level. Only through quiet contemplation and steady progress can one truly merge with their heart and achieve an unparalleled foundation. Feigning jest, Tongtian looked at his seemingly obedient disciple, his tone carrying a hint of playful teasing. Are you obeying the master's orders and not daring to be negligent? From what I see, your Dao cultivation is stable, yet you are already eager to think about your master's treasures, am I right? With a light tap of his fingertip, Tongtian gestured towards Wan Bao, his tone infused with an understanding and teasing demeanor entirely devoid of the airs of a master, presenting a relaxed and playful image. Having been seen through by his master, Wan Bao felt no embarrassment, nor did he refute it. Instead, he simply chuckled, scratching his head, his smile candid, and sly, completely unbothered by being exposed. The relationship between the master and disciple had always been this way, casual and free, without the need for false politeness. Seeing his disciple's honest and lively demeanor, Tantian felt increasingly fond, unable to help but smile and shake his head gently. In the next moment, he ceased his jesting, casually waving his right hand. Boom! The invisible Dao force circulated, and the entire Shangqing palace suddenly erupted with dazzling and brilliant innate spiritual light. Endless rosy light surged from the void, swirling with thousands of auspicious energies, 10,000 strands of celestial radiance illuminating the hall, the rich and thick innate spiritual energy instantly filling the entire hall, pure, magnificent, and ancient, the profound essence of the Dao overwhelming the senses. The dazzling spiritual light was dazzling and blinding, its brilliance so extreme that it nearly forced one to close their eyes. Wan Bao instinctively looked up, and his gaze was instantly captivated by the countless innate spiritual treasures that appeared in the void of the hall, his eyes suddenly shining bright, his spirit completely shaken. Before him in the empty hall, countless spiritual treasures of varying shapes and colors were layered and arranged neatly, floating in midair. The sheer number, variety, and quality directly overturned Wan Bao's understanding. Looking around, they were all top-tier innate spiritual treasures of the primal chaos, each bearing ancient Dao rhythms, radiating innate divine brilliance, inscribed with innate prohibitions, exuding vast pressure and boundless depth. At the top row, the peerless treasures of Shangqing were prominently displayed. Known as the Four Swords of the Immortal Execution, which could not be broken by the Four Saints. Zhu Xian Sword, Lu Xian Sword, Xian Xian Sword, and Zhu Xian Sword floated in four directions, their blades chilling, exuding a murderous aura. Beside them, the Zhu Xian formation chart was spread out, intricate in its patterns, the formation boundless, hiding the supreme power of the primal chaos, deadliest formation. Nearby, the Qingping sword floated quietly, its blade lustrous, containing the source Dao of Shangqing. Following that, a series of renowned and formidable top-tier innate spiritual treasures came into view, totaling more than 20. The purple lightning hammer concealed the divine thunder of the nine heavens. With a single move, it could strike down lightning and annihilate all. The Shangqing fishing drum resonated with the Dao of music, capable of shattering all laws and commanding celestial beings. The heart-piercing lock concealed its cold light, specifically binding the nascent soul, imprisoning the foundation and capturing sages. The Hunyuan golden dipper devoured yin and yang, encompassing all, able to collect all things and invert the universe. 24 Dinghai pearls rotated endlessly, illuminating the heavens and shining upon all realms, containing boundless water Dao. The heavenly flower marvelous dropping banner and the earth-embracing golden lotus banner were two innate treasure banners, expansive and protective, suppressing all evils. More than 20 top-tier innate spiritual treasures, each one being a coveted treasure that primal chaos cultivators would fight over, any one of which if lost in teach. Looking downward, dozens of superior innate spiritual treasures were neatly arranged, their brilliance radiant, the Dao rhythm long-lasting. The four symbols tower suppressed the four extremes, sealing the four corners from evil. The sun and moon pearl rotated yin and yang, drawing the essence of the sun and moon. The Hunyuan dust could disperse all laws and cleanse impurities with a light wave. The rainbow connection was agile and swift, efficiently binding immortals and demons. The heaven-swallowing dome could engulf all things and accommodate all laws. The Hunyuan hammer was heavy and domineering, capable of breaking myriad paths. The binding immortal rope and binding dragon chain specifically confined celestial beings and dragons. The mountain-driving whip could move mountains and fill seas, shifting the earth's veins. Over 60 superior innate spiritual treasures, each inscribed with 25 to 36 innate prohibitions, clearly delineated in quality and hierarchy, with rich depth and boundless power. Descending further, the medium and low-grade innate spiritual treasures were densely packed layer upon layer, with over 100 items filling the entire void of the grand hall, intertwining with spiritual light and an abundance of auspicious energy, presenting a dazzling array of treasures. With hundreds of innate spiritual treasures gathered together, the innate Dao rhythm wove into a sea, and a tremendous pressure enveloped the grand hall, whose such a spectacle could be deemed a marvel of the primordial world. Wan Bao stared blankly at the myriad treasures before him, utterly shaken, his eyes filled with incredulous light. Having practiced to this day, he believed he had deep fortunes and had gained significantly, already possessing more than 10 innate spiritual treasures. He had once secretly felt proud, thinking himself unparalleled among his peers. Yet at this moment, witnessing the hundreds of innate spiritual treasures casually displayed by his master, he truly understood what it meant to have profound heritage and what it meant for treasures to be as abundant as mountains. Compared to his master's treasury, his 10 or so spiritual treasures were utterly insignificant, pathetically meager, instantly giving him a profound sense of poverty. With eager eyes, he stared intently at the exquisite innate spiritual treasures shimmering in the void, his heart pounding wildly with excitement and anticipation. The obvious purpose of his master showcasing so many innate spiritual treasures was clear: to reward him and allow him to select treasures for himself. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Wanba's heart soared with joy, his thoughts racing. The four swords of Zhanxian and the Qingping sword were the foundation of his master, and he was well aware that they would never be gifted to him. He never dared to imagine otherwise. However, apart from that, the 20 or so top-grade innate spiritual treasures before him were all unclaimed. Since his master had displayed them all, it surely meant he could choose freely. Today he must select a few top-grade spiritual treasures for protection and to enhance his own foundation. Just as Wanbao was secretly calculating and fixating his gaze on the exquisite innate spiritual treasures, filled with anticipation for the treasures he was about to acquire. It seemed that Tontian had already seen through all his thoughts, a playful smile curling at the corner of his lips, his eyes carrying a hint of mockery. He waved his hand lightly once more. Whoosh! In an instant the wind and clouds in the void changed, and the spiritual light suddenly dimmed. The 20 or so top-grade innate spiritual treasures that had just been brilliantly floating in midair instantly lost their luster, vanishing, without a trace, all withdrawn back into the treasury by Tontian, in one go, completely disappearing. In the void of the Grand Hall, only over 60 superior-grade innate spiritual treasures remained, along with over 100 medium and low-grade innate spiritual treasures still quietly suspended. The sudden change left Wanbao, who had been filled with anticipation, momentarily stunned. The joy on his face abruptly froze, his eyes filled with bewilderment and confusion, leaving him completely dazed. He stared blankly at the empty void where the exquisite treasures had been displayed, unable to regain his senses for a long while. The expectation in his heart had instantly evaporated, filled with reluctance and a myriad of unwillingness. After a long time, Wanbao slowly regained his senses, reluctantly retracting his gaze from the void, raising his head and opening a pair of clear, yet plaintive eyes, staring longingly at his master Tontian on the throne, his eyes filled with grievance and unwillingness. Master, those top-grade innate spiritual treasures. Wanbao hesitated, unable to continue, yet his eager and plaintive demeanor, the words left unspoken, were clear to anyone. His thoughts were filled with a desire for the top-grade treasures. Tontian looked at his disciple's unwilling and aggrieved expression, unable to help but roll his eyes, his demeanor calm, his tone carrying an unyielding certainty. You can forget about the top-grade innate spiritual treasures, he slowly spoke, his voice echoing clearly in the Grand Hall. Your senior brother Daobao Daoist has followed me for 1,000,000 years and still does not possess a single top-grade innate spiritual treasure for protection. Your time in the sect is still short, with merely the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal thinking to surpass your senior brother, and where a top-grade treasure is illogical and against the rules. Once you break through to the Deluo golden immortal and refine your foundation further, achieving the Dao path sufficient to stabilize the fortune of top-grade treasures, I will grant you a top-grade innate spiritual treasure for protection. It will not be too late then. Currently your cultivation is only that of a Tai golden immortal, your foundation just established. I allow you to choose two from the superior grade innate spiritual treasures as a reward, which is already a considerable favor. Tongshin's words were clear and logical, with proper rewards and punishments and distinct rules. It contained both strict considerations and expectations for his cultivation. Wanba's face fell at once, filled with dissatisfaction and unwillingness. Those superior grade innate spiritual treasures are indeed rare compared to the overwhelming might and boundless heritage of top-grade innate treasures. The difference is like heaven and earth. Watching the top-grade treasures he could easily obtain vanish into thin air, anyone would find it hard to accept. However, seeing the calm and determined expression of his master, he knew the master's mind was set. A further discussion was futile. Any arguments would only invite teasing from his master, leaving him feeling gloomy. Tontian noticed every change in Wanba's expression, yet he did not feel that his disciple was greedy or presumptuous. For a cultivator longing for spiritual treasures and craving the Dao is a manifestation of a proactive Dao heart. Without an intense craving for treasures and the Dao, one would suffer from a weary Dao heart lacking ambition, making it difficult to achieve the Dao. Wanba's vivid obsession and desire were in fact an excellent display of a flourishing and diligent Dao heart. Thus Tontian not only did not feel repulsed, but rather increasingly satisfied. He spoke softly, guiding him gently. You already possess 3 top-grade innate spiritual treasures for protection. Your foundation has already far surpassed that of your peers. It is important to understand that in the cultivation of the Dao, the focus lies in one's own foundation and true heart's cultivation rather than relying on external objects. Spiritual treasures are auxiliary tools for the Dao. They are sufficient if they meet the needs, as the true supreme Dao always involves cultivating oneself, not depending on external objects. If one simply seeks excessive luxury and relies on the power of spiritual treasures, it may instead shackle the Dao heart and hinder the path ahead. This statement reflected profound insights, revealing the true essence of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Wanba's heart trembled, instantly retracting his greed and discontent. He forced a smile, quickly suppressing his inner disappointment. He knew that what his master said was the ultimate truth of the Dao, and quickly bowed in response. Disciple has learned and will strictly follow master's teachings. Having collected his thoughts, Wanbao no longer dwelled on the missing top-grade treasures. His gaze solemnly returned to the over 60 remaining superior-grade, innate spiritual treasures in the Grand Hall's void. He understood that even superior-grade innate spiritual treasures are divided into various grades with significant disparities. Top superior-grade innate spiritual treasures bear 36 innate prohibitions inscribed upon them. When these prohibitions are complete, their Dao rhythm is whole, and their power is boundless, closely approaching that of top-grade innate treasures. While mid-tier superior-grade innate treasures inscribe around 30 innate prohibitions, their heritage is decent and their power is respectable. The lowest tier of superior-grade innate treasures only has 25 innate prohibitions inscribed, marking them as only the threshold into superior grade with the weakest heritage and lowest power. The differences in prohibitions among the three tiers create a vast chasm in both heritage and combat strength. With only 2 opportunities to choose, he naturally had to be meticulous, ensuring he selected 2 top superior grade innate spiritual treasures from the 60 or so, with the most complete prohibitions, the deepest heritage, and the best fit for his own Wanbao Dao. Wanbao's eyes glistened as he began to carefully scan and diligently select among the many spiritual treasures, comparing the spiritual light, Dao rhythm, and the weight of the prohibitions of each treasure one by one. His heart was eager to try, wanting to reach out and touch the treasures, personally experiencing the source aura and Dao compatibility of each treasure, precisely selecting the most suitable spiritual treasure for himself. But just as he eagerly extended his hand to touch a resplendent treasure banner, his fingertip passed straight through the body of the spiritual treasure, feeling empty and void. He could not touch even a fraction of its substance. Wanbao instantly realized that the superior grade innate spiritual treasures floating before him were all mere phantoms of the treasure's true essence. They appeared extremely real and dazzling, but were in fact illusory and insubstantial, impossible to touch or sense their source. Clearly his master had done this intentionally, deliberately, to keep him guessing and see how he would choose. Wanbao's face immediately filled with grievance as he looked up at Tong Tian on the throne. There was Tong Tian smiling with a hint of amusement, leisurely watching him, propping his head, with one hand lazily leaning against the throne, his posture relaxed, eyes playful, quietly observing Wanbao's struggle in selection, showing no intention of helping or easing his decision. Wanbao sighed helplessly, completely resigned. His master was known for his playful teasing. Once he took an interest, he would not easily relent. Today he could only rely on his own insight and Dao heart, selecting based on his feelings. He suppressed his grievances, calming his mind, clearing his thoughts, and using the essence of his own Wanbao Dao to carefully sense the source Dao rhythm of each spiritual treasure. His gaze was calm as he scanned through the many spiritual treasures, secretly determining his selections. Those treasures that once belonged to many disciples of Jiejiao, renowned in later generations, he passed over entirely, having no intent to choose. Firstly, these treasures had predetermined destinies and marked ownership. Even if selected, their compatibility would be limited. Secondly, he preferred those nameless treasures from the primordial era with hidden depth unrefined by anyone, purely originating from the opening of the heavens and the remnants of the treasure rock. Such treasures may seem unremarkable, but possess pure heritage and strong plasticity, fitting his own path of encompassing all spirits and containing all treasures, allowing them to grow alongside his own cultivation in the future with boundless potential. After repeatedly traversing and discerning among the myriad phantoms, Wanbao's gaze finally settled on 2 distinctly shaped treasures, one resembling an ancient oil lamp, dull in appearance, without dazzling brilliance, yet with threads of ancient life, Dao rhythm, and clear, Dao energy flowing gently, warm, and restrained, perpetually enduring. The other was a pitch-black long whip with an ancient texture resonating with the order of heaven and earth, embodying the principles of restraint. Seemingly ordinary, yet concealing profound meanings of suppression, confinement, and mastery over myriad spirits. Both treasures were top superior grade innate spiritual treasures with 36 complete innate prohibitions. They were nameless and unassuming, yet far surpassed the surrounding peer treasures, exhibiting a high degree of compatibility with his own Wanbao Dao. Having already determined his targets, Wanbao's eyes brightened. He no longer hesitated and pointed toward the 2 treasures, the lamp and the whip. Floating in the void, speaking with conviction, "Master, I choose this innate spiritual lamp and this long whip." Within the Daoist hall of the Shangqing Palace, the clouds cascaded like silk, and the sound of Dao reverberated endlessly. A mist of pure light enveloped the entire grand hall, with strands of primordial Dao rhythm emanating from the figure of the Tongtian master, enveloping the surroundings and permeating the dome. In the center of the grand hall stood Tongtian, dressed in purple robes, with a Dao crown radiating mystery. His eyes, penetrating the ancient and vast cosmos, calmly rested upon the 2 floating beams of spiritual light in the hall. These were 2 spiritual treasures formed from the condensation of the Dao rhythm of the void. One of them divided the light of yin and yang, one half shone bright, like the rising sun, illuminating all laws, while the other half was as dark as a deep abyss, concealing countless dust. The Taiji cloud patterns spiraled around, and the innate Tuyi Dao patterns flowed endlessly. The flickering lights of the spiritual treasure alternating between brightness and darkness generated an unparalleled aura that suppressed souls and burned away all evil. Precisely the innate spiritual lamp sensed by Myriad Treasures. The other treasure was heavy and profound, resembling a mountain with the ancient and vast silhouette of a 9-section whip. The Dao patterns intricately arranged like the stars surrounded by the weighty gravity originating from the pulse of the opening of heaven and earth merged the aura of mountains, dragon veins, and earthly authority. Just a silhouette alone exerted a slight pressure on the surrounding void, causing the earth's Dao to sink layer by layer. At this moment, as the gaze of the Tongtian master settled, and his Dao heart consented, the void trembled slightly. Amidst the mysteries, the innate Dao mechanism that transcended countless ancient years returned to its rightful place. The primordial pure energy from the Kunlun ruins, Yin-Yang fissures, and the profound earthly energy from the myriad mountains of the primordial wilderness crossed the endless void and continuously flowed into the two spiritual treasure silhouettes. Buzz. Two melodious sounds of the spiritual treasures resonated, echoing throughout the entire Shanqing Palace. The originally ethereal and illusory beams of spiritual light instantly solidified, settled, and merged into one. The flames of the Yin-Yang divine lamp flickered, one yin and one yang. Two clusters of holy fire danced naturally warm, yet not scorching cold, yet not frigid. With the innate Dao rhythm formed effortlessly, the heavy and refined flow of the 9-section whip emitted a radiant brilliance, carrying a vast authority capable of commanding mountains and suppressing all peaks. The two spiritual treasures transformed from the ethereal into the real, manifesting in the world. The gaze of Tongtian was calm, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he casually waved his hand in the air. Without wind, the void shifted. The Yin-Yang divine lamp floated gracefully, its flames dancing, while the 9-section whip fell heavily, establishing the mountain's oppressive force. One light and one heavy, one yin and one earthly vein. The two superior, innate spiritual treasures broke through the void and hovered steadily 3 feet in front of the Tongtian master, patiently awaiting orders. Tongtian glanced at them for a moment, the satisfaction in his eyes growing deeper as he turned to his direct disciple Wanbao, who stood firmly in the hall, his aura stable and profound, having thoroughly established his Dao fruit at the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. You lad, your insight is indeed commendable. Tongshan's voice was like a great bell, carrying a hint of gratification and approval, showing no trace of the aloofness often associated with sages, instead exuding a warmth of teacher-student affection. Compared to your senior brother, you are far stronger. At these words, Wanbao felt a warmth in his heart, bowing respectfully, his expression earnest, yet a trace of youthful joy and pride rippled in his eyes. Tongshan's gaze returned to the two spiritual treasures, lightly tapping the void with his fingertip. His voice resonated clearly as he pronounced the supreme true names of the two innate spiritual treasures, echoing throughout every corner of the grand hall: Yin-Yang divine lamp and the 9-section whip. As the two true names fell, the Dao rhythm grew even more profound. These two treasures are inscribed with 36 complete innate restrictions. Tongtian spoke slowly, his tone carrying solemnity and recognition. They are the most exceptional and complete among the superior innate spiritual treasures. Even for me, possessing a collection of spiritual treasures, the truly perfected superior innate spiritual treasures are few and far between. You have just certified your Tai. These two treasures are indeed suitable for you. This evaluation coming from the Tongtian master carried the weight of mountains and rivers. It is important to note that countless cultivators in the primordial wilderness toil for millions, even tens of millions of years, and obtaining a single inferior, innate spiritual treasure is already a tremendous fortune. To possess a superior treasure with more than 30 restrictions is to be a formidable power or a leader of a sect. Hearing his master's praise, Wanbao's joy could no longer be suppressed. His eyes sparkled with happiness, and his Dao heart became clearer and more transparent, solidifying further after breaking through to the Tai Golden Immortal. Since he became Tongshan's disciple and entered the Shanqing sect, he had diligently trained, gradually deepening his understanding without arrogance or impatience. Seeing his calm demeanor and restrained joy without any arrogance from possessing treasures, Tongtian was even more pleased and said no more, casually waving his wide sleeves. Whoosh! A gentle wind swept through and the Dao rhythm fell before him. The Yin-Yang divine lamp and the 9-section whip, two supreme spiritual treasures, transformed into two streams of light, gently and steadily landing before Wanbao, hovering in midair waiting for their new master to take charge. Wanbao dared not be negligent, quickly cradling them with both hands in a posture of sincerity and respect. He focused his mind, eliminating distractions, and slowly extended a wisp of pure divine sense into the origins of the two spiritual treasures, beginning to carefully comprehend and examine their essence. The first to be explored by his divine sense was the Yin-Yang divine lamp, which flowed with the rhythm of the Tuyi Dao. In an instant, endless innate Dao mechanisms surged into Wanba's sea of consciousness with complete information about the spiritual treasure, its origins, laws, divine powers, and the mysteries of its restrictions unfolding clearly before his mind, unmistakable and precise. The Yin-Yang Divine Lamp, also known as the Yin-Yang Ti Divine Lamp, is a superior, innate spiritual treasure born during the primordial era when Pangu opened the heavens and the earth, and the chaos was first divided. Relying on the most primordial and pure innate yin-yang energies, it grew independently outside of the three top, innate spiritual lamp systems of the primordial wilderness. It does not belong to the 8 scenic palace lamp, the Yushu Liuli lamp, or the netherworld spirit coffin lamp, forming its own lineage mastering yin and yang. Among the innate spiritual treasures of the various heavenly lamps, its power in combat, soul, and law is of the highest caliber. Its place of birth is the deepest yin-yang fissure of Kunlun ruins, the purest source of the yin-yang Dao in the primordial wilderness. After enduring 12,960 years of heavenly tribulations, it absorbed the fundamental sources of the Tao generated by the alternation of yin and yang, the cycles of cold and heat, and the transitions of life and death, before fully forming. From its inception, it bore the complete imprint of the yin-yang Tao source with 36 innate restrictions, intricately nested, perfectly complete, and endlessly cyclical, without a single flaw or imperfection, representing the most standard and perfect structure of a superior innate spiritual treasure. Wanbao immersed himself, carefully observing the form of the spiritual treasure. The lamp stood about 2 feet 3 inches tall, entirely carved from the naturally formed innate yin-yang warm jade, without a trace of seams. Its two halves clearly distinct, embodying the essence of the Taiji of heaven and earth. The left half of the lamp body was clear and translucent, warm and radiant, resembling the morning sun, hanging high and shining pure light. It was inscribed with the innate yang character Qian, with yang patterns flowing, embodying the vigorous Tao. The right half was dark and profound, like the yin suspended in the void, inscribed with the innate yin character Kuan, with threads of yin rhythm converging, all mechanisms embodying the gentle Tao. The 2 wicks were borne parallel, one on the left and one on the right, sharing the same source. The yang wick eternally burned with pure yang holy fire, grand and righteous. The yin wick flickered with ancient cold fire, quiet and deep. In its normal state, the 2 fires stood apart, each proceeding on its own path, the yang fire illuminating the yin fire, concealing, not interfering with each other, each fulfilling its own role. Once a cultivator activated the spiritual treasure with full force, the 2 fires instantly merged into one, combining yin and yang, transforming into the primordial Tuyi, extinguishing true fire that shook the primordial wilderness. Surrounding the lamp's brim was a continuous circle of Taiji cloud patterns, revolving endlessly, hinting at the profound meanings of yin and yang coexisting, the merging of 2 extremes, and the cyclical nature of the Tao. If one were to fully unleash the spiritual treasures, might a grand image of the Taiji yin-yang divine light could manifest above, with the yin-yang fish rotating the universe, locking down all directions, stabilizing the surrounding void, isolating spatial movement, and suppressing all forms of escape techniques and illusions, integrating both offense and defense, mastering both Tao and law. Following closely the supreme power of the core divine fire of the spiritual treasure, fully reflected in Wanba's sea of consciousness. The core strength of the yin-yang divine lamp is this unparalleled twin divine fire. One of them is the sun-burning evil fire, pure yang, extremely rigid and grand. It specializes in attacking tangible entities in the world, flesh, treasures, talismans, formations, impurities, and demonic auras, all of which are incinerated. This fire specifically targets all forms of yin, evil, ghostly paths, demonic techniques, and restless souls. Any evil and impure law that touches it is instantly extinguished, and any ghostly entity or demon that encounters it is eradicated. The flames are terrifyingly high in temperature, sufficient to refine all postnatal spiritual treasures and most mid-grade innate spiritual treasures. Even ordinary top-grade innate spiritual treasures, if their source defenses are not activated, would suffer burns and damage to their Tao patterns. The second is the Taiyin soul-locking fire, an ancient silent fire that specializes in suppressing the primordial spirit. This fire is the most bizarre and tyrannical, not burning flesh, not destroying objects, but specifically targeting souls' primordial spirits, consciousness, thoughts, karmas, and obsessions. Once tainted by the Taiyin soul-locking fire, the soul sinks into a cold abyss, never to escape, scorching the sea of consciousness, extinguishing the Tao heart, and sealing the path for the primordial spirit to flee. All techniques of possession, soul escape methods, and inner demons are thoroughly suppressed and restrained, with no way to evade or escape. When the yin and yang fires merge, they transform into the primordial Tuyi, extinguishing true fire known as the omnipotent supreme divine fire. With the balance of yin and yang, the harmony of hardness and softness, the unity of water and fire, and the continuity of life, it does not fear the freezing spells of the world's water system, is not restrained by cold laws, and is not melted by fierce flames. It stands as the most top-tier, versatile, innate, strange fire beyond the 4 great heavenly fires of the primordial wilderness. It can burn all vessels, destroy all souls, shatter all laws, and suppress all evils. Wanba's heart trembled with satisfaction. Throughout his cultivation journey, despite acquiring numerous innate spiritual treasures that were diverse and plentiful, most leaned towards auxiliary defensive nurturing stabilizing and tempering functions. However, he had always lacked top-tier offensive spiritual treasures adept at direct confrontation and extermination of enemies. Now having broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal, encountering this Yin-Yang Divine Lamp perfectly fills all his shortcomings. The flesh can attack, treasures can burn, souls can be suppressed, and impurities can be eliminated, achieving a perfect balance of offense and defense, perfectly suited for the confrontational level of a Tai Golden Immortal. With this lamp in hand, his combat power has surged dramatically, sufficient to firmly suppress opponents of the same tier and not fear those at the early stage of Deluo. Wanbao smiled as he nodded, memorizing the essence of the Yin-Yang Divine Lamp. He retracted his divine sense and directly incorporated this supreme lamp into the depths of his primordial spirit for nurturing, preparing for future closed-door cultivation to thoroughly refine the 36 innate restrictions and fully master Yin and Yang. True Extinction Fire. After examining the Yin-Yang Divine Lantern, Wanbao refocused his mind, and his divine sense sank into the second treasure, the innate mountain-driving whip. In an instant, a heavy and vast, epic-suppressing primordial aura surged into his sea of consciousness. The mountain-driving whip, a treasure of earthly authority, is a complete top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Embedded with 36 complete innate prohibitions, it is flawless and has profound depth. This treasure was born in the primordial era after Pangu opened the heavens. When the wilderness was initially settled, the earth veins were beginning to solidify, and the mountains and rivers were first divided. It is formed by the most primal earth veins, the roots of myriad mountains, and the convergence of the profound yellow gravitational Dao mastering the laws of the heavens and mountains, the operation of dragon veins, the gravity of the earth, and the dominion over the mountains and rivers. It is not the ultimate killing spiritual treasure, yet it possesses unparalleled strategic value, control capabilities, and dominion over terrain, with comprehensive combat power, far exceeding ordinary top-grade, innate killing treasures comparable to initial-grade supreme innate treasures. This is because it can easily move mountains and rivers, manipulate the fortunes of countless mountains, and the heavenly Dao subtly damages its grade and fortune, thus it is fixed as a top-grade innate treasure, the most unique and precious authority treasure of the wilderness. Its birthplace is deep within the heart of the primordial Mount Tai's ancestral dragon vein, gathering the roots of dragon veins from across the world, the profound yellow earth energy and the essence of mountains gradually taking shape after undergoing 129,600 tribulations. In its early years, it was obtained by the Nodiet Saint Hongjun Daoist during a search in the primordial Mount Tai, included in the endless spiritual treasure repository of the Treasure Separation Cliff, and ultimately fell into the hands of the master of Tongtian, hidden in the Bio Palace for many years before being granted to Wanbao today. This treasure inherently restrains all earth-type divine abilities, mountain formations, earth vein prohibitions, and the Dao artifacts of mountains and rivers, making it the absolute supreme spiritual treasure of the primordial earth. Wanbao carefully observed the shape of the whip. The mountain-driving whip is 3 feet and 9 inches long, entirely forged from 9 heavens, mystic yellow cold iron, divided into 9 sections, each imbued with the Dao, and every section is engraved with densely packed layered, innate mountain-suppressing Dao patterns, dragon vein runes, and gravity Dao seals. Its overall hue is ancient and deep gold, subtly infused with profound yellow, not dazzling or ostentatious, but heavy and unmatched. When swung, an endless weighty earthy yellow gravitational spiritual light surrounds it, resonating with the earth's energy, causing the Dao mechanisms of all mountains to tremble. At the center of the whip's handle is embedded a naturally formed innate earth essence jade, which is extraordinarily spiritual and senses the world. It can instantly probe the trends of mountains and rivers, the vitality of dragon veins, the chaos of earth veins, and any anomalies in the mountains and rivers, encompassing the entire primordial earth in its perception. Once fully activated, the 3-foot short whip can instantly extend to 10,000 zhang in length, spanning mountains and rivers, suppressing 1,000 miles. The earth beneath automatically manifests the Grand Tai Chi earth vein formation, locking down the local soil and solidifying the mountains and rivers for 1,000 miles. Following this, the supreme supernatural abilities of the mountain-driving whip unfolded in Wanbao's sea of consciousness. The first great ability, mountain suppression and mountain driving. On the primordial earth, apart from the unshakable, innate heavenly pillar, the Buzhou Mountain, supporting the universe, all famous immortal mountains, cave heavens, dragon veins of the 5 mountains, and spiritual mountains and rivers can be commanded, moved, suppressed, thrown, and bound by this whip. With a light urging of his power, he can adjust the shadow of mountains, condense the gravity of myriad mountains, and strike the enemy from the air, pure mountain and river gravity, crushing all physical defenses and protective spiritual lights. No one of the same rank can withstand it. When fully activated, it can directly move entire immortal mountains, spiritual mountains, and Daoist sanctuaries, even the Kunlun Mountain of the 3 Pure Ones, or the sacred mountain of the Hongmeng Immortal. Vain as long as the power is sufficient and the Dao mechanisms match, it can forcibly manipulate and strike from the air, but one must bear the overwhelming karma. It can also summon thousand-mile soil domains and the shadows of myriad mountains, laying down a mountain prison locking the four directions, in void sealing all spatial escape methods, and movement supernatural abilities trapping the enemy within the mountain and river grand formation, leaving no way to escape. The second great ability, profound yellow gravitational domain. With a whip flick, one can spread a gravitational barrier spanning thousands of miles within which the gravity of heaven and earth multiplies layer upon layer, reaching a maximum of 100 times gravitational suppression. Enemies find their movements stagnated, flying slowed, the operation of their powers becoming difficult, and the urging of their treasures becoming sluggish. The more formidable the physical body and focused strength of the cultivator, the more terrifying the suppression effect. Simultaneously, he enhances himself with the earth's profound yellow power, causing his physical combat strength to surge with each whip strike, carrying the pressure of myriad mountains. An ordinary innate spiritual treasure, taking a direct hit, would immediately have its Dao patterns shattered, spiritual light damaged, and treasure body rendered incomplete. The third great ability, sorting the dragon veins and stabilizing the earth veins. The mountain-driving whip inherently carries the Dao mechanism of earth merits, capable of repairing broken dragon veins, straightening chaotic earth veins, stabilizing the fortunes of mountains and rivers, and pacifying disasters of the earth. Cultivators wielding this treasure across the primordial land can sort mountains and rivers, organize earth veins, continuously draw upon the earth's merits, accumulate supreme fortunes, stabilize their Dao bases, eliminate inner demons, nourish their primordial spirits, and protect their Dao fruits, making it an unparalleled assistive treasure for earth cultivators and soil Daoists. The fourth great ability, earth binding spirit lock. The shadows of the whip can transform into countless profound yellow earth type chains, entangling and restraining enemies, not only restricting their physical actions, but also rooting in the earth to draw out earth energy, sealing the flow of spiritual power within the enemy's body, locking down their primordial spirits, Dao mechanisms. The binding power far exceeds ordinary binding ropes or chains. Once a cultivator of the same rank is locked, it is nearly impossible to escape. The only shortcoming is that when detached from the earth and in the void of the starry sea, the power of the earth veins has no source, and its might will slightly diminish. The fifth great ability, breaking the formation and opening the mountain. All earth-type formations, mountain-trapping formations, earth vein prohibitions, and mountain and river secret barriers are rendered ineffective before the mountain-driving whip. 1 whip opens the mountain, 2 whips break the formation, and 3 whips stabilize the mountains and rivers, forcibly tearing apart mountain barriers, breaking earth vein prohibitions, expanding territory, and altering the earth's terrain. The later great mountain-driving whip used in his flood control efforts is but a crude imitation of this treasure, yet it pales in comparison to even 1/10th of its power. Finally, Wanbao discerned the greatest flaw of this spiritual treasure, karmic entanglement. Moving immortal mountains, manipulating spiritual peaks, disturbing mountains and rivers, and altering earth veins are all significant actions that shake the heavenly patterns and change the primordial landscape. Every time it is used, it attracts immense heavenly karma and the karmic force of mountains and rivers. Careless overuse can easily provoke the resentment of great beings in the primordial realm and invite backlash from heavenly karma, accumulating little by little. Seriously, it can damage one's Dao base, cloud one's Dao heart, and bring down heavenly tribulations. Thus, this treasure possesses boundless power, but also boundless future troubles. It must be used with utmost caution. Wanbao understood all the information about the spiritual treasure and knew deeply the good intentions of his master. The master of Tongtian watched Wanbao deeply, contemplating, having already grasped the pros and cons of the spiritual treasure. Acknowledging his disciple's stable character, neither arrogant nor impatient, he solemnly reminded him, his voice grave and full of teaching, "Wanbao, this treasure holds immense authority and profound karma. In the future, when facing enemies and acting, be sure to use it with caution. I do not casually move immortal mountains or disturb the earth veins, lest you unwittingly attract overwhelming karma and entangle yourself in karmic forces, jeopardizing your path to the Dao." Wanbao's spirit was jolted instantly, putting away all joyous and scattered thoughts, respectfully clasping his hands and bowing deeply, his expression extremely serious. "Disciple will remember master's teachings. In the future, I will certainly guard my Dao heart and use the spiritual treasure cautiously, never recklessly moving mountains and rivers or bringing upon myself karma." "Good." Master Tongtian slightly nodded, showing approval. Looking at this exceptionally talented, high-minded, and deeply fortunate direct disciple, Tongtian felt quite gratified. Slowly speaking again, contrasting the past, he faintly remarked, "Your senior brother Duobao, when he broke through to the Tai Golden Immortal, I also bestowed upon him 2 top-grade, innate spiritual treasures to help him stabilize his Dao fruit and protect him on his path. However, although your senior brother has abundant fortune and a resilient Dao heart, his vision is nowhere near yours. The two top-grade spiritual treasures he received only have 30 innate prohibitions, which do not count as complete top-grade treasures. Compared to your two complete treasures with 36 prohibitions, there is quite a difference in depth, might, and foundational Dao rhythm of vast chasm. Upon hearing this, Wanbao felt grateful for his master's kindness, yet did not boast or show off. He merely smiled faintly and remained silent. Senior brother Duobao is the first seat of the Shangqing with a solid Dao heart, profound depth, and has cultivated for countless ages, so he possesses his own exceptional qualities. As for myself, having acquired treasures, I need only focus on diligent cultivation with no need for comparisons or boasting. Seeing him remain unperturbed amidst praise and blame, and possessing excellent character, Tantian was even more satisfied, and then restrained his smile, seriously advising, "The spiritual treasures have been granted to you, your Dao fruit is stabilized, and your cultivation has progressed, which is indeed a good thing. But you must remember the Dao is long and boundless, never-ending. Spiritual treasures are merely resources for protecting oneself and assisting in the Dao, not capital for bullying the weak or acting with arrogance. In the future, you must devote yourself to cultivation, refine your Dao heart, and advance your Dao arts. Never slacken in your training, and absolutely do not become complacent or bully the weak simply because you possess an innate supreme treasure or create killing karma." Wanbao bowed deeply, his voice steady and extremely respectful. "Disciple will remember this in my heart, and I would never dare to be arrogant or slack in my Dao pursuits." Master Tantian lightly nodded and waved his hand. "Go return to your Dao sanctuary and enter seclusion to calmly refine the two spiritual treasures, solidifying your Tai Dao fruit. I also need to enter seclusion for quiet cultivation and comprehend the mysteries of the Dao." "Yes, disciple takes my leave, master." Wanbao bowed again, slowly backing away, bending to turn, and steadily exited the Shangqing Palace. The moment he stepped out of the palace door, the solemn Dao rhythm within the hall faded away, and what greeted him was the clear, immortal wind of Kunlun Mountain, the gentle mist, and boundless vitality. The sky was high, the clouds vast, the immortal mountains majestic, jade palaces and towers, and cranes flying gracefully. Standing above the heavenly staircase amongst the sea of clouds, Wanbao raised his gaze towards the vast primordial sky, unable to suppress the joy in his heart, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifting high. With two treasures in hand, a stabilized Dao fruit, and Tai becoming a reality, the yin-yang divine lantern compensates for his killing deficiencies, and the mountain-driving whip commands the authority of mountains and rivers. One is offensive and the other is controlling. One is divine, while the other governs the earth. One extinguishes souls, while the other stabilizes domains. With these two complete top-grade, innate spiritual treasures, his combat power, depth, and potential have directly surged several times. This opportunity, this gratitude towards his master is rare in a millennium. Wanbao took a deep breath of the innate pure air of Kunlun, suppressing the turbulent emotions within, ready to soar through the clouds, returning to his Dao sanctuary, the five elements Yuan Spring Valley, to refine the spiritual treasures. At this moment, a hearty and gentle voice, imbued with a cheerful laugh, echoed from the distant sea of clouds. "Junior, brother, wait a moment." The voice was solid and warm, devoid of malice, friendly and approachable. Wanbao paused his steps, turned his head at the sound, and looked in the direction from which it came. He saw in the distance above the sea of clouds a figure that was slightly plump, solid in build, with a kind and amiable face, riding the clouds while exuding a profound and boundless Dao rhythm, seemingly ordinary, but with unfathomable depth. It was the esteemed Master Duobao of the Shangqing sect. Master Duobao had a gentle appearance with a simple and honest expression, wearing a friendly, endearing smile, as he waved towards Wanbao from a distance, looking quite comical, devoid of any airs of a senior brother or the aloofness of a master. Wanbao's heart trembled, and he did not dare to be the least bit negligent, immediately standing straight and awaiting the other's approach. In the blink of an eye, Master Duobao had arrived on a cloud, the celestial light settling and his aura steady. Wanbao immediately bowed respectfully with proper etiquette and sincerity. "Junior brother Wanbao pays his respects to senior brother." Seeing this, Duobao promptly raised his hand to support him, lightly smiling warmly and speaking kindly. "There is no need for such formalities, junior brother. We are both disciples of the Shangqing sect, personally taught by our master, and brothers in the same sect. There is no need for such rigid politeness." Master Duobao was naturally magnanimous, kind-hearted, and warm in his dealings with others, not acting aloof as a senior brother. Wanbao straightened up and asked with a smile, "May I ask what brings senior brother to summon me?" Duobao stroked his round chin, grinned innocently, and spoke sincerely. "Actually, there is nothing specific. I just felt a bit bored and lonely in the mountains. You know, the Kunlun Daoist site is a vast mountain, perpetually quiet and desolate. Aside from Master, who is in closed-door meditation, there are only the two of us who can truly be considered fellow disciples of Shangqing. Although the South Pole Immortal is of the same generation, he belongs to the Yuqing lineage and often retreats from the world to cultivate, rarely interacting. In this grand Kunlun, the only one I can discuss the Dao and exchange ideas with is you, junior brother." Hence today, I made a special trip to get closer to you and converse about the Dao. At this point a hint of curiosity appeared in Duobao's eyes, and he slowly smiled. I just heard from the Water and Fire Boy that there is a unique innate spiritual root nurtured in your 5 elements Yuan Spring Valley, which has extraordinary potential and vibrant life force, a rare treasure of heaven and earth. I have been curious for a long time and wonder if you could allow me to visit your Daoist site. Upon hearing this, Wanbao immediately understood his senior brother's intentions. He realized that Master Duobao, as the esteemed leader of Shangqing and a latest-stage practitioner of the primordial unity, was not merely coveting an innate spiritual root, having cultivated for countless years and seen many treasures. His true intention was simply to bridge the gap of friendship, wanting to connect with his newly advanced junior brother and share thoughts on the Dao in the lonely Kunlun. Upon reflection, it was indeed so. The entire Kunlun mountain was divided into the Yuqing and Shangqing sects. Master had been in closed-door meditation for many years, not concerned with worldly affairs. The South Pole immortal of the Yuqing lineage had always been distant from Shangqing. In this vast sacred land of Kunlun, where silence reigned for ages, only Duobao had been cultivating alone, often without anyone to discuss the Dao, with inevitably feeling lonely. Now that he had joined Shangqing and attained the primordial unity, becoming the only junior brother in the sect, it was only natural that Duobao would feel a sense of closeness. Understanding this, Wanbao felt a warm glow in his heart, and his smile grew more genuine as he raised his hand in a gesture of invitation, speaking brightly. Senior brother is joking. As fellow disciples, why all this formality? It is an honor for me to have senior brother visit my Daoist site. The 5 elements Yuan Spring Valley is always open, please senior brother. Seeing Wanbao's cheerful acceptance and easygoing demeanor, the honest smile on Duobao's face grew even wider, and he felt joy in his heart, quickly raising his hand to return the gesture. After you, junior brother. The two exchanged smiles, no longer feeling distant or restrained. One was the esteemed leader of Shangqing, a powerful figure of ages, warm and kind. The other was a newly advanced primordial unity practitioner, exceptionally gifted with profound fortune. The two brothers soared into the clouds side by side, 2 beams of celestial light moving in harmony, gliding over the layers of Kunlun's cloud sea, and peaks flying together towards the 5 elements Yuan Spring Valley, where Wanbao secluded himself for cultivation. The gentle breeze brushed against their Daoist robes, and the clouds swirled around their immortal forms. The road ahead was long, the journey distant. On the eastern foothills of Kunlun, the area outside the 5 elements Yuan Spring Valley was perpetually shrouded in thick layers of elemental cloud, mist firmly sealing it off. Ordinary cultivators, even after passing through here countless times, would only see it as a common mist with some spiritual energy and could not glimpse the hidden paradise within. Wanbao's fingertips moved in a series of intricate and obscure formation gestures, and 5-colored Dao patterns flowed from his palms. The originally impenetrable valley protecting formation slowly parted, revealing a cloud-carved mountain gate. The pure essence of the 5 elements surged through the gap, enveloping them with a steady and profound Dao rhythm, causing even Duobao, who had solidified his cultivation for several Yuan meetings, to pause momentarily in his steps. The two stepped into the valley together, and the formation gate quietly closed behind them, returning to tranquility. The moment they stepped into the realm, the innate 5 energies within Duobao's chest surged uncontrollably, resonating violently. The 5 elemental energies corresponding to the liver, heart, spleen, lungs, and kidneys circulated and clashed within his meridians, instinctively responding to the overwhelming 5 elemental force from the outside world, rejuvenating his previously stagnant energy pathways. He slightly closed his eyes and took a deep breath, waiting for the 5 energies within him to gradually calm down. When he looked at Wanbao again, his gaze was filled with unabashed admiration. In the realm of primordial unity, the core foundation of cultivation lies in refining and enriching the 5 energies within the chest, until one achieves the perfect realm of 5 energies returning to the source. The speed and thickness of this step directly determine the upper limit of cultivation in the primordial unity stage, and will affect the difficulty of later breaking through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Duobao had broken through to the primordial unity golden immortal realm for over 3 Yuan meetings, focusing on his cultivation at Duobao Peak, traversing Kunlun's various spiritual veins to gather 5 elemental essence. To this day, he had only refined the 3 innate true energies of metal, earth, and wood to perfection, while the energies of water and fire remained thin and incomplete, leaving him stuck in the late stage of primordial unity, always unable to take the final step. Yet this junior brother, who had just joined Shangqing not long ago and barely stepped into the early primordial unity stage, had effortlessly found such a blessed land of 5 elemental sources as his Daoist site, with a cultivation environment that directly overshadowed his own. This extraordinary fortune made it impossible for Duobao not to feel a sense of reflection. Junior brother is indeed blessed with great fortune, possessing such a pure 5 elements sacred land. Your cultivation speed in the primordial unity realm is destined to be rapid, and in no time your cultivation will likely surpass mine. Duobao stroked his round chin, his tone filled with admiration. Wanbao simply smiled calmly in response, not deliberately being modest or deferential. He had always been quite confident about the opportunities he had encountered on his journey. Senior brother is joking. Cultivation on the path of the Dao varies for each individual. Senior brother primarily cultivates the path of artifact mastery with a foundation far exceeding mine, so the rate of progress cannot be generalized. After saying that, he raised his hand to gesture for Duobao to follow senior brother. Please follow me into the valley for a look. Duobao followed alongside Wanbao, walking slowly forward, his gaze quickly drawn to the enormous tree standing tall in the center of the valley. The ancient tree's trunk soared into the sky, its branches sprawling in all directions. Thousands of leaves shimmered in shades of blue, red, yellow, white, and black, and the branches were laden with numerous round spiritual fruits, each of which was entwined with intricate five-elemental law patterns continuously emanating pure essence. It was indeed the foundational treasure of the entire five elements Yuan Spring Valley, an innate middle-grade spiritual root, the five elements lychee tree. Merely having this single innate spiritual root stationed here allowed the five-elemental spiritual energy of the entire valley to thrive endlessly, never running dry. In contrast, his own Duobao Peak had only a few innate mineral veins suitable primarily for artifact refining and treasure storage. The two cultivation foundations were entirely on different levels. Duobao had also passed through this place multiple times before, but had never realized that the top-tier Daoist site and innate spiritual root were hidden beneath this mist. Ultimately, it was still due to his lesser fortune compared to Wanbao. What a richly endowed innate spiritual root. Junior brother, your fortune is truly enviable, Duobao exclaimed sincerely. Wanbao laughed heartily, gesturing for Duobao to enter the secluded cave in the valley. It's just a minor spiritual root. Please, senior brother, come inside. The interior of the cave was simple and rustic, carved from a single piece of innate five-colored jade stone with a natural stone table and two stone benches placed in the center. It was quiet and serene, with only the gentle flow of the five-elemental Dao rhythm remaining. After inviting Duobao to take a seat, Wanbao softly said, "Senior brother, please wait a moment. I will go fetch some spiritual fruits for you." Duobao nodded calmly, secretly resolving that he must thoroughly enjoy his junior brother's treasures today. Otherwise, having continuously encountered innate spiritual roots and blessed lands, it would be difficult to maintain his Dao heart during their discourse. Wanbao casually cast a transformation spell, conjuring a pure white jade fruit basket, and personally walked to the five elements lychee tree, picking dozens of the most spiritually rich ripe fruits to place in the basket. He then proceeded to the five-elemental spiritual spring in the valley to collect a gourd of innate spiritual water containing pure five-elemental essence. His cave had no attendants, so he had to handle all the trivial matters himself. In no time, he returned to the cave with the fruit basket and the gourd of spiritual water. "Senior brother, sorry to keep you waiting. Come and try my five elements lychee. This fruit nourishes the five energies within the chest and is greatly beneficial for primordial unity cultivation," Wanbao said as he placed the fruit basket in the center of the stone table. Duobao did not stand on ceremony and directly picked up a lychee, placing it in his mouth. The moment the fruit's flesh slid down his throat, a fierce yet gentle force of five-elemental essence rushed through his meridians, causing the corresponding five energies within his organs to surge. Just a single fruit equaled the energy he had accumulated from 1,000 years of hard cultivation. Duobao's eyes lit up suddenly, and he exclaimed, "Junior brother, this spiritual fruit is marvelous. Just one can save me 1,000 years of arduous cultivation. It is truly rare. If senior brother likes it, feel free to take some with you when you leave," Wanbao replied generously. "Then I won't be polite," Duobao said while happily taking more spiritual fruits to taste, his chubby face filled with contentment, looking increasingly comical. Seeing this, Wanbao fetched 2 sets of jade tea utensils. With a thought, the yin-yang divine lamp he had just received from his master flew out from his primordial spirit, hovering beside the stone table. 2 clusters of holy fire, one yin and one yang, swayed slowly, illuminating the entire cave in a dance of light and shadow, with Dao rhythm swirling throughout. Duobao's movements of eating the lychee suddenly paused, his gaze firmly drawn to this top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, feeling increasingly amazed at how many treasures his junior brother possessed. Wanbao lightly raised his fingertip, igniting a strand of innate yin-yang true fire, steadily supporting the jade pot that held the 5-elemental spiritual water, with the divine fire's temperature being adjusted effortlessly. Soon enough, the spiritual water was brought to a complete boil. Next, Wanbao took out a small jar of tea leaves. As soon as the leaves appeared, a refreshing and subtle innate tea fragrance immediately filled the entire cave, exuding traces of pure Dao aura. Duobao's pupils slightly constricted, instantly determining that this tea was of a higher grade than the 5 elements lychee, certainly derived from a superior, innate spiritual root. Wanbao gently picked up 2 leaves, placing them in 2 jade cups, and slowly poured the boiling 5 elements spiritual water into the cups. As the tea and water mingled, the Tai, Qi, Yin-Yang patterns intertwined with the 5 elements patterns, and Dao sounds echoed faintly within the cave. "Senior brother, please enjoy this tea. It is made from the tea leaves of the superior innate spiritual root, Da Hong Pao. Just the fragrance can enhance 100 years of Dao cultivation, and a sip can equate to 10,000 years of hard training. Duo Bao stared blankly at the shimmering tea before him, and after a long while he slowly closed his slightly open mouth and shook his head with a bitter smile. If junior brother considers even the superior innate spiritual root tea to be a meager gift, then my Duo Bao peak must be deemed a desolate and barren land. Wan Bao couldn't help but smile slightly. The feeling of showcasing one's depth before a senior brother who surpassed him in cultivation and status was indeed refreshing, yet he remained modest, saying it's merely some wild produce not worth mentioning. Duo Bao put down the spiritual fruit in his hand, reining in his casual posture, and spoke earnestly. Junior brother, since we are fellow disciples gathering together, why not sit cross-legged and discuss the Dao using tea as a companion to exchange our insights on cultivation? Having received such a generous gift from you, I shall reciprocate with my understanding of the Dao. That is my wish as well. I wouldn't dare to decline. Wan Bao immediately nodded in agreement, and the two adjusted their sitting positions, sitting cross-legged on either side of the stone table, officially commencing a discussion on the Dao that would broaden their cultivation perspectives. The first to speak on the Dao was Duo Bao, the foremost disciple of the Upper Clear Sect, and a latest-stage Tai, Golden Immortal. His main focus was the Dao of artifact control, which ranks among the top of the 3,000 Great Daos, also known as the Dao of primordial artifacts, and the Dao of spiritual treasures. It is a path to enlightenment based on innate spiritual treasures and innate restrictive laws uniquely tailored by the heavenly leader for Duo Bao, whose essence is that of an innate beast, the treasure-seeking mouse. Duo Bao lightly tapped the air with his fingertips, and countless shards of treasure light appeared before him, with numerous spiritual treasure runes unfolding layer by layer. He calmly began to narrate the fundamentals of his Dao path, every word a reflection of the insights gained from years of arduous cultivation. My essence is that of the innate treasure-seeking mouse, born with a natural affinity to all spiritual treasures, innate restrictions, and artifact refining runes in the world. Thus my master instructed me to specialize in the Dao of artifact control, not following the usual path of cultivating spirit energy and essence separately, but rather to walk the core path of using treasures to embody the Dao, merging both treasure and practitioner into one. In simple terms, to me, magical artifacts are never merely external weapons for combat, they are extensions of my own Dao body. The myriad spiritual treasures collectively construct my authority over the laws, and the process of refining these artifacts is in essence the process of strengthening the foundation of my own Dao. Wan Bao listened intently, gently rubbing the smooth jade teacup with his fingertips, quietly digesting the core logic of the Dao of artifact control, and already beginning to conceive new thoughts on his own cultivation. Duo Bao continued to dissect the three foundational pillars of Wan Bao's Dao of artifact control clearly and progressively. The essence of the Dao of artifact control lies in penetrating the innate restrictions within all spiritual treasures. The strength and weakness of all innate spiritual treasures in the primordial world are determined by the internal layers of restrictions, from one layer of defective restriction to 36 layers of complete innate restrictions, forming the iron law of spiritual treasure classification. Having practiced the Dao of artifact control for many years, I have long mastered the ability to see through any magical artifact's restriction structure, weaknesses, and attributes. I can not only repair damaged spiritual treasures, but also dismantle and replicate innate runes, crafting top-tier foundational magical artifacts myself. This is my core divine ability. The accompanying spiritual treasure, the Duo Bao Tower, forms an endless treasure cave that can store countless innate and acquired spiritual treasures, completely isolating the risks of artifact backlash. In battle, I can simultaneously control thousands of magical artifacts to fight side by side, arranging a mixed primordial treasure formation with a vast array of spiritual treasures, overpowering the few with the many, and one treasure can break through myriad laws, stabilizing the universe. Ordinary cultivators rely on one or two main battle spiritual treasures to determine victory or defeat, while I construct a complete combat system with thousands of magical artifacts. Even if one artifact is damaged, it will not shake the foundation of my Dao, which is the greatest advantage of the Dao of artifacts. Because I have long tempered my body with thousands of treasure lights, my physical body is already comparable to innate spiritual treasures. The Dao of artifact control is inherently complementary to the Dao of formations. Magical artifacts serve as the formation eye, and restrictions serve as the formation patterns, using my own spiritual treasures to build top-tier killing formations. The combination of the Dao of artifacts and the Dao of formations constitutes my complete cultivation system, not merely a simplistic manipulation of treasures, as the outside world perceives. The source of the Dao of artifacts belongs to metal, constantly absorbing the energy of metal spiritual treasures, which is the easiest to perfect. The energy of earth can also stabilize through the foundation of the Duo Bao Tower. The energy of wood accumulates slowly through the use of innate refining materials. However, the energies of water and fire are difficult to naturally supplement through magical artifacts, which is the core reason why I have been stuck in the late stage of Tai for a long time, unable to break through the suffocating limitations. Cultivators of the Dao of artifacts ultimately rely too heavily on the external environment, lacking the proper balance of internal sources. At this point, Duo Bao took a sip of the innate spiritual tea, allowing the Dao rhythm to settle slowly, then turned to Wan Bao, patiently awaiting him to share his main cultivation path. Once Duo Bao finished discussing his Dao, Wan Bao gently lifted his teacup, took a sip of the spiritual tea, and slowly began to speak about the lifelong main path he set after breaking through to the Tai, Golden Immortal, the innate 5 virtues Dao. This path is not the superficial 5 elements power Dao, but rather a top-tier postnatal path, formed by the fusion of the 5 supreme virtues of blessing, merit, saintliness, and Dao, perfectly aligning with the 5 organs and 5 elements, and is the most suitable path to refine the 5 energies within Tai. Wan Bao's fingertips traced out 5 different colored virtuous spiritual lights in the air, beginning to expound on the Dao with clarity, his words flowing with a warm and profound Dao rhythm. Senior brother specializes in the Dao of artifacts, relying on spiritual treasure restrictions to establish himself, drawing strength from external objects to validate his being. While what I cultivate is the innate 5 virtues Dao. Heaven has 5 stars, the earth has 5 elements, and humans have 5 virtues. The rotation of the 5 virtues corresponds to the 5 elements, nourishing the 5 energies within, which is precisely the most stable and balanced path for refining the 5 energies towards Yuan. Wan Bao gradually explained the attributes and cultivation effects of the 5 virtues, precisely corresponding to the 5 energies in Tai's cultivation. Blessing, earth virtue, yellow virtue, governs stable fortunes, averts disasters, and is untouched by violence, corresponding to the spleen's earth energy, solidifying the Dao foundation, and will not be easily shaken by calamities. It is also the fundamental reliance that allows me to continuously obtain top-tier fortuitous lands and innate spiritual root opportunities. Merit, metal virtue, white virtue, governs celestial recognition, counters karma, and prevents divine punishment, corresponding to the lungs. Metal energy, pure and righteous, purifying all inner demons and karmic obstacles. In the future, when refining violent spiritual treasures, this can greatly weaken the inherent fierce energy of the artifacts. Saintliness, wood virtue, green virtue, governs long life, an eternal Dao heart, corresponding to the liver's wood. The rotation of the 5 virtues perfectly corresponds to the 5 organs and 5 elements. Cultivating the 5 virtues Dao is to nourish the 5 energies within with one's own virtuous sources, naturally completing the 5 energies towards Yuan without the need to frantically gather 5 elements spiritual energy, which is the fundamental reason for my rapid progress in the 5 elements Yuan Spring Valley. Unlike the Dao of artifacts, which passively absorbs external spiritual energy, the 5 virtues Dao harmonizes the 5 elements from within, stabilizing the internal source with external spiritual energy, serving merely as auxiliary enhancement. The greatest feature of the 5 virtues Dao is its strong compatibility, not rejecting any laws or spiritual treasures. The yin-yang divine lamp and the mountain summoning whip, both perfect top-tier, innate spiritual treasures in my hands, can smoothly be refined with the power of the 5 virtues, avoiding the problems often faced by Dao of artifact cultivators who are easily constrained by their artifacts or disturbed by the fierce energy of